Chapter 807 Chang Rui's New Idea. Rui Shang Group. President's Office. How is the coffee shop? Chang Zai looked at his son, sitting opposite, and asked. It's still deadlocked. At the beginning of this month, Manhwa Coffee continued to open 5 coffee shops. I also opened 5 coffee shops based on their choice. And the new movie released by Tomorrow Group is a hit, with a box office of 6.7 billion yuan. After deducting some of the share, Tomorrow Group must have an income of at least 3 billion yuan. With such a large income, it is still a bit difficult to decide the winner in the coffee market in a short time. Chang Rui's face was ugly. He thought that with the support of 3 billion yuan and the stalemate with Manhwa Coffee for a while, Manhwa Coffee would not last too long. But now that the movie of Tomorrow Group is a big hit with more than 3 billion yuan in revenue, I'm afraid Manhwa Coffee will still hold on for a while. The movie is indeed a bit unexpected, but their film and television are indeed well developed, with 2 hit movies appearing in succession. Chang Zai nodded when he heard it. He knew about Wandering Blue Star. Although he didn't watch it, he still paid attention to the evaluation of this movie. It opened a new chapter for Chinese science fiction movies and opened the door to Chinese science fiction movies. Let people have hope for Chinese science fiction movies again. These evaluations are already very high. It can also be seen that this movie is very successful. He also learned about it. The investment in this movie is 800 million. The final total box office is 6.7 billion. It has increased more than 8 times. Although he has been the president of the group for so long, looking at this rate of return, he is also a little moved. Dad, I find that movies are really easy to make money now. Look at the Spring Festival file, Geo2, which also has a box office of 4.7 billion. How about we invest in movies? Chang Rui suggested. Do you have any ideas? Chang Zai looked at Chang Rui in surprise. For this son who used to have only women in his eyes, he is now very surprised. Now a coffee industry can no longer satisfy him, and he even wants to intervene in the film and television industry. Sure enough, only when there are opponents can people have the idea of struggle. Tomorrow Group appeared very timely, just as a training for his son. I also want to shoot a science fiction movie that can surpass Wandering Blue Star. I found that Tomorrow Group is really stupid. A popular movie like Wandering Blue Star has no publicity. I learned that the biggest publicity channel is actually a live broadcast platform. Even if the live broadcast platform has a lot of traffic, how much can it promote? The movie was taken off the shelves after 1 month of release. Such a popular movie cannot be released for only 1 month. It is okay to extend the shelf time for 1 month. If this movie is given to me, I am sure that the final box office revenue will definitely not be less than 7 billion. Chang Rui said with some regret, and then showed a contemptuous expression. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat Tomorrow Group like this. What are you going to do? Chang Zai looked at his son and tapped his fingers on the table. Now the cake of the film and television industry is very big. If there is a chance, he naturally wants to have a piece of it. I have already thought of the script. It is a hard science fiction novel, Fortress of Magic City, written by a very famous writer. The general content is the story of alien invasion and a group of young people in Magic City rising up to resist. This book itself has a large readership. If this novel is remade, it will naturally gain a group of audiences. And the quality of the book is also guaranteed, so there is no need to worry about the plot of the filming. Combined with the disadvantages of the publicity of Wandering Blue Star, I plan to use some celebrities with high traffic who will bring in some traffic. After the filming of the movie is completed, I am also preparing to promote it on the entire network. I believe that as long as Fortress of Magic City is filmed, it will definitely surpass Wandering Blue Star in terms of box office. Chang Rui simply described his thoughts. When Wandering Blue Star became popular, he was thinking about this matter. He felt that he could make so much money by shooting a movie. Chang couldn't help but feel relieved when listening to his son's words. He thought Chang Rui just had a sudden whim, but now it seems that he has made some preparations. Moreover, it is undoubtedly a very safe thing to choose a science fiction book adapted from a well-known author. There is also the invitation of traffic stars. Now movies and TV series basically follow this routine. Traffic stars often represent that as long as the movie is filmed, the fans behind the stars will definitely support it. This is equivalent to bringing traffic. And if there are traffic stars, it is also very convenient to promote. Overall, there is no problem with the decision. Changzai thought for a while and looked up at Changzai. In this case, the movie will be left to you. Okay. Chang Rui's face was happy. The purpose of his coming here today was the movie. However, the matter of entering the movie has been decided at this time, but the investment has not yet been decided. Dad, how much investment is there in this movie? How much do you want? 1 billion. Wandering Blue Star invested 800 million. I want to surpass him, at least 1 billion funds. And Wandering Blue Star did not use traffic stars. In terms of using traffic stars, it must be a large amount of funds. Chang Rui explained. He already had a candidate for the Wandering Star at this time, who was a very famous traffic star. But the pay for such a star to star in a movie must be high. He learned that if he wanted to invite this traffic star, he would have to pay at least 100 million. 1 billion? No problem. The funds will be transferred to the account of Non-Rui Coffee. Changzai nodded when he heard the funds mentioned by Chang Rui. Wandering Blue Star invested 800 million funds. He wanted to surpass Wandering Blue Star, and the funds must be more than 800 million. I know, Dad. Then I'll go to deal with the movie, Chang Rui said, and got up and left the office quickly. Changzai looked at his son who left and smiled with relief. His son is getting better and better. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after, the office door was knocked again, and then a woman pushed the door and walked in. Zishan, you are here, sit down. When Changzai saw that it was his daughter, a smile appeared on his face again. His daughter is also capable, and with her assisting Chang Rui, he can feel more at ease. What is Xiaorui doing here? Chang Zishan asked casually, while sitting in the chair in front of the desk. Chapter 808 Chang Zishan's Project. Your brother is getting more and more motivated. He came here today and wants to invest in the film industry. Chang Zai spoke with a smile. You agreed? Chang Zishan looked at her father's expression and already had a suspicion in her heart. Yes, the film and television industry is a big piece of cake now. Since your brother has this idea, I will let him give it a try. Chang Zai nods. Chang Zishan nodded when she heard this. The film and television industry does have good prospects now. With the changes of the times and the development and progress of society, more and more people are willing to go to cinemas to watch movies. In the past 2 years, there have been quite a few movies that have grossed billions at the box office. The film industry is indeed very good now. Chang Rui has this idea. There is no problem in investing some money to try the water. Huh? Do you have the same idea? It's rare for us, father and daughter, to have the same views. I invested 1 billion in your brother. He wants to make a science fiction movie that surpasses Wandering Blue Star. Chang Zai smiled heartily when he heard his daughter's words. When discussing some things, his daughter often maintains an attitude of opposition to him, which makes him very helpless. 1 billion. Chang Zishan was stunned when she heard her father's words. Can 1 billion be called testing the waters? Now in the entire film industry, there is no one who can invest 1 billion to make a movie. But when I came to my father, I was actually testing the waters for Chang Rui. Chang Zishan took a deep breath and looked up at her father. Dad, 1 billion is too risky. Chang Rui has never been exposed to the film industry before, so rashly investing 1 billion to make a movie for him is a bit too risky. Have you ever thought about the consequences of failure? Well, that 1 billion will be wasted. There is no problem in letting Chang Rui shoot movies. I also think our Ruishan group can get involved in the film and television industry. I think we can give Chang Rui tens of millions to let him familiarize himself with how to shoot movies and the process. After you finish shooting a movie, and if the results are good, it's better to invest in another big production. Chang Zai fell in a deep thought after hearing his daughter's words. After a while, he slowly raised his head. What you said makes some sense, but your brother didn't just have a sudden idea. He also has his own plan for the movie shooting. I don't want to dampen your brother's enthusiasm. He finally stopped playing. This time I will train him. Although there is a possibility of losing this 1 billion, risks and benefits coexist. What if your brother succeeds? Make a science fiction movie that surpasses Wandering Blue Star. I also know that you are worried, but investment is risky. I believe that Wandering Blue Star invested 800 million, but I'm not very sure that this movie will be a hit. Chang Zishan felt helpless when she heard her father's words. Similar things have happened countless times since childhood. She would basically refuse anything she wanted to do, but as long as her brother asked, she would definitely be satisfied. It was the same as a toy when I was a kid. When going to school, the same goes for choosing a school. She can't go to the school she likes, but to the school her brother likes. The reason is that I can help take care of my younger brother. She recognized these, and she felt that as long as she worked hard to become good, her father could look at her more. So study hard, constantly improve yourself, and make yourself excellent. She felt that she had done it. After joining the company, she used her own abilities to increase the overall scale and profitability of the group by 20%. She thought she could escape this curse. I didn't expect it to be like this. She proposed a new energy vehicle project and made a detailed report, but it has been a year and has been shelved again and again just because she needs 2 billion or /U00260 funds. In the end, they were all rejected because the funds were too high. But when I come to my brother, a coffee shop can provide 3 billion in funding, and a science fiction movie can provide 1 billion in funding without hesitation. Why? A feeling of imbalance instantly emerged from the bottom of my heart. The emotions that Chang Zishan had suppressed for many years finally burst out. She looked at her father in front of her and tried her best to lower her voice. Why? Why for what? Chang Zai looked at his daughter's expression and noticed something was wrong with her state, but he didn't think much about it. He was just a little confused and didn't know what his daughter was talking about. Why should I give my favorite toys to my brother? Why should I give my snacks to my brother first instead of eating my brother's? Why can you take my brother out to play while I can only do my homework at home? Why can't I go to the school I like, but I can go to the school my brother likes? Why can't I fall in love, but my brother can find one girlfriend after another? Why can you reject the project I propose because the funds required are too high? But my brother can invest 3 billion in a coffee shop and 1 billion in a movie. Why? Chang Zishan could no longer suppress her emotions and almost screamed at the end. Chang Zai sat on his office chair, a little dazed watching his daughter roar. My daughter has always looked very sensible since she was a child, and she has never looked like this before. Listening to his daughter's story, he couldn't help but think about it, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. But is it wrong to do so? After all, my daughter will get married, and a married girl is like water spilled out. What's wrong with him being nicer to his son? Just looking at his daughter's hysterical appearance, he finally sighed helplessly. I know that it has been a little unfair to you since you were a child, but what happened in the past cannot be changed. You have always wanted to implement your project. I approved it today, but I can only invest 1 billion yuan in you for the time being. If you have a certain success, I will consider subsequent investment. Chang Zishan listened to her father's words and gradually calmed down. It was not because her father gave her an investment of 1 billion yuan, but she was a little heartbroken. She said so many injustices, but there was no last word of comfort. Have you looked at my project carefully? Yes, I have. I think that oil resources are non-renewable resources now. The more we use them, the less they are. Besides, oil is also very expensive. So it's a good idea to develop new energy vehicles to replace oil vehicles. It is indeed a good prospect to develop them. But you must first consider the problem of endurance and power. This problem is difficult to solve with current technology. But now our Ruisheng automobile produces oil vehicles well, and the current sales are also good. I don't think it's a good idea to develop new energy vehicles instead of improving performance. Chang Zai leaned back in his seat and spoke slowly. Chapter 809 Construction of a Security Company. I see. After hearing this, Chang Zishan stood up silently and walked out of the office. She understood that no matter how much she said, she could not change her father's mind. However, it would be good to have 1 billion or /U00260 funds. At least we can take a step first. If the funds are not enough in the future, we will not say enough. Then let's take one step at a time. Chang Zishan smiled in relief and walked towards the elevator. After the outburst just now, she also understood that it was impossible to change her father's mind. This is probably the sadness of her being born in the Chong family. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. We bought it for 700 million yuan. Is that industrial park so cheap? Chun Mo looked at the information submitted by Li Mauda with doubts in his eyes. Although he didn't know the exact price of the industrial park over the garment factory, he still knew the price of the land there. In any case, the price of 700 million is still a bit low. According to his estimate, purchasing the industrial park would require 800 to 900 million yuan. But he never expected that Li Mauda would buy the industrial park for him for 700 million. Calculating this, he still has 2 billion system funds to consume. When Li Mauda heard Mr. Chen's words, a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Chen, normally you can't buy this industrial park for 700 million yuan. At least 800 million yuan is needed. But I know some inside information about the company over there. The company there invested in a big project last year, and most of the company's working capital was invested in that project. Up to now, the funds for that project have not been returned, and now the south side of Jiangxing has been under development, and some of them have invested in it, but the company's account no longer has enough funds for them to invest in South Chengdu. And by purchasing the industrial park, we can make up for their lack of funds, so I took this opportunity to cut the price. When Chen Mo heard Li Mauda's words, he slowly put down the water glass he had just picked up. Looking up at Li Mauda, he just said, "How can the industrial park be so cheap?" It turned out to be this guy's fault. But it's 100 million cheaper. The boss opposite is probably too generous. 700 million, which is a whole 100 million cheaper. The boss over there just agreed. Mr. Chen, the current development stage in the south of the city is the time to invest. If you seize the opportunity and successfully invest in the south of the city, the return will not be 100 million. I just seized on that and finally negotiated it. Li Mauda said with confidence. He finally did something good in front of Mr. Chen. Although he is not as good as veterans like Wei Yin and Li Shun, if he takes his time, Mr. Chen can always see his performance. Yeah, Chen Mo glanced at Li Mauda meaningfully, and then waved his hand. I know the matter. Go and do your work. Okay, Mr. Chen. After hearing this, Li Mauda quickly stood up and walked out of the office. I thought to myself, as expected, Mr. Chen's analysis was the same as that of Wei Yin and others. If they do good things well, Mr. Chen would not praise them for fear that they would be proud. Leaving the president's office, Li Mauda took the elevator downstairs and then drove back to Feiwu Security. Parked the car in a parking lot, got out and walked in. At this time, the security company has almost completed its construction. The main building has been completed and is now in the decoration stage. Mr. Li, you are here? As soon as he got closer, he heard a familiar voice coming from his side and turned to look. I saw Wang Yangzheng walking over from the side. I just went to the group. You came here to inspect the work today. Li Mauda looked at Wang Yang and nodded. After the security company completed the construction, Wang Yang came with the decoration team. Then the design and decoration work began. Although the other party is already the manager, he still comes over almost every 2 to 3 days to inspect the completed areas. If there are any unqualified areas, the other party will notify the decorator as soon as possible to make corrections. At this point, he knew why Mr. Chen always used Wang Yang and never changed to another designer. Wang Yang's responsible attitude is enough. Where is the progress of the renovation here? The office building, dormitory building, canteen, and indoor activity room have all been renovated. There are still pet buildings and outdoor training grounds that have not been renovated, but if we go all out to renovate them, they will be completed in about half a month. Wang Yang talked about the progress of the decoration. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go to the pet building and have a look. Li Mauda looked at Wang Yang and spoke slowly. Then the two of them walked towards the pet building together. Soon the two came to the interior of the pet building. At this time, the first floor had been decorated, and there were still several floors above that were not decorated. However, listening to the sound of machines coming from time to time, I also knew that the upstairs was still under renovation at this time. Li Mauda looked at the decorated area on the first floor and confirmed that the details of the decoration were as he requested, and nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Li, what is this pet building for? Aren't we a security company? Wang Yang had doubts in his eyes. He has been curious about this for a long time, and he doesn't understand why a security company would build a pet building. This is arranged by Mr. Chun. Although this pet is prepared for pets, it is not just for keeping. Instead, every security guard who trains here will have a pet dog in the future. Those dogs will be trained with them, just like police dogs. But the training of dogs here is definitely not as good as that of police dogs. Limouda explained. Is that so? Wang Yang sudenli realizit. Equip each security guard with a dog and train them together. This idea is really interesting. In a trained security guard, plus a trained dog, it still feels safe to think about it. Mr. Chun is worthy of being Mr. Chun. His ideas are different. The two walked around the pet building and came to the training ground outside the security company. At this time, the training ground has been roughly arranged, and the next step is to make a detailed decoration. However, Wang Yang was also very confused about the arrangement of the training ground. He knew the requirements of the training ground. If it is built according to that requirement, the combat effectiveness of the trained security personnel is not comparable to that of ordinary security guards. Is it really necessary for a security guard to be trained so rigorously? Wang Yang was a little confused. Among the security guards he had contacted, 80% were ordinary people who took up their posts without any training. But Mr. Chun should have his own ideas. Wang Yang thought about it and did not delve into this issue. Chapter 8:10. Boring short video action. The next day. Early morning. Tomorrow building parking lot. Brother Shin, we already gave it away once last time. Professor Yuan should know our tricks. He probably won't accept it again this time. Wu Yu looked at the gifts prepared in the trunk and said worriedly. They all understood Professor Yuan's character, and the other party was very disgusted with giving gifts. Last time, they used the excuse of giving a gift to everyone involved in scientific research to replace the gift box with a valuable item. But this time, Professor Yuan already knew their routine, and he was worried that if they continued to do this, Professor Yuan would be resentful. It doesn't matter. There is another professor this time. We will give some gifts to the scientific researchers, and these two professors must not be left behind. We are not giving gifts or bribes. We are simply asking them to do their best for agricultural research. Just a thank you. So don't worry. Professor Yuan is not against giving gifts, but he is afraid that after receiving the gifts, others will ask him to do things. If the things he does are contrary to his insistence, it will be very embarrassing. As the saying goes, take people, short hands, soft mouth. In order to prevent these things from happening, Professor Yuan is disgusted with giving gifts. But we don't ask for anything, we just express our gratitude. It's okay. And Professor Yuan also knows that the nature of our boring short videos really helps agriculture, so there is no need to worry. Li Shen smilat indiferently. He admired Professor Yuan very much. It was the pride of China to have such a professor who served the country and the people. So that's it. Wu Yu suddenly felt enlightened when he heard Li Shen's explanation. I also think it makes a lot of sense. Now that he has become the manager of boring short video, he is also very careful about giving gifts. Going home for the new year. But many relatives came to give gifts, and they all knew that he was a manager in a company. I want to ask him to help run the business by giving gifts, and can I arrange for their children to work in the company? And there are many additional conditions, such as not being too tired, having a leisurely job, and not being too low in salary. Since he is the manager of the company, he can still do this. Hearing this, very speechless. As the manager of the company, he has no leisure time every day, and he even arranged a job for your children that is free and profitable. And he also saw those children. They didn't go to college. They just lay in bed and played games every day. They didn't make any money, so they just waited for their parents to give them money. If such a person is brought into the company, how is this possible? If your child is capable, even if he is incapable and can work hard, he can make arrangements for it. For example, if you work as an apprentice in a clothing factory, given the current salary there, even if you work as an apprentice in a clothing factory, study for a period of time, and become a full TI-me employee and receive various subsidies, you will earn at least more than 8,000 a month on average. If you work for more than a year and get a salary increase once or twice, it will be no problem if you work for more than 10,000 yuan a month. But if a person is lazy, he will definitely not agree with it. So, during the Chinese New Year this year, he told his family that if the purpose of giving these gifts was to arrange work, then they should not let them give them. He couldn't help. Now that I think about it, Professor Yuan refused to accept the gift because of this. Close the car door. The two got in the car, started the vehicle, and rushed straight to the Orchard Experimental Base. Orchard Experimental Base. Lao Yuan, the boring short video, is really good. I watched it specifically in the past 2 days, and the content in it is really teaching content. This is much better than other video platforms. On this platform, you can really learn knowledge. An old man sat in front of the coffee table, looked at Yuan Xinhua opposite, and said with emotion, "Have I already told you to accept more new things? Just don't listen. This boring short video is my promotion platform, and you don't even pay attention to it." Yuan Xinhua brought a cup of tea and took a sip. Why didn't I accept it? I watched a lot of video platforms, but they were basically entertainment videos. Boring short videos were all about teaching, and there were no such videos. When you promoted this video, I thought you had changed. If there hadn't been an important scientific research project at that time, I would have come to you to ask for details. Li Yuanyin shook his head. He tried to get in touch with new things, but there were many contents in those new things that made him uncomfortable, and he gradually stopped paying attention to them. How about let your animal husbandry research students join in this boring short video? Yuan Xinhua did not continue the topic just now, but still asked, if it is such a platform that really teaches breeding knowledge, I would naturally agree, and it can also allow those scientific research students to earn some extra living expenses, so why not? When Li Yuanyin heard this, he nodded without hesitation. What they do is ultimately to spread knowledge. This is true whether it is agriculture or breeding. The ultimate goal is to enable working people to master the skills of agricultural breeding and minimize losses during the production process. At this time, this boring short video can indeed better spread the knowledge they have mastered, which is undoubtedly a very good thing. In recent years, not only agriculture has been severely affected, but also the breeding industry has many problems. In a pig farm, all the pigs died of swine fever in just 3 days. Such examples will appear from time to time. Such problems can occur, more errors in breeding. If you can take preventive measures through boring short videos, not to mention that it can eliminate swine fever, but at least it can minimize this disease. He also watched the agricultural live broadcast room. In those live broadcast rooms, you can often see some people asking about agricultural knowledge on the barrage. And the anchors in the live broadcast room will also answer those questions seriously, and even some questions cannot be described in words. They will also open the video through the connection to see what the problem is. He feels that this model is really good. Those farmers who encounter problems in agriculture no longer have to seek medical treatment for their illnesses. How is the domestic agricultural situation this year? Li Yuanyin asked. It's only May now, and many crops haven't matured yet, but many vegetables grown in greenhouses have matured. According to the disaster report in May last year, there are some agricultural disasters this year, but compared to last year, it is much worse. According to the report, 80% of the disasters this time are natural disasters. As you know, natural disasters are difficult to avoid. Yuan Xinhua sighed helplessly. Chapter 8:11. Mr. Yuan's decision. Yes, natural disasters are the most difficult to deal with. Li Yuanyin also sighed. Sometimes there is no way to predict things like natural disasters. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. We don't consider natural disasters, but based on data comparison, the emergence of boring short videos has indeed avoided a lot of losses. And another point is that the agricultural products sold by boring short video are also very important. The products sold in boring short video have undergone strict quality control. For example, some seeds, chemical fertilizers, and crop medicines have all been certified by our Agricultural Research Institute, so there is absolutely no problem with the quality. The information report shows that if the crop seeds are planted this year, the germination rate of the seeds purchased in the boring short video live broadcast room is very high. Yuan Xinhua said with a smile on his face. The germination rate is very important. In previous years, it often happened that villagers purchased substandard crop seeds, and the final crops had very low germination rates and needed to be replanted. Some serious cases may even require replanting. This year, this kind of thing has also been greatly reduced. Of course, there is still something happening. After all, the boring short video platform has not yet completely spread to the ears of every villager. Some villagers still don't know the existence of boring short videos, and these people are the majority of those affected by this year's disaster. Looking at it this way, this boring short video can be said to be of great help to agriculture. Li Yuanyin listened to Yuan Qinghua's words and nodded slowly. I also thought about the breeding industry. If I was bored and made a short video, I would live broadcast the breeding industry. It can certainly reduce most disasters like agriculture. It's not just agriculture that helps, there's also a lot of help in other industries. For example, painting, musical instruments, etc. There are also professional teachers teaching in boring short videos. If you want to learn, you can learn the basic knowledge in the live broadcast room. Once you are proficient, see if you like it, and then decide whether to learn offline. In live broadcasts such as boring short video are all cooperating with offline studios. If you want to study offline, boring short video can also recommend it to you. The price is transparent, and the teachers are all professional. You can pay for your studies with peace of mind, and boring short video will provide a guarantee. Yuan Chenhua briefly talked about the benefits of boring short videos. That's true. This platform is really good and practical. However, after looking at it, it seems that this platform has not been fully popularized. There are still many people who don't know about this platform. Li Yuanyin felt a little regretful. It would be great if this platform could be promoted nationwide and everyone knew about its existence. Moreover, with such a platform, even if you just play it, you can still learn some useful knowledge. Compared with those more entertaining video platforms, it is much more practical. It is true that this has not been fully popularized yet, but I have submitted the matter of boring short videos to the higher authorities. I believe that the people above will see how this platform helps people's livelihood and will help promote it. Yuan Chenghua spoke slowly. The last time he recorded a show, although due to his fame, he stayed on the meager hot search for a while. But those who work in agriculture are still a minority. Those farmers who farm know about this live broadcast platform mostly because their children know about this platform and then recommend it to them. So, for now, the platform boring short video has not yet spread across the country. Currently, only 40% of the people in China know about boring short video. The traffic volume is still much different from that of popular short video platforms. He always feels a pity that such a good platform has not been fully popularized among the public. So, he contacted the people he knew above. If everything goes well, after a while, some boring short video advertisements will be embedded in some programs on CCTV. He believes that as long as this continues for a period of time, the popularity of boring short videos will definitely increase significantly. Until then, all farmers will benefit from boring short videos. This is the first time I see you helping other people like this. Those who asked you for help before always seem to be indifferent. Li Yuanyin looked at Yuan Chenghua with a look of surprise. In the past, many people approached Yuan Chenghua for help, but in the end they were all rejected by Yuan Chenghua. But now, Yuan Chenghua is so proactive in helping a short video platform. If those who ask me for help are doing it for people's livelihood, and they are not required to serve the people wholeheartedly, but when doing things, they just think of those living at the bottom of society, and I will help. But what those people do, what they do, is undoubtedly for their own benefit. Even if they spread a little benefit from their own hands, they can help a lot of people, but they can't even get that little benefit. We're unwilling to let it go, so I refused if I didn't like it. But boring short videos are different. Although their original intention is to make money, making money does not prevent them from helping those living at the bottom. Quality-guaranteed agricultural products can make farmers feel at ease to buy them without worrying about whether the seeds they bought this year are qualified. And the content of those live broadcasts can also help farmers avoid many risks. The boring short video alone is enough for me to help. I never oppose them making money, but I hate their endless greed. Yuan Chenghua's expression is serious. It is said that he is aloof and does not like to help. But did he really not help anyone? How is it possible? Among these people, he has also helped some people. And all of them have one characteristic. That is, they do not only consider their own interests. It's just that he didn't let these people make it public. It's good to have a personality that is aloof. At least every time he refuses someone, those people will not be surprised. You still have this character and have never changed. Li Yuanyin sighed. Among their group of people, Yuan Qinghua is the most stubborn and insists on his own ideas. No one can change, but his achievements are also the highest among their group of people. If Yuan Qinghua had not devoted himself to agriculture, it would be hard to imagine what position he could have reached now. Booz, booz, booz. The phone on the desk suddenly vibrated twice. Yuan Qinghua picked up the phone and took a look, then turned to look at Li Yuanyin. The real boss is here, let's go out and take a look. Let's go. I'm also very curious about these two young people. Li Yuanyin slowly stood up after hearing this. The two walked out together. Chapter 8:12 Negotiated. Let me introduce you. This is Professor Li Yuanyin from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. His research direction is aquaculture. These two are Mr. Li Shun and Mr. Wu Yu from Boring Short Video. Yuan Chenghua introduced the two parties to each other. Hello, Professor Li. We can't afford Mr. Li and Mr. Wu. Just call us Xiao Li and Xiao Wu. Li Shun hurriedly spoke. These two people are seniors, so he naturally can't neglect them. I heard from Mr. Yuan that you are young and promising. Now I see that it is true. Li Yuanyin smiled and looked at the two young people in front of him with surprise in his eyes. Looking at the age of these two people, they're just college graduates. At this age, they're already managers of a company. It is not an exaggeration to use the term young and promising. Professor Li is joking. We can have this status today just because we are lucky and have met a good platform. Li Shin explained. He dare not be young and promising. If he hadn't met Mr. Chen, he probably didn't know which factory he was moving bricks in now. They can have such a status now, all given by Mr. Chen. Let's go inside and talk. After seeing the two of them say hello, Yuan Chenghua turned and walked towards the office not far ahead. Mr. Yuan, these are some thank you gifts we prepared for the researchers today. Wu Yu said, pointing to the gift boxes held by several researchers behind him. Mr. Yuan, we don't want them, we just help hold them. When the researchers saw Mr. Yuan looking over, they hurriedly explained. In front of Mr. Yuan, accepting gifts from others is no different from seeking death. Well, I see. Since it's Mr. Li's intention, you should accept it. Mr. Yuan looked at the gift boxes, said a few simple words, and turned to enter the office. Seeing this, Li Shun and Wu Yu quickly chased after him. Arrived at the reception area, Wu Yu hurriedly handed the only two gift boxes in his hand to Mr. Yuan and Professor Li, who were sitting in the reception area. Mr. Yuan, Professor Li, we have all the researchers. How can we miss yours? Didn't you say last time that we shouldn't give any more gifts? Yuan Chenghua looked at the gift box on the coffee table and looked up at Li Shun. Mr. Yuan, this is not a gift, but a thank you. You researchers stay in this research base almost every day to work in order to cultivate crops with better yields. These gift boxes I brought are not gifts, but a little thank you. Li Shun smiled and said. Yuan Chenghua didn't say anything more after hearing this, but went straight to the point. I have invited the professor for you. Let's talk about cooperation. Okay. Li Shun nodded after hearing this and turned to look at Li Yuanyin. I wonder if Professor Li knows about boring short videos. I have watched it these 2 days, and I know it. Li Yuanyin spoke. Li Shun nodded after hearing this, and then spoke slowly. Then I will briefly talk about some related matters of cooperation. The first is the signing of anchors. The remuneration for live broadcast is the same as that of those anchors of agricultural live broadcast. The second point is some related items that need to be sold in the breeding industry. Some items need your help to do some testing. Well, I understand all these. Is there anything else? Li Yuanyin listened to Li Shun's words and nodded slightly. He just talked with Yuan Chenghua about these things, so he basically understood them. No more. Li Shun shook his head. Strictly speaking, these anchors are not employees of Boring Short Video. It's just that they signed a cooperation relationship with them. They provide the platform, and those anchors provide content. In this case, there is nothing to say. When I go back, I will count the scientific researchers who are willing to be anchors. After the statistics are finished, I will take these people to sign the contract. Li Yuanyin nodded without hesitation. Yuan Chenghua has already learned about the boring short video platform. It is a very good platform, and it can really help those grassroots farmers. So, he had no reason to refuse. Then I'll trouble Professor Lee. Li Shun was a little stunned. He didn't expect Professor Lee to agree so quickly. Before coming, he had prepared a lot of arguments, but now none of them were used. It doesn't matter. It's just a matter of sending a few messages. Li Yuanyin waved his hand indifferently. As a professor, if you want those students to join the boring short video, and it's something that is beneficial to them, basically no one will refuse. Okay, Professor Lee, then I will arrange someone to contact your students as soon as possible. Li Shin nodded. The purpose of coming today has been achieved, and he was relieved. We've talked about it. I'm curious. How did you want to set up such a short video platform? The decision-making of this video platform is completely different from most video platforms on the market. Aren't you worried that this platform will fail? Seeing that the two parties had reached a cooperation, Yuan Chenghua asked the doubts in his heart. Although he is old, he is not confused. He has seriously understood the boring short video. The decision of boring short video completely violates the entertainment nature of all current live broadcast platforms and short video platforms. The main focus is teaching and reality, and there is no beauty effect even in this live broadcast platform. To be honest, it is still very risky to establish such a platform. And if it weren't for his help and promotion, this boring short video would have been in a state of loss overall. Mr. Yuan, the original idea of boring short video was not thought up by the two of us. Li Shin explained. If it wasn't you two who came up with it, then who was it? Yuan Chenghua was a little curious. He always thought that this boring short video was thought up by these two young people. Mr. Yuan, the plan for boring short video was proposed by Mr. Chun of our group. When Mr. Chun proposed the establishment of boring short video, he had already made clear the direction of our short video platform, which is what we have been insisting on now. Even though boring short video has been in a state of loss in the early stage, and even became the company with the largest loss among all companies in Tomorrow Group, our Mr. Chin has never given up boring short video. When the management of our boring short video was in a panic, it was Mr. Chen who took the initiative to comfort us and told us that losses were normal. Mr. Yuan asked me if I was worried about losses. This worry is natural, but we believe in Mr. Chen's vision. We firmly believe that as long as we operate boring short video seriously and control quality well, boring short video will succeed sooner or later. Li Shin looked serious. What Mr. Chen decided has never failed. Sanshua Games, boring short video, Corner Pet Park, etc. All of them were successful under the decision of Mr. Chen. Chapter 8:13. This is a thank you. Mr. Chun of Tomorrow Group. Yuan Chenghua murmured in his heart that he already knew Mr. Chun of Tomorrow Group. I just graduated from university, and it took just over a year to establish the Tomorrow Group, which is very capable. Moreover, Tomorrow Group also treats the company's employees very well. The salary package is already much higher than that of employees of other companies in the same industry. There is no overtime system, and there are many activities. There are very few bosses of such a company in today's society. I just didn't expect that the boring short video project was actually thought up by the group president whom I had never met. I became more and more curious about the young CEO. A few people chatted in the office for a while, and then walked around the Orchard Scientific Research Base. Li Shun and Wu Yu said goodbye and drove away. These two young people are very good, neither arrogant nor impetuous. Back to the office. Li Yuanyin praised, if young people like this can achieve such achievements, many tales will be turned up. But these two young people didn't have it at all, which was very rare. They are indeed good, but now I am even more curious about what kind of person the group president is who can train such young people. Yuan Chenghua sat back on his seat and spoke slowly. You haven't seen it? Li Yuanyin was a little surprised. He thought that since Mr. Yuan had helped boring short video so much, the president of the group would come over to see him. And with Mr. Yuan's status, the bosses of those groups have probably already taken advantage of this opportunity to get closer to each other. Now it seems that there is not. No, there's nothing good to see. Yuan Chenghua shook his head. Although he was curious, he had no intention of meeting. He was not from the same field, so there was no need to involve too much. Even with Li Shun and Wu Yu, He only talked about work matters and would not talk about any personal matters. This was also one of the things he was satisfied with about Li Shun and Wu Yu. Every contact was about boring short videos, and they never talked about personal matters. The two chatted for a while in the office. Li Yuan Yin stood up slowly. No more chatting. I have something to arrange over there. Take this. Yuan Chenghua pointed at the gift box on the table. I just remembered when I saw this. Don't you like others giving gifts? Li Yuan Yin looked at the gift box on the table and suddenly thought, didn't you hear that this is not a gift, but a thank you to our scientific researchers? Yuan Chenghua smiled and spoke. He knew that the contents of these two gift boxes were definitely not as simple as gift boxes. If someone else came over and gave such a gift, he would definitely not accept it. But boring short videos are currently an exception. Last time, for reasons he didn't know, he accepted the jade pot hidden in the gift box. I thought. Then Li Shun and we will ask him to help with something after he accepts the jade pot. He was already thinking about when the other party would think about him doing things. It's not that he doesn't like receiving gifts and doing things, but that those who ask him to do things are too selfish. Building relationships and going through the back door. Of course, if these things are for the country and the people, that's fine, but they are all for their own interests, and he is disgusted. But Li Shun and the others did not. After so long, they had no intention of asking him to do anything, and they have not done so to this day. Therefore, he has no objection to the other party's gift again today. And he also sees the help that the boring short video has brought to agriculture. And this is exactly what he wants to see. While helping agriculture, you can also benefit from it. It's a win-win. It's also a very good cycle. Of course, if you want to maintain such a cycle, you must maintain the original intention of boring short videos. This cycle can be maintained now simply because the boring short videos are not greedy and do not want to obtain more benefits. And there are really too few businessmen who can maintain this intention. I don't know how long boring short videos can last. There are many people who have their original intention at the beginning, but are attracted by the huge benefits in the middle and finally lose their original intention. However, judging from the current development direction of boring short videos, if you want to maintain it, you need to maintain the quality of live broadcasts and the quality of products sold. If something goes wrong in any of the links, the reputation of this boring short video will instantly collapse. So for now, he is not worried about boring short video changing its original intention, unless a full manager is appointed, and he cannot see why boring short video can achieve its current status. But Li Shun and Wu Yu are not fools, and they are still very young. They will probably be the managers of boring short videos for a long time. Yes, it's a thank you, so I'll take it. Li Yuanyin smiled, picked up the prizes on the table, and left directly. Yuan Chenghua thought that there was no problem with the gift, so he was naturally relieved. Although he is not as harsh as Yuan Chenghua, he does not accept gifts from anyone. In the car, as Li Shin drove, he spoke to Wu Yu beside him. The matter of the live broadcast of the breeding industry has basically been decided. In 2 days, I will arrange for someone to go and sign the live broadcast contract with Professor Li's scientific research students. You arrange some people in the next few days to inspect some breeding-related items, such as poultry feed, some tools needed, and some commonly used poultry medicines. First, go to investigate and see how many merchants are willing to cooperate, and count them all. Finally, we will arrange professionals to test their products, and then select prices, and finally decide on the merchants who will settle in the boring short video. This stage, I estimate that it will take about a month, and the breeding industry has just started broadcasting, and it also needs to cultivate credibility. His farmers know that these live broadcasters are professional scientific researchers. Only after this trust is cultivated can the related products of the breeding industry be sold. I know, Brother Shin, just leave this matter to me. Wu Yu nodded. As the manager of the boring short video, he is mainly responsible for these diplomatic matters. Talking about cooperation with merchants, grasping the quality control of goods, etc. By the way, Brother Shin, Mr. Chen will have a meeting tomorrow. Do you know what the content is? I don't know. I guess there must be some new development direction. Li Shin shook his head first, then guessed. It's very likely. Didn't Mr. Chin invest in another real-life extreme survival project recently? I don't know when it can be built. I really want to try it. Wu Yu nodded. Chapter 814 Post-New Year Meeting. It does sound interesting, and it's very large. According to Mr. Liang's introduction in the group, it covers an area of 200,000 square meters. There is a large survival mode venue and several small battle mode venues. The key is that all the venue models are built according to the extreme survival map. When it's built, we'll go play together. Survival mode can be played by 40 people at the same time. We'll organize it in the group when the time comes. Li Shan nodded. He was also very interested in this real-life extreme survival project. Extreme survival is the hottest game at the moment, and they will also play it when they are free. That's fine, and the address is right next to the corner pet park. When the community is completed tomorrow, we will all move in. They are all in the east of the city, not far away, and the roads are all newly built, so it will be very convenient. But I heard that the survival mode of this project costs 2,000 yuan per person. To be honest, it's still quite expensive for ordinary people. Wu Yu sighed. 2,000 yuan per person is still a bit extravagant for those who earn a few thousand yuan a month. 2,000 yuan is indeed a bit extravagant for an ordinary family, but there is no way around it. The investment in this project alone is 1.5 billion yuan, and this has not yet included the future operating costs. It is definitely expensive, but in addition to the 2,000 yuan survival mode, there is also a battle mode that costs a few hundred yuan to play once. This mode must be affordable for most people, and this project is basically affordable for us or for Tomorrow Group. We can build a group at that time, and everyone in the group who likes to play this game can come in. When the time comes, on holidays or after get off work, everyone will form a team in advance and go over to play directly. Li Shun spoke slowly. According to the current salary of Tomorrow Group, the salary of ordinary employees, as long as the length of service reaches a certain time, there is no problem with a monthly salary of 10,000. With such a salary, there is no problem playing once every 1 to 2 months. Not to mention those group leaders and above, with salary plus various bonuses, playing this game depends entirely on your mood. Whenever you want to play, you can go over and play. That's a good idea. Wu Yu's eyes lit up. The next day, Tomorrow Group, conference room. Chen Mo slowly looked at the many company managers in the conference room, including the newly appointed Liang Jiming. He simply listened to the managers' reports on the operating conditions of their own companies. Except for those particularly rebellious companies, the other companies are relatively stable, especially the security company and Jinhao Canning, which will basically be completed in a while. The recruitment of 1,000 security personnel in the security company will definitely increase the consumption of system funds. After the construction of Jinhao Canning is completed, he can completely set up a branch in other areas like the garment factory, which can consume a large amount of funds. Thinking of the branch, Chen Mo's eyes fell on Jiang Cheng, who was sitting not far away. The branch factory of Changfeng Clothing has been arranged for a while, right? How is the current progress? Mr. Chen, the location of the branch factory of Changfeng Clothing is currently set in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The address of the factory has been selected. In addition, an office has been rented near the address of the factory as a temporary office there. The basic staff of the branch factory has been recruited and is currently under preliminary construction. Jiang Cheng hurriedly spoke when he heard Mr. Chen's question. Well, pay more attention to the progress there. The development strategy remains the development strategy of the garment factory in Jiangxing. Chen Mo reminded him, so as not to affect the loss plan of the garment factory. With the recruitment of 10,000 employees, the salary of the staff, the expansion of water and electricity, the basic expenses of food, and the increase in personnel and production capacity, the speed of consuming raw materials has also increased by more than 10 times. Now, the garment factory consumes a lot of funds every month. When the branch factory is built, it will be a loss-making garment factory there. This is the loss plan he envisioned: the Sangshua game, the boring short video, the corner pet park, and the blue film. He has an ideal strategy for losing money. But with the changes made by those old six, all of them have become profitable projects. Mislead me. Chinamo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. And the clothing factory is now affected by those old six from time to time. For example, The recent BL team won the championship and directly pre-sold 1.2 million sets of team uniforms. One set is 798 yuan. 1.2 million sets means nearly 1 billion yuan in revenue. This team uniform pre-sale thing also needs to be changed. Otherwise, in the future, every time the club wins the championship, he will face a large amount of income, and the change is too big. Thinking of this, Chinmo's eyes fell on Yao Bagua. At present, the club's uniform sales need to be changed. If the team wins the championship, it is okay to sell team uniforms, but there must be restrictions. First of all, we are a game club, not a clothing seller. If we sell champion uniforms without restrictions, the title of champion will seem meaningless. Champion uniforms are also the peripherals of the club. If they are sold without restrictions, when the quantity is large enough, they will lose some collection value. So even if another team wins the game championship in the future, the production quantity of uniforms will be limited to 500,000 sets at most. After 500,000 sets are sold, they can be sold regularly in small quantities. Okay, Mr. Chun. Yao Bagua nodded and quickly recorded what Mr. Chun had just said. What Mr. Chun said was right. When the quantity is large enough, the item will lack some collection value. Chun Mo saw Yao Bagua record the arrangements and nodded. He was originally going to cancel the sale of champion uniforms, but was banned by the system. It means that he has banned the club from accepting advertising endorsements, which is a profitable project. If the sale of champion uniforms is banned, the club will have too few profitable projects left. So there is no way. After trial and error, the limited sale of 500,000 sets of uniforms is the final result. But this is good. 500,000 sets of team uniforms, the final sales price is about 400 million, compared with 1.2 million sets of 1 billion. It is still 600 million less. Arrange the BL club. Then communicate with several other company managers. Basically confirm the future development direction. The loss-making companies continue to remain unchanged and maintain losses. For profitable companies, think of ways to reduce profits. After communicating with all company managers, Chinemo picked up the water cup beside him and took a sip. Then he continued. So the development direction of the group's companies has basically been determined. Next, let's talk about the company's activities. Chapter 8:15 Sleeping Competition. At present, there are more than 10 companies under the Tomorrow Group, and some of them are already very large. For example, the garment factory has more than 10,000 employees. But as the Tomorrow Group grows, the company's activities are still only team building and sports games. This is obviously inconsistent with the identity of our Tomorrow Group. If it gets out, people will think that our Tomorrow Group is harsh on employees. So the main content of today's meeting is to increase the company's entertainment projects. The company's internal esports competition is one of them. You should all know about it. I know it all. It is currently being implemented. Wei Yin spoke slowly on the side. This internal esports activity of the company was discussed by Yao Bagua 2 days ago. After knowing that it was arranged by General Manager Chun, he immediately at all the company managers in the group and arranged this matter. At present, all employees under the company have already known about the company's esports competition. Some employees who like to play the game, Extreme Survival, are almost boiling. He has observed it these 2 days. After get off work, those employees have already started to organize team training. A large number of employees who don't play Extreme Survival have also downloaded the game and started to try it. After all, this activity has generous bonuses, and the participation bonus alone is 2,000 yuan. Even if you don't know how to play, you can still get 2,000 yuan by participating. What's the difference between this and getting 2,000 yuan for free? Of course, the champion reward is even more generous, with a bonus of 100,000 yuan, and a team has a total of 4 people. 100,000 yuan divided equally among 4 people is 25,000 yuan. If this activity is implemented, anyone will be tempted. Thinking of this, Wei Yin couldn't help but think of Freedom War, which he organized and developed. It would be great if Freedom War could be as popular as Extreme Survival. The internal test has been handed over to Chin Kong. After the meeting is over, it is time to ask the feedback from those internal testers. In the past few days, there have been some small problems and some bug feedback there, and he also asked the company's employees to modify them as quickly as possible. However, he still didn't know the specific feedback about this game. But in the past few days, he occasionally organized company employees to play against each other, and the employees' trial experience was very good. Chunemo nodded slightly after hearing Wei Yan's answer. Well, the internal esports competition alone is definitely not enough, so we need more. I plan that a total of 10 activities are needed. At this time, the internal esports competition of the company is counted as one, and we still need 9 activities. You can start working after the company's new year, starting in March and lasting until December, a total of 10 months, and hold an activity every month. I currently have several activities here, including basketball games, badminton games, table tennis games, billiard games, and sleeping games. In addition, due to the disparity in physical strength between men and women, basketball, badminton, table tennis, and other sports that must consume physical strength can be divided into 2 groups of men and women for competition. The prize money is the same as the prize money for esports competitions. As Mr. Chen's voice fell, some noises suddenly sounded in the conference room. The company will go back to work after the Chinese New Year, which is basically the end of February, and after December, the company will basically start the annual holiday. So this activity is basically equivalent to giving the company's employees a 2,000 yuan salary increase every month. After all, the participation award is 2,000 yuan. As long as you participate, you can participate in this activity, even if you don't play this game, but as long as you go up and participate, that's it. Unless you are too lazy to participate, you can't get the 2,000 yuan, and you can't blame others. This is what surprised them, but thinking of what Mr. Chen has done since he established the company, giving such benefits, it seems that this is Mr. Chen's style. What surprised them even more was that there seemed to be a very strange game in the game that Mr. Chen mentioned. Sleeping competition. How to compete in this? Mr. Chen, basketball games are easy to understand, but how should sleeping competitions be held? Jiang Qing asked with a puzzled look. Sleeping competition? It's easy to understand. It's just a competition of who sleeps longer. Chun Mo heard Jiang Qing's inquiry and explained. We can set some simple rules. After lying down to sleep, the contestants cannot play with their mobile phones, open their eyes, stand up, or make large movements. Under these rules, the person who persists the longest will be the champion. Many managers in the conference room nodded after hearing Mr. Chen's explanation. I secretly sighed that Mr. Chen was really imaginative. He could even think of such a competition. When I thought about the competition, a large number of people lay on the ground and slept. It's quite interesting to think about it. Okay, the sleeping competition is like this. Now there are 4 activities missing. Everyone can express their opinions and see if there is any suitable competition. The style of the competition is mainly leisure and entertainment. After Chun Mo finished speaking, his eyes fell on many managers in the conference room. He thought that the purpose of these activities was to consume funds and to wear down the will of employees. For example, company esports competitions. Then let the company's employees like playing games and then lose their focus on work. There is also a sleeping competition to make employees get used to being lazy, which can reduce their work efficiency. Of course, in order to make it less obvious, he mixed some sports in it. However, there are still 4 projects that have not been thought of. He also wants to use this meeting to see if the managers of these companies can give him some good ideas. Mr. Chun, you can hold some tug-of-war competitions, which can also increase the cohesion of the company's employees. Li Shun suggested. Tug-of-war requires concerted efforts and unity, and it does not require too many skills. Now there are sports such as basketball, badminton, and table tennis. There is no need to add more sports competitions. It's too tiring. A few are enough. What I need now is the kind of leisure and entertainment competition. Chinemo shook his head when he heard Li Shun's suggestion. And cohesion, what kind of cohesion has the group's employees had now? It needs to be improved. Lao Lu es Lao Lu. Soon. Several other company managers made some suggestions, but they were all rejected by Chan Mo. Mr. Chen, why don't we hold a big eater competition? It's very entertaining. It's all about who eats the most. Tang Chiu suggested. Big eater? Chen Montak nodded. This is a good idea. After this competition, The company's employees should be more active in eating and eat more. Not bad, this project is very good. And through this big eater competition, he thought of some good competition projects. Chapter 8:16 New Activities. The Big Eater project is good and can be adopted. Chunmo's eyes fell on Tang Xiao, and he nodded with satisfaction. He is indeed the lawyer he chose. He has joined the company for more than a year. Apart from helping the garment factory to win the lawsuit and bringing some compensation, he has not brought any benefits to the company. This is the talent he needs. People like Wei Yin, Li Shun, Peng Tao are all fake talents. There are 3 activities left now, but because of the Big Eater competition, I also thought of a competition project. Guess the snack competition. Guess the snack competition? Many managers in the conference room showed puzzled expressions in their eyes. What kind of competition is this? Chunmo looked at the puzzled expressions of many managers and explained. Guessing snacks is very simple. It is to blindfold the contestants and let them taste various snacks and drinks. The contestants can guess what kind of snack it is based on the taste of the snacks they taste. However, since there are many kinds of snacks on the market, it is definitely very difficult to guess just by picking one at random. So in the future, all companies will put more kinds of snacks and drinks in the snack cabinets. When we hold snack competitions in the future, we will take the snacks in the snack cabinets and let the contestants guess. Chunmo smiled. The Big Eater can make employees eat more food in the cafeteria. Then his guessing snack competition will definitely make those employees eat more snacks in the company's snack cabinets. After all, if you want to get a place in the snack competition, you need to master the taste of each bag of snacks. And if you want to be familiar with the taste of each snack, you need to eat more snacks. This can indirectly increase the group's support for snacks and meals, although such support is not worth mentioning in the face of current income. But if you can consume some, just consume some, and accumulate a little bit to make a lot. After hearing Mr. Chen's explanation, everyone in the conference room suddenly understood. He sighed in his heart. Mr. Chen is indeed Mr. Chen. He can even think of such a competition. Okay, there are 2 more activities, let's think about it again. As Mr. Chen's words fell, the conference room was once again filled with discussion. After a while, the last 2 activities were finally discussed. Pen spinning competition, couple hugging competition. Chunmo was very satisfied with the 2 competition items discussed at the end. Spinning a pen. At work, spinning a pen for no reason can affect work efficiency, and if the pen is not spun maturely, it will fall to the ground from time to time, and the noise it makes can also affect other people at work. There is also a couple hugging competition. Yes, it is a couple hugging competition. If your partner is not an employee of the group, you can also come to participate, but the reward can only be obtained by employees of the company. Of course, he has this purpose. That is, those people will find him a partner. Fall in love. Will it definitely distract you from work? Today's meeting is about these. The activities are esports competition, basketball competition, table tennis competition, badminton competition, billiard competition, sleeping competition, big eater competition, snack guessing competition, pen spinning competition, couple hugging competition. This month is the esports competition. As for what competitions will be held in the next month, you can discuss it yourself. In addition, I have notified the group's finance department of the funds for these competitions. After the competition is over, the final list of winners will be submitted to the finance department, and the finance department will make a unified payment. As for the participation award, each company will calculate it by itself, and it will be paid out together with the salary when the salary is paid every month. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting, Chunmo said, and then he got up and left the meeting room and returned to his office. It was only not long after he sat down. The door of the office was knocked, and Fong Chong opened the door and walked in. Mr. Chun, what's the matter? Chunmo looked up at Fong Chong, who came in. Mr. Chun has something to say. Fong Chong nodded. Sit down and talk. Chunmo pointed to the chair in front of the desk. It's like this, Mr. Chun. Extreme Survival has been on the shelves for more than a year. Now, it has become the most popular shooting game. However, with the increase in players, although we have prepared enough servers before, it is still not enough now. Some players have started to respond that the game will have some delays. And other problems. We need more servers. So we currently need to add more servers, and the level of the previous servers is not up to par. We need better servers. This series may require a large amount of capital investment. Fong Chong pulled out a seat and sat down slowly, while briefly explaining the server problem. Server. When Chun Mo heard Fong Chang's words, his eyes lit up. He was worried about how to spend money. Isn't this server the way he spends money? Now that extreme survival is so popular, the demand for servers must be very high. What are you going to do? Chun Mo looked at Fong Chong, intending to listen to his thoughts before making plans. Mr. Chin, according to the current popularity of extreme survival, the number of game users is still increasing, and I plan to do it all at once. Directly upgrade the server to the best level, and then increase the number to be enough to cope with the new players in the future. Of course, with the popularity of extreme survival, plugins have begun to appear in the game. The anti-cheating system we have now can only detect ordinary plugins, and some hidden plugins are difficult to detect. At present, we can only report those hidden plugins through players, and then manually review them. But the efficiency is very poor, and some customized plugins, plus those players use them very secretly. It is difficult to judge whether they are good at shooting or using plugins. So that the current game environment is much worse than the beginning, so we also need to upgrade the anti-cheating system to control those plugin players. If these two items are all solved, I estimate that 400 million funds will be needed. Fong Chong finished speaking and waited quietly for Mr. Chin's response. He was not sure whether Mr. Chin would agree to ask for 400 million funds at one time. But now the plugin and server issues are indeed things that need to be solved. The server affects the smoothness of the game for players, and too many plugins affect the game experience of players. No matter which point, it has a great impact on the reputation of extreme survival. Chapter 817. All funds exhausted. Chun Mo listened to Fong Chang's story, and his acting skills became even brighter. He saw in Fong Chang's words that it was not a problem, but that he could spend a lot of money. He tapped the table with his fingers, thinking about how to spend the money to the maximum extent. He still had 2.7 billion yuan of funds waiting to be spent this month. After a while, he looked up at Fong Chong. The method you said is feasible, but this problem is only solved temporarily. Renting a better server is not as good as developing a server by ourselves. As long as we develop our own server, all problems will be solved. In the anti-cheating system, using other people's anti-cheating system, why can't we develop an anti-cheating system of our own? Mr. Chun, the funds required for independent development of servers and anti-cheating systems may be more. Fong Chong spoke slowly. As a manager of a game company, he naturally hopes to have a server of his own, so that no matter what game they develop in the future, they will no longer worry about the server. The funding is easy to deal with. The server and anti-cheating system are the urgent problems to be solved now. I will give you 400 million yuan to solve this problem. At the same time, I will give you another 2 billion yuan. You will set up a server, our /U00260 department, and a game anti-cheating system, our /U00260 department. It just so happens that the building has been purchased, and floors 1 to 16 are vacant. Wang Yang is still renovating it. These two departments can be arranged on those vacant floors. As for which floor, you can arrange it yourself. Chun Mo simply arrange things. A total of 2.4 billion yuan is the maximum amount of funds allowed by the system. This time, the investment, 2 billion system funds, directly consume the system funds, and there was still a shortage of 400 million funds. However, this 400 million can be used as subsequent additional funds. In this way, before the settlement, he added another 400 million additional investment to increase the success rate of the next settlement. Fong Chong was a little stunned. He came here just to want 400 million funds to improve the server and anti-cheating system. Unexpectedly, it turned into a 2.4 billion project in the end. However, when he thought that Songshua game would have its own unique server and anti-cheating system in the future, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will definitely implement this project as soon as possible. Okay, go ahead. I will gradually deposit 2 billion yuan into Songshua Games account at the end of May, and the remaining 400 million yuan will be used as additional investment. Chun Mo waved his hand and became happy. The 2 billion system funds were finally consumed. The funds for the explosive income after the new year were finally consumed. Fong Chong returned to his office with an excited look on his face, and then called Wei Yin and Zhao Bowen over. Brother Chong, what are you so happy about? Zhao Bowen looked at Fong Chang's smile that he couldn't hide and asked curiously. Of course it's a good thing, you sit down first. Fong Chong invited Wei Yin and Zhao Bowen to sit in the reception area, and then poured a cup of tea for them. Feeling the curious eyes of the two, he spoke slowly. Didn't we discuss the server and plugin issue before? Today I went to Mr. Chun to talk about this matter. Mr. Chun agreed to replace the server and anti-cheat system with a better one. Zhao Bowen was surprised when he heard this. Extreme survival. They all understand the current situation and have discussed it together before. It is necessary to replace the server and anti-cheat system with a better one. I think Mr. Chin not only agreed, but also proposed a better plan. Wei Yin guessed at Fong Chang's smile. Based on his understanding of Mr. Chin would definitely agree to replace the server and anti-cheat system with a better one. But Mr. Chin's agreement to this matter is not enough to make Fong Chong so happy. Obviously, Mr. Chin provided Fong Chong with a very good plan, or a plan that Fong Chong likes very much. As for what this plan is, he can't guess. Sure enough, Mr. Wei is the person who understands Mr. Chin the most. Yes, Mr. Chin agreed to replace the server and anti-cheat system with a better one. But on this basis, 2 new projects were added. Fong Chong deliberately paused here. Zhao Bowen became even more curious after hearing this, and couldn't help but urge him. Brother Chong, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us what the new project is. Fong Chong looked at Zhao Bowen's eagerness and smiled. Mr. Chin invested 2 billion yuan to let us develop our own server and anti-cheating system. Ah! Zhao Bowen was stunned after hearing this. 2 billion yuan. Develop your own server and anti-cheating system. As an executive of a game company, he naturally knew what this meant. When they have their own server, Sangshui Games will no longer be troubled by server issues. This will not only benefit Extreme Survival, but also Tianlong, which he is responsible for. In the future, every game developed by Sangshui Games will no longer worry about the server. The anti-cheating system is also very critical. If cheats are rampant in a game, the experience of ordinary players of this game will be very poor, which will cause many players to quit playing the game over time. Therefore, the matter of cheating must be strictly controlled. Currently, Extreme Survival and Tianlong have zero tolerance for cheating. As long as cheating is detected in the game, your account will be banned directly. It seems that Mr. Chin also understands the importance of servers and anti-cheating systems to a gaming company. Wei Yin sighed. I have been managing a game company for more than a year, and I basically understand everything related to the game company. Yes. Fong Chong nodded in agreement and then changed his tone. So I called you here to discuss these 2 projects. Mr. Chun has already decided on the research and development location. It is the 1 to 16 floors of this building. We can choose at will. Mr. Fong, just let you and Director Zhao take charge of these 2 projects. You know more about this than me. Wei Yin spoke slowly. No matter what he said, his knowledge of games was still not as good as those of 2 professionals, Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen. Mr. Wei was joking. Although the 2 of us are stronger in professional knowledge, we are far behind in terms of the overall situation and some countermeasures. Fong Chong spoke seriously. To be honest, in terms of company management and some decision-making, they are inferior to Wei Yin. Zhao Bowen also nodded in agreement. Instead of talking about these, let's talk about specific things. I'm not sure there will be any good suggestions. Wei Yin spoke slowly. He could only try his best to provide some suggestions based on his own knowledge. Okay, actually, there is no rush for the 2 projects of our /U00260 server and anti-cheating system at the moment. We need to form our /U00260 team first. What needs to be solved most now is Extreme Survival and the plugin issue. Fong Chong spoke seriously. Chapter 8:18 Anti-Cheating System. As the popularity of the game increases, the number of cheating players in Extreme Survival has also increased a lot. Now in the background of the game, more and more emails are received from players reporting cheating. And there is some truth and some lies in this. Some are just for fun, and if they are instantly killed by others, they will say that others are cheaters. Some are real plugins. Therefore, the distinction between plugins now requires a lot of work. Don't we have zero tolerance for cheating players? Once discovered, our accounts will be banned. There are still so many people cheating. Wei Yin heard Fong Chang's words and spoke in confusion. Although we have zero tolerance, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Trailers have begun to appear in the game now. It simply means that the boss spends money to invite cheats to join his team and let the cheats activate abilities such as perspective, but he does not. In this case, it is difficult to distinguish. No matter how you detect it, the boss is not cheating, and the person who is cheating doesn't care whether his account will be banned. There are also some plugins developed for our extreme survival. They are very hidden to use, and the people who use those plugins themselves are also very good. It is just difficult to use plugins to assist. To differentiate, Fong Chong reluctantly talked about the cheating situation currently encountered in extreme survival. Since the end of the year, the probability of cheating in extreme survival has gradually increased. This is a very dangerous signal. If it cannot be stopped in time, the reputation of extreme survival will be very big. Is that so? Wei Yin fell in a deep thought after hearing this, and slowly raised his head for a while. I remember that extreme survival accounts are now registered with mobile phone numbers. You can register an account with a mobile phone number. Yes, Fong Chong nodded. This is the current method for registering accounts in most games. I think we can start by registering an account. Now those players don't worry about the reason for the account being blocked. It's just that the account has been blocked so they can change their mobile phone number. For those cheaters, the cost of having their accounts blocked is too low. It's just a matter of changing their mobile phone numbers. If they want to reduce the chance of cheating, they need to be concerned about account bans. Wei Yin spoke slowly. If you want those who cheat to have some concerns, you need to let them know that if they are caught cheating, the punishment they will face is something they don't want to face. Mr. Wei, I know this, but how do we change it? Fong Chong showed a wry smile. He knows this truth, so he has always had a zero-tolerance attitude towards cheating. But even so, there are still many people cheating. The change is very simple. Since the cost of creating a new account is very low, then we will increase the cost or make it impossible for them to create many accounts. Registering an account requires real name registration. We can add a limit to the mobile phone number registration account. Each ID card can register up to 2 to 3 accounts. If all 2 to 3 accounts are blocked, then even if you change more as long as the mobile phone number is bound to this ID card, there is no way to register a new account. After a person with this identity was blocked after the first account was detected, the second account was also specially marked for focused observation, and a game time limit was set at the same time. After the first account is blocked, the second account registered with the same identity will be limited to a certain amount of game time per day, which can be as short as 1 hour. If it performs well and does not cheat or violate any rules, it could be the restriction time is gradually extended 2 hours, 3 hours, until it returns to normal. When Wei Yin said this, he picked up the tea and took a sip. This is just my personal opinion. It is up to you to judge whether it can be implemented or how to implement it. When Fong Chong and Zhao Bowen heard Wei Yan's story, they looked at each other with expressions of surprise. Mr. Wei's suggestion is very good and can be implemented. Fong Chong looked happy. Yeah, I suddenly thought of a good plan, which is to design a login platform and then put all the games of our Tsangshui games on this login platform. Then players only need to register a real name account on this platform, and then they can switch to any game on the platform at will through this platform. There is no need to log in again every time they log into a game. This is very convenient, and if it is detected that a player is cheating in any game, the account will be banned directly and all games on this platform will be unplayable. This can also greatly increase the risk of being banned for cheating. After the account is blocked, other games on the account will also be blocked. In this case, the cheater will need to consider more things. Zhao Bowen said with excitement. This proposal is very good. For ordinary players, this login platform will be much more convenient. For those players who cheat, the punishment can also be increased. Fong Chong nodded in agreement. But now there is another cheating mode, which is to trailer. The account owner does not cheat himself, but finds a few cheating teammates. This kind of thing is more difficult to judge. It's impossible to ban everyone just because someone in this team is cheating. There are also many randomly matched passersby who are assigned to the cheating team. If this is the case, the cost of testing will only increase. Wei Yin thought for a moment and then spoke slowly. I can implement the inspection mode. When someone in the team is detected to be cheating, I can mark and observe those people in the team who are not cheating. If the opponent hasn't entered a team with a hang-up for a long time, it can basically be judged as an ordinary player. If the frequency of the opponent matching with cheating teams is very high, which is higher than the chance of encountering cheating teams in normal random matching, then it can basically be determined that they are in the situation you just mentioned. Of course, in this case, careful verification is still required, as well as the records and verification of each of their games to try to avoid erroneous bans. Fong Chong nodded when he heard Wei Yan's story. Although there is some uncertainty in the accuracy of this method, at least some trailers can be screened out through this method. But there is also a situation where the person only looked for the trailer once, and then never looked for it again. In this case, there is no way to tell through the method he just used. However, this only opens it once and has little impact on the entire game environment. So this method is currently the most practical. And when a better anti-cheating system is introduced, the existence of cheats can be more accurately detected through the system, and the problem can be solved from the root. Chapter 819. I have a feeling that the War of Freedom will be a big hit. Okay, now we have the basic strategy of extreme survival. First, make changes to the account, develop a login platform, and increase the cost of being banned. Implement a mark observation plan to find more trailers. Secondly, introduce better servers and anti-cheating systems to improve the smoothness of the game and the game environment. The last step is to develop our own server and anti-cheating system. Once developed, our demand for servers and the control of plugins will be qualitatively improved. Fong Chong summarized the next development direction of Sangxue Games through the discussion just now. It seems that Mr. Fong already has a plan. Wei Yin heard Fong Chang's summary and spoke slowly. I still rely on the advice you two provided. Otherwise, I would not have been able to come up with such a perfect strategy on my own. Fong Chong said with a smile. We are all in the same company, and it is normal to discuss with each other. When I was developing Freedom War, didn't you guys give me a lot of suggestions? Wei Yin smiled and shook his head. That's right, we should help each other. Fong Chong nodded. Mr. Wei, I heard that Freedom Battle has been initially developed. Hearing the 4 words Freedom War, Zhao Bowen suddenly became interested. As for the completion of the research and development of Freedom War, he heard about it yesterday. Well, the research and development has been completed and is currently in internal testing. I don't know the specific response yet. Wei Yin smiled and spoke. I feel that the response must be very good. After all, there has never been a battle mode like Freedom Battle in previous games. The novelty alone is enough to attract many people to play. Zhao Bowen spoke slowly. Wei Yin had discussed the Freedom War with him several times, so he still had an understanding of the basic gameplay of the Freedom War. Even he is looking forward to experiencing this game after it is made. It's true. I have been planning for many years, and I am very surprised by this game. In a sense, this game is a very fair battle game. This kind of fairness is much higher than those of traditional online games. And this game includes competition and strategy, as well as the diversity of gameplay. Different heroes have different skills, and different heroes also have a relationship between restraint and being restrained. There is so much fun in it. I have a hunch that this Freedom Battle will become the second Extreme Survival. Fong Chang's eyes were filled with affirmation. When he designed Extreme Survival, he considered these 3 points: competition, strategy, and fairness. And this Freedom War also has these 3 points. So, he saw the potential to explode in this Freedom Battle. The second Extreme Survival, I don't have that big expectation. If it can reach the popularity of Dragon, I will be satisfied. Wei Yin smiled slightly. He naturally hopes that Freedom Battle can become the second Extreme Survival, but a game as popular as Extreme Survival may not appear in a few years. So he didn't dare to have such high expectations. Fong Chong, and Zhao Bowen smiled when they heard this and said nothing more. Although they are very optimistic about Freedom War, this game is a new game type after all, and they're not sure whether it will have this audience after it is launched. Therefore, they're not sure about the explosion of Freedom War. Mr. Wei, are there any spots left for the closed beta? Let me try it out. Zhao Bowen looked at Wei Yin, smiled, and spoke. No problem. I'll go back and talk to the people below, and I'll send you the internal beta account then. Wei Yin nodded. The internal beta account is just a matter of his words. Thank you very much, Mr. Wei. Thank you. You might as well play it and see what the shortcomings of this game are. Then I'll have some fun. Zhao Bowen nodded. The few people chatted in the office for a while and then dispersed. Wei Yin returned to his office and called Chun Sung directly. Now that the closed beta is a few days away, he wants to know what the people in the closed beta think of Freedom War. In the past few days, he has only received some feedback on bugs. As for the evaluation of the game by internal testers, he does not know much. Kyoto. Tange Club. Manager's office. Follow the group. Follow the group. I told you not to go alone. You have to go alone, right? We're fighting a dragon here. Come here quickly. Can you play or not? Do you believe in Buddhism? Why don't you kill anyone? Chin Sung looked at the words of his teammates in the chat interface and felt unhappy. What do they know? He is restricting development. Wait for a while and kill everyone when you are equipped with a magic weapon. Can't play at all. Ignoring the words of his teammates, he concentrated on attacking the wild monster in front of him. After defeating this wild monster, there was still a large wave of troops on the road. After finishing them all, you can go home and get a piece of equipment. Chun Sung thought secretly in his heart. But not long after, I saw my teammates sending messages on the chat interface. Still fighting wild monsters. Go home quickly. Our home is gone. Can you play or not? You don't join the group, and you don't guard the house. Are you here to act for us? Real food. I didn't expect that among the players in the closed beta, there are still such good people. Home is gone. Chin Sung was stunned for a moment and quickly looked at the map in the upper right corner, only to find that two people on the other side were already pushing the height of their house. And all his teammates were dead. If he doesn't go back now, his home will be evicted. These guys can't win in a fight, but they have to fight. Chun Sung complained speechlessly and then hurried back to the city to guard his home. After a while, looking at the failed interface, teammates cursed each other. These people really have no quality. They just lost the game. Why are they still cursing? Wait until the game interface exits. Chun Sung slowly picked up the mouse in his hand, looked at it, pulled it out, and threw it into the trash can nearby. Broken mouse affects my performance. Master Chun. Zhang Jiu looked at the mouse thrown into the trash can and felt that she had come at the wrong time. What's up? Chun Sung looked at Zhang Jiu, who came in and calmed down for a moment after losing the game and being scolded. This is last week's training report. I'll send it to you, Zhang Jiu said, putting the report in his hand on the table, and then turned around and left. Wait a moment. Chin Sung looked at Zhang Jiu, who was about to turn around and leave, thought for a moment, and stopped him. Chapter 8, 20 Internal Test Problems. Have you played Freedom War these 2 days? Chin Sung looked at Zhang Jiu, who had stopped, and asked. I play it occasionally, but I mainly play Extreme Survival. Zhang Jiu emphasized. How is your skill now? It's okay. I'm almost proficient in half of the heroes. Then let's go back and build a room and play a few games as a team. Mr. Chun, there will be a training match later. You can let the substitutes play in the training match. You have to rotate them. Chin Sung made up a random excuse. Okay, Mr. Chun. Zhang Jiu nodded quickly and left the office quickly. Chin Sung directly built a new room in the game, and after a while, he pulled Zhang Jiu in. Then he opened the internal test group directly. The internal test group was very lively at this time. Has anyone opened a room? I'll open it. There are a few people. I'll count them. Open it quickly. I can't wait. I want to play so much. Oh, I took a leave today just to play more games. 5,000 beta test quotas are really too few. You have to wait in the group to form a team. I really want to play a game quickly. Oh, I practiced a new hero, and now I am very confident. Chin Sung glanced at the group message and then sent the room link to the group. It was only a few seconds after the link was sent and that the room was full of people. Chun Sung saw this and started the game directly. After a while, Chun Sung looked at the victory screen of the game and smiled. Zhang Jiao is good. He killed more than 20 people. Looking at Zhang Jiao's record in the settlement list, Chun Sung was a little surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Jiao to be so powerful now. Soon he started the game again. Chun Sung found that it was not his fault that he lost the game before. He used the same previous playing style, playing jungle and clearing the line, and the game was won. After a few games, Chun Sung glanced at the time. No more playing, go and do your own thing. He couldn't take up too much of Zhang Jiao's time. After all, compared to the success or failure of his game, the results of extreme survival were more important. Okay, Mr. Chun. After Zhang Jiao finished speaking, he directly exited the game room. Chun Sung waited until Zhang Jiao exited the room, and then sent the room link to the internal test group again. Wait until the room is full to start the game. After a while, looking at the failed game interface, Chun Sung fell into silence. He found that without Zhang Jiao, his game experience was getting worse and worse. In addition to being killed by the opponent, he also had to face the complaints of his teammates. And he had no other way except to find someone as powerful as Zhang Jiao. This game is fun, but it makes him, a Krypton Gold player, feel no sense of superiority at all. The gold coins in the game battle are all obtained by killing soldiers, wild monsters, and enemy heroes in the game. There is also a small amount of gold coins that increase over time. He wants to buy these gold coins with money, but there is no way. If it were some other online games, he would have spent money to buy powerful equipment and crushed his opponent directly with force. But in this game, he had no way. Chun Sung shook his head helplessly. All the games developed by Sangxue Games were like this. Tianlong was better, he could spend money to get equipment. But Extreme Survival was different. Like this Freedom War, he had no way to show his advantage through money. But there was no way. If it were other ordinary games, he would have uninstalled them all. But this game was different. It was too fun. It would be great if there were some players with the same strength as him. Most of the guys in the internal test group were veteran game fans, and their understanding and operation of the game were much better than his. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone on the desktop suddenly rang. Chun Sung picked up the phone and took a look. He found that it was Wei Yin calling, so he answered the call immediately. Mr. Wei, you want to know about the internal test of Freedom War, right? Yes, in the past few days, the game has also received some feedback on bugs through the backend customer service, and we have fixed the bugs as soon as possible. But I don't know what the internal test players think of this game or how they feel about it, so I want to ask about the situation. Wei Yin didn't waste any words and directly explained his purpose. Mr. Wei, you mentioned the players' feedback. Except that there are a few internal testers, there are no other problems. Now, there are people squatting in the team every day in the game group, although most of the time they can be squatted. But now there is a problem. That is, some internal test players already have their own fixed teams, and basically they're the ones who build rooms to play. So, that's some players who don't have a team now, sometimes need to form a team for a period of time before they can form a team of 10 people to start playing the game, which is a bit time-consuming. Chun Sung explained the current situation in the internal test group. Another point is the issue of strength. If several people of unequal strength are put together in this game, the experience will be very boring. People who are not good at playing games can't keep up with the pace of those who are good at playing games. And those who are good at playing games are always dragged down by those who are not good at playing games. I suggest that a mechanism can be introduced to match players of equal strength together, so that the playing experience will be better. As for some specific feedback, it is difficult for me to describe it. In short, it is very popular. Everyone likes to play it and even has a tendency to become addicted. In the past few days, there are often teams playing all night in the internal test group. If Mr. Wei wants to know more specifically, I will pull Mr. Wei into the internal test group so that Mr. Wei can better understand the feedback of those internal test players on Freedom War. If possible, please pull me into the internal test group. Wei Yin heard Chun Sung's proposal and responded directly. He was naturally willing to join the internal test group to understand the feedback of those internal test players on Freedom War more intuitively. The number of internal test places can indeed be increased. The specific number of increases needs to be discussed here. There is also the issue of player strength. We need to do some census. If most people think so, I will make corresponding adjustments. Then I will wait for Mr. Wei's news. I think the number of internal test places should be as many as possible. He was not surprised by Wei Yan's answer. After all, this opinion was only his own, and as a game company, it should listen to the opinions of most players. However, he was not worried about this because the suggestions he just made were mentioned every day in the group. Wei Yan only needed to enter the group and observe for a while to know. Tomorrow's building, blue film and television. Wei Yan waited for a while and saw that he had been pulled into the internal test group by Chen Kong. Chapter 8:21 Chong Rui's movie. Wei Yan entered the group chat and did not reveal his identity. Instead, he quietly observed what these beta players said in the group. He was going to observe and see the feedback of the beta testers in the group on Freedom Battle. Only such a statement is the most authentic and the best way to understand the current state of the game. I took a brief look at the current status of the internal testing group. The status of the group is very active. More than half of them wanted to play games and drive in groups. From time to time, someone sends their room number to the group. There are still some things that are going on at work, but I have been in the water group and I have already met the teams after get off work. It seems that I am afraid that there will be no team to play after get off work. Seeing these remarks, Wei Yan nodded with relief. At least judging from the enthusiasm of these closed beta players, these players still like Freedom Battle very much. And similar to the suggestions made by Chun Song, he also made discoveries in these speeches. It's like someone just sent a room number, but one person entered the room too slowly so that when he wanted to go in, the room was already full. This will require you to wait until the second person opens the room. However, they counted and found that there are currently only 8 players who want to play, and 2 more people are needed to start a game. These people waited for about 3 minutes, and finally 2 more people who wanted to play showed up, and then they formed a team of 10 people and started the game. Judging from this situation, it is indeed necessary to increase the number of places for internal testing so that it can be more convenient for these people to form a team. Moreover, increasing the number of places for internal testing has always been a backup plan. The first 5,000 places for internal testing were released to test the waters and see the feedback of the players in the internal testing on the game. If it is good, the number of places for internal testing will be increased according to the backup plan. In addition, he also saw the players' strength in the group. He even saw 2 beta players scolding each other in the group because the player cheated another player. It seems that we need to pay attention to it. Players' strengths are very different, just like what Shin Song said. It will affect the player's gaming experience. When a weak player encounters a strong player, he has no ability to resist, and there is no gaming experience at all. He has encountered this kind of situation before. In the past few days, he has occasionally teamed up with employees of the company to play against each other. Often he couldn't beat the employees across from him at all, and those employees thought he was the manager of the company and deliberately let him go. Otherwise, he would die in an ugly way. But in a real passerby game, no one would let anyone off the hook. And some powerful players will also be very angry if they encounter a few players who don't know how to play. Therefore, the gap in strength does need to be paid attention to. After a while, Wei Yan quit the group chat. Judging from his current comments in the group chat, it is indeed what Shin Song said. However, he was still prepared to observe. It was already time to get off work, so he could continue to observe after get off work. If the comments in the group are indeed like this most of the time, then a meeting can be held tomorrow to address these situations. Nari Coffee. Office. Reception area. Mr. Chong, don't worry. With the writing power of the author of this novel, the adapted script of Magic City Fortress will definitely surpass that of Wandering Blue Star. A middle-aged man with thinning hair looked at the script in his hand and said confidently, he has already watched Wandering Blue Star, and it is indeed a very good science fiction movie. Moreover, he also understood the current domestic science fiction movie market. Except for Wandering Blue Star, which was just removed from the shelves, there was no other science fiction movie that could be sold. He also made a conclusion for this reason. The first is that the script is not good, and the second is that the investment funds are not enough. And Wandering Blue Star directly perfected all the areas that had not been reached before. The novel idea of installing a propeller on the blue star and taking it out of the solar system instantly attracted many viewers. And 800 million investment funds have made the special effects of science fiction movies very real. This is the reason for the success of Wandering Blue Star. And Chang Rui has now gathered these 2 points together. Needless to say, the 1 billion investment capital is 200 million more than Wandering Blue Star. And Magic City Fortress is a book published by a well-known author, so if it is adapted into a script, there will be no problem. In terms of plot, it will even surpass Wandering Blue Star. With these 2 points alone, he is confident that Magic City Fortress will surpass Wandering Blue Star. Director Jia, I still trust you, but at present this Magic City Fortress is still in the form of a novel. We need to adapt it into a script. I don't know if Director Jia has any suitable screenwriters. Can you recommend them? Chang Rui looked at Jia Fan and asked. Now that we have Jia Fan as director, things about the crew have basically been resolved, but things about the script have not yet been settled. He has also been looking for screenwriters for science fiction movies these days, but because of the decline of science fiction movies in the past few years, there are no more screenwriters writing science fiction movies. So in terms of screenwriting, he has never had any good candidates. Jia Fan heard Chang Rui speak, thought for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Mr. Chang, I do have a candidate here as a screenwriter. Oh, Lu Wenqing. I remember he was a screenwriter who wrote emotional movies. Chang Rui frowned slightly. When he was looking for the director, he also read the director's information. He is a screenwriter who mainly writes emotional movies and has also written the scripts of 2 hit movies. In emotional movies, it is still very famous. But what he wants to find now is the screenwriter of a science fiction movie. Mr. Chang, you also know that science fiction movies have been lonely for a long time. In the past 2 years, there may have been some screenwriters who had dreams of science fiction movies, but after several failures, there are no screenwriters for science fiction movies now. Basically, I have become other screenwriters. So Mr. Chang, if you really want to find a screenwriter for a science fiction movie, it's not impossible. You can still find one if you search carefully. But the screenwriters I found are all the same screenwriters from the past, but none of those screenwriters themselves have written a script for a hit science fiction movie. Do you think you can adapt the novel Fortress? My idea is to find a screenwriter who is relatively famous and has historical achievements. Although he is not a screenwriter of science fiction movies, he is just an excellent screenwriter. Sometimes the plots are all the same, like Lu Wenqing. Although he is a screenwriter of emotional movies, he at least knows what the audience of the movie wants to see. As long as we know this, then the movie will be adapted and the audience will like it. Look, Chapter 822 Li Han. Jia Fan briefly stated his point of view. Of course, Mr. Chang, this is just my personal opinion. If you need a screenwriter for a science fiction movie, then I can help you find one. You can find one. But those are all screenwriters of previous science fiction movies. I'm not sure whether they can adapt Fortress well. Chang Rui nodded slightly after listening to Jia Fan's words. The fact is that, as Jia Fan said, currently it is impossible to find a screenwriter for a better science fiction movie. He thought for a moment, then nodded slowly. Okay, then follow what Director Jia said and find Lu Wenqing. Now that Mr. Chang has decided, I will invite Lu Wenqing over another day, and we will discuss it together. If there are no problems, we will sign the contract on the spot. Jia Fan nodded and then asked, Mr. Chang, do you have any requirements for actors? You were talking about actors. I have a candidate here, and that is to use traffic stars. In this era where traffic is king, traffic stars are very suitable. As long as the movie is filmed, it will have a natural star effect. Just like Wandering Blue Star, if they also use traffic stars and vigorously promote it, the box office of the movie this time will definitely be more than 6 billion. Chang Rui said this with a look of contempt on his face. Jia Fan was thinking after hearing Chang Rui's words. Mr. Chang, if traffic stars are enabled, it will indeed have a star effect and can naturally bring in a batch of traffic. But everything has pros and cons. Today's popular stars are lacking in acting skills, and the salaries of popular stars are definitely not low. There is no problem in using celebrities, but my suggestion is to invite celebrities with acting skills and don't just focus on traffic. Nowadays, both movies and TV series are using popular celebrities. In his eyes, this is nothing more than abnormal. When making a TV series or movie, the first thing you think about is not how to make the movie better, but how to get traffic. There is nothing wrong with getting traffic, but the order cannot be wrong either. You must first ensure the quality of the movie, and then think about traffic. But now no one is thinking about how to ensure the quality of movies. The first thing that comes to mind is how to get more traffic for the movies they have invested in. Chong Rui pondered for a moment when he heard Jia Fan's words. Then let's do it half and half. I have a candidate for a traffic star. I have already communicated with the other party's agent. There is no way to change it. In addition, I also have 2 female characters. I will arrange them in the movie. They don't need to be the leading actors, but they just need more roles. Can I know the identity of the popular star and the other 2 female characters? Jia Fan asked, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, it's true again. It's really rare to see investors who don't get involved in film production. The traffic star is Li Han, one of the few traffic stars who are very popular now. The other 2 female characters are mine. There is no need for me to say it clearly. Chong Rui looked at Jia Fan. I know, Mr. Chong. Then it's up to me to choose the remaining actors. Jia Fan looked at Chong Rui's expression and instantly understood the identities of the 2 female characters. It's difficult. These 2 female characters will probably be more difficult to maintain in the crew than those stars. But there is no way. The other party gives you a lot of money, so if it's more difficult to serve, just be more difficult to serve. Jia Fan sighed secretly. Mr. Chong, that's all for today. I'll bring Lu Wenqing over another day to finalize the script. I'll also look for suitable actors in the next 2 days. Okay, I won't give it to you then. Chong Rui nodded slightly while sitting on his seat. After Jia Fan left, not long after, the office door was opened, and the secretary came over holding a piece of information. Mr. Chong, this is the money that has been spent on the film so far. Please take a look at it. You come and read it, and I'll listen. Chong Rui looked at the secretary who had not moved for a long time, feeling a little itchy in his heart. The next moment, then he pulled the other party to sit down. Mr. Chong, the secretary exclaimed, be honest and just read it like this. Chong Rui's tone became more serious. When the other party stopped struggling, his palms began to become dishonest. Mr. Chong, of the current investment of $1 billion in the film, $100 million was spent on purchasing the copyright of Fortress, and $100 million was also spent on Li Han's salary, which does not include the cost of hiring other actors. Even if you don't hire homeless stars, the current salary of some famous actors is basically around tens of millions. In this case, a rough calculation shows that we will spend a total of about 400 to 500 million yuan in copyright fees and actors' remuneration alone. Mr. Chong is also planning to conduct network-wide publicity after the filming of the film is completed, which will require a minimum of 200 million yuan. So, Mr. Chong, the current capital consumption during the filming of the movie Fortress, as well as the special effects of the movie, the funds I can use are only about 300 million. The secretary bit her lip and read the contents of the document. I understand. We will talk about the funding later. Chong Rui ignored the secretary's words, pushed the secretary aside, and stood up quickly. After a while, Chong Rui sat on the sofa contentedly, looked at the secretary who was tidying up his clothes, and spoke slowly. I know about the funding. I have found a special effects company, and the funds are sufficient. I know, Mr. Chong, then I will go to work, the secretary said, and got up and left quickly. Jiangcheng, at night. Are you still not asleep? The wife looked at Wei Yin, who was sitting in front of the computer and playing games, and asked, well, you go to sleep first, I will sleep after this game. Wei Yin turned his head and glanced at his wife, then turned back to play. He had already been very bad in this game, and he didn't want to be distracted and drag the team down. After a while, Wei Yin looked at the winning game interface and sighed helplessly. The victory of this game had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, if he hadn't been there, and someone who was a little bit better at playing, the game might have ended long ago. Since he got off work, he has been playing games in the internal test group. Occasionally, he will meet some people with similar strength, and the game experience is very good. But most of the time, He will meet some very powerful people, and the game experience is very bad at that time. He dare not leave his tower, as he may die if he leaves the tower, and there is no game experience at all. From this point, Chin Sung's words are also confirmed. The gap in strength is too large, which will indeed cause a poor game experience. This matter really needs to be solved. Chapter 8:23 20,000 Places. The next day, early morning, tomorrow building, blue film and television. Mr. Wei, look for me. Su Yuan entered the office and asked. Well, you go and inform the managers of the Freedom War Department, and they will have a meeting in the conference room in half an hour. Wei Yin saw Su Yuan coming in and gave instructions. Okay, Mr. Wei. Su Yuan nodded and quickly left the office. Half an hour later, Wei Yin walked into the conference room. Is everyone here? Mr. Wei, everyone is here, Su Yuan said. Okay, let's start the meeting. Wei Yin sat on the seat at the front of the conference room and looked at the many management members in the conference room. The content of today's meeting is about things after the internal beta of Freedom War. The good news is that the 5,000 internal beta quotas have been released so far, and the feedback from those internal beta players is still very good. However, there are still a few things we need to improve. The first point is the increase in the number of internal testing places. We have our own backup plan for this, but we need to discuss how many internal testing places will be added this time. The second point is that the player's strength may be high or low. When a player with poor strength is completely matched with a player with strong strength, the game experience will be very poor. So in terms of matching players' strengths, an adjustment needs to be made to try to match players of equal strength together. Okay, today's meeting is about discussing these two issues. Everyone can speak. As Wei Yan's words came out, the conference room fell into silence for a while, and then began to discuss quietly. Mr. Wei, if the response to the internal testing is good now, I think we can increase the number of places for the internal testing so that we can get more feedback. Lu Run sat aside and spoke slowly. How many people do you think are suitable? Wei Yin turned to look at Lu Run. Mr. Wei, I think 20,000 places is okay. This will also allow us to collect more feedback from closed beta players. Lu Ren spoke slowly. When Wei Yin heard Lu Ren's words, he turned around and looked at the reactions of other people in his conference room. Seeing that no one raised any objection, he nodded. Okay then, the number of places for the internal beta test will be 20,000. Then it's just a question of balancing player strength. This method is a good solution to the matter of balancing player strength. Su Yuan spoke from the side. Currently, there are rankings in many domestic games, such as combat power rankings, level rankings, pet rankings, etc. We can also create a ranking list like this in Freedom Battle. Then people with similar rankings can be matched together. This will basically solve the problem of matching people with widely different strengths. Su Yuan briefly expressed her thoughts. Then how to distinguish the strength of players. For example, the combat power ranking list has a combat power value. If it is good, it can be distinguished. But there is no such thing as combat effectiveness in Freedom Battle. The player's strength is all reflected in the operations and consciousness in the game. Wei Yin expressed his doubts. This is definitely not directly judged, but if there are wins and losses in the game, then the winning side will definitely have a stronger overall strength. Then a ladder system can be set up, that is, every time a game is won, points can be added based on the performance of the authorities. Such a powerful person will definitely have a much higher chance of winning, and his points will be higher and higher. Some people who are not very strong may get their points stuck there. As time goes by, the player's strengths will be differentiated. We can just match each player based on their ranking points. Su Yuan elaborated on her own point of view. Wei Yan's eyes lit up when he heard Su Yuan's words. This method can indeed distinguish players' strengths, and he also saw another thing in this rule. That's player activity. Most people are competitive. Who doesn't want to have a higher ranking? Once this ranking point system is launched, there will definitely be some people who will work hard to play games in order to improve their ranking points. What does the proposal of ranking points mean to others? Wei Yin turned to look at everyone in the conference room. No one responded for a while. Since no one responded, the way to distinguish the player's strength is based on Su Yuan's ranking mechanism. Su Yuan, this project will be developed by you. Try to develop it before the public beta of the game. Okay, Mr. Wei, I will develop it as soon as possible. Moreover, this content is not difficult. It is just some programming and algorithms. It will be done in a short time. Su Yuan spoke quickly. That's good. Wei Yin nodded. He only knew some basic things about these technologies now. As for the deeper content, he didn't understand them. But as a leader, he doesn't have to have everything figured out. Just remember one sentence. Professional things should be done by professionals. Okay, let's break up the meeting, Wei Yin said. He got up and left the conference room, but instead of going back to his own office, he went to Fong Chang's office. Just now, Su Yuan proposed a method of ranking points to divide strength, and he thinks it will be of great help to extreme survival. After all, extreme survival is also a competitive game. The current matching mode is random, just like the problem encountered by Freedom War. It often happens that people who play very badly meet players who play very well. In this case, the people who play very badly have no room to fight back. However, extreme survival is better than Freedom War. In extreme survival, there are many ways to play. If you can't beat them, you can choose to hide and jump to places with fewer people. And there is Voldemort in extreme survival, and Voldemort is often a threat to those powerful players. Because you don't know at all that there may be a person lying in the bush, under a sneak attack. Even if you play very well, it is difficult to react. So even if the current matching mechanism of extreme survival is not perfect, the impact on players is not very large. However, he still plans to talk about the ranking system, because once the ranking is released, it can clearly distinguish the strength of the players. In this way, no one wants to admit that their strength is very poor, so there will be many people who play games for ranking points, especially the first place in the ranking. In the current state of extreme survival, S-Explosion, the first place in the ranking is definitely a great honor. He believes that as long as the ranking is released, the player activity of extreme survival will definitely rise to a higher level. Chapter 8, 24 Chun Song's Arrangement. Inside the office, Wei Yin picked up the tea and took a sip. That's the way it is. I think extreme survival can also adopt it. Mr. Wei, this is a really good suggestion. From extreme survival customer service, some players have reported that it often lands in boxes. This feedback is good. Often some players don't play very well. Once they are instantly killed by others, they will say that the other party is a cheat. This also increases the workload for us to seal the cheats. If you add the ranking point system you mentioned and put people of equal strength together, this problem can be reduced to a great extent. There is also the issue of player activity that you mentioned, which can indeed be improved. Rankings are very attractive to those who are very competitive. Fong Chong said with excitement. Having been a game planner for so long, he naturally knows the allure of rankings. Just like the combat power ranking list of online games, those players are very willing to spend money in it just to stay in the first place. There is also the PK ranking list. In order to get a higher PK ranking, some people can PK all day long. Although extreme survival cannot improve your strength by spending money, it does require you to play more games. He can imagine that when this ranking point mechanism is launched, the player activity of extreme survival will definitely increase again. Well, I came here just to talk about this matter. I still have things to deal with over there. After Wei Yin finished speaking, he stood up and walked outside. After Fong Chong sent Wei Yin away, he immediately held a meeting. The content of the meeting was naturally the matter of ranking points that Wei Yin had just proposed. Wei Yin returned to the office. He immediately called Chin Song and briefly talked about increasing the number of places for internal testing. As for the ranking points, I also talked about it again. However, this ranking point mechanism requires research and development and can basically only be seen during public beta. Of course, there is also the matter of funding. This is what he knew from the chats between the closed beta players and the internal beta group. That is, Chun Song also paid those players for the duration of the game. He was very grateful to Chun Song for doing this. Although he did not ask for it, the other parties doing so undoubtedly increased the enthusiasm of those internal beta players. Therefore, Sanshua Games also bears part of this cost. But for the newly released 20,000 closed beta quotas, he no longer plans to pay the time fee. and Chin Sung does not need to continue to pay. After all, paying for that time period is to increase the enthusiasm of closed beta players. But now the feedback from those closed beta players is very good. Even if there is no time fee, they will continue to play because the game is very fun. Moreover, if all the 20,000 internal testing places are paid for internal testing, the total funds required will be several hundred million. The cost is too high. Moreover, there is no compensation at all for the internal testing of games on the market. All players get a place in the closed beta to play. When the closed beta is over, the game developer will give some closed beta gifts. Therefore, accordingly, some rewards were added after the closed beta test on his side. In addition to the limited skins for internal testing, some additional gold coins will be given. These gold coins can be used to purchase heroes in the game. Now in the closed beta, all heroes are playable, but when it comes to the open beta, only 5 heroes will be playable at the beginning. All other heroes need to be purchased before they can be played. To buy gold coins for a hero, it often takes a long time to accumulate enough. This reward allows them to buy their favorite hero as soon as possible during the public beta. It can be considered a kind of lead. Don't worry, Mr. Wei, the internal testing is on me. But if the internal testing goes well, I think the 20,000 internal testing quota may not be enough. Chen Song smiled and spoke. With 20,000 closed beta quotas, he knew what to do this time. The need for more places for the closed beta means that more people like Freedom Battle, which is a very good thing for Tsang Shui. Wei Yin smiled and spoke. The issue of internal beta quota is nothing more than an extra account on their side. But if the places for the closed beta are released and no one wants to play, that's when he should worry. Okay, then leave it to me. Kyoto. Tanj Club. Chun Sung hung up the phone directly, and after waiting for a while, Wei Yin sent him an email which contained 20,000 new internal beta accounts. After confirming, there is no problem. He got up and went to Du Zeding's office to talk about the quota for the closed beta test. Is there 20,000 closed beta quotas? We can indeed attract closed beta users through live broadcast. Du Zeding nodded after listening to Chun Sung's words. Then I will go and communicate with Jiang Jiao and the others. Okay, I will be in charge of Hutu live broadcast. I will ask the person in charge of the live broadcast to put their live broadcast on the platform's homepage recommendation. If that's the case, it won't take long for the 20,000 closed beta spots to be taken away. Chen Sung smiled and stood up and left the office. Both of them are managers of the club, so some things definitely need to be discussed. When he came to Jiang Jiao's esports room, he saw that they were all concentrating on playing training matches, so he opened the door softly and walked in. Master Chun, you are here. The training match is over. Only then did Jiang Jiao notice that Chen Sung came in. Well, come here and tell me something. Chen Sung looked at the people in the training room. In the next period of time, you may need to play Extreme Survival for a while less. I need you to start a live broadcast to play Freedom Battle. You can join the team in the closed beta group, or you can form your own team. The live broadcast time will be in the evening. You can decide the specific time yourself. The time will be about 3 hours. During the live broadcast, we will explain the game, Freedom Battle, and distribute the quota for the closed beta. Mr. Chun, are there new places for internal testing? Jiang Jiao heard Chun Sung's words and asked curiously. Well, Tsang Shui has given another 20,000 closed beta quotas. This time, they're going to distribute them in the live broadcast room. By the way, we will promote Freedom War and let everyone know about this game in advance. When the game is released, we will also know more publicity. Chen Gong spoke slow. He did this out of a little selfishness. After all, when Extreme Survival first came on the shelves, not many people knew about it. When he played, he couldn't even match anyone. It was later through live broadcast promotion that the number of Extreme Survival players gradually increased. As for Freedom Battle, he doesn't want to wait that long. He should promote Freedom Battle now. When Freedom Battle is released, it is estimated that many cloud players will download it. Chapter 8, 25 Jiang Jiao once again broadcasts live to promote. Okay, Mr. Chun, how should I distribute the internal test accounts? Jiang Jiao understood what Chen Sung meant. Don't worry about distributing internal test accounts. I will arrange relevant people to handle this matter. You just need to promote it live. Then I will give you a few group numbers later, and let those players who want internal test accounts join the group. 10. Kong spoke so lao. The distribution of internal test accounts must still be checked. It would be bad if one person received multiple internal test accounts, and it would be a waste of time to let Jiang Jiao and others do this. I understand, Mr. Chun. I will arrange it tonight. Jiang Jiao nodded. It's just live broadcast. He is too familiar with it. And this kind of thing is not the first time he has done it. The last game he promoted was Extreme Survival. In the evening, Jiang Jiao arranged the time for the live broadcast later and returned to his seat. He turned on the computer and started the live broadcast directly. A group of people came to the live broadcast room soon. Brother Jiao started the live broadcast. I've been waiting for a long time. What happened today? Why did it take so long to start the live broadcast? Oh, what program is today? It's finally on? Jiang Jiao looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and said with a smile, "Some things delayed me a little today, so I've kept you waiting for a long time. There are also some changes in today's live broadcast. I won't be playing Extreme Survival today. Some players in the fan group should have received the news in the group." Hearing Jiang Jiao's words, the live broadcast room instantly became lively. If you don't broadcast Extreme Survival, what will you broadcast? I waited for a long time to start broadcasting, just to see you play Extreme Survival, but Brother Jiao actually told me that you don't play Extreme Survival anymore. Brother Jiao, are you floating? Are you not broadcasting Extreme Survival anymore? Oh, the above is a fake fan. Brother Jiao has already sent a message in the group. I'm a little curious. Brother Jiao doesn't broadcast Extreme Survival. What will he broadcast? Jiang Jiao looked at the lively comments and didn't keep it a secret anymore. Today I will broadcast a new game. You can take a look. I won't explain the specific gameplay and type. In short, the type of this game is not available on the market, and the game company that developed it is Tsangshui. It is Tsangshui game that developed Extreme Survival. You can look forward to it. What? Is it a new game developed by Tsangshui? Freedom War, the name sounds like that. How come I didn't know that Tsangshui has developed a new game again? I've been following the official Weibo of Tsangshui game, and I didn't know that Tsangshui has developed a new game. Brother Jiao, what is this new game about? Tell me about it. Jiang Jiao did not look at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room, but sent a message in a small group that had just been created to confirm that everyone was ready. He opened the game and created a custom room. Then he sent the room number to the group, and the operation he just entered into the game was also seen by the live broadcast audience. Watching the animation of the game starting and the logo of the game manufacturer that appeared at the end, everyone confirmed that this was the game developed by Tsangshui. Damn, it's really a game developed by Tsangshui. When did Tsangshui develop a new game? Why is there no news at all? It seems that this is how Tsangshui develops games. The previous Extreme Survival was the same. No one knew about it when it was launched. I know about Extreme Survival. When it was first launched, no one played it. It was Brother Jiao who played games live and brought Extreme Survival to the forefront. Speaking of that time, I miss it very much. At that time, Brother Jiao would live broadcast until very late every day and lead us to play friendly games. Look, the game has started. What is this for? Is this selecting a character? Why don't I understand how to play this game? Jiang Jiao looked up at the barrage and explained. Brothers, first we will go to the hero selection interface. Currently, there are 18 heroes in this game. Each hero has different skills and positions. This game is a 5v5 multiplayer game. We need to choose 5 heroes. The basic positions are mage, warrior, shooter, and support. After quickly selecting the heroes, the game started. Jiang Jiao continued to explain the game. Now the game has started. We all have an initial 300 gold coins, which can be used to buy equipment in the mall. And we have many kinds of equipment, including magic equipment, attack equipment, defense equipment, support equipment, and jungle equipment. We can choose the equipment we buy based on our familiarity with our heroes. I am playing an assassin here, and the damage is physical damage, so I bought a short sword to increase physical attack power, and bought 2 bottles of red medicine to restore health. This game is divided into 3 lanes: top lane, middle lane, and bottom lane. The top lane is basically two warriors, the middle lane is assassins and mages, and the bottom lane is generally shooters and supports. This is the initial positioning of the game, but it is not fixed. You can also take shooters to the middle lane, and it is the same. You can arrange it at will. But my suggestion is that mages and assassins should try to go to the middle lane. Mages usually have more control and will cooperate well when supporting the top and bottom lanes. Assassins have high damage and strong mobility, and they will support faster. Jiangjio briefly introduced the basic gameplay of this game. At this time, the soldiers have already reached the line, started to line up with the opponent's players. While playing, Jiangjio began to introduce what to pay attention to when lining up. Brothers, we can hide in the bushes on both sides of this road. After we go in, if the opponent doesn't have a ward, he won't be able to see me. Eyes are divided into real eyes and fake eyes. The game continues. Jiangjio controls the game character while playing. When he encounters some game-related things, he will explain them. In the live broadcast room, oh my god, this is the first time I've seen this game. It feels quite interesting. GOG's operation just now was so handsome. What kind of skill is this that can release shadow attacks and change positions? It's really the assassin in my fantasy. Where to play this game? I haven't searched for a long time. This game feels so fair. The initial 300 gold coins are all earned in the game battle. If you play well, your economy will be good with a few people, and you can buy better equipment. I really want to play. Where can I download GOG's game? I can't find it. Chapter 8, 26 Freedom Battle Friendly Tournament. A round of the game is over. Jiangjio looked at the live broadcast room and found that the number of people in the live broadcast room has reached more than 100,000. It is most appropriate to announce the news of Freedom War at this time. He briefly looked at the questions on the live broadcast room barrage and then slowly spoke. Let me answer everyone's questions. This Freedom War has not been officially launched yet, so you won't find it in the game store. As for the development of new games by Sangshui Games, why there is no announcement. This is basically the consistent style of Sangshui Games. Just like Extreme Survival, no one knew about it at the beginning. Most players first knew about this game through our Hood to Live. The purpose of my Sangshui game is to tell everyone that good games need to be carefully found, so everyone should pay more attention to the official Sangshui game in the future. Maybe one day there will be a new game. Now let me talk about the Freedom War I played. It is currently a test version, and the purpose of my live broadcast today is to issue internal test accounts. There are currently 20,000 internal test accounts, first come, first served. If you want to play Freedom War, brothers, you can join the group chat on my homepage. After entering, the administrator in the group chat will contact you. Players who participate in the internal test will get the internal test skin during the public test. This internal test skin is limited and will basically not appear again in the future. I believe everyone knows what the internal test skin of Sangshui game means, so I won't say more. In addition to the internal test skin, a certain amount of gold coins are also issued. This gold coin can be used to buy heroes in the game mall. It is the character I just played. During the public beta of the game, only a few of this hero are free. The rest of the heroes need to be earned by playing the game and then purchased. All internal test players will unlock new heroes faster than ordinary players during the public beta. Jiangjio looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room and briefly talked about the internal test account. This is also the purpose of his live broadcast today. As for how the internal test account is issued, he doesn't need to care. Chinsung has already found the relevant person to be responsible for this matter. In the live broadcast room, it turned out to be in the internal test. I was wondering why I couldn't find it in the game mall. There are limited beta skins. I have to get a beta account to play with them. I joined the group. There are more than 100,000 people in this live broadcast room, but there are only 20,000 places. If you go too late, there may be no more. Oh my god, it's true. I joined the group too. Haven't you joined the group yet? I've already joined all the groups. You don't need to apply for group 1. It's already full. You don't need to apply for group 2. I'm in group 2. It's already full. I'm in group 3. There are 500 people in group 3. Well, it's already full. Group 4 is also full because I didn't get in crying. One group has 5,000 people. All 4 groups are full, which is exactly 20,000 people. Fortunately, I was fast and got in. The administrators over there have already started issuing beta accounts. Wow, I didn't get in. I really want to play. Oh. Jiangjio looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room, and then looked at the 4 group chats. Found that they were indeed full. It was less than 5 minutes after he finished speaking. In just 5 minutes, the 4 5,000-person groups were full. It seems that Freedom War is still quite attractive to them. After simply paying attention to the group messages, the second game, the third game. In order to show the diversity of the game, he will use different heroes in each game. Mid lane assassin, mage, side lane warrior, bottom lane shooter, and support. He played each hero's position, and while playing, he explained all the skills of the hero and his understanding of the hero's gameplay. 3 hours later, the live broadcast time requested by Chen Song has arrived. Jiang Jiao directly disbanded the team. Now it is their free time. They can continue the live broadcast or go back to the dormitory to rest. And it is impossible for him to go back to rest and sleep after playing GOD. His eyes fell on the bullet screen in the live broadcast room. I found that many people in the live broadcast room had obtained the internal test account of Freedom War and had downloaded the game and started to play. Seeing this, Jiangzhou couldn't help but think of the time when Extreme Survival was just released, when he played the Waterfront match live, which was really interesting at that time. Think of it and do it. Jiangzhou smiled and spoke directly. I see that many fans in the live broadcast room have obtained the internal test quota of Freedom War. In this case, I will hold a Waterfront match here. What do you think? Many fans in the live broadcast room heard Jiangzhou's words and spoke one after another. Brother Jiao, I've been waiting for you to say this. Waterfront match, support Waterfront match. Ha ha ha, I just played a game. I want to kill all 4 sides in the Waterfront match. Waterfront match is interesting. I like Waterfront match. Jiangzhou smiled at the feedback on the live broadcast room. Since everyone thinks the friendly match is good, I will create a room now, and the room will be sent to the fan group later. There are only 10 places in total, so let's compete on hand speed. This friendly match also has prizes. The winning team will have a set of extreme survival-related figures. These figures are customized by me at the BL Club, and they can't be bought outside. Okay, I will count down to 10, and the room number will be sent to the fan group. Jiangzhou started counting down, and when the countdown ended, he directly sent the room number to the fan group. It only took more than 10 seconds for the room number to be sent out, and the room in the game was full. Some fans who did not enter the room began to complain in the group, saying who was so fast. As a spectator, Jiangzhou looked at the room that was already complete. Everyone in the room is here, so I'll start the game. As for the fans who didn't enter the room just now, they can wait until the next time. And those who entered the room this time can enter again next time, giving other fans a chance. After saying that, he clicked on the start button directly. Enter the game. Jiangzhou looked at the live broadcast of the Waterfront match and began to comment on the game. 2 o'clock in the morning. Jiangzhou looked at the time. It was already 2 o'clock, and the club here had already made a request. If there is a training match the next day, you can't go to bed too late, otherwise it will affect the state of the training match the next day. Brothers, today's live broadcast ends here. Fans who still want to participate in the Waterfront match can come tomorrow night. The Waterfront match will continue tomorrow night. As for the internal test quota, I will mention it, but I don't know if it will increase. Chapter 8, 27 theme song. Jiangcheng. Inside a bedroom. It's already 2 o'clock. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Wei Yin listened to his wife's words and turned off the phone. Sleep now. Sing. He plugged in his cell phone and placed it on the bedside table. He had been watching Jiangzhou's live broadcast just now. He had been watching it since it first started broadcasting. Of course, he just watched this live broadcast simply because he wanted to know what the fans in Jiangzhou's live broadcast room thought of Extreme Survival. After these few hours of observation, my originally tense mood finally relaxed a little. On the barrage in the live broadcast room, 80% of the players who got the closed beta test found it interesting and fun after playing Freedom Battle. And some people just say that they haven't figured it out yet. He understood this. When he was just playing, he wouldn't have been able to figure it out without Su Yuan directing him. So at least now, Freedom Battle is still a very good existence in the eyes of these players. Judging from the comments in the live broadcast room and the words from fans asking for more places for internal testing, we can confirm this. However, regarding the number of places for internal testing, 20,000 places for internal testing have just been added. He is not planning to distribute it during this period. Things are rare and valuable. The rarer the closed beta slots are, the more those cloud players will be attracted to the game. What you can't get is always the best. When Jiangjiu and the others spread the game, Freedom Battle, to a certain extent through Hota Live broadcast, they will add some more places for internal testing. However, this quota should not be too large. We still cannot allow everyone to get a quota for the closed beta, so as to maximize the popularity of Freedom Battle. When Freedom Battle is released, more people will be attracted to download it. Wei Yin thought to himself and fell asleep little by little. America. Lunya Film and Television. Office. A man with short brown hair looked at the computer seriously. At this time, the computer had just finished playing the movie they had just edited. Star Traveler, comma. After a while, Taimu slowly raised his head and looked at the producer, sitting opposite. The movie editing is okay, but the movie lacks a suitable theme song. The current combination of the theme song is somewhat inconsistent with the theme of the movie. Although our film is a science fiction film, the most important thing is that it is a love story about two passengers who woke up from their sleep cabin early due to an accident and experienced life, a ND death, during a long voyage through the stars. But this theme song is a bit off topic. What I want is the change of mentality and emotion between two people in the endless starry sky, a man and a woman in such a dead starry sky, after experiencing all kinds of things. Director Taimu, we had already agreed on this song when we were filming the movie. If we were to find it now, I don't know how long it would take. What about the release of the movie? The producer thought for a moment and spoke slowly, with a somewhat embarrassed expression. I know what you are worried about. There is a very popular science fiction movie coming out in the East. You urgently want to release Star Passenger to suppress the Wandering Blue Star. But this is not necessary. Although ours is also a science fiction film, the two show different things. What we show is mainly emotion. Wandering Blue Star shows the unity of mankind in the face of disasters, and the big scenes when disasters come. So there is no need to compare, we just need to try our best to make our own movies well. Taimu looked at the producer opposite and said with a serious expression, he has already watched Wandering Blue Star. It is indeed a very good movie. It is also the only science fiction movie that has appeared in China in so many years that surprised him. Okay, then I'll try my best to find it. Oh, Taimu nodded, stood up, and sent the other party to the door of the office. Come back and sit on the office chair again. His eyes fell on the computer, and he started to play the edited movie again. Magic City. The Voice of China. Finals. Zhang sat in the lounge backstage and took a deep breath. Just now she competed with another singer and advanced by 3 votes. First, wait for the other 2 singers to compete, and another singer will be promoted. And she needs to compete in the finals with another promoted singer, and the final winner will be the champion of The Voice of China. Sister Lan, come on, you're just 1 step away from winning the championship. Li Yi walked up and said excitedly. Although she has been eliminated as a member of Li Ying's team, she can still stay and watch today's finals. Sister Lan, come on. Zhao Lei also said on the side. Thank you, I will try my best. Zhang Lan nodded. Now that the competition has reached the finals, she is still very nervous. But the only thing that reassures her is that the new song she wrote a few days ago has been released, and the response has been pretty good. In this case, then she can play another song given by Mr. Chen. The songs that Mr. Chen gave her are impeccable in quality. Every time they are put on the shelves, they are very popular. And this time, to be on the safe side, she chose a very infectious song. Light Years Away. Among all the songs that Mr. Chen gave her, her favorite is Invisible Wings, which reminds her of herself. When she sang Invisible Wings, she was singing about herself. But Light Years Away attracted her at the first sentence. The lyrics gave her a lot of imagination, imagining the love that seemed to travel through time and space. Through this song, she couldn't help but be full of fantasy and yearning for love. Yearning for the kind of firmness, even time and space can't stop two people from being together. This song expresses many beautiful aspects of love, which is also a side that many people in today's society don't have. Although she has never been in a relationship, she also saw a lot of videos about love when she was watching videos. Today's society is really too exaggerated. She found that the most basic loyalty in love has become a rare quality. Being good to someone has become a lick. Of course, there are some people who give up their self-esteem to be good to others, but that's another story. And when two people are together, isn't it for each other's sake? This song has made it very clear that two people in love will never be separated, even if it's life or death. But many people in this society now regard love as a transaction. There are too many pros and cons. When two people are together, isn't it to work together to face the tediousness of future life? Of course, she doesn't dislike these. This is caused by society, and there is no way. It's just a pity. Chapter 828 Zhang Lan Finals. I sat in the backstage lounge for a while. On the stage, the two contestants have finished singing, and now it is the voting stage. When the voting is over, the new contestants will appear. Zhang Lan looked at the big screen in the lounge, and the votes were announced. The strength of these two people and their performance just now are very similar. Who can advance depends on the preferences of the real voting audience. Soon the growing number of votes paused, and the final contestant who advanced has appeared. Chi Yuan is a singer in Wu Huan's team. In terms of strength, the four contestants who advanced to the top four are all on par. Whether they can advance depends on their performance on the spot and the choice of songs. Next, there is another duel, which is the competition for the third place. However, one singer just finished singing and needs to rest. In this stage, the singers who were eliminated before will sing on stage. Sister Lan, we are on stage, Li Yi said, and left the lounge with Zhao Lei. Zhang Lan sat in the lounge and waited quietly, slowly adjusting her state. Jiangcheng, Changbai Jingyuan. Chen Mo sat back on the sofa, watching the live broadcast of The Voice of China. Today is the final of The Voice of China. He had forgotten about it until Shinro mentioned it before leaving Get Off Work. He then remembered that Zhang Lan had advanced to the semifinals of The Voice of China. Zhang Lan was in today's final, so in order to pay attention to Zhang Lan's performance, he started watching the live broadcast of The Voice of China as soon as it started. But it was a pity for him that Zhang Lan advanced to the final with a 3-vote advantage. This was a pity for him, and he didn't know which 3 people cast such a crucial 3 votes. Now that Zhang Lan has advanced to the final, she is at least a runner-up. With the current popularity of The Voice of China, the runner-up is already very famous. If he wins the championship, Chen Mo's face darkened slightly. If he wins the championship, he knows that Blue Film and Television will have another profitable department. This wandering blue star has just been removed from the shelves, and the music department of Blue Film and Television is going to cause trouble for him again. However, the real finals have not started yet. Zhang Lan just advanced with only 3 votes. Chi Yuan on the other side won the championship with 11 votes, and the total number of votes he received was more than Zhang Lan. If we look at the number of votes, Zhang Lan's chance of winning the championship is still smaller. Chen Mo secretly analyzed it and felt a little relieved. But when he saw those eliminated singers singing on the stage, his face became bad again. At this time, several of the singers who sang on the stage have joined Blue Film and Television. Although these singers did not advance to the finals, they are all singers in the top 16. With the popularity of China's Voice, even the top 16 are very famous, and the singers who can advance to the top 16 must be strong. Who knows if any of these singers will become first-line singers in the future? As long as they can advance to the first line in the entertainment industry, their ability to make money must be good. Zhang Lan, Chen Mo couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He thought he saw her betrayed by her partner in the studio before. Thinking of helping him, he also turned 11 songs into personal assets with the help of Zhang Lan. But he never expected that Zhang Lan would join Blue Film in the end. The idea of turning all his songs into personal assets was shattered. He could only get 1% of the song fee. He could only get 10,000 yuan out of 1 million yuan. This income gap is really a world of difference. Time passed. Soon, the eliminated singers finished singing, and the battle for the third place began. Chen Mo calmly took a sip of tea. These two singers had nothing to do with them, so he didn't care who would get the third place. He only hoped that Zhang Lan would not be able to beat Qi Yuan in the finals and become the runner-up and try to reduce her fame. Magic City. Lounge. Zhang Lan tidied her makeup with the help of a makeup artist. Now the third-place competition is coming to an end, and the finals are coming soon. The makeup was done soon. Zhang Lan looked at herself in the mirror, and after confirming that there was no problem, she slowly stood up and left the lounge. At this time, the competition for the third place on the stage had ended, and she needed to go backstage to wait for her appearance. Sister Lan, come on! Sister Lan, come on! Zhang Lan smiled as she listened to the cheers behind her. As she was about to go on stage, her nervousness disappeared a little. On the stage, two singers had already walked off the stage. The host held the microphone. The third-place battle has been decided, and the next step is the long-awaited finals. As the host's voice fell, the spotlights quickly changed and finally focused on the entrance of the backstage. At this time, two singers, a man and a woman, walked onto the stage together. Puffs of smoke sprayed on both sides of the stage, and at the same time, enthusiastic cheers rang out from the audience. You two stand in the center of the stage. The host looked at the two contestants on stage and led them to the center of the stage. Let me interview you two. You have advanced to the finals. Do you have confidence in the next competition? My confidence is definitely not high. Sister Lan's strength is very high, but I will try my best. Qi Yuan picked up the phone and spoke slowly. I think we have come to this point. Everyone is of equal strength. Whether we can win the final championship still depends on our final performance. Zhang Lan picked up the microphone and spoke. It seems that both of you are very humble. Then let me ask the four mentors what they think. The host said, his eyes falling on the instructor's seat. For mentors, do you think which of the two singers will have a greater chance of winning the championship this time? As Qi Yuan's mentor, I naturally support my own team member Qi Yuan, and Qi Yuan's strength is obvious to all. I think he has a greater chance of winning the championship. Wu Huan picked up the phone and spoke slowly. Then I will support my student Zhang Lan. I won't say much about Zhang Lan's ability, and I am very confident in the song Zhang Lan performed in the finals today. Ling also took out the microphone and spoke, and she had seen Zhang Lan's rehearsal and heard Zhang Lan's new song, Light Years Away. When Zhang Lan proposed to sing a new original song, he was opposed to it. During the finals, singing an original song was really a risky behavior. After all, new songs have not been market-proven. No one knows the audience of the song before it is released. But after she heard the new song sung by Zhang Lan, she changed her mind. This new song was really amazing. He believes that as long as Zhang Lan sings this new song on the final stage, the stage effect will definitely be very good. Chapter 8, 29 votes. It seems that both mentors are very confident in their students. Which singer do teacher Su Kuan and teacher Xiao Qing think more? The host's eyes fell on the other two mentors. I am more optimistic about Zhang Lan. I think Zhang Lan's singing skills are more stable. Su Kuan spoke slowly. I support Qi Yuan. I think Qi Yuan's stage effect will be better and will attract the audience better. Xiao Qing also picked up the microphone and spoke. Each singer has two mentors supporting him. It seems that if we want to decide the winner, we can only go through the next game. The host smiled and said, in that case, today's final will start now. The first draw will be made. Qi Yuan will be the first to go on stage to sing. Please ask Zhang Lan to wait in the preparation area on the side. Zhang Lan nodded when she heard the host's words, turned around and walked off the stage, and sat down in the preparation area. The host also walked off the stage, leaving Qi Yuan alone. In the live broadcast room, it started. Who will win the championship this time? Support Lan Lan, Tome on Lan Lan. Come on, brother Yuan. I like both singers. It's so hard to choose. Look, brother Yuan has already started singing. It's a rock song. The stage effect is definitely amazing. Preparation area. Zhang Lan listened to Qi Yuan singing and looked at the audience's reaction. She knew that Chi Yuan had already brought up the atmosphere of the audience. From this point of view alone, as long as Chi Yuan did not make mistakes in the singing, the number of votes he received this time would not be low. Soon the song ended. The host walked onto the stage again, said a few words, and then began to announce the number of votes Chi Yuan received. On the big screen behind the stage, the number of votes was growing rapidly, then slowly slowed down and finally stopped. Congratulations to Chi Yuan for getting 183 votes, which is the highest number of votes among all the singers in today's finals. There are 201 audience members in total, and only 18 did not vote. This is already a very high number of votes. The host looked at the final number of votes and congratulated. Chi Yuan looked at the final number of votes and smiled. In the last game, he got 172 votes, and this time he got 183 votes directly. This number of votes is already very high. In the mentor's seat, Wu Huan also smiled when he saw the final number of votes and turned to look at Li Ying. Why? This number of votes is enough to win the championship. The game is not over yet. You are too happy. Li Ying glanced at Wu Huan indifferently, but although he said so, he couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. 183 votes. This number of votes is really very high. From the top 16, all the contestants singing and the number of votes they got basically stopped at more than 170 votes. More than 180 votes. This is the first time today. I think this number of votes is enough. Wu Huan smiled and did not continue to speak. Jiangcheng, Changbai Jingyuan. Chen Mo looked at the number of votes Chi Yuan finally received and couldn't help laughing. 183 votes. This number of votes can finally win the championship. He has been following today's game. The votes that won the game before were more than 170 votes. And this time Chi Yuan got 183 votes. Basically, he can book the championship this time. Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart. And the comments in the live broadcast room at this time all had the same idea as him. 183 votes. This is already very high. Yes, 183 votes. Book the championship. Does Zhang Lan still need to play? 183 votes is really hard to surpass. Why can't our Lan Lan play? It's not the end yet. Maybe our Jai Lanlin also got more than 180 votes. Oh, that's right. Maybe we can get more than 190 votes. Be rational, 180 votes is already very high. How can we get more than 190 votes? Come on, Lan Lan, just do your best. Even if you can't win the championship, we will always support you. On the stage, Chi Yuan walked off the stage. Zhang Lan walked onto the stage under the host's words. Chi Yuan got 183 votes. I wonder if he feels pressured. The host asked. 183 votes is already very high, so there is naturally pressure in my heart, but we are also well prepared and will do our best to sing. Zhang Lan spoke slowly. When she saw 183 votes, she did feel some pressure in her heart, but she wanted to see Mr. Chen's song, Light Years Away, and she regained confidence in her heart. Chi Yuan's rock songs are very good, but she firmly believes that Mr. Chen's Light Years Away will be better. Then let's introduce the song we are singing. I am singing a new song written and composed by Xiao Jinku called Light Years Away. I hope you like it. Okay, then I will give the stage to Zhang Lan. After the host finished speaking, he quickly walked off the stage with the microphone. Live broadcast room. New song, Light Years Away. Small Jinka wrote the lyrics and composed the music. I am looking forward to it. This is Xiao Jinku, the fifth song after Invisible Wings, 10 years later, and Reverse War. Does anyone know who Xiao Jinku is? He is so mysterious. I don't know. I guess the only person who knows who Xiao Jinku is Lan Lan. After all, it has always been Lan Lan who sings his songs, but Lan Lan has never said anything about it. Products from Xiao Jinku must be top-notch. It seems that there is still some suspense in this competition. A large reward for Xiao Jinku. Jiangcheng, Changbai Jingyuan. Chen Mo stared blankly at Zhang Lan in the live broadcast room, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help shaking. Light years away. He never thought that Zhang Lan would actually take out the song he gave her. That's not right. Didn't he tell Zhang Lan that only if she created a good song could she use the song he gave her? Chen Mo looked unhappy and searched on the music platform. Then he found out that Zhang had just released a new song a few days ago, and the response was very good, even surpassing the previous songs. If so, Zhang did come according to his request. But why did you sing on the stage of the finals? Chen Mo's eyes fell on Zhang in the live broadcast room. At this time, Zhang had already sung the first sentence of the song. Feel the fingertips that stopped at my origin. How to freeze time instantly. Remember to look at my firm eyes. Maybe there is no tomorrow. Listening to Zhang singing and the familiar melody, Chen Mo's bad feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. What if Zhang won the championship on the stage of China Good Voice with the song he gave her? What does this mean? Chapter 830, Who is Xiao Jinku? Myself, Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart, but soon shook his head. He directly denied his own thoughts. How could I stab myself in the back? It was Zhang and the other guys who did it. On the stage, the singing continued. At this time, it has reached the climax of the chorus. Fate made us meet outside the troubled times. But fate made us fall in love in the midst of danger. Maybe the future is far away in light years. I am willing to wait for you in the unknown. The scene on the stage fell into absolute silence at this moment, as if everyone had entered the song. This song is like a love letter across time, allowing everyone to see an emotion that has experienced the test of life and death. In the live broadcast room, this melody is really nice. Yes, there is no explosive stage effect, but I can't help but immerse myself in it. I mean the kind of feelings in the song, really. I just broke up and the other party likes someone else. I want to cry. It's been a year since I broke up, and I haven't forgotten the other person, but the other person has married and had children. Ha ha ha. Lanlin's singing is really beautiful. I like it, and I also like this song. It's really nice. I cried. Can I really have the kind of feelings in the song? The singer continued, gradually entering the end. My brain has gone crazy for you. Pulse and heartbeat are not important without you. I didn't expect it. The song ended. On the stage, Zhang stood quietly with the microphone, as if she was still immersed in the emotions of the song. The audience was also quiet. This lasted for more than 10 seconds, and warm applause broke out in the audience. Zhang listened to the applause and gradually came back to her senses. Listening to the warm applause in the audience, she bowed deeply. At this time, the host also came up. Thank you, Zhang for singing Light Years Away. The voting channel will be closed in 30 seconds. Quickly came to Zhang side and asked, Interview. How do you feel about your performance of Light Years Away just now? Are you confident that you can win the championship? I'm not very confident. After all, 183 votes are already very high. Zhang picked up the microphone and spoke slowly. Although she was very confident about Light Years Away, 183 votes were indeed very high. She was not sure whether her votes could exceed 183 votes. No matter whether the votes can exceed 183 votes, this concert presented us with a very perfect stage. I was just brought into the song. The host said his eyes fell on the mentor's seat in the distance. I have to say that this song is really good. I'm really amazed. If you look at your performance on the stage, you two are actually on par on the stage. But if you look at it from the song, even if I am Chi Yuan's mentor, I will choose Light Years Away. This song is so good in both arrangement and lyrics. Wu Huan took the microphone and said generously, as a music mentor, he would not be partial to the members of his own team. If this song is good, it is good, and if it is not good, it is not good. Teacher Wu Huan gave a very high evaluation, so let's see what other mentors think. The host smiled and said, I have heard this song, Light Years Away, when Zhang was rehearsing. It is really a good song, and the performance on the stage just now can be said to be very perfect. I think the performance just now has a chance to surpass Chi Yuan's votes. Liang picked up the microphone and spoke slowly. When Zhang was singing just now, she paid attention to the reaction of the audience, although there was no such enthusiastic atmosphere as when Chi Yuan sang rock. But she saw that everyone was immersed in the song, which shows that Zhang singing is very contagious. At some times, This contagiousness is even more effective than those explosive stages. There are many factors that make the explosive stage enthusiastic. The shining lights, the high-pitched singing. Some of these things are off-site factors. It is possible that some people saw other people swaying and cheering, were infected by this atmosphere, and joined in. But Zhonglan's way of making the audience immersed in it is achieved simply by relying on her singing. So in this state, Zhonglan's songs may attract more people. Is teacher Liang confident in her students? What do the other two think of her? Then Xiaoqing and Su Kuan also made some comments on Zhonglan's singing, which were mainly praises for Zhonglan's singing skills and surprise at light years away. It seems that the four mentors have given high praise to the singing just now, but I don't know how many votes this singing will get in the end. But before the votes are announced, I still want to ask a question. The host said, turning to look at Zhonglan, the lyrics and music of the song, Light Years Away, were written by Xiao Jinku, and before that, the four songs, 10 Years, Invisible Wings, Later, and Reverse War were also written by Xiao Jinku. And the four songs released before were all popular songs on the internet, but no one knows who this Xiao Jinku is. I think Zhonglan is the only one who knows who Xiao Jinku is. I wonder if it is convenient for you to reveal who Xiao Jinku is. As the host asked, the four mentors in the mentor seat also pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know who Xiao Jinku is. For the creators who have created hit songs one after another, they all want to make friends. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. In the live broadcast room. Yes, who is Xiao Jinku, and what is the mentality to give such a name? No one knows it. The creator who can create 4 hit songs should not be so unknown. Oh, who knows? If a music creator can create so many hit songs, he would have come out long ago. Oh, maybe Xiao Jinku doesn't want to be famous. He just wants to focus on creation. It is also possible. It is this behavior that allows him to create so many hit songs. Oh, yes, I think this time's Light Years Away will undoubtedly become a hit song. But no matter what, I really want to know who Xiao Jinku is. In the room, Chen Mo heard the host's question and sat up straight on the sofa, staring at Zhonglan on the screen. If his identity is exposed and those netizens dig it up, then the affairs of his own group company can't be concealed. And if they dig deeper, maybe he has to hide his charity work. That's not good. Chapter 831. Thank you. Chen Mo suddenly became nervous. If the charity he did was really exposed, it would be troublesome. He knew the nature of the majority of netizens now. If he did so much charity and it was exposed, there is only one consequence: his clothing factory, canning factory, and the surrounding industries of the club. And other industries will probably face a retaliatory consumption. In that case, it will be even more difficult for him to lose money. So in order to avoid the charity being exposed, it is almost strictly forbidden for those charity personnel to expose the existence of the Tomorrow Group. Even for the sake of insurance, he occasionally goes to the foundation to give some ideological education to those charity personnel. Charity does not seek rewards, but only asks the original intention. Do good things without leaving a name. Only doing charity silently is the real charity. In a series of remarks, under his control, charity has always been stable. Now it won't be because of Zhonglan that all his efforts have been in vain. Chen Montak was nervos. On the stage, Zhonglan heard the host's words and shook her head lightly. Sorry, I know the identity of Xiao Jinku, but I can't reveal it. When Mr. Chen gave her the songs, he kept it secret. If Shinro hadn't heard the songs written by Mr. Chen, she wouldn't have known that they were written by Mr. Chen. So through these actions, it can be seen that Mr. Chen didn't want to reveal his identity. After all, Mr. Chen's 11 songs were probably written a long time ago. If Mr. Chen wanted to reveal his identity, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? In the mentor's seat, the 4 mentors all sighed in disappointment after hearing Zhonglan's answer. On the stage, the host didn't continue to ask questions after hearing Zhonglan's answer, but changed the subject directly. Then let's announce the vote results and see who can win the final championship of China Good Voice today. As the host's voice fell, the votes on the big screen above the back of the stage began to change rapidly. Soon it broke through 100 votes, 150 votes, and 160 votes. Now the number of votes has reached 170, and it is still increasing. I wonder if it can exceed 180, 178, 179, 180. Only 3 votes left to 183. The host looked at the number of votes on the screen, and his tone gradually became excited. 182, 183, it is already equal, but the number of votes is still increasing, 184. Congratulations to Zhang Lan for locking the final champion, but the number of votes has not stopped growing. We have to see what the final number of votes will be. 190. It has exceeded 190, 191. Will it continue to grow? The host looked at the increasing number of votes and waited quietly. After a few seconds, the final number of votes did not change at 191. Let us congratulate Zhang Lan for 191 votes and winning the final championship of China Good Voice. Listening to the host's words, Zhang Lan smiled. She did it, she won the championship. At this time, the audience also rang with warm applause. Li Ying, who was in the midder seat, rushed onto the stage and hugged Zhang Lan. I knew you would definitely win the championship. Li Ying patted Zhang Lan's shoulder and said excitedly. As Zhang Lan's mentor, if Zhang Lan won the championship, she would also be awarded the title of champion mentor, which was also an honor. Not long after, a group of people rushed out from the backstage. They were all players from Li Ying's team. They rushed to the center of the stage with excitement on their faces. After a while, the host stepped forward and spoke slowly. I'm sorry to ruin your excited atmosphere. I need to do an interview. With the host's words, everyone calmed down, but the smiles on their faces were still hard to hide. However, they all took the initiative to leave space for the host and Zhang Lan. The host looked at Zhang Lan with the microphone. I won the championship of The Voice of China with 191 votes. Do you have anything to say? If I want to say anything, I would like to thank you. I would like to thank teacher Li Ying for her guidance. It was teacher Li Ying who taught me a lot of professional things about music. I would also like to thank my teammates. We often exchange music-related information with each other, which is very helpful to me. Finally, I would like to thank the creator of Light Years Away. I have experienced a low point. Without his help, I would not be where I am today, Zhang Lan. I really thank him and thank him for his trust in me. Zhang Lan spoke seriously. Before entering The Voice of China, she was just an independent music creator. Because she had not studied music systematically, she did not know some professional knowledge about music. But after entering The Voice of China, it was teacher Li Ying who made up for her shortcomings. And those teams exchanged music experiences with each other during training, which also brought her a lot of help and inspiration for creation. As for Mr. Chun, she was really grateful. If Mr. Chun hadn't given her the song, he would probably still be targeted by the entertainment company, and he doesn't know what he would be like at this time. In the living room, Chun Mo was relieved when he heard that Zhang Lan didn't tell him, but he just sighed helplessly when he heard the words of the interview later. You are very grateful to me, but is this how you appreciate me? See here. He no longer had any intention of reading anymore, so he turned off the computer and went back to his room to sleep. This Zhang Lan. Not only was he one of the masterminds who sabotaged his conversion of songs into personal assets, but now he also won the championship in The Voice of China with the song he provided. I must make one more cross when I go to the company tomorrow. Magic City. Inside a hotel. Sister Lan, we won't be polite today. Li Yi looked at Zhang Lan and said with a smile, just order whatever you want to eat. You're welcome. Zhang Lan looked at Li Yi and said with a smile. After recording the program at The Voice of China, she invited the members of the team to the hotel to celebrate. At the same time, there are also some members of other teams who get along well with each other. On the stage, everyone is a competitor, but off the stage, everyone is a singer and can communicate with each other. As for the 4 mentors, she also invited them, but they seemed to have a lot of things to do after the recording of the program, so they didn't come. After communicating with the hotel waiter, Zhang Lan found where Li Yi was and sat down. The food was soon brought to the table by the waiter, and everyone started eating lively. Just when the meal was about to end, a few people came over. Zhang Lan looked up and saw several members of other teams. Sister Lon, after some discussion, we also want to join Blue Film and Television. Chapter 832 Champion. Chi Yuan looked at Zhang Lan and spoke slowly. This time he lost to Zhang Lan in the final, and he was convinced. 191 votes. Basically, even if the instructor comes on stage to sing, it is difficult to achieve this. Therefore, he is not dissatisfied with Zhang Lan, but rather yearns for Zhang Lan's blue movies. He knew that several singers in Li Ying's team had already joined Lampion Film and Television. He and Zhao Lei had learned about the treatment at Lampion Film and Television. In terms of revenue sharing, Lampion Film and Television actually gave him 30 to 70 points, and there was no breach of contract at a sky-high price, which surprised him very much. Since entering the quarterfinals, many entertainment companies have approached him. He expressed that he wanted to sign him into the company, but the best conditions they gave were 19%. Moreover, every company has a breach of contract, but the liquidated damages are different. But even the lowest liquidated damages were something he couldn't accept. When all these conditions are compared, the treatment of Blue Film and Television is immediately highlighted. Moreover, Li Yi has begun to obtain resources. It is said that she will participate in a music variety show next month, which was arranged by Lampion Film and Television. This made him very envious. Although these people have gained a certain degree of popularity in The Voice of China, without follow-up resource support, they will decline sooner or later. Therefore, they urgently need to find a back-end company so that they can ensure their subsequent resources. And Blue Film and Television was the best choice after they discussed it. Zhang Lan looked at the few people who came over. Needless to say, Chi Yuan, the runner-up of The Voice of China, has no problem with his strength. Behind Chi Yuan, there are two other people. One is in the top 4 and the other is in the top 8, and their strength is nothing to say. With their strength, there is absolutely no problem joining Blue Film and Television. But now there is a problem. 3 people in his team have joined Lampion Film and Television. At present, the resources received by Lampion Film and Television are only enough for these 3 people. If she is looking for more singers, there is no way to get any good resources immediately. After thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke. With your ability, I will definitely welcome you to join Lampion Film and Television, but now you also know that Lampion Film and Television has already joined 3 singers. The current resources in my hands are just enough to allocate them to them. If you join, I'm afraid I won't be qualified to give them to you immediately. So you still have to think about it. She directly explained the current situation of the company. As for whether the other party chooses to join, it is their choice. Of course, from a profit perspective, she naturally hopes to sign all 3 players. Chi Yuan and the other 2 players looked at each other, then walked aside and started chatting quietly. After a while, Chi Yuan took the lead and walked back. Sister Lan, we want to join Lampion Film and Television, but I want to know the situation. After we joined the company, the contract we signed was the same as that of Zhao Lei and others. When we still had resources, the Voice of China program had just ended. We could use the current traffic to independently take on some activities. Is there anything else? Problem. What I need to know is, after the heat for us people is over, can Sister Lan still guarantee our resources? Chi Yuan looked at Zhang Lan and asked the question that he was worried about. He was not worried about not having resources now. In any case, he was now the runner-up in The Voice of China. He still has a certain amount of traffic and wants to take on some activities and obtain some resources. With his current traffic, there is no problem. What he is most worried about is that after the popularity of The Voice of China subsides, he will have few resources. Can Lampion Film and Television guarantee them some resources? If you are just worried about these issues, then there is no problem at all. The contract is the same, not just for you, but also for those who join the company in the future. This contract is the most basic contract in the company. No matter who joins the company, the initial contract will be like this. And if you perform well in the future, the revenue share can still be increased. As for resources, we don't have contracts with high liquidated damages. As long as you don't violate the company's interests or deliberately discredit the company, you can leave whenever you want and follow the normal procedures. So there is no such thing as snow hiding here. As for resources, the company will definitely integrate more resources and will definitely give them to you once they're suitable. Zhang talked about the company's situation in detail. Qi Yuan and the other three were immediately relieved when they heard Zhang Lan's words. If this is the case, then we choose to join Blue Film and Television. Zhang Lan had something to say that reassured them. That is, their contract does not have sky-high liquidated damages. If you want to leave, you can leave. So even if Lampion Film and Television fails to abide by the agreement and provide them with resources after they join the company, they can still leave safely. Then you are welcome to join. I will contact you in the next 2 days and sign the contract. When Zhang Lan saw Qi Yuan and the others nodding, he also smiled and spoke. Generally speaking, it is a good thing to add some good singers to the company. In this way, the company now has 6 singers. Her goal was not enough. She just wanted to train these 6 singers to become second-tier singers or artists at least. As long as they become second-tier stars, they could create a certain value for the company. The next day, in the early morning, before entering the Tomorrow building, Chen and Mo heard singing from afar. Fate made us meet outside the troubled times, but destiny made us fall in love in the midst of adversity. Maybe the future is far away and light years away. I am willing to wait for you in the unknown. Last night, this song just won the championship in The Voice of China, and today someone started playing it on the street. This is the rhythm of another explosion. Chen and Mo shook his head helplessly. For him, the explosion of light years away is painful and happy. The explosion of the song means that Blue Film and Television will have another income. But the good news is that he can get a 1% share of this income. For the previous 4 songs, so far, he can get about 20,000 yuan in income share per month. If he adds this song, Light Years Away, his income will increase even more in the future. He took the elevator to the top floor and entered the office. He sat down at the desk, took a sip of the brewed coffee beside him, and then opened the drawer and took out a booklet. Chapter 833, Internal Esports Competition for Employees. Find Zhang Lan's page on the brochure, and then draw 2 crosses on it. Looking at the crosses on it, Chen Mo's face was grim. He never thought that Zhang Lan would become the 6th in the company. Inside the company, hey, are you going to participate in the new activities of the group? What activities? Didn't you check the work group? I haven't checked it today. Is there any news to be announced? You will know after you check it. I'll check it. 2 employees were talking quietly at their workstations, and one of them took out his mobile phone and started to check it. After a while, the employee slowly raised his head, his eyes full of surprise. These activities are no different from giving money. Why not participate? He knew about the internal esports competition promoted by the group a few days ago. In addition to the 100,000 yuan reward for the first place, the participation award alone was 2,000 yuan. Although he didn't play games much and was not very good at it. But it didn't stop him from participating at all. After all, the 2,000 yuan participation award was there. However, I thought that in addition to the sports meeting, there would be another event every year, and the benefits of this group would be getting better and better. But now it seems that this is not a new event. The internal esports competition is just the first event. He has seen the news in the work group very clearly just now. In addition to the internal esports competition, there are 9 other events. And it has been scheduled above, and corresponding events will be held in fixed months every year in the future. Just like the current May, esports competitions will be held in May every year in the future. There are 10 events in total. Excluding the annual leave, they work for more than 10 months a year. This means that there will be an event held every month of work in the future. As long as they participate in this event, even if they don't get a place, they can get a participation award of 2,000. What's the difference between this and a monthly salary increase of 2,000? The benefits of Tomorrow Group are really getting better and better. By the way, the selection for the esports competition has already begun. How are you doing? Have you advanced? How could I have advanced? I was eliminated in the first round. But it doesn't matter. There is a 2,000 yuan participation prize, and I'm not planning to win any championship. I'm a little better than you. I was eliminated in the second round. Hey, I don't count on this esports competition and the basketball and table tennis competitions later, but I have more confidence in the sleeping competition later. Hey, I'm also interested in this competition, and there is also a big eater competition. I can eat a lot. The snack guessing competition is also good, but I'm full in the cafeteria every day, and I don't really want to eat those snacks. It's a bit difficult. Yes, the smoked chicken and roast duck in the cafeteria are not fragrant, and the lobster and abalone are not fresh. It's good to eat 1 or 2 bags of snacks every day. By the way, there is also the couple hugging competition. You can't participate without a partner. Otherwise, find a partner. You are stupid. The single dog award at the annual meeting is 10,000 yuan. Why find a partner? That's right. The single dog award is a stable income of 10,000 yuan. The hug award can only be won if you get the first place. If you don't rank, it's only 2,000 yuan. It's too risky. That's right, that 10,000 yuan. Isn't it better to spend it yourself? 3 days later, the internal esports competition of the group was officially held. However, because BL Club is a professional gamer, BL Club banned participation in this competition. But it also gave certain compensation accordingly. There are 2 plans in total. The first one, a reward of 5,000 yuan per person. The second one, a 3-day holiday. Players are free to move during these 3 days. They will not care whether you are in class or rest. Then after the plan is issued, Yao Beigua thought that most people would choose 5,000 yuan. After all, who would be reluctant to give up money? But what he didn't expect was that 90% of the players chose to take a holiday. Yao Beigua smiled helplessly, watching the players' happy faces after they knew that there was a 3-day holiday. It was the same as when he was in school and suddenly knew that the school had a 3-day holiday. Mr. Yao, you are the manager of the esports club, so you will be the chief referee this time. Wei Yin looked at Yao Beigua, who came in and spoke slowly. Yao Beigua was not polite after hearing this. It was originally a small group event held by the company, and there was no need to be so restrained. Are the players ready? Yao Beigua turned to look at Yifeng. Mr. Yao, everything is ready. The Jihan agricultural base will be connected to them for the competition. Yifeng spoke slowly. Since joining Tomorrow Group, he and his wife have been free. At this time of year in previous years, he and his wife were basically running around. Like this year, it is already May, and it is impossible to stay in one place. But this also brought some troubles to the couple. After the Chinese New Year, he and his wife reported to the company, and the studio had prepared everything for them, even providing them with a few people. But since they started working, they held a quarterly sports meeting, and nothing happened. Every day, they just sat in the office, staring at the computer in front of them. This made them very worried. They did nothing all day, just sat here, and their monthly salary was not less than a penny, and it was still higher than their previous income as hosts all over the country. If they continue like this, will there really be no problem? Fortunately, a few days ago, the group launched a new event. They will not be idle every month in the future, and there will be an event to host every month. And for today's internal esports competition in the company, he and his wife have been playing games every day during this period, just to familiarize themselves with the content of the game competition. Another thing is to watch the game of this game and see how the commentators comment. After all, how can an esports competition be played without commentators? And I heard from President Wei that the video of this game will be edited and then put into a video account of the company. He knew that video account, which was a software developed internally by the company, on which daily work sign-in can be performed, and some employee leave procedures can also be carried out on it. There is also an activity video interface on it, and you can view some of the company's activity videos after entering it. He checked it before, and there are many videos in it. Videos of every sports meeting, videos of the annual meeting, and videos of various companies under the group. And today's game competition video will also be distributed there. So they're more serious. Mr. Yao, sit here. Chun Feng led Mr. Yao to a seat and sat down. Chapter 834 volume. Today's game commentary was him, his wife, and Mr. Yao. The competition venue was in a studio in the building. The participating teams included Changfeng Clothing, Sangshua Games, Corner Pet Park, etc., a total of 10 teams. The BL team did not participate, and Feiwu Security and Mr. Real Game Club were still under construction, so they did not participate. As for computers, let alone, even the most ordinary studio computer configuration in Tomorrow Group is enough to play games. Mr. Yao, there are 10 minutes to prepare, and the game will start. Today's game is a total of 6 games, and the rules are the same as the official rules. According to the points calculation, the one with the highest total points in the 6 games will be the first place. Yifeng briefly explained the rules of the game. Yao Beigua nodded when he heard this. As the manager of an esports club, he still understood these rules. The game started. The internal esports competition of the company has begun. Let's take a look at the route of the first round. It is a route to the west. I don't know where the players of these 10 companies will choose to parachute. Hey, the Nana Coffee team and the Chongfeng clothing team both chose a jump point. This is a collision. As far as I know, Nana Coffee is a female-dominated team. I'm looking forward to the battle later. The battle has begun. The situation is not good. A member of the Nana Coffee team was knocked down by a member of the Chongfeng team just after landing. No, another member of Chongfeng Clothing was defeated by a member of the Nana Coffee team during the gunfight. It was really exciting. The situation has become 3v3 again. Who will be the final winner in the end? Yifeng looked at the screen in the game and kept explaining. The team ended soon. It seems that Chongfeng Clothing is still more skilled and won the final victory, but in the end, only 2 members survived, and I don't know if they can make it to the end. Mr. Yao, what do you think of the battle just now? Yao Beigua heard Yifeng's question and slowly spoke. In the battle just now, I think the advantage has already appeared when the landing point was. The landing points of the Chongfeng Clothing team are relatively scattered, and they all chose high-rise buildings. And the Nana Coffee team is relatively conservative, the jump points are relatively concentrated, and finally 3 people are concentrated in one room. In this case, it is difficult to collect information, and if the opponent throws a mine, it is very likely to be directly wiped out. In the end, the Nana Coffee team was directly killed by a mine. I think the Nana Coffee team is not bad in strength, but it is a bit restrained. I think it would be better to disperse the jump points next time. This is indeed the case. I don't know if the Nana Coffee team will make adjustments in the next game. Yifeng nodded in agreement. The game continues. It is close to the end to get off work. 6 games are over. The results of the game have also been counted. Yifeng looked at the final score and began to announce the rankings. Congratulations to Tsangshui Game Team for winning the first place, Chongfeng Clothing for the second place, and Nana Coffee for the third place. As the results were announced, the top 3 teams all stood up and cheered. However, the teams that did not get the top 3 places were not too upset. After all, the rewards are postponed step by step: 100,000 for the first place, 90,000 for the second place, 8 for the third place, and so on. So the 10th place, which is the last place, can also get a bonus of 10,000. If 4 people share it equally, each person can also get 2,500 yuan, which is 500 yuan more than the participation prize of 2,000 yuan. More importantly, they got this 2,500 by playing games for half a day, and it was still during work time, not personal time. Yao Beigua stood up and looked at the cheering employees and spoke slowly. Everyone be quiet. The company's internal esports competition has ended successfully, and those who did not get a place should not be discouraged. There will be a basketball game next month, and there will be other games later. After that, he left the studio. At this time, he left as a leader, and these employees could open their mouths. Seeing this, Yifeng and his wife hurriedly followed him and left. Then, there was another round of cheers in the studio. Brothers here, thank you for taking the first place by chance. We will be off work soon, and we will treat everyone tonight. An employee of the Tsangshui Game Team said loudly while looking at the many employees in the studio. Then we will not be polite. If our circle was not bad in the last wave just now, it is really uncertain who will win the championship in the end. A member of the Chongfeng Clothing Team replied. In the last ranking points, just now, they and the Tsangshui Game Team were only 3 points apart. If the circle shape was better in the last round, maybe the final championship would be theirs. If we didn't play poorly in the first 2 games, it is still uncertain who will win the first place in the end. A member of the Nana Coffee team also said, because her tactics in the first 2 games were not very good, she basically didn't get any points in the first 2 games. It was in the last 4 games that she started to exert her strength. That's right, you're really good at it. The members of several teams in the studio all looked at the 4 female members of the Nana Coffee team in surprise. At the beginning of the game, they looked down on the Nana coffee team. After all, they were all female players. But during the game, they found that the opponent's strength was not worse than theirs. Okay, it's time to get off work. Let's go out and talk. We're treating you today, but everyone should be careful. Drinking is drinking, but don't delay tomorrow's work. No one wants the leader to see us win the award, go out to celebrate, and finally delay work. If this situation lasts for a long time, maybe these activities will not be held. A member of the Sanshua game team spoke up to remind him. Don't worry, we all know that if you really want to drink, you will drink on Friday. It's okay to sleep at home all day on Saturday. That's right. It's basically impossible to find a company with double days off on Saturday and Sunday, no overtime, and generous benefits. I don't want to lose this job. Me too. I will work for this salary for the rest of my life. I don't want to lose it. I saw a post yesterday that someone was talking about how our company's benefits are very competitive. What's wrong with me working hard and being competitive? I can get money by being competitive, and the boss will give me a raise. I saw it too. What do they know? They are competitive for the thousands of salaries. If we are competitive and become a small leader, it will not be thousands of thousands, but hundreds of thousands. Chapter 835 Theme Song. That's true. Because of our games, Sanshua Games' annual year-end bonuses and project bonuses are very generous. My friend is the team leader. After counting various bonuses last year, he finally earned almost 50, around 10,000. This is just for the group leaders, but those for the big group leaders can reach around 800,000 to 1 million. I envy you, Sanshua Yugi. What is there to envy? Your clothing factory has open branches. With this scale, if one day the brand is launched and the clothing factory makes a profit, you will not be bad. The bonus is even greater than that of our game company. Haha, I'm waiting for that day, but now I'm satisfied with this treatment. America. Taimu walked through the corridor of Lunya Film and Television, but soon a music melody came out in a room. Because he has been looking for the theme song of Star Passenger for the past 2 days, he has always been sensitive to singing. So when I heard the song, my steps unconsciously slowed down. Listening to the melody of the song, Taimu gradually stopped. Although he didn't understand the lyrics of the song, the melody of the song made him feel that it fit the theme song of his movie. Looking up at the room, I found that it was the room of a singer named Reina from Renya Film and Television. It can be regarded as acquaintance, and there have been some exchanges before. After thinking about it, he knocked on the door. After hearing the response from inside, he opened the door and walked in. Ms. Lena, Director Taimu, sit here. Hannah stood up and walked to the reception area aside, pouring a glass of wine and passing it over. What's wrong with Director Taimu? I just heard you singing outside the door. Can I know what song it is? Tam took the glass and took a sip. It's a new song from China. It's very nice. It's called Light Years Away. Reina held the wine glass and spoke slowly. Light years away. Taimu's eyes lit up when he heard this. The time he took for a Star Passenger to travel in space was calculated in light years. The title of this song is very appropriate for his movie. Can you tell me the general meaning of this song? This song mainly expresses firmness and love. The roughly translated meaning of the lyrics is, Reina simply translated the meaning of the lyrics. As a singer, she pays more attention to some of the more popular songs. Light Years Away became very popular in the past few days. She knew it right away and listened to it. It was indeed a very nice song. I also sing a few lines from time to time these days. As Taimu listened to Reina's narration, he had already confirmed in his mind that this was the song. This song basically perfectly explains the love he wanted to express in the movie. It's as if this song was tailor-made for his movie. Of course, he couldn't completely make this song a theme song. He needed an arrangement, and the song was adapted into English. Then the English version is used as the theme song here, and Light Years Away is used as the theme song for the Chinese region. Moreover, this song is now very popular in China, so as the theme song of the movie, it can also attract some traffic. Taimu thought to himself and looked up at Lena. I would like to ask you to adapt this song into an English version. I don't know if you can do it. There is definitely no problem in adapting the English version, but I don't currently have the copyright to this song, and I always need some compensation for adapting this song. Raina shook the wine glass in her hand and smiled. The remuneration is easy to say. Just follow the normal pricing process and you won't be shortchanged. As for the copyright issue, I will resolve it, Tam assured him. Happy to work with. Raina heard this and gently raised her wine glass. Happy to work with. Tam picked up the wine glass and gently clinked it with the other person's wine glass, and then drank the remaining wine in the glass in one gulp. After drinking, he put the wine glass on the table aside and left the room. Returning to his office, he directly called his assistant over. Go and investigate the information about the song, Light Years Away, as soon as possible. Okay, Director Taimu. The assistant nodded and left quickly. About an hour later, the assistant returned to the office and placed a document on the desk. Director Taimu, this is the information I investigated. After hearing this, Taimu picked up the information on the desktop and read it carefully. After a while, he looked up at his assistant. I see that this information only contains the singer of this song, but there is no information about the creator of this song. If you want to purchase the copyright of a song, you must obtain the authorization from the creator of the song. But now the creator of this song only knows a small treasury and nothing else. How should he buy the copyright? Director Taimu, I have checked that the creator of this song is called Xiao Jinku, but I don't know anything else. I also read some comments on the internet saying that people who know the creator of this song should the only singer of this song is Zhang Lan. The assistant hurriedly explained. Originally, he could have found this information in no time, but he spent more than half an hour looking for the creator of the song and still couldn't find the specific person. I know. Contact the singer of the song, Light Years Away, and book 2 more plane tickets. I'm going to China. Tay made arrangements quickly. In order to get the copyright of the song more safely, he decided to go there in person. At the same time, he also called the producer to tell them that the theme song had been found. After handling everything, Tame sat back in his chair and picked up the information on the table again. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Blue Film. He didn't expect that the singer of Light Years Away was actually an artist of Blue Film. He didn't know Light Years Away and the singer Zhang Lan, but he knew Blue Film. After all, Wandering Blue Star was shot by Blue Film. How could he not know it? He could take this opportunity to visit the director of Wandering Blue Star in China and communicate with him. Jiangcheng, Blue Films, Music Department Office. Sister Lan, there is a U.S. director who wants to discuss the copyright of Light Years Away with you. Agent Lu Shui came to the office to report the situation. What does he want the copyright for? Zhang Lan looked up at Lu Shui. I asked and heard that they seem to have a movie that is about to be released, but there is no theme song yet. After hearing Light Years Away, I think Light Years Away is very suitable as the theme song of their movie. What price did they offer? They offered 10 million. US dollars? No. Lu Shui shook her head. But they said the price is negotiable. Chapter 836, Need US dollars. Well, I know about this. You don't need to reply yet. Zhang Lan nodded slightly when he heard this. Wanting to buy the copyright of Light Years Away for 10 million is really out of the blue. Because of the popularity of the song, music platforms now offer a licensing fee of 10 million yuan, as well as 50% of the revenue from future songs. You only give her a copyright fee of 10 million for the theme song of a movie. Do you think she is a fool? Zhang Lan snorted coldly, then stood up and walked out of the office. This song was created by Mr. Chun, so I still need to consult Mr. Chun for his opinion on whether to sell the copyright. If Mr. Chun agrees, she will discuss the price. Come to the top floor. He walked to the door of the president's office, knocked gently, and then walked in. Mr. Chun. Chunemo looked at Zhang Lan who entered, his face darkening slightly. What is this sixth person doing here? He won't cause trouble for her again. Sit down, what can I do? Mr. Chun, there is a director in the United States who wants to purchase the copyright of Light Years Away and use it as the theme song of a movie. I would like to ask for your opinion. Zhang Lan sat down on the chair in front of the desk and stated the purpose of coming here. Purchase the rights to Light Years Away. When Chinemo heard this, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. Doesn't buying the copyright mean charging royalties? Then new funds would be injected into the system funds he had just spent. But when the words came to his lips, he stopped. Light Years Away was a song given by him, and he could get 1% of the copyright fee from the sale. Part of his current personal funds have been consumed by purchasing a house in his hometown. The funds in hand now are only more than 2 million. After purchasing the house in my hometown, I only had 1.9 million personal funds left. But decoration also costs a lot of money. But when he asked Wang Yang about the decoration fee, Wang Yang didn't want to charge it. According to Wang Yang's words, Mr. Chun has already helped me so much. How can he charge me for helping my aunt renovate a house? No matter how hard he insisted, Wang Yang refused to charge the decoration fee. Chun Mo was very helpless about this, but also very pleased. In this way, he didn't spend any money on decoration, and in the past few months, he also received a 1% monthly profit share from the few songs he gave Zhang Lan, which also increased a little. So my current personal assets are more than 2 million. If we pay for the renovation costs, we probably only have about 1.5 million yuan left now. As expected, Wang Yang was not given so many decoration orders in vain. During the holidays, he was given red envelopes and the decoration was free of charge. No one in the entire group understands him, and the only person who understands him is Wang Yang. Chun Mo sighed secretly, but his personal capital of more than 2 million was still too small, and he had no confidence at all when he went out. It is also not suitable for his status as the president of such a large group. But if he can license the copyright of Light Years Away, he can get 1% of the funds. Chun Mo thought for a moment and looked up at Zhang Lan. How much licensing fee does the other party want to pay? Mr. Chun, the current licensing fee offered by the other party is 10 million, but this price is definitely inappropriate. If Mr. Chun agrees to authorize, I will negotiate with them. What's an appropriate licensing fee for your target? Mr. Chun, I think the minimum licensing fee is 30 million. Zhang Lan opened his mouth to answer. If it is a normal song or a movie-themed song licensing fee, even if Light Years Away is a very popular song, the licensing fee of 20 million is already very high. But the current situation is that Light Years Away is now extremely popular and famous. So if the other party wants to purchase the theme song license of Light Years Beyond at this time, it is riding on the popularity of Light Years Beyond. If the other party's movie is released in China, she believes that many people will go to the movie because of the song Light Years Away. So she directly increased the licensing price of the song to 30 million, which was absolutely no problem. 30 million. Chun Mo frowned as he listened to Zhang Lan's answer. For a licensing fee of 30 million, 1% is 300,000. He can obtain personal assets of 300,000. But this was authorized by him at the risk of lowering the probability of successful settlement, and he only received 300,000 yuan. It doesn't feel worth it anyway. He has already chosen to take risks, so why not make more money? After thinking about this clearly, Chun Mo already had a decision in his mind. 30 million is too low. I want 10 million US dollars. Now that you've taken the risk, it's better to let go. Calculated according to the exchange rate, 10 million US dollars is 70 million. And he can get 700,000 personal funds. As for whether the person who spent 70 million US dollars to purchase the license would agree, that is because he is not thinking about it. Disagree. He won't make this money anymore, and it won't have any impact on him. Mr. Chin, the price of 10 million US dollars is a bit high. I'm afraid the other party won't agree. Zhang Lan said worriedly. If we don't agree, we won't authorize it. We won't have any losses. Our Tomorrow Group is not short of tens of millions of funds. Chun Mo sat back on his seat and spoke slowly. I understand, Mr. Chun. Zhang Lan heard Mr. Chin's answer and knew his attitude. After a brief discussion about the music department, she stood up and left the office. She returned to the room and called the assistant over directly. Reply to the director in the United States that 10 million is too little. We want 10 million US dollars and do not discuss the price. Okay, Sister Lan. The assistant turned around and left quickly after hearing this. After watching the assistant leave, Zhang Lan sat down at her desk to deal with the music department's affairs. As for the song licensing, she did not have much hope in her heart. The price of 10 million US dollars was already very high. When the other party heard their asking price, their first impression was that they were asking for too much. But she didn't care. Mr. Chin's attitude was already very clear. I want this price. If you want this authorization, then take out this money. If you don't want to take it, then don't talk. Our Tomorrow group is not short of this little money, so she didn't want to put too much thought on this. If the other party wanted to talk, she would continue to talk. If you don't want to talk, then bye. What she needs to deal with more now is the internal affairs of the music department. Now that The Voice of China has ended, 6 singers from The Voice of China have joined the Blue Film Music Department. Because of the popularity of The Voice of China, many commercial advertisements have contacted her, and she needs to screen them. And she has arranged a new program for Li Yi and Zhao Lei. Both are music variety shows. One is a creative music program in which all songs need to be created by themselves. She directly arranged Zhao Lei to join. Chapter 837. Changing the Selection Strategy. Zhao Lei is a creative singer in The Voice of China. Even if he was eliminated, it was not because he sang badly or his songs were bad. Moreover, his music style is folk-oriented, so he is at a disadvantage in the competition. However, folk songs are still very popular in the music market. Originally, she planned to arrange Zhao Lei to concentrate on his creation at work. After all, if a creative singer often participates in programs, it will affect his creation. However, she thinks this creative music variety show is very suitable for Zhao Lei, so she arranged Zhao Lei to join. Originally, she was going to go, but now there are too many things in the music department and she can't get away at all, so she gave up the idea of participating in the program. She is now finding some time to create after finishing work. However, she is also cultivating the company's management and her own agent. When the management is completed and her agent has a certain ability to handle work, she will have more time to create. So she is not in a hurry at the moment. Li Yi and another singer were arranged in another music variety show, which required cooperation with those singers who have been famous for a long time. Old singers and new singers sang together, competing in pairs. She didn't expect them to get any ranking, but just hoped that they could learn some music experience from those senior singers in that show. These were the first 3 contestants of China's Good Voice to join, and they were also members of her team. The remaining 3 people joined Blue Film and Television after the end of the China's Good Voice program, and the contract was signed 2 days ago. She currently has no good resources to arrange for these 3 contestants, so she can only select some suitable business for them to do. Sitting at the desk, carefully checking the information of each business. I don't know how long it took. Agent Lu Shui came in again. Sister Lan, the director in the United States, said he wanted to meet and talk, and he will board the plane tonight. First to Kyoto, and then transfer, and will probably arrive in Jiangxing tomorrow afternoon. Interview. Zhang Lan thought for a while, then nodded. If they want to meet, then set a time. Guests are welcome. Although she didn't know what to talk about, the price was already set on her side. If the other party felt that the price was unreasonable, there was no room for negotiation. But since the other party was coming, let's meet them, so as not to be accused by them of being too arrogant and looking down on others, such as Blue Films or Tomorrow Group. Come knock. Huang Ying looked at the door of the president's office, turned her head, and looked at Hu Bian and whispered. It was her first time to meet Mr. Chen on the top floor, and she was still a little nervous. Hu Bian took a deep breath, raised his hand and knocked gently, then slowly opened the door of the office and walked in. Mr. Chen. The 2 entered the office and looked at Mr. Chen sitting at his desk and spoke nervously. They had met Mr. Chen before, even during meetings, but it was their first time to go to Mr. Chen's office privately like today. Sit here. Chen Emo looked at the 2 people who came in, stood up, and took them to the reception area on the side. Hu Bian and Huang Ying followed and sat down on the sofa in the reception area with some restraint. Come and have a taste of tea. Chen Emo saw the 2 people sitting down and poured them a cup of tea. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Hu Bian and Huang Ying hurriedly took the tea, looking flattered. I heard that you were going to the Magic City to select actors. Chen Emo leaned back on the sofa and looked at the 2 people sitting opposite. Now that the film's affairs have been arranged, this time he also learned from the previous lessons and did not interfere with their scripts at all. In the previous 2 times, he participated in the script suggestions, but Luo Xiao and others misinterpreted his intentions and changed the script. This time he did not participate at all and let them write the script themselves, so there must be no problem with the script. The biggest problem now is the actors. Now Blue Film Films has brought several actors to fame because of the appearance of the Legend of the Demons and the Wandering Blue Star. For example, Wang Bin, Su Tang, Jiang Shui. These people have a certain amount of traffic, and he has no way to stop them from filming their own company's movies or TV series. So what can be done now is to interfere with Hu Bian and Huang Ying's search for good actors. He found that his previous thinking was wrong. Those who can study at the Magic City Drama Academy must have a certain acting foundation. When they arrive at the Film and Television City for filming, they can basically achieve a certain level of acting skills after practicing a few more times. After thinking this through, he wanted to cancel the idea of recruiting students from the Drama Academy, but was rejected by the system. The reason is that recruiting actors from the Drama Academy has already had a good effect. Canceling the recruitment of students from the Magic City Drama Academy is suspected of intentional loss. Since it cannot be canceled, he can only find a way to interfere, and today he called Hu Bian and Huang Ying over to implement the interference plan. Yes, Mr. Chen, we are preparing to take a flight to the Magic City tomorrow afternoon, and we will probably go to the Magic City Drama Academy backstage to select actors. Hu Bian nodded. All the preparations on their side have been completed, and some of the crew members have even gone to the Film and Television City to start preparations. Some of the equipment needed for filming has also been transported. The more critical thing is the hotel reservation. According to Mr. Chen's arrangement, all the people who go to the Film and Television City for this filming must stay in the hotel. So this also requires them to communicate with the hotel in advance. But fortunately, they have cooperated once before, and when they communicated with the hotel this time, they arranged it very enthusiastically and promised that all the rooms will be prepared for them when their large team goes there. Do you have any plans for selecting actors? Chun Mo continued to speak. He planned to find out Hu Bian's selection plan first and then make adjustments based on their plan. Mr. Chun, Mr. Luo, and his team have already arranged the selection of actors for the film. At the Magic City Drama Academy, Mr. Luo has already communicated with the people at the school. We don't have to worry about it this time. When we go there, we will go to the audition location. The school will arrange students majoring in drama to audition. Hu Bian answered. Luo Xiao had already arranged the trip to the Drama Academy when he left, so he could go there after he arranged everything here. Students majoring in drama. Chun Mo heard Hu Bian's words and instantly grasped the key point. Chapter 838 Extras. Selecting actors and selecting students from the drama school. Isn't this the professional counterpart? Then how can the selected actors be any worse? Chun Mo thought to himself, picked up the tea on the table, and took a sip, his eyes falling on Hu Bian. I think the plan needs to change. Mr. Chun, please tell me. Hu Bian hurriedly spoke respectfully, but he was extremely nervous. Mr. Chen's words were obviously dissatisfied with the plan he had just proposed. When we select actors, we want to select talented people. If you only select drama students, you will miss a lot of talents we don't know about, so you can't just select students from the School of Drama. When it comes to selecting actors, we should give all those who want to act a stage where they can appear on the screen. Nowadays, there are so many extras in the Film and Television City who want to be actors. They have their own dreams. They wait for every crew every day in order to act. Sometimes they have to fight to play a dead body. And what they do is to have a chance. So I think we can give these people a chance. Those who want to be actors but don't have a chance. Chen Montag spoke slowly. It was definitely not good to always choose students from the drama school. But due to system restrictions, he couldn't just drag anyone into acting on the street. The minimum requirement for the system is to have a certain amount of acting experience, and those extras are already the minimum standard. Mr. Chun, isn't this too risky? Those extras have basically never experienced any systematic learning. Hu Bian spoke carefully. In his opinion, most of the extras had no acting skills. If those extras were recruited, they would definitely be very lacking in acting skills. How can you take risks? Look at Wang Chong and Wang Bin. They were all extras before, and they have never experienced systematic learning. Look at what you have achieved now. You have starred in 2 movies in succession, and both movies were hits. Before, Wang Bin acted as an extra for a year, but with no results, and finally gave up on his career as an actor. Later, I established a film and television company, and I asked him to star in the movie, and this is the final result. And Wang Chong, who starred in Yu Zhang's Jiu 2, was not only a hit during the Spring Festival, but his acting skills were also recognized by the masses. So, it's not that the extras are bad, it's that they don't have a chance to show off, and we have to give these extras a chance so that they can have a stage to show themselves. Chun Mo's expression was serious, but he was gnashing his teeth in his heart, especially for Wang Bin. He chose him as the lead actor after he fell in love with him and worked as an extra for a year without any results. I thought that without acting skills, it would end up being a bad movie. But who would have thought that in the end it would be like this, starring in 2 hit movies one after another? But he believed that this was just an accident and that it was impossible for all extras to be like this. At least the extras are more reliable than those drama school students. I understand Mr. Chun. Hu Bian was surprised when he heard this. He knew that Wang Chong was an extra before, but Wang Bin and Mr. Wang were also an extra before. This was the first time he knew about it. It turns out that Mr. Wang has such an identity. He has been an extra for a year, and no one paid attention to him. But Mr. Chin gave him a chance to star, and he took off immediately, and there's nothing to fault about his acting skills. It seems that, as Mr. Chin said, there may be many talented actors buried among the extras. It's good to know. How many characters in your current scripts don't have actors? Chunimo asked. Mr. Chin, there are currently about 30 roles in the 2 scripts combined without suitable actors. Among them, there are 4 missing starring roles and several important supporting roles. The rest are supporting roles that do not have many roles. Hu Bian answered quickly. Nowadays, there are not many actors lacking in movies. The biggest shortage of actors is in TV series. The TV series is very long, and there will be a lot more plots, so more actors will be needed. In this case, half of the actors were selected at the Shanghai Drama Academy, and half were selected among the extras. The same goes for the 4 leading actors. 2 were selected at the Drama Academy, and 2 were selected among the extras. Chun Mo made the final arrangements. This will increase Hu Bian's workload in selecting extras, which will increase the chance of selecting actors with poor acting skills. We also discussed the details of casting actors in the office. Hu Bian and Huang Ying stood up and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. There are tea leaves on the table, 2 boxes for each person. Chunemo looked at the 2 people who were standing up and motioned to the tea leaves on the edge of the coffee table. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Hu Bian and Huang Ying glanced at each other and spoke quickly. Then he picked up the tea leaves on the coffee table and left the office. Watch Hu Bian and Huang Ying leave. Chunemo stood up and came to the desk and sat down. The script and the selection of actors have basically been arranged. You can definitely lose money this time. Chunemo secretly thought that the movie matter was resolved and all the system funds had been consumed. In addition, it invested in the research and development of its own servers and anti-cheating systems, adding an additional investment of 400 million yuan. So far, additional investment has reached 4.8 billion again. Nana Coffee has 400 million, the competition base has 3 billion, the school has 1 billion, and the research and development server and anti-cheating system have 400 million. Judging from the current situation, things are looking very good. As long as he continues to maintain this, and the funds for continued profits will be consumed in the next 6, 7, 8, and 9 months, then there is basically a high chance that the settlement at the end of September will be settled in full. However, because of previous failed cases, he cannot relax and must pay attention to the trends of various companies in a timely manner. Chon Mo already had a plan in mind, but most of the things had been arranged at this time. When it was time to relax, he still had to relax. Turn on the computer. I entered Extreme Survival directly. I haven't played it for a long time. Another skin was released a few days ago. It's time to play it again. Enter the game soon. I checked it and found that a new set of skins had indeed appeared in the warehouse. After putting it on, I started the game directly. The game matching is successful and the preparation interface is entered. Chapter 839 Lu Village. When he appeared in new clothes, he quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding players, who gathered around to check it out. And his 3 teammates began to type in the team chat interface. Oh my god, isn't this the new skin that came out a few days ago? This set is all here? It's only been a few days, and I just drew a pair of pants. You drew a pair of pants, but I haven't drawn anything yet. Is this the European emperor? Absolutely the European emperor. Brother, give us the clothes to wear. Chinemo looked at the team chat channel, smiled slightly, and then quickly edited a message and sent it out. Wait to enter the game, I like it. Give them the clothes now. We'll find him equipment later. The game started. Several people chose a house area to parachute. Not long after, Chinemo looked at the equipment sent by his teammates and nodded with satisfaction. It's too troublesome to search for equipment in this game. It's much better if teammates send equipment. Boss, dye this gun skin for me. Boss, do you have a skin for my gun? I want a gun skin too. The three teammates looked at the gun skins on Chunmo's equipment and spoke in the chat channel. No problem, I have all the skins for all your guns. Come one by one in line. Chen Montag replied straightforwardly. Boss is awesome. One boss, how did you get these skins? I've been trying to get the skin for this gun for a long time, but I haven't gotten it yet. Oh, boss, you are really lucky. Looking at the compliments in the chat channel, Chinemo silently picked up the coffee beside him and took a sip. This was probably the fun of playing this game. Then he found a car and dyed a car skin in the eyes of the three teammates. The chat interface once again appeared with exclamations. 2 hours later, Chinemo stretched his waist and directly exited Extreme Survival and opened Tianlong. Although it feels good to listen to the compliments from teammates, it is still unpleasant to die all the time. The experience of Tianlong is better. At least you will not die in Tianlong. Lu Village. These are the only foods. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. In a villager's home, an old lady brought a plate of dishes to the somewhat old table. Grandma Chun, this is already very good. It smells very good. Luo Xiao looked at the food on the table and spoke quickly. Today they came to Lu Village to do a poverty survey. When they investigated Grandma Chen's house, it was already noon. When they were discussing eating, they were heard by Grandma Chun. No matter what, they had to entertain them. Looking at the 6 dishes on the table, 2 of them had meat. According to his understanding of Grandma Chun, this table of food would never be cooked like this if it was normal. The meat in those 2 dishes was enough for Grandma Chun to make more than 10 dishes by herself, and she might not be willing to eat it normally. Among the investigation materials, Grandma Wu has the hardest life. The children in the family had some accidents in the past few years. That accident caused the old man to have only one granddaughter who was still studying in another city. The granddaughter was in college, relying on scholarships and part-time jobs to support herself. She would also give some money to Grandma Wu every month, but not much. Otherwise, with Grandma Chen's current health, there is no way to make money. And now they eat a meal here, and they eat up Grandma Chen's meals for many days. It's really a bit embarrassing. Grandma Chun, you sit down and eat too. I won't eat, you guys can eat. Grandma Chun, you cooked all the food on this table. If you don't eat, we will pick up our chopsticks. And we also want to talk to you about life here while eating. At Luo Zhao's repeated requests, Grandma Chin finally sat at the table. A person from the foundation in the distance quickly pointed the camera at the table and took pictures. Grandma Chun, you should know the purpose of our coming here this time, which is to take the poor elderly to the city. There are many relatively poor elderly people there, and everyone can live together and will not feel lonely. Grandma Chun, we all know the situation of you coming here first. Otherwise, let's go to Jiangcheng. Luo Xiao took a bite of the meal and looked at Grandma Chun sitting opposite and said, Go to the city? Why would a rough man like me go to the city? I am not used to the life there. Grandma Chun shook her head without hesitation. She has lived in this village all her life, and now she is half buried in the ground. How could she go out? Grandma Chun, we know that you will not be used to it if you go to the city, and there will not be so many familiar people in the village. But you have to think about it. If you go to our nursing home in Jiangcheng, all the living expenses will not be borne by you. They will all be covered by our foundation. And it's not just you, Grandma Chun, who will go to Jiangcheng, but also other elderly people in Liuzuan. Another point is that when you go to the nursing home, your granddaughter won't have to worry about your life, and you won't have to pay living expenses at home. In this way, the pressure on your granddaughter will be much less, and you can also focus more on learning. Luo Xiao continued to persuade. Over the past few days, he has visited many villages with the foundation team. Basically, 90% of the elderly did not want to go to the city at the beginning and left their hometowns. Even old people whose lives are in question are unwilling to go. Basically, every elderly person needs people from the foundation to do psychological work. Grandma Chen fell into silence when she heard Luo Zhao's words. Luo Zhao said that there was no problem. If she went to the nursing home, she would not have to worry about her life at all. This would indeed take some of the pressure off the granddaughter, if that's the case. Grandma Chen thought briefly and finally nodded. I can go, but I need to talk to my granddaughter first. It's okay. Don't worry here, we have to visit some more villages. When all the poor elderly people here are registered, we will take you to the nursing home in Jiangcheng. And your granddaughter goes to school in the city next to Jiangcheng. If she wants to see you, she can get there in an hour by train. We also have a dedicated passenger bus there that will pass directly by the nursing home. Overall, it is very convenient. It's much more convenient than going home. Luo Xiao smiled and nodded. The passenger buses he was talking about were buses from various stations in Jiangcheng to the Corner Pet Park. The routes taken by those buses would pass by nursing homes. Chapter 840 Solution. And this matter can be communicated to the bus managers, and those family members who go to Jiangcheng to visit the elderly in the nursing home can take those buses. After all, not all of the poor elderly people they pick up have no children. Some of them work outside, but they don't go home once a year. In addition, their life outside is not very satisfactory, and they are also very negligent in taking care of the elderly. So after discussion, the children agreed to let the elderly enter the nursing home. However, such elderly people will also sign an agreement. After the elderly enter the nursing home will be responsible for all the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of all the elderly, including medical treatment. These actions will be directed at those elderly people, and no compensation will be made to the elderly's families. This agreement is mainly to prevent those children from seeing that the elderly live well here and want to use this to seek some benefits for themselves. Or the elderly are sick in the nursing home, and the family members want to extort money from them. The contract is written by the law firm. If the family members agree to sign it, they will take the elderly to the Jiangcheng nursing home. Otherwise, they will only record it and provide some material assistance to ensure that the elderly will not go hungry. When Grandma Chen decided to go to Jiangcheng, she was still a little depressed. After all, this was where she had lived all her life. No matter how hard life was, she still had feelings for it, and she would still be reluctant to leave. However, when she heard that her granddaughter's school was in the city next to Jiangcheng and the transportation was very convenient, she felt more comfortable. In this world, her granddaughter was her only relative. If she could be closer to her granddaughter, it would be much more convenient for her to come to see her, which would be great. After confirming the matter of going to Jiangcheng, Luo Xiao continued to learn about the news of other villagers in Lu Village. After a while, lunch was over. Some people from the foundation helped to clean up the dishes and left Grandma Chen's house. There are still 11 households to go to, and there is still half a day. The survey of Lu Village can basically be completed today, and it will be almost time to go to other villages tomorrow. Came outside. Luo Xiao spoke slowly. Well, I have sent a small team to the next village to understand the situation. Yang Xinguo nodded. Brother Xiao, there's news from Hubian. Wangbin came over at this time. What's the matter? Mr. Chun has changed the plan for selecting actors. Half of them will be found in drama academies, and the other half will be found among extras. Wangbin showed Luo Xiao the content on his phone, which recorded the specific changes. Luo Xiao looked at the changes on his phone and fell into deep thought. There are very few extras who can really act. It's really too rare to find an extra with decent acting skills. He has shot 2 movies, and some ordinary roles in the movies also used extras. But after the 2 movies, including Wang Chong, he only signed 2 extras. The other extras lacked too much in acting skills. Almost all the shooting had to be re-recorded many times. There were still too few people like Wang Chong and Wang Bin who had a certain understanding of acting. And in that plan, he also saw that they had to select a leading actor from the extras, as well as several very important supporting roles. This was undoubtedly very difficult. Luo Xiao frowned. If that was the case, then this filming might be much more difficult. He wrote the script himself. The director was a newcomer, and now half of the actors had to be selected from the crowd actors. Luo Xiao couldn't help but feel a little worried, and this plan to select actors must continue. Then selecting actors in the future would be a big problem. There aren't that many actors with qualified acting skills among the crowd actors. What should we do? Wang Bin also had a worried look on his face. Mr. Chen has already given the order, and it must be implemented. Let Hu Bian and others go to the Magic City according to the original plan and recruit half of the actors from the Magic City Drama Academy first. The remaining half of the actors in the crowd actors side, after the actors from the Magic City Drama Academy are fully recruited, we will consider the other half of the actors. And in the future, all our movies and TV series will have to have half of the actors selected from the crowd actors. This is a problem that must be solved. Luo Xiao pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. Mr. Chen has given the order, and the only thing they can do is to execute it. All they can do is to do their best to do the job well, based on Mr. Chen's order. But it's really hard to choose actors from the crowd. How can we solve this problem? Wang Bin frowned. He was born as an extra and spent nearly a year with them. He was very familiar with what they looked like. It was really a mixed bag. There weren't many people who really loved acting. Most people wanted to become a star and become famous overnight. They rarely studied acting skills. They waited in front of various crews every day, hoping to be noticed by a director and then play a good role to become famous. This idea is no different from buying lottery tickets. It's even worse than buying lottery tickets. At least you have to pay money to buy lottery tickets. But in terms of acting, even if this opportunity falls on your head one day, you must have the ability to grasp this opportunity. Such people account for a large part of the extras. It is really difficult to select the leading actor from those extras. There are really too few extras like Wang Chang. Mr. Luo, is there a problem with the company? Yang Xinghua saw Wang Bin and Luo Xiao discussing for a long time in the distance, and judging from their expressions, they seemed to have encountered difficulties. Well, I encountered a small problem, and I haven't found a good solution yet. Luo Xiao nodded and did not hide it. Then I will lead the team to visit the remaining 11 villagers, and you go to solve the company's affairs. Yang Xinguo spoke slowly. In his opinion, the company's affairs are still very important. If the foundation can have huge financial support, it depends on the profits of the companies under the Tomorrow Group. If there is really any problem with the company, then their foundation will definitely be affected. Besides, before Luo Xiao and Wang Bin came, he was the leader, so there was nothing. Then I'll trouble Brother Yang today. Luo Xiao did not refuse. Now the film and TV series only need to select actors. After the selection is completed, they can go to the film and television city to shoot. Soon, Yang Xinghua led the team to the next villager's home. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin found a stone to sit down and began to think about the extras. Brother Xiao, let's consult those managers in the group to see if they have any good suggestions. Wang Bin said, Chapter 841 Mr. Wei, please speak. That's the only way. Luo Xiao nodded after hearing Wang Bin's suggestion. Strength comes with numbers. The two of them couldn't think of any good solution, but that didn't mean that others couldn't. The biggest role of the manager group is to discuss with each other. Many of the decisions of each company were made by everyone in the group. Thinking of this time, he edited the message, explained the problem in detail, and sent it to the group. Not long after, some people began to reply to the message. Yao Beigua, it's a bit difficult to choose the leading actor from the crowd actors. Song Xia, I don't understand. Pang Tao, I can't think of any good solution either. At Wei Yin, see if Mr. Wei has any good solution. AtoZ, good idea at Wei Yin. Song Xia at Wei Yin. Li Shen at Wei Yin, Mr. Wei is out to work. After a while, Wei Yin, sorry, I was playing games just now. I'll check the situation and reply later. After a while, Wei Yin, I have read it, and this problem is indeed difficult to solve. At least for the current actors of movies and TV series, we can only select from the extras little by little, and there is no shortcut. However, there is a solution for selecting from the extras in the future. Luo Xiao, Mr. Wei, please speak. Luo Xiao immediately sent a message after seeing Wei Yan's reply. He also knew that he could not solve the current movies and TV series immediately, and could only select from the extras little by little, as Wei Yin said. The solution he needed was also how to solve the problem of selecting from the extras in new movies and TV series in the future. After all, it is impossible to always have talented extras like Wang Chong and Wang Bin. This time, we may find one more after careful selection. But such talents are hard to come by, and it is impossible for new college students to graduate after a batch of graduates. And talented actors among the extras are more like non-renewable resources. If one is selected, there will be one less. Weigh in, we can actually change our thinking. Instead of blindly selecting good actors from the crowd actors, we can train those crowd actors. There are many talent shows now. I can also make an actor talent show myself. Let the crowd actors, or those who want to act, rehearse the show by themselves and then perform. We can select some people who have a certain acting talent or some acting foundation from these talent shows. Of course, this is definitely not the final result. We can really give these selected people some professional training. In this way, when we shoot movies and TV series, we will not be so blind when selecting actors from the crowd actors. At least those crowd actors with strength or talent have been selected by us in this talent show. Coupled with the later training, they can become qualified actors when needed. Luo Xiao looked at the message sent by Wei Yin in the group, and his eyes lit up. Actor talent show. Select those talented and well-founded actors in advance, and then train them systematically. This method is completely feasible. He has some connections with the Drama Academy, so he can invite a few teachers to teach. Of course, the money must be in place. Thinking of this, Luo Xiao quickly sent a message in the group. Luo Xiao, this method is feasible. Mr. Wei is really amazing. Fang Chong, Mr. Wei is really amazing. Yao Beigua, Mr. Wei is really amazing. Liang Jiming, Mr. Wei is really amazing. Wei Yin, this method is feasible, but you still have to be careful. After these actors are selected in the talent show, they're trained and have certain acting skills in the script. They are likely to be favored by other crews. So you still have to be careful not to make other crews wear wedding clothes. Luo Xiao, this problem can be solved. After being selected in the talent show, you can sign a contract. Li Shun, the contract is fine, but if you completely restrict those extras from going out to act, it will definitely make those people uncomfortable. After all, if too many extras are selected, our movies and TV series will not have such a great demand. Or during the filming stage, these extras will not have much opportunity to act. After a long time, they will definitely stop doing it, so I think we should not restrict them from going to other crews to make money. We can even contact other crews and recommend them. Since they're going to other crews to film, they must be paid and we can just take a cut. In this way, we can make some money through this method and also let those extras get exercise. This is a win-win situation. Another point is that since it is an acting teaching, the boring short video can be live broadcast. I can arrange an acting section in the boring short video and then put the talent show on it, and then let some professional teachers comment and give suggestions. If the show is good, it can also attract some people to watch. If some passersby are interested in acting, they can also learn by themselves through the live broadcast room and then participate in the actor's audition. In this way, we have a steady stream of actors for us to choose from. Wei Yin, awesome. Li Shun. Su Jingming, Li Shun is awesome. Li Maoda, Li Shun is awesome. Meng Xiaohong, Li Shun is awesome. Tang Qiu, just let me handle the contract. Li Shun, Lawyer Tang is awesome. Yao Beigua, Lawyer Tang is awesome. Fang Chong, Lawyer Tang is awesome. Luo Xiao looked at the news summarized by everyone in the group. Establish an actor audition, sign contracts, professional teachers train, and play boring short videos. When all things are connected together, this is like establishing an industry chain for training actors. And once the actors are trained, they can use them themselves and recommend them to other crews. While making money, they can also train the acting skills of those actors. Maybe at the beginning, these actors didn't get much pay, but over time, their acting skills improved. The pay will definitely increase little by little, and if the role they play has a little fame, the pay may be higher. If, like Wang Chong, they are chosen by the director to become a leading actor, then they, Lampion Film and Television, will make money. So this actor selection plan is very good. Not only does it solve the problem of difficulty in selecting actors from extras in the future, but it also indirectly increases a certain amount of income for Blue Film. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. The problem of extras has been solved. By the way, Brother Xiao, Wandering Blue Star will be released on the app platform at the end of the month, so Banana TV should also let someone sign the contract. Wang Bin suddenly spoke. Chapter 842 Film Authorization. Well, we can arrange for someone to come over. Luo Xiao nodded. Demons Conquering is licensed to Banana TV, and the cooperation between the two parties is pretty good. Of course, the most important thing is that Banana TV's traffic is pretty good. Their movies are released on Banana TV, so there is no need to worry about lack of traffic. Moreover, they are exclusively authorized, and they will earn 3 yuan for every 15 minutes of playback. He remembers that Demon War had 30 million views on the first day it was released on Banana TV and 90 million views on the same day. Income. The popularity of Wandering Blue Star is much greater than that of The Legend of Demons, and the number of views this time will probably exceed that of The Legend of Demons. However, it is difficult to predict how much it will be. But no matter what, this is another income from Wandering Blue Star. After all, there is still a certain amount of income from Demon Subduing and Banana Platform every month. On the second day, South and Coffee. Ms. Zhonglan, the price of 10 million US dollars is too high. It can be negotiated again. Tamu looked at the young woman sitting opposite and spoke not very fluent Chinese. To be honest, $10 million to buy the copyright of a song is still too expensive. Director Tamu, I have already said that the licensing fee for this song is 10 million US dollars, and the price will not be changed. If you want to discuss price, I don't think we need to go any further. Zhang Lan took a sip of coffee and said lightly, Mr. Chen's meaning is already obvious. That is 10 million US dollars. If you accept it, you will sign the contract. If you don't accept it, you will be kicked out. It is said that China is a country of etiquette. I don't see any etiquette in doing this. We are talking about cooperation. Don't you know that a shopping mall is like a battlefield? A cup of coffee here is the greatest etiquette. Of course, if you really want to experience our Chinese hospitality, that's fine, but please don't associate it with business cooperation. After finishing speaking, he turned to look at his manager Lu Shui. Are the vehicles ready? Everything is ready, Sister Lan. Lu Shui spoke quickly. After Zhang Lan confirmed, he looked back at Taimu, who was sitting opposite. How about I take Director Taimu to visit our Tomorrow group? Taimu thought for a moment after hearing this, and then nodded. Now they also feel that continuing to discuss the price with Zhang Lan is definitely not possible. It is better to go shopping at Tomorrow Group. Maybe there will be some turning point in this matter. Seeing Taimu nodding, Zhang Lan got up and walked outside the coffee shop. The car was already waiting in the parking lot not far from the coffee shop. This coffee tastes very good. Taimu stood up and walked aside. Looking at the finished coffee, he couldn't help but praise it. When he is in the office, he makes coffee for himself, and sometimes he goes to some high-quality coffee shops for coffee. So I still know something about coffee, and the coffee in this coffee shop definitely has a very good process. Before coming, he has always heard that Starbucks has captured the Chinese coffee market and is regarded as high-end coffee by Chinese people. After hearing this information, he felt that the coffee in China should not be very good, otherwise low-end coffee like Starbucks would be called high-end coffee in China. However, after drinking the coffee just now, his impression of Chinese coffee has changed. This taste is definitely something that can only be produced by specialty coffee. This brand is called Manhwa Coffee, and it is an industry under the Tomorrow Group. Zhang Lan introduced with a smile. Taimu nodded when he heard this. He knew that the Tomorrow Group and Lampy Film were owned by the Tomorrow Group, but he doesn't know much about other industries under the Tomorrow Group. Soon, several people got into the prepared vehicles and arrived at the Tomorrow Group. This is the Tomorrow Building. Currently, floors 1 to 16 are still under renovation. We can just go to the 17th floor. Zhang Lan gave a brief introduction, and then took Taimu directly into the elevator to the 17th floor. Then the introduction started on the 17th floor, and then came to 18th, 19th, 20th. Finally came to the fitness floor. This is the entertainment and fitness floor of our Tomorrow Group. All employees of Tomorrow Group can go here for entertainment and fitness. Taimu followed Zhang Lan and kept listening to Zhang Lan's introduction. His originally calm expression gradually turned into surprise. They don't think there is anything wrong with a Nana coffee. There are still many good coffee shops abroad. But blue movies, Sangshua games, and boring short videos, and I just saw the entertainment and fitness floor and the decoration of the entire building. All expressed. This Tomorrow Group is very strong. Moreover, Sangshua Games is the game development company of Extreme Survival. Extreme Survival is also very popular abroad. Taimu is very familiar with Extreme Survival because his children play it, but the only bad thing is that because there are currently no overseas servers, playing this game abroad will be very laggy. Every day when he heard his son playing, he would curse, saying that the game was too stuck and that he would go to China. But he couldn't resist the fun of the game and often started to play again after cursing a few words. He sometimes played it with his son. It was really fun, but it was also very laggy. It would be great if this game could be represented in the United States. He had a friend who was engaged in games and had always wanted to be the agent of this game, but he had never had a way. He didn't know if he could meet the manager of Sangshua Games this time and talk to him. He knew how popular this game was. If he could really be the agent, the subsequent income would definitely be considerable, and as a middleman, at least he could get a large sum of money from his friend. If possible, he could cooperate and invest in the game, and when the game became popular in the United States, he could make more money. If that was the case, then it didn't seem unacceptable to buy music copyrights for 10 million US dollars. Tame thought secretly in his heart, and he had made up his mind to consult Zhang Lan later to see if he could meet with the manager of Sangshua Games. Not long after, several people walked around the entertainment and fitness floor. Zhang Lan checked the time. The headquarters of the group is further up, so it's not convenient for me to take you up there. But it's already noon now, so I'll take you to the canteen tomorrow to experience our meals. Tomorrow's canteen. Zhang Lan looked at today's dishes. Stir-fried beef, sweet and sour pork. You can choose what you want to eat. There are spoons there. You can just take as much as you want. Tim looked at the various delicacies on the dining cabinet and didn't know what to choose for a moment. He felt that each one was delicious. There are not so many kinds of meals in the United States. Chapter 843, Overseas Agent. This is delicious. This is also delicious. Tim, under the guidance of Zhang Lan, sat down at a dining table and began to eat the food on the plate. He was conquered by the taste of the food after just one bite. He couldn't tell what the food tasted like, but it tasted very good. I have heard that there are many delicious foods in China, and now it seems to be true, Tim said while eating the food on the plate. This is not his first time to come to China, but he was in a hurry when he came before, and he did not deliberately taste the food in China. The restaurants he went to were all Western restaurants. Now it seems that he has missed a lot of opportunities to eat delicious food. Isn't this the big star of our company? Just after taking 2 bites of food, a slightly teasing voice appeared behind him. Zhang Lan turned around and found that it was Wei Yin and Li Shun, several managers, and Wei Yin who was speaking. Mr. Wei, you are joking. I am just a singer, not a big star. I think I will become a big star sooner or later. Wei Yin replied, and then his eyes fell on Taimu, who was opposite Zhang Lan. Is this person new to the company? During this period, he knew that several new members had joined the Blue Film Music Department. Looking at the unfamiliar face opposite, he guessed that he was also a new member. But looking at the face of the other person, he should be a foreigner. He is not joining the company. Let me introduce you. This is Director Taimu. He is from the United States. He came here today to discuss the copyright of the song. Zhang Lan stood up and introduced him, and at the same time introduced Wei Yin and others to Taimu. Director Taimu, this is Mr. Wei Yin from Sangshua Games. Mr. Fong, this is the manager of Boring Short Video. When Taimu heard this, his eyes instantly fell on Wei Yin. He was just thinking about asking Zhang Lan to introduce the manager of Sangshua Games. I didn't expect to meet him here. Hello, Mr. Wei. I just happened to have something to discuss with you. Okay, let's sit here. Wei Yin did not refuse after hearing this, and sat down at the seat next to him with his meal tray. Li Shun and others also sat down together. I don't know what Director Taimu wants to discuss. Wei Yan's eyes fell on Taimu. Zhang Lan was also curious. She knew that Taimu came to discuss the licensing of songs with him and never said that he had something to talk to Wei Yin about. I just heard Ms. Zhonglan say that you were the manager of Sangshua Games. I know Sangshua Games. Extreme Survival is developed by you. What I want to ask is, I wonder if manager Wei Yin has any idea to find an agent for Extreme Survival in the United States. Taimu directly stated his purpose. Agent? Of course I have to find one. Does Director Taimu have any idea? Wei Yin answered. Foreign markets must be developed. The reason why we didn't touch the foreign market before was that Extreme Survival was not popular enough. If we talk about the agent when Extreme Survival is not popular enough, the price will definitely not be too high. And the fact is indeed so. When Extreme Survival just became a little popular, several foreign game companies contacted them. But the price they offered was not what they expected at all. So he and Fong Chong discussed and agreed that they would consider the agent abroad when Extreme Survival was popular enough. Now Extreme Survival is popular enough, but Freedom War is in the critical period of internal testing. He needs to put most of his energy on the internal testing of Freedom War, and Fong Chong has also been working on the Extreme Survival plugin during this period. Now Mr. Chun has arranged the project of developing servers and anti-cheating systems. So at present, they don't have much time to deal with the agent of Extreme Survival abroad. But now if Director Tame has any ideas, he can talk about it. Not me. I have a friend who runs a game company. He has always wanted to talk about your Extreme Survival agent in the United States, but he has not been able to contact the key people. Tame explained. He didn't know much about games. At most, he spent some money to buy shares in the agency. Is that so? Then you can ask your friend to come over and talk. Wei Yin nodded. Since the other party was not the real boss, there was nothing to say. That's what I meant. Mr. Wei, please leave a contact number, and then I will talk to that friend. We will discuss the time and place of the meeting at that time. Tame relaxed when he saw that Wei Yin did not refuse. Okay. While talking, Wei Yin handed over his contact number and then added another sentence. Don't you have a cooperation with Zhonglan? You could talk about the game agency after you finish the cooperation. Mr. Wei, our cooperation will definitely be settled soon. I just don't know if Mr. Wei has any requirements for the game agency. Tame smiled when he heard Wei Yan's words. He understood the hidden meaning in the other party's words. That is, you will have the opportunity to talk about the agency only after you have negotiated the cooperation with Zhonglan. If the cooperation is not settled, then don't talk about the agency. Price. As you have seen the current popularity of Extreme Survival, the price will definitely not be too low. Wei Yin said without hesitation. Americans have very strong spending power, so they will naturally not pay too low a price. And he doesn't worry about whether Taimu's agency will succeed or not. With the popularity of Extreme Survival, he doesn't have to worry about finding an agent. I understand, Mr. Wei. Taimu nodded, knowing in his heart that what this Extreme Survival agent wanted would probably require a large amount of money. Of course, this is what he needs. As long as he needs enough funds, he will have the opportunity to invest, right? His friend's game company didn't have as much money as imagined. So as long as the agency fee is enough, he will have the opportunity to buy shares. After lunch, Zhonglan took Taimu back to the office of the music department of Lampi Film and Television. Director Taimu, that's all for today's visit. Let's talk about the song licensing thing. You should think about it in half a day. Reception area. Zhonglan looked at Taimu and spoke slowly. She didn't have much time to discuss the song licensing matter with him. The day after tomorrow, she is going to attend Li Ying's concert. Ms. Zhonglan, I have thought clearly about the song licensing. I can accept the licensing fee of 10 million US dollars. But after all, the funds this time have exceeded the budget, so we need to communicate with the film producer, which will take about 2 days. Tame spoke quickly. Chapter 844 Charging Model. Zhonglan looked a little surprised when she heard Taimu's answer. She did not expect that when discussing the 1,000 US dollars licensing fee in the morning, the other party still firmly said that the price was too high. Now I agree directly. Mr. Wei is really awesome. Just one sentence made Taimu change his mind. Zhonglan thought for a moment and realized that Wei Yan's words in the cafeteria should have played a role. Okay, then I will wait for the news from Director Taimu. We will prepare the contract. In 2 days, I will have a concert to attend, so I will arrange for my agent to connect with you. Okay, then it's a pleasure to work together. Happy to work with. Zhang responded with a smile. The matter has been settled, so I will go back first and communicate with the film producer as soon as possible. After Tame finished speaking, he stood up and left the office. Zhang got up and walked him to the elevator, then returned to the office and called his manager Lu Shui over. Are the song licensing contracts ready? Everything is ready. I contacted Baishu law firm Tang Lu to do it. Agent Lu Shui spoke quickly. Well, as long as the contract is settled, I'm going to attend teacher Li Ying's concert the day after tomorrow. I may go there tonight to rehearse the songs. If Taimu wants to sign a licensing contract during this period, it will be up to you to handle the matter. The licensing fee is 10 million US dollars. Zhang quickly arranged the signing of the contract. The concert had been arranged long ago, and several other players from the same team were also participating. Zhao Lei and Li Yi had already passed ahead of time. She had to go there at least a day in advance to learn about the concert, the songs they needed to sing, and then conduct a simple rehearsal. Jiangcheng, in a hotel. After Taimu returned to the hotel, he took out his phone and made a call. The call was answered soon. What's the matter? Tim, I'm very busy right now. Didn't you always want the agent of Extreme Survival? I help you contact him. Taimu said directly, without any nonsense. You're not joking. How could you contact the person in charge of Extreme Survival? I'm going to China to discuss a song licensing matter. You also know that my movie has been filmed, but the theme song is still needed. Taimu briefly told what happened to him. America, Blizzard Games. Matt's eyes lit up as he heard Tame's words. Do you have the contact information of Sangshu, a game manager now? Yes, and I have already communicated that as long as we can come up with a price they are satisfied with, we can hand over the agency rights of the game to us. Tame spoke. How much do they want? The price was not disclosed, so we need to make some adequate preparations. Matt took a deep breath after hearing this. He knew very well about Extreme Survival. With the current popularity of Extreme Survival, the price will never be low. But one of the problems he faces now is that his game company is not very large, and he does not have a lot of liquidity in his hands. But he knew the potential of Extreme Survival. Just thinking about the game, Extreme Survival made Matt feel annoyed. For the Extreme Survival game mode, his company has also proposed a similar plan. However, because he didn't have much money at hand at the time and there was a game under development, he did not adopt the plan at that time. But he feels that the plan is quite interesting, so he plans to wait until the current game is successfully developed before preparing that plan. I just didn't expect that China would be the first to develop a similar game. But things have already happened, and there is no use in regretting it. The only thing that can make up for the loss now is to get the agent of Extreme Survival. I understand. Thank you, Taimu. Then I will go to China to discuss agency matters. Then I'll wait for you here in China. Another thing is that if the funds are not enough, I can provide some of the money. What request? Matt heard Taimu's words and asked without hesitation. Although they are friends, they are still very clear about money. Therefore, if the other party will support him with some funds, there must be certain requirements. I need a share of the Extreme Survival game agent shares. If the agent makes money in the future, I need to share a part of it. And for your agency, I spent 10 million US dollars to buy the song license. Taimu stated his request, and he didn't lie. If the music license was normal, he would definitely not buy it. After all, 10 million US dollars converted into Chinese currency is 70 million. No matter how you look at it, spending 70 million to purchase the license for a song is a loss. Matt fell into deep thought after hearing Tame's words. If he had enough funds, he would naturally want to take down this agent. But now the funds are indeed insufficient, so more funds must be obtained. No matter how you look at it, Taimu is a good choice. At least the two of them have been friends for many years. Okay, there's no problem with you buying shares, but I will definitely be the one to take care of the agency in the future. As a director, you definitely don't have much time to take care of the agency of Extreme Survival. And even if you want to manage, you don't have much knowledge about games, so I want the biggest share of the profits. Matt also set his own requirements. That's no problem. Even if you want me to manage, I won't go. I'm just more optimistic about this game, so I want to invest money and give me dividends in the future. Tim said with a smile. In that case, there's no problem. I'll buy a plane ticket and fly over tomorrow. We'll talk about the specifics when we meet. Okay, tomorrow group. Sanshua Games. In the office, Wei Yin and Fong Chong sat in the reception area. What do you think is the appropriate agency fee for the United States? Fong Chong looked at Wei Yin. The consumption capacity of the United States is definitely not low, so the price must be set higher. But there is a problem now, that is, the current income of extreme survival in China depends on the monthly card. And the reason why we can earn so much now is entirely because China has a large population and a large player base. Even if the income of 3 monthly cards alone is not much, as more people play, the overall income will also increase. But if this model is used abroad, it will be different. For example, the number of people in the United States is far less than that of China. Even if everyone in their country plays this game and applies for 3 cards, they may not earn as much as we do here. So if we ask for too high a price, they will definitely not agree. Wei Yin rubbed his eyebrows and expressed his concerns. Chapter 845 Diplomatic Corps. Fong Chong heard Wei Yin's words and nodded in agreement. Nowadays, Sanshua Games has become a monthly card model, but it has also failed in the monthly card mode. When the monthly card model just came out, it did attract the favor of many players. After all, it is already a relatively fair game. A monthly card costs 10 yuan, a weekly card costs 2 yuan, and a daily card costs 1 cent. Even if you want to earn money for a month, it only costs about 21 yuan to apply for all 3 cards. But it is this charging model that also limits the upper limit of game revenue. Because the Krypton gold money is there, the most a person can earn is about 21 yuan a month, and there is no way to top up more money. He sometimes thought that if Extreme Survival did not use the monthly card model, and those skins were priced and purchased with money, with the current popularity of the game, Extreme Survival, SM monthly income would definitely exceed 1.5 billion or even 2 billion. After all, the current price of a skin in the game is basically a little over 10 yuan, or a few hundred yuan more. The price of one skin is worth several monthly cards. But now that the game is gaining popularity, Extreme Survival, its monthly income is only about 400 million. In addition, Tianlong's monthly income is almost 200 million, excluding monthly taxes, employee salaries, and some operating costs. Sanshua Games' monthly profit is around 500 million. This is not the revenue this game should deserve with such popularity. But he also knew that there was no way to change this game once it was decided. They have used this charging model to gain the trust of many players in the country. If they stay longer, they will definitely be resisted by those players and even have a rebellious mentality. Why? Fong Chong sighed helplessly. Don't sigh. Our charging model is definitely not possible in China, but it is absolutely possible abroad. Wei Yin heard Fong Chong sigh and smiled slightly. Abroad? You mean we changed the charging model abroad? Fong Chong heard Wei Yin's words and understood what Wei Yin meant. Yes, it was Mr. Chin who proposed changing the charging model at that time, in order to restore the reputation of Tianlong in the minds of players at that time. And once this model is applied, there is no way to change it, and we can't change it. But now overseas, we don't have to worry about this at all. First, when foreigners play Extreme Survival, they are playing our national server, and the playing experience is very laggy, and the experience is not good. So after I handed over the agent, if they want a good game experience, they have to play them national server. And when the time comes, we can also make some restrictions here, such as the research and development of accelerators. We will not authorize any accelerators to use our Extreme Survival, so that the problem of using accelerators across servers can be reduced a lot. Of course, there will be some people who will risk developing accelerators for use in Extreme Survival. Once discovered, they can contact Baishu Law Firm to impose legal sanctions on them. This way you can also get a certain amount of compensation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The second point is that in terms of reputation, we are targeting foreign players. What do you foreign players have to do with our game companies? We just agent the games. If the agent company changes the charging model, we have nothing to do with it. Relation. And if you do this, you can also win praise from domestic players. After all, playing on the national server requires a monthly pass, while playing on the foreign server requires high consumption. It can also give our domestic players a sense of superiority and better improve the reputation of our Sanshua game. Wei Yin slowly expressed his point of view. This was what he was thinking about when he came back after talking to Taimu. After confirming such a decision, he came over to discuss it with Fong Chong. But if this is the case, will the United States accept it? Fong Chong was a little undecided. They had a monthly card model here, but they had to change the charging model when they went to the United States. Can the agents there accept it? You don't understand this, right? What do you think businessmen are after? Wei Yin smiled and shook his head, and continued without waiting for Fong Chang's reply. Businessmen pursue profit. This is something that has never changed since ancient times. If you change the charging model, you can earn more, but if you don't change, you will earn very little. How will you choose? Fong Chong was stunned when he heard the words, and then he already had the answer in his heart. Of course, it is the option with higher income. Just like those domestic games now, recharge channels are everywhere and have been criticized by many people, but they have never changed. After all, how to make money without using those recharge channels? It seems that you already have the answer. I dare say that even if we don't mention changing the charging model, the agency will definitely mention it. And after they mentioned it, I asked them to release the news themselves. It was they who decided to change the charging model, and it was not our request to change it. And after changing the charging model, those revenues will not fall into our hands, so I have to make some changes in terms of agency fees. We can ask for less agency fees, and then we ask for their profit share. We don't want more, just 40%. If it's too much, they think they earn less, and they may not agree. Wei Yin directly stated his ultimate goal. It was not his goal to let foreign agents change the game charging model, but to obtain profits from the change of charging model. Then how much agency fee should we ask for? Fong Chong nodded slightly when he heard Wei Yan's words. The longer he got in touch with him, the more he found that Wei Yan's ability was far higher than his. He could only compare with him in terms of professional knowledge in games, but in terms of operating a company, Wei Yin was much better than him. As for the agency fee, the United States will set it at $300 million, plus a 40% profit share in the future. In the future, you only need to pay 100 million agency fees each year, plus a 40% profit share. However, this incident also tells us that it is time to speed up the agency of extreme survival. My Freedom War has been in internal testing, and you are dealing with the development of servers and anti-cheating systems. Neither of us has time to deal with this matter, but now that the price in the United States has been set, the agency fees of other countries can be charged according to the consumption capacity of each country. In this regard, it doesn't matter if it's a little more or a little less. The most important thing is that the 40% profit share must not be changed. With these hard conditions, it is entirely possible to set up a temporary diplomatic team to complete this game agency. Chapter 846 Wei Yan's Expectations. Wei Yan briefly expressed his thoughts. With the current popularity of extreme survival, he could go to an agent without worrying about being priced down. For this popular game, many game companies will fight for this agent. As long as they fight for it, the price will be lowered. And after their games are handed over to American agents, other past game developers will definitely be upset when they see this. By then, they will definitely receive many inquiries from game developers about extreme survival agents, and for this matter, it is necessary to set up a diplomatic team. They only need to explain the agency fees and other things that need attention, and then there will be no problem. Well, yes, leave that team to me. I happen to be setting up a team to develop the server and anti-cheating system, and I will also organize the diplomatic team. Fong Chong nodded. Establishing the server and anti-cheating system will definitely require the transfer of the company's original technical employees, and to transfer this vacancy, new people will need to be recruited to fill it. So these days, he has been coordinating the personnel transfer of employees in various departments. Of course, the diplomatic team does not need to be drawn from the technical department. There is also a business department in the company. It is enough to draw some people from there and organize a team. If there is not enough manpower, just recruit some new people. After all, after these agents are found, The business department still needs to coordinate and communicate. Well, then I'll leave this matter to you. By the way, there's one more thing. The game live broadcast license seems to be expiring soon. Wei Yin suddenly remembered something. He remembered that the live broadcast authorization seemed to have happened between May and June last year. At that time, considering that the popularity of extreme survival would grow, he only signed a one-year contract. It's already May, and the live broadcast authorization period should be expiring soon, and it's time to renew the new contract. It seems so. Let me check. Fong Chong nodded, then took out his phone and called. After a while, hang up. I asked the commercial department. The contract expiration date is early June, which is really not that long. Moreover, the live broadcast platform has already started to contact them about renewing the contract. They're also preparing to report this matter and want to consult. What is the appropriate licensing fee this time? Fong Chong raised his head and looked at Wei Yin. I remember the previous licensing fee was 30 million. Yes, the popularity of extreme survival now has increased several times compared to that time. 30 million is definitely not appropriate. Let's just price it at 100 million. With the current popularity of extreme survival, they can accept it. But Huda Live can ask for 50 million. After all, Huda Live has also helped us a lot in this year, with movie promotions, game promotions. We have not paid the corresponding promotion fees. This time the licensing fee can be regarded as a reward. Wei Yin pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. The licensing fee of 100 million can definitely be paid by those live broadcast platforms. After all, with the current popularity of extreme survival, a platform with extreme survival live broadcast and a platform without extreme survival live broadcast are completely different. In terms of live broadcast, two big tracks. One is for games, and the other is for beauty entertainment. Of course, a beautiful entertainment game anchor would be even more perfect, but I don't know if she is a real beauty. After all, with the help of beauty and voice changer, you can't tell whether the person opposite is good-looking or not, whether he is a boy or a girl. Then I will go to the Commerce Department to discuss this matter. Fong Chong nodded. The matter of live broadcast licensing is easy to talk about. We have discussed it once before. As long as the price is right, those 4 live broadcast platforms will have priority. There is nothing to pay attention to. All that is needed is that the person in the business department negotiates a price with the person in charge of the live broadcast platform, a licensing fee of 100 million, and if accepted, just signs the change contract. Then the matter is settled like this. I'll trouble you. Wei Yin smiled. The income from live broadcast licensing, after negotiation, is 100 million for the 3 live broadcast platforms and 50 million for Huda Live. This is an income of 350 million. Then there is the agency fee for extreme survival, which is 300 million in the United States. After all other countries are negotiated, there will be at least 1 billion in agency fees. In the gaming industry, the top consumers are Kimchi Country and the United States. The agency fees of these 2 countries can be higher. In other countries, the spending power on games is not high. Therefore, the agency fee will not be much higher. He roughly estimated that the agency fee collected this time should be around 1 billion, and in the future it will be around 300 million every year. Of course, the more income is still the 40% share income. It is difficult for him to predict this. He still needs to have actual data to support it after the game agent can confirm it. But that's all. The income that has been determined is 1.35 billion. Overall, it's pretty good. With this income, coupled with the upcoming Freedom Battle, Sanshua Games' income should be able to catch up with boring short videos. Since Wulin's short video turned a profit, its profitability has completely surpassed Sanshua Game. So much so that every time he went out for a drink with Li Shun would bring it up again. The key is that he has no way to refute it. The fact is that Sanshua Games' current revenue is not as good as Wulin's short video. But now there is finally a chance to surpass it. He doesn't know how popular Freedom War will be after the public beta, but through the evaluation of the internal testers collected in the past few days, as well as the feedback from those watching in the live broadcast room, Freedom War is still very popular in the eyes of these people. It can be basically confirmed that Freedom War will basically not lose money when it goes online. Okay, Mr. Wei, just leave these things to me. At present, Freedom War is at the critical time of internal testing and no mistakes can be made. Fong Chong nodded. Now the most important thing for Tsangshui game is the launch of Freedom War, and he is also paying attention to the internal testing of Freedom War. According to the feedback from the internal test players, he already has good expectations in his heart. He has been a game planner for many years, and he knows a lot of feedback from the internal testing of games. The feedback of Freedom War is really very good, and it has completely surpassed all the internal testing games he has handled. He has a hunch that this Freedom War may be the next extreme survival. If this is the case, with two super popular games in hand, plus Tianlong, which has always had high player stickiness and popularity, the Tsangshui games are fully capable of being promoted to the first game company in China. Of course, he did not say this idea out loud. After all, he was not 100% sure of this kind of thing. If he said it now, it would give others too much expectation, and it would be bad if it was not achieved in the end. Chapter 847 Enemy. Boom, boom, boom. When Wei Yin was about to get up and leave, there was a sudden knock on the office door, and then Zhao Bowen opened the door and walked in. Mr. Wei, you're here too. I just don't have to look for you anymore. Zhao Bowen looked at Zhao Bowen sitting in the reception area and said something. What's the matter? Wei Yin looked at Zhao Bowen, who came in, and asked. There is one thing I want to discuss with you. There have been some problems in Tianlong recently, and I have no good way to deal with them. Zhao Bowen walked to the reception area and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip. Is it a matter of equipment trading? Fong Chong looked at Zhao Bowen's expression and said speculatively. Some time ago, Zhao Bowen mentioned to him once that there were some problems with the equipment transaction at Tianlong. It seems there is no solution now. Yes. Zhao Bowen nodded. What went wrong with the equipment transaction? Aren't those what the players are doing now? Wei Yin was a little confused when he heard this. Some of Tianlong's rare equipment materials, as well as gold coins, can all be traded for money offline. He knew this, but these transactions are all conducted offline by the players themselves. Yes, those equipment are indeed traded offline, but recently, a group of scammer organizations suddenly appeared in the Tianlong game. They sell equipment and then collect money without giving the equipment. This kind of thing happens so frequently after this year that some gold mining players in Tianlong don't know how to sell the equipment and materials they got. Some people have even begun to spread that this is what we Tianlong games did ourselves. Otherwise, if something like this happened, why not stop it? If you think about it carefully, this news is not worth promoting at all. After all, our game company is Tianlong. With such a good reputation, it is impossible to make such a low-level mistake. But there are a group of netizens who don't like to use their brains and believe these remarks so much that Tianlong's current reputation are gradually getting worse. During this period, I was also trying to solve this matter, but those transactions were all skipping our game platform, and we didn't have any good solution at all. Zhao Bowen showed a wry smile. He really couldn't think of any good solution, so he decided to come over and ask Fong Chong and Wei Yin for help. It must have been done intentionally. Wei Yan's face turned slightly ugly when he heard Zhao Bowen's words. If there are some cheaters in the game, then it may be that one of the players has bad character. If there are organized cheaters like this now, then someone must have done it deliberately. Just don't know who the enemy is? When chatting with Li Shin a few days ago, Li Shin also reported similar things. A similar thing happened in the boring video. Some people on the internet said they bought inferior products in the boring video to smear it. Fortunately, the quality control of boring short video is very strict. Of course, even with strict quality control, there will still be some defective products. But once such a product appears, boring short video will immediately make corresponding compensation. And those products are not inferior and fake, but have some flaws such as there is a small scratch H somewhere, or some places there are some faint color differences, etc. For such a product, sometimes even during inspection, there will inevitably be some omissions. So occasionally they will still appear together, but after this happens, the boring short videos will be resolved quickly. So the evaluation has always been very good. So after the news spread, Boring Short Video also responded immediately and issued an official announcement, promising that the items sold in Boring Short Video will definitely not be fake or shoddy. And if they appear fake, THUY will compensate you 10%. In addition, Boring Short Video has always strictly controlled quality, which has also established a certain degree of trust. That's why the matter did not continue to expand. At the same time, Li Shun immediately contacted Tang Xiu from Baishu Law Firm and sued all those who spread the rumors. The slanderous news on the internet has gradually decreased a lot. The above two problems plus the problems encountered by Nana Coffee. From many aspects of analysis, it can be seen that as the Tomorrow Group continues to grow, some enemies have begun to appear. However, with the development of Tomorrow Group, some enemies have gradually begun to appear, which is already very good. It is enough to see that Mr. Chen's non-publicity policy at that time was so correct. If all industries had spent a lot of money on publicity before, some people would have noticed them long ago and started to suppress them. But now that the Tomorrow Group has developed, there is a certain basis. These villain-like dark methods will not cause any substantial harm to the current Tomorrow Group. Mr. Chun is still awesome. You should have thought of this a long time ago. Wei Yin sighed secretly in his heart. If someone organized this matter, how should we solve it? Those equipment can be traded offline, which is also a feature of our Tianlong game. We can't prohibit this from happening in the future. Fong Chong frowned and spoke. If those players are prohibited from trading offline, then Tianlong will lack a feature that attracts players. This matter is easy to solve. The biggest problem today is that those gamers do not have a real trading environment. Nowadays, when doing transactions, I am very worried about encountering scammers. After all, buying equipment, materials, and gold coins is very time-consuming. Often, after trading for a long time, I end up being scammed by scammers. Everyone will be cautious. Now, I just need to find a way to solve the risk of being cheated so that players can trade with confidence. And this matter is actually very easy to solve. Wei Yin smiled. After hearing this problem, he thought of a solution, and they might also gain some benefits from this solution. Mr. Wei, do you have a good solution? Zhao Bowen looked at Wei Yin expectantly. Yes, the solution is very simple. Nowadays, online shopping is very simple and convenient, and there are basically no payment or non-delivery problems. The most common problems are that the goods are not paid for or are damaged. So we can build a game trading platform in the Tianlong game. We Sanshua Games act as a middleman. Buyers must first transfer the money to buy equipment to our trading platform, and sellers need to transfer the equipment they sell. The materials are uploaded to the trading platform. In this way, after both parties confirm that there are no problems, the transaction can be confirmed. We will provide the equipment to the buyer and transfer the money directly to the seller's personal account. Of course, for this series of transactions, we provide a platform to ensure their transaction security, so it is appropriate for us to charge some handling fees. Chapter 848 Trading System. Wei Yin directly expressed his thoughts. He believes that once this trading platform is launched, it will definitely be liked by those players. After all, there is no need to worry about being cheated when trading on this platform, and all you have to pay is a certain handling fee. Fees and risk of being scammed. Most people will make a rational choice. Of course, in this case, it is impossible to completely eliminate the risk of being cheated. Maybe the scammer will offer a high price to lure the seller to conduct offline transactions, or sell the equipment at a low price and only require offline transactions. As for such a low-level deception, with a huge player base, some people will definitely be unable to resist the temptation and be deceived. But that's not something they can stop. Nowadays, anti-fraud propaganda has been widely spread, but there are still many people who cannot resist the temptation or cannot identify the scam and end up being deceived. But the only thing that is certain is that when this platform goes online, the number of transactions being defrauded will definitely decrease significantly. Even if there are some cheating incidents, it will not have much impact on Tianlong. After all, Tianlong has launched a safe trading platform. If you don't use it, there is nothing to say. When Zhao Bowen heard Wei Yan's words, he suddenly understood and couldn't help but pat his forehead. I'll go. Why didn't I think of such a good solution? If they create a safe trading platform and allow those people to trade on their trading platform, wouldn't this matter be solved? Moreover, they can also extract a certain handling fee from this transaction, which gives Tianlong another part of their income. Then what is the appropriate amount of handling fee? Fong Chong spoke. This is also a key issue. If it's too little, they won't make much money. If it's too much, traders will be unhappy. Just charge 1/1000 of the transaction amount. For a transaction of 1,000 yuan, a handling fee of 1 yuan will be charged. The handling fee is not cheap, but it is not very high either. It is basically within the acceptable range. Wei Yin spoke slowly. Okay, this platform is just a program. I will arrange it right now. Zhao Bowen nodded and his eyes lit up. The handling fee is neither high nor low, but it can definitely make Tianlong make a lot of money here. There is definitely not much profit from a single transaction, but the huge number of traders cannot support it, and the equipment materials and gold coins of Tianlong are all consumables. So as long as this income is accumulated, it is also a huge income. Well, when developing this trading platform, you can issue an announcement first and talk about the trading platform. Let those players who have equipment and materials for sale wait for a while, and don't rush to sell them offline. You can wait until the trading platform is online before trading on the trading platform. This will be safer. Wei Yin looked at the excited Zhao Bowen and reminded him. The biggest problem of Tianlong now is that there is a serious crisis of trust in the transaction. If a solution is not provided as soon as possible, this matter may cause dissatisfaction among many players. Okay, Mr. Wei, I'll take care of it now. Zhao Bowen nodded, then stood up and left the office quickly. When Wei Yin saw this, he didn't stay in the office for long. He got up and left. Zhao Bowen returned to his office, first arranged for someone to release the announcement, and then quickly organized a team to build the trading platform as soon as possible. Tianlong official website. A new announcement quietly appeared. Listening to feedback from many players have had many experiences of being cheated when trading equipment, materials, gold coins, and other game-related props, which has caused many players a lot of losses and brought a very bad experience. For this reason, we at Tianlong, I also feel very sorry. After our discussions over the past few days, we finally found a solution. I will create a trading platform in Tianlong's game. This trading platform is set up for Tianlong's internal props. In the future, if players want to trade equipment, materials, and other props, they can do so through our platform, and Tianlong will ensure the safety of the transaction. Therefore, before the trading platform is online, players can stock up as much equipment and materials as possible in their hands. When the trading platform comes online, they can trade on the trading platform. The development of the trading platform also takes a certain amount of time. If there is a specific launch time, we will issue a new announcement. You can pay attention to it. Of course, transactions on this platform are not free. After the transaction is completed, we will charge 1,000th of the transaction price as a handling fee. Thank you to all the players for your love for Tianlong. We will continue to optimize the game content. As advertisements are issued, I knew that Tianlong would not sit idly by and wait for the trading platform to go online, so we no longer have to worry about the risks of trading. Ha ha ha. I have already mentioned this suggestion in the comments on the official website. Has it been adopted? It seems that I can finally trade freely in the future, and I don't have to worry about being cheated at all. Now I have accumulated 300 million gold coins. Since there have been many scammers recently, I have not dared to sell it. I want to buy the 300 million gold coins upstairs. I don't want to sell it now. I will sell it on the trading platform when it goes online. Can I make an appointment? I am strengthening my equipment now, and I am in urgent need of gold coins. Sure. Didn't you see that there is a handling fee? It is said to be a free game, but they still charge a handling fee at this time. I think they want to switch to a paid model. Where did the black fan above come from? As a trading platform, it is normal to charge a certain handling fee. That's right, and I can still accept a handling fee of 1,000th. You know, if you were cheated, you will lose everything, and this only loses 1,000th of the handling fee, which can ensure the safety of the transaction. Why don't I use it? It should be the black fan hired by the opponent. A handling fee can be said Tianlong's charging model is the lowest and most fair game I have seen in all online games. Oh, that's right. And other online games, in order to make players spend money in the game, also strongly suppress the offline trading of equipment. But Tianlong is different. Not only does it not allow it, it also launched a trading platform to ensure the safety of our players' transactions. It's really considerate. Oh, Tianlong is awesome. I will only choose Tianlong for online games. Others should stay away. I am working now. I've been playing Tianlong for more than a year. I only play it occasionally after I get off work. All 3 cards are open. How come I made hundreds of dollars in this year? Oh, me too. I made more than 1,000 yuan in half a year, and I didn't make gold or equipment specifically. I was just more Buddhist at ordinary times. My own equipment was almost enough. Occasionally, some rare materials would be dropped, and I would sell them. Oh, I made over 300,000 yuan. Ha 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 ha. I got a top-level weapon and sold it to a local tycoon for 340,000 yuan. I had a mortgage of over 200,000 yuan to pay, but I paid it off and bought a car in full. I live in a second-tier city. As long as I don't have a boyfriend, my life is very good. Oh my god, I envy the above. I play this game in the hope that one day I can get a top-level equipment and improve my life. Oh, me too. Selling this equipment is more reliable than buying lottery tickets. My friend also got a good equipment and bought it for more than 100,000 yuan. I envy him very much. Oh. Chapter 849, Selecting Actors. Shanghai Theater Academy. Hu Bian, Huang Ying, and 2 assistants came to a very empty performance room under the leadership of the teacher. Director Hu, Director Huang. This is the interview location prepared for you. Wait. A teacher pointed to the empty classroom and said. Hu Bian looked around the classroom. There was only 1 row of viewing seats in the entire classroom, which was provided for them. Those students who came to audition would do so in the center of the classroom. Excuse me, teacher, we need some characters, as well as a short plot and lines. It can be distributed to students who want to audition and let them choose the roles they want to compete for. However, I would like to remind the teacher that in addition to acting skills, the appearance of the actors we choose here also needs to fit the role, so I hope those students don't just want to compete for starring roles. In our Blue Film and Television side, as long as you have acting skills, you will have a chance to enter Blue Film and Television. So the most important thing is to look at your acting skills. The key to acting is to join the crew. Hu Bian opened his mouth to remind him. Every actor hopes that he can play the leading role. So he was very worried that in order to star in this role, those students completely ignored their own lay conditions and blindly auditioned for the role of the protagonist. This not only makes it more difficult for them to select suitable leading actors, but may also cause them to lose the opportunity to join the crew. After all, even if your acting skills are very good, if your appearance does not fit the role, they will not accept you. And when you want to compete for other roles may have been taken away by other students. I know I will tell them this so that they don't choose the starring role blindly. The teacher nodded upon hearing this. He very much agrees with Hu Bian's statement. He is a suitable role and is often more important. For an unsuitable role, no matter how good your acting skills are, the final effect will be uninteresting. Another point is that what these students have to consider now is not to compete for a starring role, but to find a way to join the crew first, and then enter the Blue Film and Television through their performance in the crew. This is the first thing to consider now. Lingu is a student. When I joined Wandering Blue Star, I only played a role with not many roles, but I was noticed by the director and the crew and joined Blue Film and Television directly. And this time, he was directly cast as the protagonist in a TV series. This span surprised him very much, but it does make a lot more sense when it happens in Blue movies. After all, each of the first batch of students to join Blue Film and Television has developed very well, and they have also accumulated their own fan base. Especially Su Tang and Jiang Shui. They can be evaluated as new generation actors. Starring in 2 hit movies in succession, their fame skyrocketed. More importantly, Su Tang and Jiang Shui have already achieved such achievements before they graduated from school. Even at the Shanghai Academy of Drama, there have been very few such examples over the years. Anyway, Blue Film and Television is the best platform he has learned so far. Fair and just, there are also enough resources to star our own actors. As long as you join Blue Film and Television, you basically don't have to worry about running out of movies to film. Moreover, the contract for joining Blue Film and Television does not have many restrictions. There is no actor who is not moved. Let's sit here. Wait until the teacher leaves. Hu Bian took Huang Ying and others to the seats in the classroom and sat down. Later, the teacher would lead the students who were auditioning for the audition. However, they had already contacted a student recommended by Jiang Shui and the others, named Tang Yin. It is said that he fits the character of the snake demon in Sword of Immortality very well, so they had already made contact when they came over. Before those students come over, let Tang Yin come over first to see if, as Jiang Shui said, she is suitable for the identity of the snake demon. After about a few minutes, there was a knock on the door in the classroom, and a girl wearing a simple sportswear was standing at the door. It must be Tang Yin. Hu Bian looked at the girl standing at the door of the classroom and nodded slightly. In any case, her appearance and temperament fit the role of a snake demon very well. She was naturally very good-looking, but there were many good-looking people. What he was interested in was the lingering sadness between this girl's eyebrows. This is exactly what is needed. According to the setting of the script, the ending and experience of this snake demon are not good. The three-life love relationship did not have a happy ending. Besides this snake demon, there is another character that needs to be found. That is the Shushan disciple who is in love with the snake demon in his third life. Yes, I am Tang Yin. I came here on the recommendation of Sister Jiang Shui. Tang Yin looked at the people in the room, her expression a little timid. Don't be nervous. You have already read that part of the script, and you can act it out. Seeing that Tang Yin seemed a little nervous, Hu Bian quickly spoke to comfort her. Because Jiang Shui and others were related to the plot of the script, the audition section was given to them first. Originally, this part of the plot needed to be performed with another supporting role, but now there is no one to play the other supporting role, so I can only play it by myself. As Hu Bian finished speaking, Tang Yin was ready, walked directly to the center of the classroom, and took a deep breath. The next moment, the whole person's demeanor and expression changed. Tang Yin gently raised her palm and gently comforted in the void. That expression seemed to be reminiscing and seemed to be nostalgic. After a moment, she slowly raised her head and looked forward. There seemed to be a person standing there. Okay, I promise you. Then I beg you. You must do your best. Let him be healthy. Let him be safe. The lines were spoken one by one, and the emotional rendering power instantly infected everyone in the room. Hu Bian's expression was excited. Although he was not the director, he wrote the script. And in the process of writing the script, he had a detailed picture in his mind of the direction of each plot and the reaction of each character in the plot. Tang Yan's performance just now perfectly matched his idea of this plot, or in other words, his idea of the snake demon. Hu Bian turned his head and looked at the two assistants beside him. These two assistants were Luo's assistants before. They had been with Luo when he was the director, so they had a better judgment of the acting skills. Luo was also worried that they would not choose the right actors and would not be able to judge the acting skills during the filming process. These two assistants were left by Luo to help them. So even though he felt that they were not bad, it was better to see the evaluation of these two people. Chapter 850, Leading Actor Selection. In terms of acting skills, there are still flaws in the performance just now, but the other party is just a student, and it is already very good to have such acting skills. During the filming process, if you practice more, there will basically be no problem. An assistant spoke slowly. Most of the students recruited in the school before were like this, and many of them were even inferior to Tang Yin in terms of acting skills. But there is no way. Everyone here is a student, and it is impossible to find someone with very good acting skills. Therefore, when recruiting actors here, the most important thing is to see whether their appearance meets the requirements of the script and role, and whether their acting skills are malleable. From Tang Yan's performance just now, it can be judged that Tang Yin meets the admission requirements no matter what aspect she considers. Hu Bian heard the answer from one of the assistants, and the other assistant did not raise any objection and obviously approved of what he just said. What do you think? After asking for advice from his assistant, Hu Bian turned to look at Huang Ying. I feel good. It's natural. I feel like I'm being brought in a little bit. Huang Ying nodded. She has read the entire script of Fairy Sword, and she has great empathy for the role of the snake demon. So when Tang Yin performed the clip just now, some of it was brought into it. Since everyone has no problem, then this role has been decided. Hu Bian made the final decision. As soon as I came to the Shanghai Theater Academy, I found a suitable starring role, and it was really a good start. Tang Yin, right? Congratulations. Your appearance and performance just now are very suitable for this starring role. Am I selected? Tang Yin asked hesitantly. That's right, you have been selected. If there are no problems, you can go back first. After my audition is completed, I will sign contracts with all the selected students. Of course, if you want to stay here and watch other people audition, that's no problem. Hu Bian explained patiently. Thank you, thank you. When Tang Yin heard that she had been selected, a smile bloomed on her face. Then I'll just stay aside and watch others try out the show. Saying. He walked silently to a corner and waited quietly. Hu Bian ignored Tang Yin, who was waiting aside. He picked up a pamphlet on the table and put a check mark on the character of the snake demon. It means that the school color of the snake demon has found the personnel. We still have 3 leading actors to recruit. According to Mr. Chin's request, we can only recruit 1 leading actor here. Let's interview for the starring role first and tell them about this matter. Huang Ying nodded. She also knew the remaining 3 leading actors. The role played by a Shushan disciple and Tang Yin just now belongs to the love relationship of 3 generations. But the ending is not good. The other 2 starring roles were her movie scripts. The male lead has been chosen now, and there are still 2 starring roles. A white-bone spirit is the reincarnated wife of the male protagonist. One is a fairy who is faithfully involved with the male protagonist. That's all I can do. Hu Bian sighed. Before long, there was a burst of noisy footsteps outside the classroom. Soon, the door was crowded with people, all students from the School of Drama. Director, we have already brought everyone here. How should we conduct the interview? A teacher came in and looked at the door. It seemed that there were several other teachers maintaining order. Let the students who want to audition for the lead role come in first, but we are only recruiting 1 lead actor here, and the others cannot be recruited here. But for this leading role, whoever auditions for the role first will be chosen. Hu Bian said. Director, I remember when I came here, I said I wanted to recruit 2 directors, and in the audition brochure, there were only 3 starring roles, and there was no 4th. The teacher looked puzzled and did not want to recruit all the character actors. This situation had already been mentioned to her when she came. But when I came here, it was said that I would recruit 2 leading actors. I don't know how it became 1 lead actor now. Oh, Jiang Shui recommended a student who is very suitable for a starring role, so we gave her a trial first just now. The original plan was that if the person recommended by Jiang Shui did not meet the requirements, the role would be released and let other students compete. But just now, we have made a decision and he is very suitable for the starring role, so currently we need to recruit a leading actor here. Hu Bian opened his mouth to explain. That qualified student is Tang Yin. As the teacher spoke, his eyes had already turned to Tang Yin, who was standing in the corner of the classroom. According to Hu Bian's words, that was probably Tang Yin in the classroom. Yes, she is very suitable for the role of a snake demon in the script. It has been decided here. Hu Bian nodded. Hello, teacher. When Tang Yin saw the teacher looking over, she quickly said hello. Good. The teacher smiled and nodded. He was not surprised that Tang Yin was selected as the starring role. Usually Tang Yin doesn't like to talk and likes to be alone, but she is still very serious in class, and her acting skills are there. Nothing else, let's start auditioning. Hu Bian spoke calmly. Because of the popularity of Wandering Blue Star, there are many students who come to audition this time, and basically 90% of the students have come. After all, in the eyes of these students, joining the Blue Film crew is an opportunity to no longer worry about acting in the future. Okay, I'll arrange it now. Upon hearing this, the teacher quickly came to the door of the classroom, and soon students walked in one by one. In order to ensure order, only 10 people are allowed to audition at a time. Hu Bian looked at the 10 people who came in, looked around carefully, and then sighed. Although he had mentioned to the teacher not to choose roles that are not suitable for them, these students still disobeyed and chose inappropriate roles. He understood these behaviors, but there was no meaning. If the appearance does not meet the requirements of the role, no matter how well you sing, you will not be hired. This side needs a Shushan disciple. If you are the kind of abstinence and cold outsider, you come here with more than 160 pounds and a beard, no matter how well you act, how do you want me to choose? Hu Bien shook his head helplessly and turned to look at the two assistants. I took a look and found that the appearance of 6 of the 10 people did not meet the requirements of the 3 leading actors. What do you think? Indeed, director whose vision is still good. The appearance of those people did not meet the requirements. Stand on the left 1, left 2. An assistant spoke about the students whose appearance did not meet the requirements. Chapter 851. Unqualified. Hu Bien nodded when he heard this. The people the assistant mentioned were the same as what he was thinking. It seems that I am still very talented in selecting actors. I silently picked up the script on the table and looked up at the 10 people standing in the room. Start from the first one on the left for the audition. Let's get started. Although the appearance did not match, he still wanted to see how these people performed. The words fell. The student standing on the left came out. Hello, directors and teachers. My name is Zhou Liu, and the role I want to audition for is Shushan disciple Su Changqing. Let's get started. Hu Bien spoke. Soon. Then Zhou Liu began to perform. After a while, the performance ends. Hu Bien spoke directly. If the appearance doesn't match, you can find a chance to look at other characters. Next one. The student left the classroom frustrated, and another student walked out. The appearance is not up to standard. Next one. Next. After a while, all 10 students who entered the classroom finished their auditions, and none of them qualified. Next batch. Hu Bien looked at the classroom door and shouted. Soon. Another group of students walked in. Hu Bien looked at the new students and frowned. Judging from the appearance of this batch of students, there were actually 9 unqualified ones. It's not okay to go on like this. Before, he thought about giving those students a chance to show off, but if everything happened next, then today's audition might not be over. After thinking for a while, he called the teacher over again. Teacher, there are still many students who do not care about their physical appearance for the sake of being the leading actor. Look at the 10 students in the room now. You have also watched the audition scenes. How many of these 10 students are suitable for the starring roles? Hu Bien looked at the teacher who came in and spoke slowly. The teacher turned around and took a look. They were all teachers from the drama school, so they must have some knowledge about script casting. After scanning around, I found that there are still many students who are not suitable for the starring roles. Director Hu, don't be angry. It's understandable that these students also want to be leading actors. I'll talk to them later and do some screening when I go in. I'm not angry. I'm just telling you that I won't give students a chance to try out if their appearance doesn't match their identity. I'll just brush them off. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. Hu Bien watched the teacher speak seriously. He was not very angry, just a little helpless. When he came here today, he not only chose the role of the protagonist, but also selected other roles. If they all focused on the role of the protagonist, then the audition would be very time-consuming. Okay, Director Hu, I will talk to those students about this matter. The teacher said, quickly came to the door of the classroom and talked about the situation with several other teachers. Then the teachers dispersed, apparently talking to the students about the matter. Seeing this, Hu Bien stopped paying attention to what was going on outside. After discussing it with his assistant and Huang Ying, he reached out and pointed at the 10 students in the room. You. And your appearance is not up to standard. You can leave. As the words came out, all 10 students in the classroom were stunned. They did not expect that the audition would end like this. Director, can I give it a try? My acting skills are still good. You could take a look. One student seemed a little unwilling and spoke up. Your appearance does not meet the requirements of the leading role this time. So even if your acting skills are qualified, I will not admit you. Hu Bien opened his mouth to explain. Then I won't audition for the starring role. If you look at my acting skills, you can arrange other roles for me. There is a supporting role that I am very suitable for. The student continued to fight. If you want to audition for other roles, wait until you audition for other roles before auditioning. First, audition only for the starring role. Hu Bien looked at the student and spoke calmly. It was impossible for him to break the rules he had just set. If he failed every audition for one role and had to audition for other roles, then this audition would probably not be completed in 2 days. Soon the 9 students whose appearance did not match their identity left the classroom, and the only remaining student began to audition. But in the end, it was because my acting skills were a bit lacking that I failed to pass the test. Soon the next group of students came in. Hu Bien looked at it carefully and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of the 10 students who came in this time, only 2 students did not match the appearance. It seems that the changes just now have indeed had some effect. You, if your appearance doesn't match your appearance, you can leave. The remaining students will start auditioning from the left. Hu Bien pointed at 2 students whose appearance did not fit their roles. After the 2 students left, the remaining students began to audition. Time passes little by little. Soon all the students who were auditioning for the leading roles finished their auditions, and there were 3 students standing in the classroom. Hu Bien looked at the 3 people in the classroom. These 3 people were all students who had just auditioned and had qualified acting skills and good appearance. However, they only need to recruit 1 leading actor now, and the remaining 2 leading actors need to be selected from the extras. So now only one of these 3 qualified students can remain. Hu Bien picked up the information on the table. One of the 3 actors fit the role of a demon king in Fairy Sword, and the remaining 2 fit the roles of Shushan, disciple Su Changqing. Hu Bien discussed it with the other 2 assistants and Huang Ying, and finally made a decision and looked up at the 3 people in the classroom. We only have 1 starring role now, so the 3 of you can only leave 1. The first person to say sorry is this student. Your acting skills are very good, and the role is also suitable, but there is no way to apologize. If you don't mind, I can let you try out several other supporting roles later. There are some supporting roles that you're more suitable for, and the supporting roles are also pretty good. Okay, Director Hu, then I'll try out the other supporting roles later. The student felt a little disappointed when he heard Hu Bien's words, but when he heard that he could also give priority to the supporting role, he quickly said thank you. Then you wait in the classroom for a while. By the way, you can take a look. Those supporting roles will also need to be auditioned later. Hu Bien smiled and spoke. He still felt a little pity if this student failed to be selected like this. But in his script of Sword of Immortality, there was a lot of demand for supporting roles and there were a lot of roles. According to the other party's conditions, there is no problem in playing several supporting roles. Moreover, the audition for the leading role has also ended. When the supporting role is selected later, just letting the other party audition first does not break the rules. Chapter 852, The Final Candidate. As the student came to the corner of the classroom, there were only 2 people left in the center of the classroom. Hu Bien looked at the remaining 2 people. The roles you 2 are auditioning for are Shushan disciple Su Changqing. I also have a new role here. You can take a look. Having said this, he turned to look at Tang Yan, who was waiting in the classroom. Tang Yan's scene, you should also watch it. It's your role. You can play against them separately later. Okay, Director Hu. After hearing this, Tang Yan walked over quickly and reached out to take Hu Bianxin's script. You have 10 minutes. The 10-minute audition begins. After Hu Bien finished speaking, he fell silent. The 3 people in his classroom were familiar with the plot and lines in the play. The 2 leading actors, a man and a woman, happen to be a couple in the script, and the effect of the 2 people's interaction is also very important. When I came here, I thought I might encounter such a situation, so I prepared an extra scene. 10 minutes pass quickly. All 3 students are ready. You 2 come first. Hu Bien pointed at Tang Yan and one of the students who were auditioning for the show. The 2 walked to the center of the classroom. Tang Yan took one last look at the lines in the script, closed her eyes slightly, then slowly opened her eyes and looked at her classmates as her rivals, indicating that she was ready. Seeing this, the student who was auditioning to play Su Changqing took a deep breath, and after brewing his emotions for a while, he turned to look at Tang Yan. If 3 years later, if your heart hasn't changed yet, I will marry you. When Tang Yan heard Su Changqing's words, a smile instantly broke out on her face, and she said with joy, Really? 3 years later, when I grow up and can leave my aunt, when I can go to Chang'an, I'm waiting for you to marry me. Several people in Hu Bien looked at it and nodded slightly. Substitute. Another student stepped forward and began to play with Tang Yin. The performance ended soon. Hu Bien discussed with the assistant on the side for a while, and finally the result was reached. The two test scenes just now. Tang Yan's performance is already outstanding, and her emotions and lines are very on point. But of the two boys, one of them was a bit different. The lines are spoken very well and are in place, but the emotions are really not expressed well. So the final candidate has been well chosen. Hu Bien closed the information on the desktop and looked at one of the students. Sorry, you didn't meet the requirements for this audition, but you can also consider supporting roles. Thank you, Director Hu. Then I'll go and prepare. The student heard this and thanked him, then walked to the side and stood with the previously unsuccessful classmate. Congratulations, you got the starring role. Hu Bien's eyes fell behind the last qualified person. Thank you. Thank you, Director Hu. The student hurriedly thanked him. May I have your name? Hu Bien looked at the other party and asked. During the audition, in order to save time, he omitted introducing himself. My name is Zhou Jian. I am a senior student. Zhou Jian hurriedly spoke. Well, you can wait here, or you can go back and wait for news. When the audition here is over, we will contact you and sign the contract for the crew. I'll just wait here. That's good. Hu Bien nodded without saying anything and looked at the other student waiting in the classroom. How are you preparing? Director Hu, I'm ready. The classmate came up. Introduce your chosen character, and you're good to go. After Hu Bien finished speaking, he waited quietly. After a while, without any surprise, this classmate passed the audition for the supporting role just now. His acting skills are qualified, and his appearance also meets the requirements of the supporting role. Basically, there is no problem. Thank you, Director Hu. The classmate looked grateful. Although it was a bit regretful that he didn't get the starring role, it was a good result to be able to join the crew. After all, as long as you can join the crew, you will have the opportunity to enter the blue film and television industry. Entering blue film and television is the most desired outcome for these students. Hu Bien nodded, then called the teacher in and said that one of the supporting roles had already been selected, so that students who chose this supporting role could change to a suitable role. After the teacher leaves, the audition for the next role begins. Time passes little by little. One character gradually began to be chosen. In order to choose the characters as quickly as possible, Hu Bien and others just ordered a few box lunches and took a bite at noon. The time comes at night. Hu Bien ticked the last character in the script and turned to look at Huang Ying and the two assistants. We have used up the number of roles we have recruited at the Shanghai Theater Academy, and we have to choose from extras. That's all we can do. Haven't we already arranged for people to go to Kyoto Film and Television City to organize an actor audition? Huang Ying spoke. Yes, and two teachers from the Shanghai Theater Academy will also follow us to make comments. Hu Bien nodded. We were able to hire teachers from the Shanghai Academy of Drama, partly because they selected many students here to be actors, and secondly, they gave us enough money. Then that's it for today. Hu Bien tidied the table and looked up at the students waiting outside the classroom. He had already informed him 2 hours ago that there were not many character options left. But I didn't expect that there were so many people waiting at the door of the classroom. These students waited so long just for a chance to be on camera. But opportunities are limited. Why? Hu Bien sighed, got up and walked outside the classroom to find the teacher who had been communicating with him. Teacher, I'm sorry, the characters in the script have been selected. Please inform these students and let them disperse. Director Hu, can't you choose a few more characters? The teacher looked at the students who had been waiting for a long time and felt a little unbearable. Teacher, I understand how you feel, but there are orders from above, and we need to implement them. But we don't want to stop shooting after this one. There will be many opportunities in the future, right? As long as these students can improve their acting skills, they will always be selected. Hu Bien looked at the teacher and comforted him. When the teacher heard this, he said nothing and turned around to announce the end of the audition. Most of the students turned around and left with disappointed expressions. Some are happy and some are sad. Among this group of disappointed figures, there is indeed a group of excited students in the classroom. They all passed the audition. I have to sign a contract to join the crew later. Sorry to trouble you, Director Huang. Hu Bian turned to look at Huang Ying. Chapter 853 Matt's Thoughts. Leave it to me. I didn't help much in today's audition. Huang Ying nodded. When it comes to making movies, she is the least experienced. After all, Hu Bian is still the creator of the script, and he still has a certain say in the acting requirements. But she was just the head of a props team and couldn't provide much help at all in filming. What she can do with confidence is clerical work such as signing contracts. Huang Ying said, taking out a stack of prepared contracts from the backpack on the side, came to the seats in the classroom, and looked up at the many students in the classroom. You can sign a contract, come up one by one. As Huang Ying finished speaking, all the students in the classroom moved forward excitedly. However, despite the excitement, everyone still maintained the basic order and consciously formed a line in the classroom. Hu Bian sat aside and offered help. After about an hour, all contracts have been signed. Hu Bian stood up, looked at all the students in the classroom, and spoke seriously. Welcome to join our crew. You've been in this classroom today. You are all hungry. I will treat you tonight. Let's go out to eat today. Get acquainted with each other. In 3 days, you will all go to Kyoto Film and Television City to start preparing for filming. Let's be honest, our filming here is very strict. Even if there are a few flaws, we will reshoot. There is a plot in the script of Wandering Blue Star, but it was reshot more than 60 times before it was finally over. And it is this kind of strictness that has made Wandering Blue Star as brilliant as it is now. So here, I need you to make preparations in advance. When the crew waits, you will all be energetic and devoted to the filming. You don't want your first film to be a bad one. Don't worry, Director Hu. We finally got the qualification to join the crew. We will cherish it. Don't say 60 times, even 160 times. I will continue to shoot. Zhou Jian shouted with a very serious expression. This time he got the starring role, which he cherished very much. Just be prepared in your mind. I will put you all into a group later. The time and place of the meal will also be sent to the group. You all go back and prepare. Hu Bian picked up his phone and checked the time, then left the classroom with Huang Ying first. As soon as he left the classroom, there was a burst of cheers behind him. Jiangcheng, inside a hotel room. You are quite fast. Tamu looked at Matt, who was coming over, and said with a smile. After I called you, I immediately booked the earliest flight and rushed over. This game agent is very important and must have those. Matt said seriously. Extreme Survival is a new type of game, and it is currently at its most popular. But if he gets an agent for this game, his game company will definitely be able to raise it to another level. I know. That's why I called you to tell you about this. How do you want to thank me? Isn't the game agent's shares the best thank you? It's also what you want. Haha, that's right. Tame smiled and then continued to speak. Since you are already here, let's make an appointment with Mr. Wei of Sangshui Games tomorrow to finalize the agency matter. I just don't know how much the agency fee will be. Yeah, it's easy to talk about the agency fee. With your help, there should be no problem for the two of us. Matt sat back on the sofa, shook the wine glass in his hand, and looked thoughtful. Are you worried about anything? Tame looked at Matt and asked. Yes, although the game, Extreme Survival, is currently a hit, it doesn't make much money in China. According to the current popularity of the game and China's huge population base, the monthly revenue must be at least 2 billion. But the current monthly revenue of Extreme Survival is more than 300 million, which is really far behind. Matt spoke slowly. Because of his passion for Extreme Survival, he has been paying attention to the development of Extreme Survival and also predicted the income of Extreme Survival. Is that all? Taimu was stunned. He had not made statistics on the income of Extreme Survival, so he had no idea about the income of the game, Extreme Survival. But according to his understanding, such a popular game should not only have so much profit. Why, with only such a small amount of income, wouldn't it mean we would earn even less if we got the Extreme Survival agent? Matt looked at Tame, who looked puzzled, and explained. The main reason for having such a small income is actually the current charging model of Extreme Survival. The only recharge channels for the entire game are monthly cards, weekly cards, and daily cards. And the prices of these 3 cards are also very cheap. The monthly card is 10 yuan, the weekly card is 2 yuan, and the daily card is only 10 cents. If converted into US dollars, the monthly card is only a little over 1.3 US dollars, and the daily card is negligible. With this kind of charging standard, no matter how many people play, the overall income will not be too much. So we will discuss the agency tomorrow. The agency fee is not the point. The point is that we need to have the right to change the charging model after the agency. After hearing Matt's explanation, Tame also understood the reason. But this also surprised him very much. If the charging model of this game is changed, the income will definitely increase several times. But this game company did not do so. It is really surprising that there are companies that can withstand such temptation. This temptation is not millions, tens of millions, but tens of billions. According to Matt, if the charging model is changed, at least 2 billion yuan can be earned in a month. And now it only earns more than 300 million. Then it earns 1.7 billion less, and this is still 1 month. If it is 1 year, 12 months, then it earns more than 20 billion less. There are people who can withstand the temptation of 20 billion and insist on not changing the consumption channel of the game. We asked to change the consumption model. Will the people over there agree? Tame said with some worry. After all, can this game company resist the temptation of 20 billion and not change the charging model? Will they really agree to their request? I don't know. Matt shook his head. But we are interested in this game because of the benefits it brings. If they don't agree to change our consumption channels, then there is no need to be the agent. Chapter 854, What is Tsang Shui thinking? The next day. Tomorrow group. Tsang Shui game. Please sit down, Mr. Matt, Director Taimu. Wei Yin enthusiastically led the two of them to the reception area to sit down, and at the same time poured them a cup of tea. Matt and Taimu curiously picked up the tea and took a sip. I've drunk Chinese tea several times before, but it's not as delicious as this tea. Matt looked at the tea in his hand and said with some admiration, there is no habit of drinking tea in the United States, so he rarely drinks tea, but he has drunk it a few times, but the taste of the tea today surprised him. This is a fine long jing, very rare. Wei Yin explained that these teas were given by Mr. Chun, and he still had several boxes in his cabinet. Anyway, when I usually go to Mr. Chen's office, I will occasionally give him a box or two. Long jing? I've heard of this tea. Tame spoke. Let's not talk about this. Let's just talk about agency matters. Wei Yin sat across from him and got straight to the point. He still had things to do, so he stopped being too polite. Good. Matt put down the tea in his hand, and his expression became serious. Then let's talk about agency. I don't know how much agency fee Mr. Wei needs. The agency fee is 300 million in the first year, and the agency fee is 100 million every year thereafter. In addition, we also have a 40% profit share, and we will also provide you with servers and anti-cheating systems. Wei Yin explained his requirements in detail. He was not going to play haggling. When an item is absolutely popular and there are many competitors, then the owner of the item has the absolute right to set the price. As long as the price is within a reasonable range, it doesn't matter what it is. If you don't buy it, someone else will. Mr. Wei, the profit sharing is a bit high, and most of them are game agents, and they don't ask for the sharing. When Matt heard Wei Yan's words, he pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. He was a little surprised by the agency fee that the other party asked for. It was lower than he expected, but the share was a little surprising to him. Mr. Matt, I think you are mistaken. I'm just stating my conditions, and these conditions will not be changed. If you are dissatisfied, there is no need to continue the negotiation. Wei Yan's eyes fell on Matt, and his tone was firm. Mr. Wei, do you want to talk about it? Matt smiled. If you are not satisfied with our conditions, then there is nothing to talk about because our conditions will not change. So the key point for the agency to reach cooperation this time is not with us, but with you. You agree cooperation can only be achieved if this condition is met. Of course, you can also wait. We have become a diplomatic team here and are preparing to develop extreme survival game agents to various countries. If this condition is not met when we are discussing agency arrangements with various countries, then maybe we will lower the conditions. Wei Yin sat back in his seat and said calmly, Extreme survival. This game is so popular that he believes that as long as it is released, it will definitely attract competition from many game companies. And when there is competition, the final transaction price is often much higher. Therefore, he firmly believes that as long as the news of extreme survival, a soap and agency is released, the final transaction price will definitely be higher than what he just offered. Sometimes, in the process of business competition, this project may not be what you need, but in order to prevent your opponents from getting this project, or to get it so easily, you will basically raise the price without losing money. If you can't get it, your opponent will spend more money. If you get it, it's just one more project with less profit. So he is not worried at all about the outcome of this agency negotiation. Even if the negotiation fails, there are other game companies waiting for him. When Matt heard Wei Yan's words, his expression paused but soon showed an anxious expression and hurriedly spoke. "Mr. Wei, that's not what I meant. We can accept this condition, but I have a request." His game company is not considered a top presence in the United States. If he really waits for Sangshua Games to spread the news about his agency, he has no advantage in competing with those top game companies, and there is a high chance that he will not be able to get this extreme survival agent. After thinking it through, he made a decision immediately. Giving a 40% profit share is nothing more than making less money, but it can improve the strength of your own game company to a higher level. But if other game companies in the United States snatch it away, he will get nothing, so he still knows what to choose. "What request?" Wei Yan's tone became calmer, and he looked at Matt. "I learned about the current charging model of extreme survival. There are only monthly cards, weekly cards, and daily cards. Apart from this, there are no other charging channels. This charging model can make money in a country with a huge population like China, but with a population like the United States, it is difficult to make money." After Matt said this, he looked at Wei Yan and saw that there was no change in his expression, so he continued to speak. "So my request is that if we are the agent of the game, Extreme Survival, I hope we have the right to change the charging model. At present, the skins of Extreme Survival in China are obtained through monthly cards, weekly cards, daily cards, and the number of draws for each activity, but I am going to sell them directly." Wei Yan smiled secretly in his heart when he heard Matt's words, and he knew that his thoughts were right. "You can change the charging model, but I need you to issue a statement that you are the one who advocated the change of the charging model, and we have nothing to do with Sangshua Games." "That's no problem. I will handle it here." Matt was relieved when he heard Wei Yan nod. Before coming here, he was most worried that Sangshua Games would not agree to change the charging model. After all, China can withstand a revenue of $2 million a year and has not changed the charging model. Will they change it? But I didn't expect that after he proposed it, they agreed like this. The only condition is that they issue a statement. This made him a little confused about what Sangshua Games was thinking. If they said they didn't want to make money, they wanted 40% of the revenue share and allowed them to change the charging model. If they said they wanted to make money, they left the domestic market as big as this one untouched. Chapter 855, Overseas Market. Matt couldn't figure it out for a while, so he stopped thinking about it. Now that a consensus has been reached, the agency can basically be negotiated. "Mr. Wei, since we have no objection, we accept the price and share you offer. When do you think we will sign the contract?" "Contract? We have it ready. You can take a look. If there is no problem, just sign it." Wei Yan heard Matt's words and immediately took out a prepared contract from the side and handed it over. Matt looked at the contract handed over by Wei Yan and smiled helplessly. "It seems that Mr. Wei is sure that we will definitely take care of this agent. That's not the case, but even if we don't sign this contract with you, it will be the same if we sign it with others. I am not sure about you, and I firmly believe that the conditions I put forward will definitely be agreed by the game company." Wei Yan said confidently. He has no confidence in himself, but he is very confident in Extreme Survival. Matt nodded when he heard this, and it was indeed the case. With the popularity of Extreme Survival, as long as the news of the agency spreads, the game companies in the United States will definitely come to compete, and they may even offer higher conditions to get the agency of Extreme Survival. This is also the reason why he agreed immediately after hearing that Sangshua Games was going to spread the news of the agency. If he didn't agree, after the news of the agency spread, their Blizzard games would basically have no competitiveness. If you want to get the agency, you can only do it now. Thinking in his heart, He has already picked up the contract and started to read it and also gave a copy to Tame. After a while, the two read the contract, confirmed that there was no problem, and signed the contract. Then we have a happy cooperation. Wei Yin saw the two people sign the contract and said with a smile, "Happy cooperation." Matt also smiled and said, "As for the agency fee, when I return to China, I will arrange for someone to transfer the money to your company's account as soon as possible." "Okay, no problem." Wei Yin nodded. Now that the contract has been signed, he is not worried that the other party will not pay the agency fee. It's already noon. "If you don't mind, I'll take you to our company's cafeteria for lunch." "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wei." Before Matt could speak, Tame on the side spoke first. He had eaten the food in the cafeteria of Tomorrow Group once, and it was really delicious. He thought that all Chinese food was so delicious. So when he returned to the hotel at night, he also went out to find a few restaurants to eat yesterday. In the end, he found that not all Chinese food was delicious, but the Chinese food in the cafeteria of Tomorrow Group was delicious. If he had the opportunity to go again today, he would naturally be willing to go. "Then let's go now." Wei Yin stood up and walked out of the office. Matt and Tame followed behind. "Why are you so excited to go to the cafeteria for dinner?" Matt walked beside Tame and asked in a low voice. "You don't know. The food in the cafeteria of Tomorrow is delicious." "How delicious?" "You'll know when you eat it later." "Mr. Matt, you can still go over to get more food after you finish it, as long as it's not wasted." Wei Yin looked at Matt's wolfing down and reminded him, "Okay, your Chinese food is really delicious." Matt took a sip of water and said with admiration, "I told you, the food in the cafeteria of Tomorrow Group is delicious." Tim echoed, "If you like it, you can come often in the future." Wei Yin looked at the two people eating and said with a smile, "Ha, I will definitely come often in the future. The food in China is really delicious. It would be great if I could eat these foods in the United States." Matt said with some regret, "There are Chinese restaurants in the United States. He went there once a few years ago, but the taste was not very good, and he has not been there since then. He always thought that Chinese food was not very delicious." It was only after eating in the cafeteria today that he realized that it was not that China did not have delicious food, but that Chinese restaurants in the United States did not have delicious food. After lunch, you go back to the hotel first. I still have to go to Blue Film and Television to get the song authorization done. Outside the Tamara cafeteria, Tim spoke to Matt. Before coming here to deal with the agency today, he also made an appointment with Zhang Lan of Blue Film and Television to come here today to deal with the authorization of Light Years Away. Watching Matt leave, Tame walked into the Tomorrow building not far away again. Because of the appointment, he came to the music department of Blue Film very smoothly. "Hello, Director Tame. Sister Lan has a notice. I will be responsible for the song authorization." Lu Shui led Tame to the reception area and made a cup of coffee and put it on the coffee table. "I know." Tim nodded. Zhang Lan had already told him about this during the last meeting. "We have already agreed on the terms. If there is no change, just sign the contract directly." "Okay, Director Tame, the terms have not changed. Here is the prepared contract. You can take a look." Lu Shui said, taking out a contract and handing it over. Tamu took the contract, read it over to make sure there was nothing wrong with it, and then signed it directly. "Then it will be a pleasure to work together." Tamu handed a signed contract to Lu Shui. "Happy to work with." Lu Shui took the contract and put it aside. "By the way, let me ask you something." Tamu sat on the sofa, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. "Director Tamu, please speak." Lu Shui spoke. "The Wandering Blue Star of your Blue Pictures film is a very popular science fiction movie. Have you never thought about going to the overseas market?" Taimu expressed his doubts. Wandering Blue Star has been popular in China for such a long time, but he didn't even hear the news that Wandering Blue Star was going to enter the overseas market. From his point of view as a director, if the Wandering Blue Star is released abroad, there will be an audience. You can also make a lot of money by developing overseas markets. Director Taimu, I'm just Sister Land's agent, and I'm also from the music department. So I don't know much about blue movies, so I can't answer your question." Lu Shui answered. "Okay then, I just want to say that if you Blue Pictures want to develop Wandering Blue Star overseas, I can provide some help. Okay, Director Taimu, I will mention this to Minister Lon, but I don't know what the outcome will be. Okay, then I'll leave first, Tame said as he stood up and left the office. Chapter 856 New Plan. Tomorrow Group. President's Office. Chun Mo looked at the slowly falling boss on the computer screen and the flattering words in the chat box and smiled slightly. Since all the funds were used up, he finally felt relaxed. No matter what, now he only needs to spend the 1.7 billion in profits every month. I thought about it. Now all industries have calmed down. Basically, there is nothing going on. Too much capital can be injected. And there is also good news. There is news from the Jinhao canning factory that the construction of the factory area there will be almost completed by the end of the month. As long as the construction of the Jinhao canning factory is completed, the scale of Jinhao canning will also be very large. Then there must be 10,000 workers as well as shuttle buses and electric vehicles of various peers in the factory area. And after the construction of the factory area is completed, the machines for producing cans must also be configured, and the machines to be selected are naturally those expensive automated machines. More importantly, after the construction of the factory area is completed, he can completely implement the plan of the garment factory and then open a branch in another place. In this way, the consumption of the Jinhao canning factory will increase a lot in the future, and opening a branch can further consume funds. The largest investment of the garment factory in the branch is 800 million, so the maximum investment of the Jinhao canning factory's branch should not be less than 800 million. In this way, the 1.7 billion capital consumption in June will leave 900 million. We still need to find more places to consume funds. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair, took a sip of coffee beside him, and flashed through his mind one by one. After a while, he finally wrote down the names of two companies on the straw paper on the table. Blue Film and Television, Sangshua Games. He thought about it, and now among his existing industries, only these two industries can continue to expand capital consumption. Chongfeng Garment Factory can't take any other actions before the branch is built. Corner Pet Park, Baishu Law Firm, Juhan Agricultural Base, etc. are currently under development or have not been fully built. There is no way to invest more money. Now he can only find reasons to spend more money on Blue Film and Sangshua Game. Blue Film. It can be said to be Blue Film before, but now because of the emergence of the music department, it is not very qualified to use the name of Blue Film. So he plans to change the name of Blue Film. Blue Film Entertainment is more appropriate. And since it is Blue Film Entertainment, there are many more contents involved. Now that Blue Film Entertainment already has two departments, film and television and music, it should not be too much to add an animation department. Since it is an animation department, it must be to produce animation, and an animation is made of special effects. Then the funds consumed must be more. And Sangshua Game is currently only developing games for terminal games, and has not yet involved standalone games and mobile games. If these two aspects are fully developed, the research and development of standalone games and mobile games is also a large expenditure of funds. If all the above three projects are invested in, it will definitely consume a lot of funds. In addition to the matter of opening a branch factory of Jinhao canning. If all the above projects are implemented one by one, then all the profitable funds from now to the end of September can be basically consumed. Even if there is some system funds left, he still has 4.8 billion additional investment. Calculated in this way, his own preparations are sufficient. Chun Mo smiled with relief and put the paper with the plan aside. Now he has almost consumed the funds. Even if these plans want to be implemented, they have to wait until the new system funds come in next month. So now he can just relax. Chun Mo thought. His eyes fell on the computer again and started a new round of games. Jinhao canning. Meng Xiaohong and a group of leaders of the canning factory visited the new factory area. After a long period of construction, the construction of the canning factory has entered the final stage. Boss Meng, with such a large factory, how many cans can be produced in a day? Yes, what is Boss Chen thinking? The current sales volume of our Jinhao canned food is not enough to support such a large output. Not to mention the expansion. Even the cans produced in the current workshop are squeezed in the warehouse and cannot be sold. Fortunately, The shelf life of canned food is basically more than 1 year. Otherwise, they will expire. Boss Ming, you should mention this to Boss Chun, otherwise all the cans will be piled up and it will be difficult for us to explain. Several managers of Zhenhao canned food looked at the new factory and first admired it, and then showed nervous expressions. The factory has expanded, but the sales volume has not changed much. This is a very serious problem. Meng Xiaohong smiled bitterly when she heard the words of several leaders. She had already mentioned this problem when Boss Chun decided to expand the factory. But Mr. Chen insisted on expanding the factory area. The reason is that we want to create high-end boutique canned goods, and the current small workshop is not in line with the style of a boutique canned goods, so the factory area must be expanded. As for the backlog of canned goods, if they are about to expire, they can be distributed as welfare to the employees of Tomorrow Group. She couldn't say anything more about this, so she could only follow Mr. Chen's wishes. I have talked to Mr. Chen about these problems you mentioned, but Mr. Chen insisted on expanding the factory area and increasing production. As for the backlog of canned goods you mentioned, Mr. Chen said that if the canned goods are about to expire, they can be given as welfare to the employees of Tomorrow Group. So you don't have to worry about these things. Mr. Chen should have his own plans for the canning factory. As for you, just get the production done. Meng Xiaohong looked at the leaders around her and said, these people were promoted by the old employees of the canning factory, and she still trusted them very much. Don't worry, Mr. Meng, we will definitely do it well. Several company leaders hurriedly assured. If it was before, they might not have been so active, but now it is different. Their salaries have increased many times compared to before. If they're fired for not working seriously, they don't know who to cry to. In other factories, they can't find such a job with such treatment. Now they think about it and feel a little fortunate that Mr. Meng's husband caused that incident. If it hadn't happened, their cannery would not have been acquired by Tomorrow Group. If it hadn't been acquired, they wouldn't have such a job with such treatment now. Of course, they only think about this in their hearts and can't say it out loud. Chapter 857. Arrangements for the cannery. Have the employees of the cannery been trained? Meng Xiaohong asked again. Once the construction of the really good cannery is completed, it will be time to recruit new employees. According to the current rules for recruiting employees, 90% of new employees will definitely have little work experience, so older employees will need to be trained and led. So, during this period, she had already made arrangements in advance. Employees who originally knew only one process must master the skills of at least 3 processes. After all, these old employees have to lead new people, and eventually they have to become a small leader. It is a bit unreasonable to become a small leader but only master one process in the workshop. In the future, it will be difficult to convince the public if you manage your employees. When managing employees in the workshop, the most convincing thing is not your identity as a small leader, but your ability. So she arranged for the leaders of the workshop to supervise. If you can master one more skill, master as many skills as possible. This will be of great help to them in becoming small leaders in the future. They're all already learning. We don't need to supervise them. They are very active and serious. A workshop leader spoke. Those employees are not fools. During the annual meeting and sports meeting, they all knew it from other employees. As the leader of the Tomorrow Group, even a small leader's salary is very generous. So after he talked about this matter with those employees, he basically didn't need to supervise them. Those employees were very motivated and even worried about not studying well and not having enough time. I applied many times to study in the workshop at night, and there was no salary, as long as they were allowed to use the machines in the workshop. He also felt a little emotional about this. When the workshop wanted to work overtime before, few of the employees were willing to work overtime. Basically, I work overtime, and I do it very reluctantly. It's better now. Everyone volunteers to work overtime and is very excited. If they don't agree, they won't be willing. However, he also understood that these employees were like this. After all, the amount of technology they mastered was related to their positions. This time, it's not just the selection of team leaders, but also senior team leaders. The position of a team leader definitely requires mastering more skills. So these employees are so active in voluntarily working overtime to learn. After all, If you really get a position as a team leader, your annual salary will be at least 500,000 yuan. Who can resist such temptation? This made him realize that he was unwilling to work overtime before. Not because he really didn't want to work overtime, but because you didn't have enough money. How should I work overtime? That's good. Meng Xiaohong nodded with relief. Mr. Ming, you are here. Just as he walked to a mobile building, a figure walked over from a short distance away. Mr. Wang, you're here so early. Meng Xiaohong followed the voice and looked at the person coming, and found that it was Wang Yang from Chenglin Decoration. She was very familiar with this person. Since the cannery was built and renovated, Wang Yang would come over regularly to supervise the work and check the quality of the decoration. Therefore, the two of them will have some communication from time to time. Well, the decoration here is about to be finished, so I'll come over and take a look. Wang Yang nodded. Then let's have lunch here later. Meng Xiaohong spoke. She also knew about Wang Yang. Wang Yang is responsible for all decorations of Tomorrow Group. For such a huge project, Mr. Chen handed over all the decorations to Wang Yang and never changed people. If you think about it carefully, you can guess that the relationship between Wang Yang and Mr. Chen should be very good. So she didn't dare to neglect Wang Yang. I want to have lunch. After I finish reading here, I have to go check out other places. This is not the only place that has been renovated. Wang Yang smiled. There are many places for decoration nowadays. Now that Feiwu Security is finishing the work, there is no need to go, but when Feiwu arranges the finishing work. Mr. Chun gave him another decoration for the 16-story office building of Tomorrow Building. Then, except for a few buildings in Tomorrow Community, which are still in the final stage of construction, the other buildings have also started to be decorated. The Tomorrow Community is a big project, and he doesn't dare to be careless. Many of the people who will live there in the future will be members of the Tomorrow Group. And even if you are not from the Tomorrow Group, considering the price of 50,000 yuan per square meter, the people living here are all wealthy people. Then the decoration must be very meticulous and serious. Otherwise, some problems will arise after the decoration is completed. That would have an impact on the reputation of Tomorrow Group. So he didn't dare to be careless in the decoration. Okay, then how long will it take for our renovation to be completed? Meng Xiaohong didn't try to stay after hearing this. She knew that Wang Yang would go to many places to supervise the renovation work. She also admires this. Now she is a manager, but she still goes to the decoration site every day and does it herself. Here, it will basically be completed by the end of the month. If it is not completed, it will be on the activity building, but other places can definitely be completed. At that time, it will not affect President Meng's work. Wang Yang smiled and spoke. That's good. I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Wang. It's no trouble. Mr. Meng, you can visit on your own, and I'll leave first. Okay, Mr. Wang, just be busy. Meng Xiaohong nodded, watched Wang Yang leave, and continued to take several leaders of the workshop to visit the new factory. Of course, she came here not only to visit today, but also to arrange some work. Now that the new factory has been built, arrangements must be made. This is the office building. The floors and locations of each department in the office building have been planned in the early stage of construction. When the office staff move to the new office building, all will be done according to the plan. There are also employee dormitories here. This is the earliest to be renovated. You can also communicate with those employees during this period. They can move in one after another. As for the houses you live in outside, don't rent them next month. Communicate with the landlords of those houses in advance. And here's the canteen. Now that the factory has been expanded, it is certain that more workers will be recruited. Therefore, the chefs in the canteen are definitely not enough. Chefs must be recruited as soon as possible. If you don't know how to configure them, you can find Wang Maoyan of the Tomorrow Canteen in Tomorrow Group. He will arrange it for you. Meng Xiaohong walked while making arrangements for the leaders around her. Some things must be arranged in advance. Otherwise, it will be very chaotic if we wait until the new plan is fully built before arranging them together. By the way, is there any new progress in the business? Chapter 858 Yi Feng's Request. Meng Xiaohong's eyes fell on the director of the business department. Now, no matter how well the cannery develops, if there is no business, all the cans will be piled up and it will be in vain. The director of the business department looked a little ashamed when he heard Meng Xiaohong's question. Mr. Meng, You know that the influence of Jinhao can has always existed, so it is still very difficult in terms of business. In addition, we have taken the route of high-end canned goods, and the price has increased by 50% compared with before, which has increased the difficulty in business. Before the problem, our canned goods were able to have a certain sales volume because our prices were cheap. But now our Jinhao can has a credibility problem, and the price has increased instead of falling, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty of business. Meng Xiaohong nodded after hearing the director of the business department's story. In the minds of most consumers, I can buy expensive things, but if you suddenly raise the price of the cheap goods I have been buying before, it will definitely not work. Yeah, I understand all these things, and I also know that there will be difficulties in business. But after so long, the heat of the negative news about Jinhao cans has begun to slowly decrease. So when the new factory is completely built, I will recruit more new salesmen for you, so that they can develop canned business in more distant areas, which should have some effect. Before, Jinhao cans was only sold in the area near Jiangcheng, and when the negative news about Jinhao cans broke out, the most attention was paid to those who had bought Jinhao cans in the area NEA or Jiangcheng. And those people in more distant areas, even if they saw the negative news about Jinhao cans, probably wouldn't pay much attention to it. After all, most people's attitude towards life now is to put it aside. I can't buy these cans here, so why should I care so much? And once you have this attitude, even if you see this negative news at the time, you just curse in your heart and then pass it by, and basically it won't leave much impression in your heart. Then when the negative news about Jinhao canned food fades away little by little, the negative comments about Jinhao canned food will gradually disappear on the internet. Then those who don't pay much attention will gradually forget about Jinhao canned food. Even if there is some impression, it is probably that there was negative news about canned food before, but the brand of that canned food is basically forgotten. At this time, their business is placed in these places where it was not sold before, and there should be some results. After all, the two aspects that affect the business now are nothing more than negative news and price. Negative news can basically be reduced to the lowest in areas where it was not sold before. There should still be an impact, but it is definitely not as big as in the areas near Jiangcheng. There is also the issue of price. Since it has not been sold in those areas before, those people will definitely not think that the price of canned food has increased. At most, they think that this canned food is this price, and it is just a little expensive. Okay, Mr. Meng. The business manager nodded when he heard this, and he was also very anxious. Now, it is not only Mr. Meng who is concerned about business issues, but even some people from other departments of the company also come to him from time to ask how the business is now. These people are very worried that the cannery will not receive any orders, which will eventually lead to the Tomorrow Group giving up the Jinhao cannery. If that happens, they will lose their jobs with such good treatment. Meng Xiaohong did not continue to communicate about business matters. If the pressure is too great, it will have the opposite effect. After a few simple explanations, she set her sights on the head of the R/U00260 department. How are the new varieties of canned food being developed? Mr. Ming, the new canned food has been developed almost, and I have also arranged for the employees in the workshop to take some canned food home to share with their family or friends to see their feedback. Now, except for the poor taste of 2 individual canned foods, the reviews of other canned foods are very good. The head of the R/U00260 department spoke quickly. That's good. The 2 canned foods with poor taste should also be developed as soon as possible. When the new plant is built, all new varieties of canned foods will be put into mass production. Of course, don't give up on those canned foods that already taste good. You can continue to develop them and strive to make the taste of canned foods better. Okay, Mr. Meng. Meng Xiaohong continued to walk in the new plant, while constantly arranging various things. Non-military security. In the office. Minister Yi, please sit down. Li Maota took Yi Feng to the reception area of the office and poured a cup of tea. I don't know what Minister Yi has come here for today. There are some things I want to see Mr. Li. Yi Feng nodded and then asked. I heard that Mr. Wei said that your security company needs to recruit veterans? Yes, after all, it is a security company, so it must have a certain combat capability, and veterans are a good choice. And now there are many veterans who have not found a good job after retiring, and their lives are not very ideal. So we recruit veterans here, which can also give them a good job. Although the position of security guard does not sound very respectable, you also know that as an employee of Ming Group, the salary will definitely not be bad. It can also be regarded as providing some help to veterans who cannot find jobs after retiring from the army. Bar. Lee Mauda spoke slowly. Soldiers are all worthy of admiration, but it is also sad that there is no suitable job after retirement. After all factory owners now only care about profits. If you, a veteran, do not meet their recruitment needs, it is impossible to recruit you, even if you are a veteran. Yi Feng nodded relaxedly after hearing Li Mauda's words, and then directly explained his purpose. Li is always like this. I have a brother who is a veteran and a retired Special Forces soldier. He has been delivering takeaways. I wonder if I can let him work here. Retired Special Forces? Yes, I was offered a job before, but then the company where I worked was dismissed, and I never found a suitable job again. I'm already 40 now, and I don't know if it's okay to come here. Yi Feng said nervously. During the Chinese New Year, he went to his brother's house to pay New Year greetings, and then he learned that his sister-in-law had lost his job when he was young, and the burden of the family's life fell on his brother. Chapter 859, Perfect Execution. As for delivering food from morning to night, the monthly income is more than 10,000 yuan. It must be very difficult to live with a family with more than 10,000 yuan and to have children in school. Just when he came back during the Chinese New Year, he heard about Feiwu Security. He also recently heard that the construction of Feiwu Security Company had been completed, so he came to inquire about it. See if you can arrange for your brother to join. If you can join Feiwu Security, then you can basically solve your family life problems. I see. If you are a Special Forces soldier, you should be very familiar with the training content. Li Mauda thought for a moment and spoke slowly. That's for sure. Yi Feng nodded. Before coming over, he had already inquired about the situation with his brother in advance. He had just been a Special Forces soldier for a few years, and those years of life as a Special Forces soldier were very deep in his memory. He basically remembered very clearly what time he got up every day and what training he did. Moreover, during the Chinese New Year reunions, he often heard his brother talk about life in the army and training matters. If that's the case, I would like to ask your brother to come here as an instructor. Li Mauda expressed his thoughts. If the Special Forces retired, they must have unique ideas about training. And recruiting those veterans will definitely require an instructor for training. After all, those veterans cannot all have just retired. Almost many of them have been retired for many years, so even if they are recruited, they will still need a period of recovery training. Training definitely requires instructors, and Yi Feng's brother is a retired Special Forces soldier, so there is absolutely no problem in being an instructor. Is it really okay? Yi Feng's face lit up. If it is really the same as what you said, then there is definitely no problem. But whether it is consistent or not, we still need to meet in person to confirm. So make an appointment and ask your brother to come over. I need to know more about it before I can make a decision. Li Mauda did not agree immediately. After all, no matter how good the other party said it, he still needed to understand it himself. He needs to take responsibility for this security company. Okay, Mr. Li, I'll go back and communicate with my brother, and then I'll contact you about the details of coming over. Yi Feng spoke. Can? Li Mauda nodded. While the two were talking, several whistles suddenly came from outside the office building, and then the cell phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. Li Mauda looked down at his phone and found that it was Peng Tao. He glanced at Yi Feng apologetically and connected the call. After a while, hang up the phone. He looked up at Yi Feng. Minister Yi, I have some things that need to be dealt with here. We have almost finished talking about it. When your brother comes over, you could just make a call. Okay, Mr. Li, I won't bother you anymore. Yi Feng nodded, then stood up and walked out of the office. Li Mauda stood up and followed him. Mr. Li, there is no need to send it away. I could just go back by myself. Yi Feng looked at Li Mauda, who was following him, and spoke quickly. It doesn't matter, I just want to go downstairs too. Li Mauda smiled and spoke. Soon the two arrived at the door of the office building. Li Mauda watched Yi Feng leave and turned around to the training ground behind the security company. At this time, 10 small vans were parked in the open field. Li Mauda's eyes fell on a person at the front of the truck and then walked over quickly. Mr. Peng, I've kept you waiting for a long time. We just arrived. All the dogs you need are ready. A total of 1,000 of them are in these 3 trucks. Pang Tao said, pointing to the 3 trucks behind him. Is everything ready? I'll go take a look. Li Maoda's face lit up, and then he quickly walked to a truck and opened the door of the truck. The barking of puppies came out instantly. Li Maoda looked around the carriage and saw several rows of dog cages neatly placed in the carriage with puppies in the cages. There will probably be 3 to 4 puppies in each cage. All the dogs have been vaccinated. You only need to be responsible for raising them, and I will send people over regularly to check on these dogs. Pang Tao came to Li Maoda and spoke slowly. Sorry, Emarpang. Li Maoda looked at the dog in the carriage and thanked him. After Mr. Chen needed to arrange a dog for every trainer, he contacted Li Maoda. At this time, the security company was completed and the other party also sent the puppies. Now that the security company has almost everything in place, it just needs to recruit employees. Mr. Li, where should these puppies be settled? Just carry it to the pet building over there. There's a room for pet dogs in there. Li Maoda pointed to a pet building not far away. Okay, then I'll ask the workers to help you move in. Since you haven't recruited security personnel yet, I've also brought you a few employees from the pet park to help you take care of the puppies first. You need to provide a few rooms for them to live in the staff dormitories here. Pang Tao explained the situation. He knew that the security company had not recruited all employees yet, so there must be no one to take care of the 1,000 puppies sent here. So we can only transfer a few people from the corner pet park to help take care of it for a while. After all the employees of the security company here are recruited, they can be transferred back. Thank you, Mr. Pang. Li Maoda thanked him, and then the 2 of them walked towards the pet building. At the same time, he directed the workers to put the puppies in the pet dormitories. These puppies are all shipped from pet rescue centers across the country. They vary in age and breed. Watching workers put puppies of different breeds and ages into pet rooms. I understand this. Since they are transported from pet rescue centers across the country, they must not be so uniform. Li Maoda smiled indifferently. Mr. Chen did not have any special requirements for dogs. He only asked for them to be puppies. And if he went to Pang Tao to deal with this matter, he obviously knew about this situation. I just don't know what Mr. Chen wants to do by asking those security personnel to bring a dog. If it is just to ensure the safety of the company, I think in this relatively safe social environment, as long as the retired soldiers are well trained, that's guaranteed there's no need to bring another dog. Li Maoda was still a little confused. Mr. Chen's vision is very far-sighted, and we can't imagine it from our perspective. So we just have to make it perfect whatever Mr. Chen asks for. Mr. Chen's requirements are all puppies, and they definitely want to be trained. Then we will find a way to train those puppies well. And among the veterans we recruit, there will definitely be someone who knows how to train military dogs or search and rescue dogs. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with training according to this requirement. Chapter 860 Overseas Screening. Pang Tao expressed his thoughts. He believed that he did not have the talent of Wei Yin to understand Mr. Chen's meaning. But he firmly believed that as long as Mr. Chen's arrangements were done perfectly, there would be no problem. And if Mr. Chen wanted to train those puppies, then it would be right to train them according to the method of search and rescue dogs. I understand, Mr. Pang. Li Maoda was enlightened when he heard Pang Tao's words. At the same time, he thought of what Yifeng had just asked him to do. As a retired Special Forces soldier, he should know how to train search and rescue dogs. He could ask him when they met. Pang Tao was right. Since the dogs were already being trained, they should be trained according to high standards. After a while, all the dogs had been arranged, and the employees from the corner pet park had also been arranged for dormitories. Mr. Li, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. If you have any questions, just come to me. I'm sorry to bother Mr. Pang today. Li Maoda thanked him and sent Pang Tao to the parking lot. Then he returned to the office building, found the Human Resources Department, and urged the recruitment. At night, in the Magic City, in a rehearsal room, Zhang Lan, you sang perfectly just now. When the concert comes, you can perform like this. There is no problem at all. Ling walked to Zhang Lan and said admiringly, Sister Lan is really amazing. She can sing so well after just a few rehearsals. Li Yi and Zhao Lei also came over. Everyone sang very well. Zhang Lan looked at the people who came over and smiled. This is the concert of teacher Li Ying. Although they, as students, want to perform at the concert, they don't want any mistakes to happen at the concert. After all, once there is a mistake, it will not increase their own fame and may even have the opposite effect. And it will also affect the quality of teacher Li Ying's concert. After all, those who bought tickets to watch the concert basically went there for teacher Li Ying. Everyone has worked hard. The concert will start tomorrow. Let's rehearse here today. Go back and rest early. Li Ying looked at the people in the rehearsal room and said. She was very satisfied with these students. And although she brought these students to the concert, it was not very helpful to them. But for her, it was not without any benefit. The Voice of China had just ended, and the heat had not yet dissipated. It was also very attractive for her to sing with the students of the Voice of China at the concert. And she was also very confident in the strength of these students. Okay, teacher. Zhang Lan nodded and left the rehearsal room with other students. She couldn't help but look forward to when she could hold a concert of her own. But now the songs in her hands are not enough. When she creates a few more songs, plus those of Mr. Chun, it will basically be enough for her to hold a concert. Of course, if she wants to hold a concert, her own fame must reach a certain level. But he was not too worried about this. She was originally worried that the music department would recruit 6 students from the Voice of China, and there might be a shortage of resources. But judging from the various invitations sent by Agent Lu Shui in the past 2 days, there is absolutely no problem. The 3 students who joined the China Voice later also have resources at this time. It is a song talent show. In the end, 3 people will be selected to form a singing group. She communicated with the 3 new singers, and they all expressed their willingness to participate in this program. So at this time, all the singers who joined the music department have their own direction to go, but how far they can go in the end is their own business. And she also got a notice for a music variety show. Masked Singer. The singing competition system there is quite interesting, which is somewhat similar to China Voice. They don't look at faces, but only listen to songs. This time, I participated in the program with the final championship in mind, but went there to communicate. The difference between this program and China Voice is that the singers who go there are already mature singers. So, going there and communicating with those singers will also help my singing to a certain extent. Hotel. Zhang Lan just entered the hotel room and saw her agent Lu Shui coming out. So are all the things done? Yes, Sister Lan. The contract has been signed and may be transferred to the company's account in the next few working days. Lu Shui took the clothes that Zhang Lan took off and hung them on the hanger beside her. Then Director Tame didn't make any other requests. No, all the contents were carried out according to what was discussed before. The contract was signed very quickly and didn't say too much. That's good. Zhang Lan nodded. She was not very worried about the song authorization because Songshua Games was behind her. By the way, Sister Lan, Director Tame asked about the movie before he left. Lu Shui suddenly thought of what Director Tame said before he left. What's the matter with the movie? Zhang Lan stopped what she was doing and turned to look at Lu Shui. Then Director Tame asked if Wandering Blue Star has plans to be screened overseas. If so, he can help. I don't know much about movies, so I didn't reply. Zhang Lan nodded slightly after hearing Lu Shui's words. As a film and television company, the ultimate goal of showing movies overseas is definitely to have their own movies go abroad. And Wandering Blue Star is a big hit in China, so it must have some audiences abroad. If it can really be screened overseas, it can also increase part of the income of Blue Film. However, she didn't know whether Mr. Luo and Mr. Wang had plans to screen Wandering Blue Star overseas. Or did they already have plans, but couldn't find a good way? If that's the case, it's just right to find Director Tame for cooperation. Well, I know about this matter. I don't know the specific situation. I'll know after I go to consult. Zhang Lan wrote this down. It's already late now, so she can only contact Mr. Luo tomorrow morning. The next morning, in a hotel. Mr. Luo, Mr. Wang, we have to catch the 8 o'clock train, so we can leave at this time. Yang Xinhua came to their room and told them about today's schedule. Brother Yang, we know that now the luggage is ready, and we can leave at any time. Luo Xiao said. Just yesterday, all the poor mountainous areas in this area had been surveyed, and today they need to go to another location for the survey. And this location requires them to take a 2-hour train to reach. Chapter 861 Itinerary. Okay, Mr. Luo, then we will wait for you outside the hotel. Yang Xinghua looked at Luo Zhao's packed luggage, nodded with relief, then turned and left the office. Brother Luo, the area we are rushing to this time should be our last stop. After Yang Xinghua left, Wang Bin asked, Well, Yang Xinghua and I learned about the situation. There are many poor villages in the new area, so we will probably conduct a census there for at least 10 days. After the census in the new area is completed, we will make the next step of planning to transport poor teachers back to Jiangxing. This process will take almost a month. Luo Xiao briefly explained the itinerary. In this way, we are about the same. We have to stay outside for another month and a half. Well, a normal schedule is like this. Why can't you stand it? I can't stand it. How is it possible? Although it is very tiring, it is still very fulfilling to see those poor old people regain hope of life with our help. Also, although those mountain villages are very remote, it's really quiet. After staying there for a long time, I feel that the impatience in big cities has slowly disappeared. Wang Bin lamented that life in big cities is basically fast-paced, and everyone lives a very tired and impetuous life. But it's really different in the countryside. There's no hustle and bustle of traffic, and there's no night of feasting and feasting. Some only have the tranquility of the curling smoke and the twinkling stars in the night sky. They lived in this village for more than 10 days, and it seemed as if their souls had been purified. No wonder Li Shun and others said that if you go out to pick up a poor elderly person, you will have a great feeling. Do you feel this way too? Luo Xiao nodded in agreement. His feelings were similar to Wang Bin's. This is probably Mr. Chen's intention. Let's go. It's time to inform the rest of the team that we are meeting downstairs. Wang Bin nodded and left the room to inform the rest of the team. Luo Xiao was about to pick up his luggage and go downstairs when his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took out his cell phone and found that it was Zhang Lan, so he answered the call. Mr. Zhang, what's the matter? Zhang Lan's current position at Lampi Film and Television is the head of the music department. Mr. Luo, I was with. The day before yesterday. Zhang Lan simply told the whole story and finally asked, I wonder if Mr. Luo has any plans to release Wandering Blue Star overseas. It would be a good thing if Wandering Blue Star could be released overseas. However, Blue Film and Television has only been established for more than a year and has no connections overseas. Currently, the only way to show the film overseas is just follow the normal review process, but the review is very strict. I submitted it for review early, but it never passed. Luo Xiao showed a wry smile. He had long had the idea to develop the film overseas, but in terms of overseas review, it would be really troublesome if he didn't have some connections. When Wandering Blue Star showed signs of becoming a hit, he had already submitted an application to be screened overseas, but the review has not been approved until now. He was also very helpless about this matter. Mr. Luo, if that's the case, I think we can work with Director Taimu. I also researched Director Taimu's information. He is a very famous director in the United States, and he proposed that he could work overseas to provide some help with screenings. I guess you must have some connections or abilities in this area. Zhang Lan explained his thoughts, since Lampi Film and Television had plans to develop the film overseas, but did not have any good connections. Then working with Director Taimu is a very good choice. After all, Director Taimu and his friend from the game company had cooperated with Sangshua Games and signed the song copyright of Light Years Away. With these two cooperation, at least it can be guaranteed that Director Taimu will not cheat them. After all, if they're cheated here, they will definitely not be able to get the game agent in the future. And asking him to help show the movie overseas will definitely give some benefits. And it is impossible to let him help in vain. So, overall, it is relatively safe to ask Director Taimu to do this. It would definitely be a good thing if Director Taimu could help to screen the film overseas. However, Wang Bin and I are currently out doing a census of poor elderly people, so we definitely don't have time to talk about this matter. If possible, we would still please, Minister Zhang, please discuss this matter with Director Taimu. Luo Xiao asked, logically speaking, Zhang Lan is currently the leader of the music department. Film matters should not be left to Zhang Lan, and this is not Zhang Lan's job, but there is nothing he can do. He and Wang Bin were conducting a census of poor elderly people outside, and Hu Bian was also selecting actors. The only one in the entire blue film and television who could come forward at this time was Zhang Lan. Okay, Mr. Luo, but I have to attend Mr. Li Ying's concert tonight as an assistant singer, so I have to wait a little later to discuss this matter. No problem. This time is teacher Li Ying's concert, and it may be Minister Zhang's own concert in the future. Mr. Luo is joking. The songs I can produce now are not enough to support a concert, and the popularity and traffic are still a little short. Zhang Lan smiled slightly. She naturally wanted to hold a concert of her own, but she still thought that it was not the right time to hold a concert. She needed to accumulate strength and fame. Haha, I'm not joking. With the songs that Mr. Chen gave you, plus Minister Zhang's creative ability, I believe that sooner or later there will be a concert. I have something else to do here, so I won't say more. I'll trouble Minister Zhang about the overseas sales of the movie. Luo Xiao said 2 words at the end and hung up the phone. Has the movie passed the review for overseas screening? Wang Bin asked curiously. When he came back from organizing the team downstairs, he heard Mr. Luo talking about the overseas screening of the movie. I thought it was the overseas screening that passed the review. How is it possible? Minister Zhang Lan knows a director in the United States. He should have some strength and can help our movie to be screened overseas. Luo Xiao explained briefly. That's a good thing. Wang Bin's face was pleasantly surprised. Wandering Blue Star is a big hit in China. If it is shown overseas, even if it doesn't become a big hit, it can still make a lot of money. In this way, another large amount of funds will flow into blue film. Now, that Wuling short video and Sangshua Games are trying to make money. They are in the same building, so they blue film must not fall behind. Chapter 862 Military ID. Well, if it can really be screened overseas, it will initially open up the overseas market, which will also be of great benefit to the future development of our blue film and television. Luo Xiao nodded, then raised his hand to look at his phone. It's getting late. Let's go downstairs quickly and chat while walking. The two picked up their suitcases and left the room. In this way, when Wandering Blue Star is released on the app platform in early June, it will be an income. If it is screened overseas, it will be another income. That's true. It would be great if all the movies we shoot in the future can reach this level. Nana Coffee. Make a corner for seating. Mr. Lee, this is my brother, Yi Fan. Brother, this is Li Mauda, the security company manager I'm talking about. Yi Feng introduced each other. When he went back yesterday, he directly contacted his brother. My original job was to deliver food, so I just wanted to save 1 day of delivery in my spare time. And as long as I could join the security company, I would no longer have to deliver food. He knew better than anyone else how to choose, so with his persuasion, his brother finally gave up his job of delivering food today and came over to meet Li Mauda. Hello, Manager Li? Yi Fan looked at Li Mauda sitting opposite and said hello carefully. It has been about 10 years since he retired. After 10 years of life, he has long lost the sharpness he had back then. Hello. Li Mauda responded politely and looked up and down at Yi Fan. At this time, the other party's demeanor and expression were very cautious. But judging from the other party's sitting posture and some movements, it can still be seen that the other party is a soldier. I heard from your brother that you are a Special Forces soldier? Yeah, here's my veteran certificate. You can take a look at it. Yi Fan nodded, and as he spoke, he carefully took out a well-kept certificate from his pocket and handed it over. Li Mauda took the certificate, opened it, and looked at it. The doubts in his heart were completely dissipated. He could already confirm that the other party was a retired Special Forces soldier. Return the certificate. Mr. Lee, how about it? My brother meets the entry requirements. Seeing Li Mauda returning the certificate, Yi Feng couldn't wait to ask. Since your brother is a veteran, he must meet the entry requirements, but I still need to find out whether he can be an instructor. Li Mauda nodded when he heard this, and then looked at Mark. I see it has been 10 years since you retired from the Special Forces. I wonder if you still remember the training plans in the Army. If I recruit a group of people and want you to train like the Army, I don't know if I can complete it. I definitely remember it. Even if I forget to eat, I can't forget my life in the Army at that time. Yi Fan said with certainty, with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Then the voice changed. But there is still firearms training in the Army. We can't do it here. When Li Mauda heard this, the corners of his mouth trembled twice, and he thought to himself, even if you want to do firearms training, I wouldn't dare. If he really dares to do this, the grass on his grave will probably be taller than anyone else next year. We don't do firearms training. We are just a security company. We just do some physical training and combat training. If that's the case, it would be very simple. Those physical trainings were performed every day when we were training. I can memorize them now. As for the combat training, there is no problem. When Yi Fan heard Li Mauda's words, he showed a rare look of confidence on his face. If it comes to other things, he may not understand it, but if it comes to army training, it is something he repeated every day when he was a soldier. Then there's no problem. Li Mauda looked at Yi Fan's confident look and knew that the other party was not lying in this regard. And even if he was lying, the secret would be revealed when it came to training, so he didn't have to worry at all. Mr. Li, if there is no problem, does it mean that my brother can join Feiwu Security as an instructor? Yi Feng asked with some anticipation. He really hopes that his brother can join Feiwu Security. As long as he joins Feiwu Security, he knows that his brother's family will no longer have to worry about money. Let's not say he is rich and powerful, but there is definitely no problem in living a well-off life. And his brother doesn't have to work so hard every day. Yes, you could be an instructor. But I still want to know if you know anything about the training of police dogs since you were a retired Special Forces soldier. Li Mauda's eyes fell on Yi Fan. In the army, the training of police dogs will be handled by specialized dog trainers. I don't know much about the training of police dogs, Yi Fan said truthfully. But if Mr. Li wants to find a dog trainer, I know 2 retired soldiers who are dog trainers. If necessary, I can help contact them. Really, then I'll trouble you. Li Mauda was a little disappointed at first, but when he heard that the other party knew the retired dog trainer, he was instantly pleasantly surprised. If those 2 dog trainers can really be recruited, then there will be instructors and dog trainers, and the only thing left is to recruit veterans. The recruitment information has been sent out. He also went to the Human Resources Department in the morning. Dozens of people have submitted their resumes for interviews. However, whether they are really veterans still needs to be confirmed during the interview. And after Yi Feng talked to him about his brother yesterday, he also sent this message to the managers to see if there are any relatives or friends among the employees of various companies who are veterans. If so, they can come to Feiwu Security Company. Okay, then I will go back and contact them, but I can't guarantee that they will definitely join Feiwu Security. Yi Fan nodded. He and the 2 retired dog trainers retired at the same time. When they just retired, they would often contact each other, but time has passed. It has been more than 2 years since they have been in contact, and I don't know what they're doing now. Just contact them. As for whether they will come, you can't force them. Li Mauda waved his hand indifferently. Well, I don't know, Mr. Li. What are the benefits of joining Feiwu Security? Yi Fan hesitated for a moment and asked slowly. No matter how his brother said that the treatment in Tomorrow Group was good, he still had to look at the salary. If the salary was not enough, he would rather deliver food. It's like this. When you join the non-military security guard, there will be a training phase in the first 3 months. During this training phase, you don't need to do any work. Everyone just needs to train, so the salary for these 3 months will be a little worse. You will only be paid 4,000 yuan. If you count some welfare subsidies from the company, it will be about 8,000. Of course, if Yi Fan joins the company, it will be an instructor position. Since it is an instructor position, the salary will definitely be different. It will be paid 6,000 yuan. If you count various subsidies, it will be about 10,000. Chapter 863 Sister Zhanglan. If your 2 dog trainer friends can come over, they will get the same treatment. Li Mauda briefly introduced the salary and benefits. For employees who have just joined the company, the salary may not be high, but most of the benefits in the Tomorrow Group can be enjoyed. Take the latest event as an example. As long as you sign up, you can get a participation award of 2,000 yuan. The conditions for participating in this event include whether you are an old employee or a new employee. Around 10,000? Yi Fan felt a little relieved after hearing this. He delivers food every day from morning to night, which costs more than 10,000 yuan a month. If the salary is this, he can accept it. Brother, I'm telling you, don't worry about the salary. There is absolutely no problem. And now it's just the salary for just joining the company. and it will increase in the future. And when you work at Tomorrow Group, there are many benefits that you can't think of. When the time comes, you will know. Yifeng looked at his brother and said happily. When he told his brother yesterday about the treatment of Tomorrow Group, his brother still didn't believe it. It took him a long time to persuade him to change. Of course, some things are not easy to believe if you experience them yourself. When he talked about the sports meeting and the year-end bonus at the company's annual meeting yesterday, his brother thought that he had entered an MLM company. It was he who showed his brother bit by bit of information about the Tomorrow Group that dispelled his brother's concerns. Yifeng is right. The salary of 6,000 is only for the first 3 months. After 3 months, your salary should increase to 8,000. And as the length of service increases, the salary will also increase accordingly. And after the training of the new group of people is completed, a new group of people will be recruited for retraining. So you will almost be a full-time instructor of Feiwu security. Li Mauda spoke in agreement. Yifan looked at Li Mauda sitting opposite, then turned to look at his brother sitting next to him, and finally nodded. Okay, then I'll join Feiwu security. Although these salary packages sound like liars, after all, the last position in a security company is security guard. It's not that he has never interviewed security guards. The salary of a better security guard is more than 3,000, and the salary is about 2,000. He had never heard that a security guard's salary could reach 10,000. But this position was introduced by his younger brother, and he chose to trust his younger brother, and the benefits just offered were indeed very tempting, and he wanted to give it a try. If it is really a scam company, then the worst he can do is go back to delivering food. Welcome. I didn't bring a contract with me today. Let's go to Feiwu Security Company to sign the contract tomorrow. By the way, I'll familiarize you with the company's environment. Of course, if possible, you can contact your 2 dog trainer friends. It would be better to bring them here with you. Li Mauda stood up and spoke with a smile. Then I'll bother Mr. Li today. I will take my brother to the company tomorrow. As for my brother's 2 dog trainer friends, we will contact them as soon as possible when we get back. If possible, we will take them with us tomorrow. Yifeng also quickly stood up and thanked him. No trouble. To be honest, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for your brother, I would have found someone else to be the instructor. This would make it a lot easier for me. Li Mauda smiled and waved his hand. He was not being polite. He was definitely looking for an instructor. And Yifeng directly introduced him to a retired Special Forces soldier, which directly saved him a lot of trouble. If he recruits the 2 retired dog trainers, he can save more things. Yifeng didn't say anything after hearing this. After watching Li Mauda leave, he took Yifan to check out at the front desk. Xiao Feng, this coffee tastes bitter. Why is it so expensive? Came outside the coffee shop. Yifan came to Yifeng and asked in a low voice. When he was checking out just now, he clearly saw Yifeng paying more than 200 yuan. They just drank 3 cups of coffee, and the coffee was bitter and tasteless at all. They didn't expect that such a small cup of coffee would cost more than 80 yuan. 80 yuan. If he were doing takeout, he would have to make a lot of orders. Brother, coffee is inherently bitter. You just don't have the habit of drinking it. Once you get used to it, you will feel that this coffee is bitter yet fragrant. Yifeng opened his mouth to explain. When he drank coffee for the first time, he actually had the same expression as his brother. He didn't understand why he wanted to drink the coffee because it was bitter. But after drinking it a few more times, I gradually got used to the taste of coffee. I don't want to drink this stuff. It doesn't taste good at all, and it's so expensive. Yifan shook his head quickly and then asked with a worried expression. Xiao Feng, is this company really reliable? The treatment is too good. How can a security guard pay so much? Brother, just be careful about this. You can say that other companies are unreliable. All companies under the Tomorrow Group can definitely be trusted. As for salary and benefits, you can go to any company under the Tomorrow Group to inquire. Now, even a cleaner has a salary of 4,000. Furthermore, the salary rule of Tomorrow Group is to pay salary 1 month in advance. So after joining, the first month's salary will be directly transferred to your account. After you join, you will know how good Tomorrow Group is. Yifeng looked at his brother's worried expression and spoke to comfort him. I see. If the treatment is so good, I will definitely be willing to join. Is that right? Let's go back and contact your two dog trainer friends and tell them about the treatment to see if they have any ideas. If so, we will take them there tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Changbai Jinyuan. After eating the dinner brought by Duo Duo, Chinemo sat on the sofa and was about to play a few games to relax. Young Duo Duo, who was sitting aside watching cartoons, suddenly spoke. Brother Chin, why didn't you go to see Sister Zhonglan's concert today? Hearing Yang Duoduo's words, Chinemo paused for a moment, then turned to look at Yang Duo Duo. Whose concert are you talking about? Sister Zhonglan's? I heard from my sister that Zhonglan will sing at teacher Li Ying's concert. Yang Duo Duo said with her head tilted. Sometimes she want to play with her sister. Sister Zhonglan lived opposite her sister. She liked to listen to Sister Zhonglan singing very much. It was really nice. There are many musical instruments in Zhonglan's room. If she hadn't been in the studio for the past 2 days, her sister would have taken her to a concert. Young Duo Duo felt a little regretful, as she hadn't seen the concert yet. Chapter 8, 64 Fans. Chinemo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Zhonglan would cause trouble for him again after just a few days of silence. She had already gained a lot of popularity by winning the championship in The Voice of China. If she could gain some more popularity at the concert, and with the blessing of the songs he gave her, wouldn't Zhonglan soon become a first-line singer? Brother Chen. Young Duo Duo saw that Chinemo had not spoken, so she called out. Well, watch TV. Chinemo looked up at Young Duo Duo and barely smiled. Then his eyes fell on the computer on the desktop again, even though he knew that Zhonglan was going to sing at Li Ying's concert. But he had no choice. At this time, Zhonglan was probably preparing to go on stage to sing. He shook his head helplessly. Things had already developed to this point, and all he could do was passively accept it. The only thing he could accept was that even if Zhonglan performed well at Li Ying's concert, she would only get a part of the traffic and fame. This traffic and fame are not enough for Zhonglan to realize it immediately. And even if Zhonglan can have some means of realization, then the consumption plan he made before can almost be consumed. But Zhonglan has been constantly making trouble for him recently, which still makes him a little unhappy. I gave you songs and brought you out of the trough, and you just mess with me like this, right? Chun Mo secretly complained, and then clicked on the game icon on the computer. He was unhappy and could only vent in the game. Magic City. Magic City Stadium. Zhonglan stood backstage waiting, and after teacher Li Ying finished singing a song, it was her turn to go on stage. Her first song was a duet with teacher Li Ying, and the duet was later one of the songs given by Mr. Chen. On the stage, the singing was over. Li Ying was panting a little while holding the microphone. She had sung 6 songs in a row and was a little tired. After a short breath, her eyes fell on the crowded stadium stands. Thank you for your applause. There will be some small changes in the next song, which is also expected by some people in the stands. Speaking of this, Li Ying looked in the direction of the stadium stands, where many people were holding Zhonglan's light signs. It is obvious that they are Zhonglan's fans. As Li Ying's words fell, warm applause rang out in the stadium. As fans of Li Ying, they naturally watched The Voice of China, and Zhonglan, as Li Ying's student and the champion of The Voice of China, they naturally knew. Hearing the words of teacher Li Ying and the warm applause from the stands of the stadium, Zhonglan quickly walked onto the stage with a microphone, walked to the center of the stage, first bowed to the audience seats in the stadium, and then came to Li Ying's side. How is it? Are you nervous? Li Ying looked at Zhonglan, who came over and said with a smile. It must be nervous in a concert with so many people. Zhonglan answered. Her biggest stage was the Extreme Survival competition, but there were only about 20,000 to 30,000 people there. And the Shanghai Stadium can accommodate more than 70,000 people, more than twice the size of her previous concerts. How could she not be nervous? It's the first time to sing in front of so many people. You will definitely be nervous. You should say hello to your fans first. Li Ying pointed at a group of fans holding Zhonglan's light boards in the stands in the distance. Zhonglan followed Li Ying's gaze and was stunned for a moment. She saw a group of fans holding her fan light boards in that area. There were actually her fans who came to the concert. This was something she was very surprised about. Before she came to the concert, she posted a message on her Weibo that she would attend teacher Li Ying's concert today. She just wanted to increase the popularity of teacher Li Ying's concert, but she never thought that she would have such a group of fans who would buy teacher Li Ying's concert tickets to support her. She simply took a quick look at the number of people in that area, and there must be at least 1,000 people. It turned out that without realizing it, she also had a group of loyal fans. Zhang felt a little emotional, looking at the fans holding the light boards, and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your love." As her voice fell, the group of fans holding her light boards stood up and shouted, "Come on, Zhang Lan, we love you." Listening to the enthusiastic cheers of fans, Zhang also smiled slightly. The nervousness of singing in front of so many people gradually dissipated. After interacting for a few more words on the stage, she began to sing. The stadium gradually became quieter, and the accompaniment of "Later" also slowly sounded. "Later, I finally learned how to love." Unfortunately, you had already gone away, disappeared in the crowd. "Later, finally understood" in tears. Some people. Zhang took the lead in opening, and as the singing came out, the whole stage instantly became extremely quiet. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhang, attracted by her singing. Li Ying listened to Zhang singing and nodded slightly. Zhang performance was as stable as ever. When Zhang finished singing the last line of the lyrics, Li Ying slowly raised the microphone. "Gardenia, white petals, falling on my blue pleated skirt. Love you," you whispered. I lowered my head, smelled a fragrance. The song instantly created a picture in everyone's mind, which made people think of their previous love. It was so simple and nostalgic. Zhang turned to look at Li Ying, and Li Ying also turned to look at her. The two looked at each other. Zhang slowly raised the microphone. "That eternal night, midsummer of 17 years old." The song continued. The two sang together perfectly. After a while, the song ended. Warm applause instantly rang out in the audience seats of the gymnasium. "One more song! One more song! One more song!" Li Ying looked at the lively concert scene. She didn't expect that the chorus effect would be so good. Then she waved her hand. "Dear fans, there is no problem singing another song, but it will not be me. The next stage will be handed over to Zhang. I will come up later." After Li Ying finished speaking, she turned to look at Zhang, nodded, and turned to walk backstage. Zhang watched Li Ying leave, looked at the more than 70,000 people in the stadium, and took a deep breath. "Dear fans, I will sing 3 songs for you next. I hope you like them." The first song, "Invisible Wings," is for you. This is her favorite song and the song she wants to sing the most today. Soon, the music accompaniment sounded, and Zhang slowly raised the microphone. Chapter 865 Lottery. "Every time, I am strong in wandering loneliness. Every time, even if I am hurt, I don't shed tears. I know, I have always had a pair of invisible wings." The singing continued. After the song, "Invisible Wings," ended, the second song was 10 years. Zhang immersed herself in the songs little by little and forgot the tension she had originally felt in the concert with more than 70,000 people. She just wanted to sing well, enjoy singing, and enjoy this stage. After 10 years ended, she continued to sing the third song, "Light Years Away." After the 3 songs ended, the whole stadium was boiling instantly, with warm applause one after another, and people kept standing up and shouting, "One more song! One more song! Zhang, you are the best. Come on, Zhang." Zhang looked at the boiling scene in the stadium, a little dazed, and for a moment, she thought it was her own concert. But she quickly came to her senses and hurriedly bent down to thank. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your love, but I'm done singing today. But I'm done singing today." Soon, teacher Li Ying returned to the stage. After a simple handover, Zhang walked off the stage. "Sister Lan, you performed really well just now. I'm going to be stressed when I go on stage later." As soon as she walked to the dressing room backstage, Li Yi came over in a hop. "Relax a little. Just play normally. Don't think about the 70,000 plus audiences. Immerse yourself in the songs, enjoy this stage, and you'll be better." Zhang looked at Li Yi and smiled. The pattern of their singing today was that after Li Ying sang a few songs, they would go up and sing 3 songs. She just finished singing, and the next one to sing was Li Yi. Yeah, Li Yi Nudda. After saying hello to the people in the dressing room, Zhang Lan walked into the dressing room. She didn't need to go on stage next, and she didn't need to wear her clothes. Soon, changed into looser clothes and walked out, found a seat and sat down. Took out the phone and posted a Weibo. I saw the fans who supported me at the concert. Thank you for your love. I will continue to work hard. I will post on this Weibo that I have not released an album yet. This album is just a customized one with all my songs and comes with my signature. The fans of the Weibo Lan fans Lightboard. The Weibo has just been posted. Customized album, Lan Lan, look at me. I want it so much. I also want to go to the concert, but it's a pity that the distance is too far and the boss doesn't give so many days off. I want this album. I must be selected. Lan Lan, you really love your fans. Lan Lan, when will you hold a concert of your own? We will definitely support you then. Yes, I look forward to the day when Lan Lan holds a concert. Zhang Lan looked at Weibo. Holding a concert, there will be such a day. Time passed. The concert also came to an end. Several people went to a booked hotel for a meal and then returned to their own hotel. Back to the hotel. Zhang Lan looked at the time, and it was already 12 o'clock in the evening, and it was almost morning in the United States. Thinking of this, she took out her mobile phone and called Director Tame. She had already communicated with Mr. Luo this morning. If Wandering Blue Star can be released overseas, it must be released overseas. After discussion, this matter was left to her. Hello, Minister Zhang, what can I do? The call was connected soon, and Tame's voice came from the phone. Hello, Director Tame. I heard from my agent that you can help our movie to be released overseas, so I want to find you to learn about the movie's overseas release. Zhang Lan directly stated her purpose. You want to release Wandering Blue Star overseas? Yes, but the review progress of movies overseas is very slow. I wonder if Director Tame has any solution. Leave it to me. Taimu agreed readily. As a director for so long, he knows more about the review than anyone else, and he is familiar with friends there, so it is very easy to solve. If that's the case, thank you very much, Director Tame. Zhang Lan didn't expect that the other party would agree to help them like this. Of course, she wouldn't let the other party do this for nothing. She and Mr. Luo have already discussed that if the other party is willing to help them release Wandering Blue Star overseas, they will also pay a certain amount of compensation. It's just a small favor. We are all cooperative friends. That's light years away. I've already decided on. It will be the theme song for the movie in China. At that time, I will ask Ms. Zhang Lan to help shoot a promotional MV. Overseas, we plan to adapt Light Years Away into an English version as the theme song for the movie released here. Tamu briefly talked about the song. Okay, Director Tame, I will cooperate with the filming of the promotional MV. Then we will have a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation? In the dressing room, Zhang Lan put down her phone and the film was settled. Then, it was about participating in variety shows. Not only she would participate in variety shows, but Zhao Lei, Li Yi, and others would also participate in variety shows. There was also the matter of creation. She wanted to hold a concert of her own, so she must have enough songs. Jiangcheng, non-military security. Here is the contract. Take a look. If there is no problem, you can sign it. Li Mauda put several contracts in front of the two with a smile on his face. This morning, Yi Feng came with his brother and a retired dog trainer. One of the two retired dog trainers opened a pet shop and did not come, so a retired dog trainer came. But one dog trainer is enough. After the conversation just now and the visit to the security company, both agreed to join the non-military security. Thank you, Mr. Li. Yi Feng took the contract and then gave it to his brother and his brother's friend. After confirming that there was no problem with the contract, the two signed the contract. Welcome to join Feiwu Security. This month's salary will be deposited into your account within the next 3 working days. Li Mauda said with a smile. Chapter 866 Decision to join the company. Now that the instructors and dog trainers have been recruited, the only thing left is to recruit soldiers. According to the news from the personnel department, there will be more than 100 veterans coming for interviews today. After the news of recruiting veterans spread among the employees of Tomorrow Group, many veterans were introduced. In this way, it will take only 2 or 3 days to recruit all the personnel. Mr. Lee, when will we start work? Yifan looked at the signed contract and asked. If possible, you can start work today. Today, the personnel department will find a group of veterans. You can help me test them. Chao Sun, you have seen the puppies in the pet building. If possible, I hope you can make a corresponding training plan in the next 2 days. Lee Mao looked at the two and said what he thought. Okay, no problem. Yi Fan and Chao Sun nodded in succession. Then we'll go there right away. The HR department has already started the interview. Oh, and there's also the matter of accommodation. You've all seen the staff dormitories just now. If you want to live in the dormitories, you can choose from those dormitories now. Of course, if you don't want to live in the staff dormitories and want to live outside, we will also provide a 1,000 yuan rental subsidy. Lee Mao said as he walked towards the HR department. In the HR department, Mr. Lee, you're here. The head of the HR department saw Lee Mao coming and hurriedly greeted him. Well, how was the interview? Lee Mao looked around the room and found that there were still many people queuing in the distance. 60 people have been interviewed. 47 of them passed the interview, and 13 of them were not veterans who came here to try their luck. The head of the HR department explained. Where are the people who passed the interview? They're all in the lounge next door. After the interview, we will sign employment contracts with them. I know. You continue to be busy. Lee Ma nodded, turned around, and took Yi Fan and others out of the Human Resources Department and entered the lounge next to him. Looking at the many veterans in the lounge. I am the manager of non-military security. You have all passed the interview, which means you are all veterans. I guess during the interview, the Human Resources Department has already told you about our company's salary and benefits, and what you need to do should also be told to you. You will be trained in non-military security for 3 months. After the training results are out, you will be assigned to various companies to work as security. At the same time, each of you will be trained with a dog. And the two Yi Fan and Chao Sun next to me will be your future instructors and dog trainers. Now that you have passed the interview, I need to do a simple trial training for you. Follow me to the training ground at the back. Lee Mod said, and turned to walk outside. Everyone in the lounge looked at each other, then stood up and followed behind. Training ground. Lee Mao turned to look at Yi Fan. Next is up to you. Okay. Yi Fan nodded. His eyes swept over the many veterans in the training ground one by one, and gradually felt a little familiar. That feeling was like returning to the minister of the past. At ease, stand at attention for half an hour. The voice was suppressed in the throat for an unknown period of time, and it seemed to be shouted with a hint of roar. As Yi Fan came out, everyone present began to move as if by muscle memory. Everyone had a look of nostalgia on their faces. Those years in the army were indeed very tiring, but being a soldier was only tiring for the body. In returning to society, it is not only the body that is tired, but also the heart. Stand up straight. What have you been doing in the past few years? Have you forgotten the military posture? Yi Fan kept walking around each veteran, pointing out the shortcomings of the other's military posture. Half an hour passed quickly. Yi Fan looked at the veterans, and his eyes gradually lit up. Back! This is the life in the army back then. 100 push-ups, start. After the voice fell, everyone lay on the ground and started doing push-ups. It was okay at the beginning, but when it came to the 30th, some people gradually began to be unable to hold on. You can't hold on after only 30. Don't lie on the ground. Get up and keep doing it. Yi Fan walked to a veteran lying on the ground and shouted. In the distance, Lee Mao stared at this scene in amazement. Is this still the Yi Fan he knows? From yesterday to now, Yi Fan gave him the impression that he was very dull, honest, and didn't like to talk much. But now seeing Yi Fan's tone of voice and his demeanor at this time, if he didn't believe in science, he would have suspected that Yi Fan was possessed by someone. But this is right. This is what he imagined a soldier should look like. Yi Feng looked at the energetic Yi Fan in the training ground, and a smile appeared on his face. This is the brother he knew before. He didn't know how long it had been since he had seen his brother like this. After a while, Yi Fan came back and looked at Lee Mao. Mr. Lee, the physical fitness of these retired soldiers is very different now. Some of them can barely maintain the physical fitness when they were in the army. But some people have begun to gain weight and their physical fitness has become very poor because they no longer train after retiring. If you want to train, you can't train at the same time. We need to distinguish these people through physical training. The degree of training should also be changed at different physical stages. A few days later, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Mr. Chun, this is the message from Mr. Lee of Feiwu Security. It seems that the security company has already done everything. Shinro put a document on the table. Is Feiwu Security all done? Chun Mo was stunned for a moment, reached out and picked up the document to take a look, and found that not only the decoration of Feiwu Security was already done, but even the 1,000 security personnel he required had been recruited and were currently in training. This Li Maoda's efficiency is still good. Feiwu Security is officially running so quickly. In this way, Feiwu Security has another expense. 1,000 security personnel, plus personnel in human resources, finance, cleaning, etc., a total of about 1,100 people. The salary of 1,100 people, plus daily expenses and various welfare subsidies. At least 12 million yuan of support must be spent every month. And this is only a state of only outflow and no inflow. After all, even if all these security personnel are trained, the first target is the various companies under the Tomorrow Group. And these 1,000 security personnel are definitely not enough for the Tomorrow Group to distribute now. And according to the current number of companies under the Tomorrow Group, the second batch of 1,000 people is definitely not enough. Counting the training time of each batch for at least half a year, the security company does not have any profit. Finally, there's good news. Chapter 867 Yi Fan's Thoughts. Chunemo sat back in his chair and smiled slightly. This month, Blue Film, Boring Short Video, and Corner Pet Park have been continuously reporting profit news. This Feiwu Security is the only good news in this period of time. Chunemo thought about it and picked up the phone next to him to call Yang Dahai. Feiwu Security has been done, so he naturally has to go and take a look. This is a stable money-losing project. Since he bought this building, he has arranged an office for Brother Yang on the first floor so that when he has something to go out, just call the office directly, and Yang Dahai will drive much faster on the first floor. Going downstairs, Yang Dahai has parked the car at the door of the building and is waiting. Go to Feiwu Security Company. Get in the car. Say the address and sit quietly in the car. Feiwu Security. Didn't you eat? Keep going. Have you forgotten how you trained in the army back then? Chun Fan walked to a trainer lying on the ground and roared in a low voice. Following his roar, the man lying on the ground insisted on propping himself up and then began to do the next push-up with difficulty. He naturally knew how to train in the army at that time. At that time, in the army, let alone 100 push-ups, he could easily do 500 push-ups. But after so many years of no exercise, his body had long been fat and degenerated. When doing push-ups, his stomach hit the ground first, and it became a bit difficult to sit up to 30 or so. Yi Fan simply walked around, and seeing that everyone was insisting on doing push-ups, he also lay down from the ground in the front and started to do push-ups. After so many years, not only the people in front of him had degenerated physically, but his body had also degenerated a lot. So when training these people, he also had to follow the training. In the army, as an instructor, your strength must be convincing. So, he not only had to train, but also worked harder than these people to fully recover to his previous state. At his current age, it was a bit unrealistic, but if he recovered 70%, he still had some confidence. It has been another day since he entered Feiwu Security. On the second day after he signed the contract and started working, his salary was directly transferred to his personal account, as he said at the beginning. Looking at the salary in the bank card, he finally believed what his brother said, that this Tomorrow Group treats employees well. After confirming that this company is not a scam company, he really invested in it. Since it is not a scam company and the treatment is so good, he naturally has to cherish it. Here he only works 5 days a week, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and has 2 days off on Sundays, and the salary can reach more than 10,000, which is much better than his daily delivery. If he works hard to deliver food, he can also earn more than 10,000 a month. But this more than 10,000 requires him to deliver from morning to night every day, and he does not rest on Sundays. In contrast, working in a security company is simply the life he had previously dreamed of. Now he can stay at home with his wife and children after get off work every day, which is something he had never thought of before. And he also communicated with General Manager Lee that his wife can also come to the company to do cleaning in 2 days. The initial salary was 4,000 yuan. If some subsidies were included, the two of them would have a salary of 16,000 yuan, which was enough for their family to live on. And there would be some surplus, so they could relax during the holidays without having to worry about money. During this period of time, the originally lifeless family has gradually become more smiling. And the two have discussed renting a house nearby and moving here. The place where the child goes to school was originally very far away, but if they move here, it will be closer. And he has discussed that when the child goes to college, they will move to the staff dormitory. The couple's room is just right for 2 people. He has also seen the configuration inside, which is better than renting a house outside. If they hadn't taken care of the children, they might have moved directly to the staff dormitory. When thinking of this, Yifan unjonsjostisimilet. He has begun to look forward to his future life. But before that, he must work hard to train, not only to train these veterans in front of him, but also to train himself. He doesn't want to replace his instructor status because of his lack of strength. Moreover, the life of training here can't help but remind him of his life in the army at that time, and he can't help but miss it. After a while, the push-up training ended. Yifan stood up and looked at the people who stood up. In 10 minutes, 2 kilometers of long-distance running. Instructor Yi, I really can't do it anymore. If I continue like this, I will collapse. A man with a big belly said bitterly. He saw a security company with such good benefits on the recruitment software, and it only recruited veterans. Security guard. He had done this job before. Isn't it just sitting in the security booth and drinking tea, and a day passed? He did it for 2 months before, but the salary was too low, so he gave up. But this time, seeing such a good salary for the security guard, he signed up without thinking. But he didn't expect that the treatment was this treatment, and the salary was deposited into his personal account in advance. But he had never expected that he would have to face such high-intensity training here. Can't stand it? Even if you have to walk, you have to finish 2 kilometers. President Lee has already given the order. If you can't hold on, you can quit voluntarily. There will be no obstruction here, but the salary can only be paid to you according to the number of days. If you pay more, you just need to return it. Yifan looked at the trainer, who was complaining, and said, with such training intensity, he had long expected that some people would not be able to hold on, so he had already told President Lee about this situation in advance. President Lee said that if you can't hold on, you can apply for withdrawal. There will be no penalty for breach of contract, and you only need to return the overpaid salary. Yifan's eyes swept over all the trainers one by one. No one dared to look at him, and they all unconsciously avoided his sight. Even the person who just spoke chose to keep silent. The training is very hard, but it is still a bit painful to return the salary that has not been paid for a long time. No one wants to give up, so after resting, go running for me. Yifan. At this time, a shout came from behind. Yifan turned his head to look at the person coming, and found that it was Lee Mauda, and hurried to greet him. Mr. Lee. Well, how is the training going? Lee Mauda looked at the group of veterans who were resting in the distance. We have been doing recovery training these days. They are almost adapted, and the intensity will be gradually increased. Yifan said. Chapter 868 Special Forces Training. It's good that you have a plan. Let's put the training aside. Mr. Chun is here. I'll take you to meet him. Chao Sun, call him over as well. Li Mod spoke up. Mr. Chun had just sent a message saying that he would be at Feiwu Security in a while. Yifan and Chao Sun, one is an instructor and the other is a dog trainer. They must be brought over to meet each other. Mr. Chun? Yifan looked puzzled, not knowing who this Mr. Chun was. Mr. Chun Mo, the president of Tomorrow Group, you know now, right? Li Mod looked at Yifan's puzzled eyes and explained. Ah, Mr. Chun, the president of Tomorrow Group? Yifan nicknamed it. He didn't expect that he would meet such a big shot just a few days after joining the company. Don't be so surprised. Mr. Chun is a very kind person. You just need to be more respectful later. Lee Mod spoke up and gave a warning. I know, Mr. Lee. Ye fan nodded. Although Mr. Lee said that Mr. Chun was very kind, he still felt a little nervous. That's the president of the group. Let's go. Notify Chow Sun and come to the security company as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Lee. Non-military security. At the door. Yang Dahai parked the car in the parking lot beside. Chun Mo slowly got out of the car. This was the first time for him to come here for non-military security. He didn't know the layout inside yet, so he asked Yang Dahai to park the car in the parking lot at the door. Just after getting out of the car, I saw Lee Mod coming over from the door, followed by two people. Hello, Mr. Chun. Lee Mod stepped forward and greeted. Seeing this, Yi Fan and Chow Sun also hurriedly greeted. Hello, Mr. Chun. Well, who are these two? Chun Mo nodded slightly, and then his eyes fell on the two people behind Lee Mod. Let me introduce you. This is Yi Fan, a retired Special Forces soldier. He is now an instructor of non-military security, responsible for training 1,000 recruited veterans. This is Chow Sun, a dog trainer, now responsible for the dog training of non-military security. Lee Mao pointed at Yi Fan and Chow Sun, retired Special Forces soldier, 1,000 retired soldiers, dog trainer. Chun Mo frowned slightly when he heard these words. He did not see in the report that the trainers recruited by non-military security this time were all veterans. He smelled a hint of Lao Lu in it. But thinking carefully, recruiting veterans did not seem to have any impact on him. After all, after these security personnel are trained, they will be provided to the companies under the Tomorrow Group for their own consumption. On the contrary, he can use the identity of veterans to do more. Since they are veterans, they are all the reserve forces of the country. If these people enter their own company, they must be given some preferential treatment. That's right, recruiting veterans is a good thing. Thinking of this, Chun Mo smiled slightly, looked at Lee Mod, and nodded with satisfaction. This Lee Mod is not bad. It's worth recruiting him to Tomorrow Group. Yes, recruiting veterans is a good thing. Mr. Chun, it's not my idea to recruit veterans, it's Mr. Wei Yin who thought of it. Lee Mo explained it. It's good to be a manager in Tomorrow Group, and he doesn't want to take credit for it. And in the atmosphere of employees getting along in Tomorrow Group, unless he wants to be excluded, he will never do anything to take credit. Wei Yin? Chun Mo was stunned for a moment, but smiled casually with relief. Although Wei Yin occasionally did some small tricks for him, he was much better overall. Much better than Li Shun, Luo Xiao, Pang Tao, Zhang Lan. These people. Wei Yin is very good. I see. Take me to the company. Okay, Mr. Chun. Li Ma nodded and led the way. Mr. Chun, this is our office building. This is the staff dormitory, and the opposite is the staff cafeteria. And this is the pet building where the dogs are currently living. This is the activity building, which is comparable to the activity building of the garment factory, but there are more exercise equipment, which is convenient for security personnel to do strength training here. Lee Mod walked around the park, introducing each building he passed. Chun Mo followed, carefully looked at the built buildings, and walked around each building. After confirming that Lee Mod had built it completely according to his wishes, he didn't say much. Mr. Chun, this is our training ground behind. Come to the back of the company. Chun Mo took a simple look. The area of the training ground was very large, and all kinds of training props were also very complete. In the distance, he also saw a group of people running, presumably the recruited veterans. But looking at the running state of those people, it seems that they are not in good condition. He turned his head and looked at Yi Fan in confusion. I think those people seem to be unable to run anymore. Yes, Mr. Chun, we're doing physical recovery training now. These people are all veterans, but after so many years, the physical fitness they trained in the army is no longer there. I need to conduct some targeted training to improve their physical fitness. It is a little difficult for them to run now, but as long as they persist, their physical fitness can be improved quickly. Yi Fan heard Mr. Chin's inquiry and quickly explained. You're a Special Forces soldier. How about training them according to the methods of Special Forces? Chun Mo asked casually. He had only seen Special Forces on TV before. Today was the first time he saw Special Forces. Even though he was retired, he was very curious. Mr. Chun, the physical fitness of these veterans has deteriorated a lot. If they want to train according to the training methods of special forces, they will need at least a long period of recovery training. But Mr. Lee said we only have 3 months of training here, so it's not enough time. Yi Fan said, the training of special forces is much higher than that of ordinary troops. If I give you time, how long do you think it will take to train people out? Chun Mo looked up at Yi Fan. If there was not enough time, he would extend the time. In this case, it can also extend the time during which Feiwu security can be profitable. I think it will take at least half a year. And if you want to maintain this physical fitness, you need to maintain a certain training intensity every day. Yi Fan thought for a while and finally gave a time. Okay, then I'll give you half a year, and you can train according to the training methods of special forces. Chunimo nodded when he heard this. The longer it goes, the longer the non-military security will be unprofitable. And if the time is extended, training 1,000 security personnel may not be enough. Otherwise, training 2,000 security personnel a year would be too inefficient. Chapter 869. Increasing the number of trainees. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will train them well. Yi Fan quickly spoke and assured. Chunimo nodded and turned to look at Lee Mauda casually. Go to the office to talk, and they will come over too. Okay, Mr. Chun. Lee Mauda responded. Office. Mr. Chun, drink tea. Lee Mauda brought a cup of tea and carefully placed it on the coffee table in front of Mr. Chun. You all can sit down. Don't be so formal. Chun Mo looked at Yi Fan and Chao Sun standing opposite and smiled. These two people could help him consume funds. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Yi Fan and Chao Sun hurriedly thanked them and then sat down opposite. Lee Mauda came over with 2 more cups of tea and placed the tea in front of Yi Fan and Chao Sun. Then he sat down on the seat next to Mr. Chun. Chunimo saw everyone sitting down. Because of the use of special forces training methods, our training duration increased to half a year. If we have already trained 1,000 veterans, it will take a long time to meet tomorrow group's needs for security personnel. So this time the number of security personnel trained will be increased from 1,000 to 3,000. Notify personnel as soon as possible and recruit all 1,000 veterans. Chun Mo's eyes swept over Yi Fan and Chao Sun and finally landed on Lee Mauda. Okay, Mr. Chun, because we are only recruiting 1,000 veterans this time, many veterans have not even made it to the interview, so they have already been recruited. I believe that once the recruitment information is released, all 3,000 veterans will be recruited soon. But as for dogs, it may take a while. Lee Mauda nodded. As for the dogs, you can continue to contact Peng Tao and try your best to find them and gather the dogs as quickly as possible. Chunimo picked up the tea and took a sip. He also knew that he couldn't be anxious about the dog. What I just mentioned is the first point, and the second point is about training. Now that the number of personnel has increased, it will definitely not be enough if there is only Yi Fan as an instructor. So I have to implement a grouping system dividing 10 people into one class, and each group has a small squad leader. 10 classes form a team with a captain, a total of 101 people. 10 teams form a brigade with a brigade captain, a total of 1,011 people. This will form 3 brigades with a total of 3,033 people. So your accurate recruitment number is 3,033 people. And Yi Fan is the chief instructor for everyone. The training tasks can be assigned to the 3 ministers. This will also make management easier. The same goes for dog trainers. It will definitely not work for Chao Sun to manage more than 3,000 dog trainers. So it is best to arrange a dog trainer for each class. So we need 30 dog trainers, and Chao Sun can be responsible for these 30 dog trainers. If we can't find that many dog trainers, we can recruit a few veterans for training. When Lee Mauda heard Mr. Chen's story, he quickly took out a small notebook from his pocket and quickly recorded it. He found that the managers Wei Yin and Li Shun each had a small notebook in their pocket. So he took advantage of the situation and prepared one. Now it is used. When Chun Mo saw that Lee Mauda had finished recording, he continued to speak. The above is a matter of staffing. Since there are different positions, the salary and benefits will definitely be different. All salaries and benefits are paid equally according to different positions in the group. The small squad leader corresponds to the group leader in the group department, The captain corresponds to the group leader, and the group leader corresponds to the supervisor. As for Yi Fan and Chao Sun, as the general heads of the two departments, they are the ministers. Chen Mo simply allocated positions. As long as he has these positions, he can spend a lot more money. And in this way, when the year-end bonuses and year-end project bonuses are distributed during the new year, a lot more can be spent. Li Mauda quickly wrote down what Mr. Chen said, looked at the contents in his notebook, and thought for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Mr. Chen, I have an opinion here. You say. Chen Mo turned to look at Li Mauda. Mr. Chen is like this. We are currently training more than 3,000 people. So in half a year, after these people finish training, they will definitely have to be replaced by new people. If we reselect team leaders, team captains, and other positions among the newly recruited personnel, it will greatly affect the efficiency. I think it would be better to do this. Except for the position of squad leader, we will not replace all other positions after they are selected this time. When the training is over, the squad leader and the ordinary training members can be assigned to various companies in the Tomorrow Group, and the squad leader can take the position of security captain in the company. This makes it much more convenient. After a new batch of veterans come in, they can quickly get involved in training. Li Mauda simply expressed his thoughts. There's no problem with that. Just do as you say. Chen Mo nodded when he heard Li Mauda's story. Otherwise, if Yi Fan is allowed to work as a security guard in the company with the salary of a minister, can the salary of a minister still be paid? If it is paid, it is very unreasonable. If it is not paid, and it is changed to the normal salary of the security captain, wouldn't it be a salary cut? This is not good. There is one last thing to arrange. Now our non-military security recruits are all veterans, and soldiers are worthy of admiration. Our beautiful life now is that those soldiers are silently carrying the burden for us. So if these veterans are really, Tomorrow Group will issue a new reward. That is, all employees of Tomorrow Group, as long as they are soldiers, will receive a subsidy of 1,000 yuan every month. As Chun Mo's voice fell, Yi Fan and Chao Feng, who were sitting opposite, were all stunned. Before, I heard Mr. Chen and Mr. Li discuss the number of recruits and positions. They were both promoted to the position of chief instructors, and the treatment was said to be the same as that of the ministers of the group company. But they have no idea about this, and don't know how much the ministers are paid. But they could imagine this 1,000 yuan subsidy. 1,000 yuan is not a small amount for them. All the subsidies and salaries of the two of them now amount to 10,000 yuan. If this 1,000 yuan subsidy is included, their salary can reach 11,000. I understand, Mr. Chun. Will this subsidy be paid this month? Li Mauda nodded. He was not surprised that Mr. Chen mentioned the subsidy. There are not enough subsidies in the group. It doesn't seem strange to have an additional veteran subsidy. Chapter 870. Why are you pinching me? Well, that's all there is to do today. Just implement it as soon as possible. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Chen Mo put down the teacup in his hand, stood up, and walked outside the office. With today's changes, Feiwu Security Company's monthly capital consumption has reached 40 million. And for at least a year, you don't have to worry about profitability. Mr. Chun, I'll see you off. When Li Mauda saw this, he quickly got up and followed him. Yi Fan and Chao Sun also followed closely. Okay, you go and do your work and implement the things I just arranged as soon as possible. The door of the office building. After Chun Mo finished speaking, he opened his mouth and entered the car. When he entered the company to visit, Yang Dehai also entered Feiwu Security Company and walked around. After learning that Mr. Chun had gone to the office building, he parked the car directly at the door of the office building. After watching Mr. Chen leave, Li Mauda turned to look at Yi Fan and Chao Sun. Well, let me just say that Mr. Chun is very kind. This change will save the two of you many years of travel. Li Mauda said, looking at the two people in front of him. He couldn't help feeling a little emotional. It was only a few days after I joined the company that my salary was directly upgraded to the ministerial level. I was really lucky. Mr. Chun, you are really good to your employees. He directly gave us a subsidy of 1,000 yuan. With some joy on his face, Yi Fan went home and told his wife about this. She should be very happy. A subsidy of 1,000 yuan is nothing. You have all been promoted to ministerial level. Seeing that Yi Fan was still lamenting about the 1,000 yuan subsidy, Li Mauda couldn't help but remind him. 1,000 yuan subsidy is nothing compared to ministerial level treatment. Mr. Li, what is the treatment like at the ministerial level? Chao Sun looked at Li Mauda's performance and felt that the treatment at this ministerial level should be very unusual. Li Mauda looked at Yi Fan and Chao Sun and saw the confused expressions on their faces. He also knew that they had just joined the company for a few days and had no idea about the treatment of Tomorrow Group. In the Tomorrow Group, the current monthly salary for a minister-level employee is 40,000 yuan. This 40,000 yuan does not include various welfare subsidies. If you include various welfare subsidies, year-end bonuses, etc., a minister's annual salary should be at least 2 million. Li Mauda said word by word. In fact, if your position in Tomorrow Group reaches supervisory level or above, your monthly salary is actually nothing. The bulk of it is in the annual year-end bonus and project bonus. Mr. Li, how much did you just say? Yi Fan looked at Li Mauda and asked with some uncertainty. How could 2 million be possible? I must have heard wrongly. 2 million yuan is the lowest, so do you still think the 1,000 yuan subsidy is a lot? Li Mauda looked at the two people with a smile on his face. However, the two of them did not answer him. They were all stunned on the spot. 2 million. This number has never occurred to them in their dreams. A few days ago, they were still worrying about daily necessities, but now they have an annual salary of 2 million. Chao Sun reached out and pinched Yi Fan hard. Yi Fan recovered from the pain and turned to look at Chao Sun. Pinch me for what? Let me see if it hurts. If it hurts, it means it's real and it's not a dream. Chao Sun's expression was a little dazed. When Yi Fan heard this, he ignored Chao Sun and was completely immersed in his annual income of 2 million. Okay, everyone wakes up and goes back to training. Also, tell the veterans about our selection of squad leaders, captains, and captains. This time our selection will be based on strength. The stronger the strength, the higher the position you will get. Li Mauda saw the two of them in a daze and reminded them. Okay, Mr. Li, then I'll go over for training. Yi Fan came to his senses instantly after hearing this. After saying a word, he quickly walked to the training ground. Although this treatment was beyond his imagination, he also knew that if he wanted to keep this treatment, he must train hard. Mr. Li, I'm going back to the pet building. After Chao Sun finished speaking, he also rushed to the pet building via live broadcast. What two lucky guys. Li Mauda looked at the two people leaving and sighed, then smiled again. So was he. Those employees who work at Tomorrow Group are not lucky. He has been working outside for so long and has changed many companies large and small, but Tomorrow Group is the first company that treats its employees so well. And he also thinks it will be the last T. As long as you join the Tomorrow Group, your life will not be said to be suddenly rich, but at least a well-off life will be guaranteed. Li Mauda was thinking in his mind and went directly to the personnel department of the office building to arrange the recruitment task that Mr. Chun had just arranged. More than 3,000 people. This is no longer a small amount. As the number of training staff increases, the number of cleaning and canteen staff will also increase accordingly. In the car, Chun Mo sat back on his seat, thought for a moment, looked at Yang Dehai in front of him, and said, "Go to tomorrow's community." The renovation of Mingri community has already begun, and he doesn't know how the artificial lake he asked Mei Yun to expand is doing. He just happened to go over to take a look. Feiwu Security and Mingri Community are both in the east of the city, so it's convenient to go there at this time. Yang Dehai turned in a direction at the intersection in front of him after hearing this. Since he became Mr. Chin's driver, he began to consciously familiarize himself with the map of Jiangqing. Now he doesn't need to use the navigation to go to any place in Jiangqing. Of course, before leaving every day, he would also observe the various sections of Jiangqing to see if there are any road repairs and which section of the road is more congested during that time period. After knowing this, he can also avoid a lot of traffic jams. About 10 minutes later, the vehicle slowly stopped at Mingri Community. Chun Mo opened his mouth and got off the car to take a simple look at the community gate. At this time, there was a sign covered with red cloth above it. I think it's the 4 big characters of Mingri Community. Entering the lobby of the main entrance, Yang Dahai first went outside the door to explain the situation and then quickly walked back. Mr. Chun, we can go in now. Yes. Chun Mo nodded. He decided to come to Mingri community on short notice, so he did not inform Mei Yun. At this time, Mingri community has not been fully built. If you want to go in, you still need to communicate with the security guard at the construction site. Entering the community, I found that the community has begun to arrange greening and other things. Occasionally, you can see some workers pushing some waste out of the unit door. I think it should be some decoration waste pushed out by the decoration workers. Chun Mo visited the community 4 times and then went straight to the artificial lake. I don't know how the artificial lake here is doing. Chapter 871 Artificial Lake Design. The location of the artificial lake was right in front of the building where he was. After walking about a few dozen meters, he saw a pit about 2 meters deep in front of him. At this time, the basic shape and depth of the lake have been worked out, and a group of workers are building in the lake. Judging from the construction style, it seems that they're going to build a pavilion on the lake. Judging from the current progress of the project, it will probably take some time to complete it. Mr. Chun, you are here. At this time, there was a shout from behind. Chun Mo heard the voice and knew that Mei Yun was coming. Just when the guard was communicating, he had already communicated with Mei Yun, and the other party was also in the park but was arranging work in a certain building. Well, who designed this artificial lake? Chun Mo looked at the artificial lake in the distance. He was very satisfied with the current shape of the artificial lake. But it would be nice to have a few pavilions around so that you don't have to hold an umbrella when fishing. Mr. Chun, this was designed by Wang Yang. It would be more ornamental to have a pavilion in the middle of the lake. Mei Yin answered, well, this construction is okay, but we should also build some pavilions around the lake. When the time comes, we can fish without opening parasols. Also, there are fishing areas set up at intervals around the lake, so that fishing can be done in the future. Then everyone will know where to fish. Chun Mo opened his mouth and gave instructions. Although he could not directly obtain funds from the Tomorrow Group, he could still transform the artificial lake according to his own wishes. When the time comes to move in, you can also have a good fishing spot. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will communicate with Wang Yang about this matter. Mei Yun nodded and built an artificial lake for fishing in the community. This was the first time he encountered it, but it's quite interesting to think about it. Although he is not interested in fishing, if there is an artificial lake in the community where fishing can be done, he was still willing to buy a fishing rod and go downstairs to try it. Just treat it as a leisure and entertainment project. This community also has a community activity building with many activities. Basketball courts, table tennis courts, badminton courts, billiards rooms, fitness rooms, yoga rooms, swimming pools, and video game entertainment rooms. I mainly live in this community. As long as there are no niche entertainment methods, I basically don't need to leave the community. If you want to play billiards, basketball, etc. in other communities, you need to spend money to go to the corresponding venues. But it is different in Tomorrow Community. In Tomorrow Community, these leisure and entertainment projects are free to play, and it's right in the community. If you want to play, you can just go downstairs and play, which is also very convenient. How is the decoration of the house going? Chun Mo turned to look at Mei Yun. He had been decorating his house for some time, and he didn't know how the decoration was now. Mr. Chun, the overall decoration progress is about 20%. However, your house has been decorated now. The only problem is that it is not equipped with home appliances and furniture. However, I contacted you in 2 days. It will probably take a few days to complete the furniture and home appliances. It's fully equipped. Mei Yun hurriedly said, Mr. Chun is the president of Tomorrow Group, so how can it be possible to delay the decoration? When Wang Yang came to decorate, he and Wang Yang did not bother with decorating other houses, but decorated Mr. Chin's house first. After all, they still know very well who their parents are. Isn't it just missing furniture and appliances? Let's go up and take a look. Chun Mo's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the decoration to be completed so quickly. Okay, Mr. Chun. Mei Yun nodded and began to lead the way. Soon the two came to the building directly in front of the lake, entered the unit door, and walked into an elevator on the right. The elevator stopped, and the elevator door opened. When Chun Mo stepped out of the elevator, he saw a very spacious entrance door. Mr. Chun, Here is a wardrobe and shoe cabinet. Some of the clothes and shoes you usually use when going out can be placed here. Mayin introduced it in front of a cabinet at the entrance. Well, come inside. Chinemo took a brief look and saw that it was the decoration style he liked. The original design of the house was to have one staircase and one door, so the entrance door was actually the area of their house. Mr. Chun, before entering, let's record the password and fingerprint. This is a password fingerprint lock. When Mr. Chin comes over in the future, you can enter at any time. Mei Yun said, came to the entrance door and operated the code lock. Mr. Chun, please enter your password first. Chun Mo nodded. From now on, it will be his own house. He must get the password, and so on. Then follow the steps of Mei Yun and start operating step by step. After a while, Mei Yun stood up and clapped his hands. Okay, Mr. Chen, you can enter with fingerprint and password in the future, and this is a manual key. In addition, this fingerprint combination lock has a camera. Mr. Chen, you can download this software. If anyone comes over in the future, you can use your phone to see who is outside. I know, I will download it when I have time. Chen Mo nodded and did not download the software immediately. Instead, he pressed his finger directly on the fingerprint lock and then opened the door. Chun Mo's eyes fell on the room. At the door was a very large entrance hall. Mr. Chen's side is the living room. The upper part of the living room is open. You can also see the scene upstairs. There is an elderly room just down the road. Parents can stay here when they come over. It has a separate bathroom. At present, the electrical appliances have not been arranged. By then, every bathroom will be equipped with washing machines, dryers, and other electrical appliances. There is a small balcony out here. When the elderly live here, they can bask in the sun. There are 2 guest rooms here, a public restroom next to it, a kitchen, a dining room, and a gym. You can go up to the 2nd floor from here. There are 4 bedrooms on the 2nd floor, the master bedroom, the 2nd bedroom, and 2 bedrooms that can be used as children's rooms or guest rooms. This side is a study room, and this side is a gaming room, and this side is a cloakroom. Mayin kept walking in the room while introducing the structure of the room. Soon, the layout of both floors has been introduced. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. The large flat floor of 400 square meters per floor was good. Although there were so many rooms, it was still very spacious overall. He feels that he can even ride a bicycle inside the house. Mr. Chun, you can reach the top of the building from here. Mei Yin said, taking the lead up the stairs. Come to the top of the building. The first thing to enter is a sunroom. At this time, the sunroom is very empty and there are no items placed. Mr. Chun, you can design this sunroom according to your own ideas. Going out from here is outside the roof of the building. 1 meter high, transparent glass guardrails have been installed around the stairs. There is a pool set up here, and the water has been put in. After the water is put in, you can raise some fish in it. A pavilion is designed here, where you can have barbecues and other things at night. Chapter 872 Project Quality. Chun Mo listened to Mei Yun's introduction and took a closer look at the roof. The decoration of the house was basically done according to his requirements. This will be my own house from now on, and I don't know when I can move in. Chun Mo sighed in his heart. This house can be said to be truly his own. The house he bought during the Chinese New Year was for his parents to live in, and it also had their parents' names written on it. How long will it take for this community to be completed? Mr. Chun, now the only things left to do in the park are decoration, greening, and the artificial lake. I have estimated that it will be completed in about another month and a half. Mei Yin spoke quickly. He had already calculated this matter. Decorate here. Wang Yang brought in a large number of decoration workers. In terms of progress, the work can basically be completed in a month. Then there is the greening of the park, which is also convenient. We have done some greening at the corner pet park and have the relevant connections so we can finish it quickly. As for the artificial lake, there is no problem. Now that the foundation has been completed, the only change is to build some fishing areas and some pavilions in accordance with Mr. Chen's requirements. This is also very simple. So overall, there is no problem. Chen Mo heard Mei Yun's words and thought for a while. The time now is the end of June. 1.5 months later, it will be mid-August. Once the construction of the property is completed, it means it is ready for sale. The end of September is the time for system settlement. If the house is sold in mid-August, although he believes that the house here is remote and has not been developed yet, the price will still be so expensive. No one will buy it. But for the sake of insurance, it is better to postpone the sale until after settlement. Chun Mo thought secretly, but soon received a very helpless news. The longest the system allows him to delay sales is 1 month, and any further delay would be a violation. 1 month? That's mid-September sales. Chun Mo thought for a while, and although it couldn't be postponed until after settlement, sales in mid-September were still possible. The sale is in mid-September, which is half a month away from the settlement date. And how could most people who buy a house decide to buy a house within half a month? Basically, I looked at this property, looked at that property, compared with each other, and finally made a decision. Moreover, after the construction of the building was completed, he still insisted on the no publicity policy. As long as there was no publicity, fewer people would know about the sales of the community tomorrow. As a result, there will definitely be very few or even no people buying tomorrow's community. Even if it doesn't hurt to have bad luck and sell a house or two. After having these thoughts, Chun Mo slowly calmed down and looked up at Mei Yun. Don't be so anxious about anything you do. Even if the community is completely built, don't be so anxious about selling it. We need to conduct more inspections of our communities. After confirming that no problems can be found in tomorrow's communities, we will proceed with sales. The inspection time will be set for 1 month. Mr. Chun, we have done sufficient inspections during construction, and there is absolutely no problem. Mei Yin assured that in order to ensure the quality of the project, he had come to supervise the work every day since the project started. Don't be so absolute when doing things. Can you really ensure that there will be no problems in tomorrow's community? Chun Mo looked at Mei Yun seriously. Mei Yun was speechless for a moment. He wanted to make sure, but did he really make sure? Is there something else that I haven't checked yet? Just like during an exam, he checked some questions several times, and finally found that he was still wrong, and the mistake was very simple, but he didn't check it out at the time. So even though he has inspected the Tomorrow community several times, can he really confirm that there is nothing bad about the Tomorrow community? I understand, Mr. Chun. I will check it carefully. Is this right? There is also the property matter. How is it going? Chun Mo looked at Mei Yun. His plan is to set up a high-end property company and then charge high property fees to dissuade those who want to buy houses in tomorrow's community. Mr. Chun, the property management company has been registered. We will start recruiting employees 1 month before the sales of tomorrow's community. When the sales of tomorrow's community begin, the property management company will be ready to work. Sales was too slow to recruit employees only a month ago. I would definitely start recruiting now. But Mr. Chun, if we recruit the property management staff now, sales of the community will not start yet tomorrow, and these recruited staff will have nothing to do, and we still have to pay their salaries. Mei Yun said with some worry. If you recruit employees now, you can save more than a month's salary. How come there is nothing to do? What kind of properties are we going to build? What we're going to build are high-end properties. The property management staff have just been recruited and started working. How can they serve the residents of the community well? In this month, after we recruit the employees from those properties, we can do a month of training to train them on some basic etiquette and services. Only in this way can we serve customers well, you know? Chun Mo looked at Mei Yun and explained patiently. Anyway, the community will not sell many houses tomorrow, so the services of those properties are just for him. I understand, Mr. Chun. Mei Yun suddenly realized that Mr. Chun was indeed looking further ahead than him. For a high-end property, service and etiquette are very important, and he just recruited employees and they're about to start working, which does not meet the requirements of high-end properties. It's good that you know I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Chun Mo looked at Mei Yun, then went downstairs and left. Mei Yun saw this and hurriedly followed behind. Mr. Chun, take care. Mei Yun saw Mr. Chun sitting in the big Jeep parked at the entrance of the community and hurriedly waved. Chun Mo glanced at Mei Yun and directly told Yang Dehai to drive away. Leaning back on the seat, a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. Now, there is basically no problem with the building. When the sales start in mid-September, it can basically be moved in. If the system funds can be fully settled by the end of September, then he will have more than 60 million personal funds. In addition, an 800 square meter house. According to his pricing of 50,000 yuan per square meter, it is a real estate worth 4,000 yuan. Overall, he has 100 million yuan in assets. The only thing left for him to reach 100 million yuan in assets is this settlement. However, now he has an additional investment of 4.8 billion yuan, as well as a canning factory branch plan and the expansion of Tsangshui Games and Blue Film. All of these can cost him a lot of money. As long as he is careful in this settlement, there will be basically no problem. Chapter 873, Capital Injection. June 30th. Chinemo sat back on his seat and looked at his increased personal resources of 700,000, but he was not happy at all. Logically speaking, the licensing fee for that song is 10 million US dollars, which is 70 million Chinese coins. He received 1% of the profit share, which is 700,000. The system fund should be increased by 70 million in bonuses. But the current increase in system funds is completely inconsistent with his vision. At this time, the system funds do have more than 1.5 billion. Taking into account the previous system funds, the increase in funds this time is about 1.4 billion. What exactly is going on? Chun Mo's face turned ugly. This sudden increase of more than 1.4 billion in funds could never be the income from the song. It's impossible for a song to sell more than 1.4 billion. There must be a problem somewhere that he doesn't know about. Thinking of this, he called Shunro directly to find out what was going on. Mr. Chun. Shunro walked in holding a pile of information. Well, today there was a sudden increase of more than 1 billion in funds in the company's account. Do you know where it came from? Chunemo looked up at Shunro. Mr. Chun, I am also about to report this matter. Of the more than 1 billion funds, 70 million of them are light years away overseas licensing fees. The remaining 1.35 billion is from Tsangshui Games. Some specific information is here. Shunro said, and put the information in her hand on the desk. Chunemo looked at the information Shunro put on the table and tapped his fingers on the table unconsciously. He knew the licensing fee for light years away, and he authorized it. But how could he not expect the income from Tsangshui Games? Also, Tsangshui Games hadn't done anything for him for a long time, and this time they suddenly brought him 1.35 billion in revenue, which really caught him off guard. I know the matter. You can go back first. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shunro turned around and returned to her office. When Chunemo saw Shunro leaving, he picked up the information on the table. The top one was the authorization information report from light years away. After a brief look at it, it was no different from his previous request, so he put the information aside. Then picked it up. Time passed little by little. Chunmo's face became increasingly ugly. This Tsangshui game has a revenue of 1.35 billion. There is an income of 350 million, which comes from the live broadcast authorization of Extreme Survival. Because of the popularity of Extreme Survival, the live broadcast authorization this time has reached 100 million. There are 4 major live broadcast platforms in total. Huda Live only charges 50 million in licensing fees, while the other 3 live streaming platforms all charge 100 million in licensing fees. The total is 350 million. This fee was established last year, and he didn't pay much attention to this matter. This 350 million income is considered normal. It's just that due to the popularity of Extreme Survival, the live broadcast licensing fee has increased. But it's reasonable. But the other 1 billion in income is a bit dissatisfying. The overseas agents of Extreme Survival have a total income of 1 billion. And this 1 billion revenue is just the fee for the authorized agent. Tsangshui Games will also take 40% of the overseas Extreme Survival fee. What's more, the overseas Extreme Survival even changed the charging model for him. The monthly card model he had in mind was directly canceled overseas and replaced with a more direct consumption model. Extreme Survival. All skins are purchased with money or obtained through draws. In this way, overseas income will increase a lot. Tsangshui Games will take 40% of the income, which means that Tsangshui Games' income will also increase a lot, and it will be a sustainable income. Chunemo looked at the contents of the information, tapped his fingers on the table, and frowned. This Tsangshui game has become restless. During the championship period, it actually did this to me. Fong Chong. Extreme Survival was developed by Fong Chong, and Fong Chong has been managing Extreme Survival ever since. So this time, the Extreme Survival Overseas agent should have been created by Fong Chong. Chunemo thought to himself, then picked up the beeper on the side. He wanted to call Fong Chong over to understand the situation. This time, Tsangshui Games' revenue of 1.35 billion completely broke his plan. His original plan was to wait until the revenue in July came out. Then the Cannery branch, Tsangshui Games, and Lampi Film and Television expanded into new areas and were implemented one after another. But now the income of 1.35 billion has completely shattered his plan. After a while, there was a knock on the office door. Fong Chong opened the door and walked in. "Mr. Chun, do you have something planned? Sit down and talk." Chunemo looked at Fong Chong, who walked in, and pointed at the seat in front of the desk. "Okay, Mr. Chun." Fong Chong nodded, pulled out the seat, and sat down. "I just took a look at the information. What is going on with Extreme Survival as overseas agents, and how are they discussed?" Chunemo looked at Fong Chong and asked, "Mr. Chun, you were talking about this matter. In fact, I still have to thank Zhang Lan for this matter. Without Zhang Lan, Extreme Survival, this overseas agent might not have been able to negotiate so quickly." Fong Chong hurriedly spoke. If he hadn't met Zhang Lan in the cafeteria, he wouldn't have known Tame, and if he hadn't talked to Tame about the game agency, then they probably wouldn't have implemented the overseas agency of Extreme Survival in this way. "Zhang Lan? What does this have to do with him?" Chunemo looked at Fong Chong with doubts. He couldn't figure out what a game company's affairs had to do with Zhang Lan. "It's like this." Fong Chong simply told the story of the overseas agency of Extreme Survival. Chunemo felt complicated when he heard Fong Chang's words. It turned out that the agency this time was because of the American director brought by Zhang Lan. But he allowed the song authorization this time. If he didn't allow it, then the American director wouldn't come. And if the American director didn't come, would there be no agency? No, that's not the case. Chunemo hurriedly denied it in his heart. Thinking of Fong Chang's words just now, he understood that even if there was no American director, Fong Chong and his team were prepared for the overseas agency of Extreme Survival. It's just a matter of time. These old six really made trouble for him one by one. Fong Chong had been quiet for so long, and he still made this trouble for him. And Zhang Lan has never been quiet recently. Chunemo secretly complained in his heart, thought for a while, and then took out the pager next to him again and called Wei Yin over. Now that there are 1.5 billion in the system funds, naturally he has to find a way to consume it. The previous plan can only be implemented in advance. Chapter 8, 74 Fong Chang's Thoughts. After a while, the office was knocked again, and Wei Yin walked in from outside. He looked at Fong Chong in the room, and then his eyes quickly fell on Mr. Chun. "Mr. Chun, do you have something to arrange? Well, come and sit here." Chunemo looked at Wei Yin, who came in, stood up, and walked to the reception area in the distance. After the two sat down, he slowly spoke. "I know about the overseas agent of the game. It has been nearly a year and a half since I took over Tsangshui Games. In this year and a half, we have improved Tianlong and developed Extreme Survival, a popular game. In addition to the new game that Wei Yin followed up, we already have 3 PC games." When Chunemo said this, his eyes fell on Wei Yin opposite. "How is the development progress of your new game now?" "Mr. Chun, it is now in the internal testing stage, and it will probably be online at the end of July." Wei Yin hurriedly spoke after hearing this. The game's internal testing has been very well received during this period. Based on the feedback from those internal testing players and the cloud players who watched the live broadcast, he added another 20,000 internal testing quotas. These 20,000 internal testing quotas were all distributed within an hour. Now the number of internal testing players of Freedom War has reached 45,000, and with the increase in internal testing players, there are also many more feedbacks on the game. Through the feedback from those internal testing players, they continue to optimize the game, and the game is now very perfect. For several days in a row, no player has found the existence of BUG. According to the current state of the game and the feedback from the cloud players who watch the game live in the live broadcast room, even if Freedom War is launched now, there will be no problem. However, in order to increase the popularity of the game, he decided to launch the game at the end of July and let Jiang Jio and others continue to broadcast the game for a month. In addition, in order to expand the popularity of the game, Hoda Live has arranged several top game anchors who will also broadcast Freedom War for 1 to 2 hours every day. According to the traffic of Hoda Live, the live broadcast promotion in July is enough to bring Freedom War to a very high popularity. When Freedom War is launched, there will never be a situation where Extreme Survival has few people downloading. It will be launched at the end of July. Chen Mo was stunned when he heard Wei Yan's answer. He has not paid attention to new games for a long time. He didn't expect that the new game will be launched in another month. But think about it, it should be almost time. The new game project has been in progress for almost a year. It is indeed almost time to launch, but it is not appropriate to launch at this time. The settlement will be at the end of September. If the game is launched at the end of July, if it is profitable, it is very likely to affect his settlement. This is not good news. Although he decided that the new game is a card game, there should not be many people who will play it, but it is better to be safe than sorry. If there are really a group of people who like to play this card game, then his settlement will be in danger. Chen Mo thought about it and postponed the launch of the game until after the settlement to ensure the success of the settlement. But soon he found the problem. The system clearly told him that the current progress of the new game could no longer be postponed. Is there no way to postpone the launch? He had postponed the sales time for a month in the Tomorrow community, but when it came to the game, it could not be postponed. This made him a little alert. If the system could not postpone the launch time of the game, it meant that the game was now very complete. There wouldn't be any problems. Chinamo muttered in his heart, and then shook his head helplessly. Now the system has clearly stipulated that the launch time of the game cannot be postponed. So even if there is a problem with the game, he has no way to change it. And even if the new game is well made, a turn-based game, no matter how well it is made, how popular can it be? Can it be as popular as Extreme Survival? So he simply didn't think about the game, and now he had to add new projects to consume the current system funds. He looked at Fong Chong and Wei Yin. We called you here today because we want to expand the field of Sangxue games. Expanding the field of games. What fields does Mr. Chen plan to expand? Fong Chong asked after hearing what Mr. Chen said. The only game field we are currently involved in is PC games. So the game fields we need to expand into next are mobile games and standalone games. These two fields. We already have a representative game, Extreme Survival for PC games. So our goal is to have a hit game in mobile games and standalone games. Chen Mo looked at Fong Chong and Wei Yin and spoke slowly. But he secretly complained in his heart that he still wanted to make a hit game. But there was no way. Mr. Chen, I have some ideas about mobile games. Fong Chong said. You say. Chen Mo's eyes fell on Fong Chong. Mr. Chen is like this. Now, Extreme Survival is already a very popular game with a very high popularity. If we expand into the field of mobile games, why don't we make a mobile version of Extreme Survival? In today's society, the number of players playing PC games is far less than the number of players playing mobile games. So if a mobile version of Extreme Survival is released, I believe that the popularity will definitely exceed Extreme Survival. Moreover, with Extreme Survival as a traffic diversion, there is no need to worry that no one will play the mobile version of Extreme Survival. Fong Chong explained his thoughts in detail. A very big difference between PC games and mobile games is that PC games require a computer to play, while mobile games can be played anytime and anywhere as long as you have a mobile phone. In this era where mobile phones are always in hand, a mobile version of Extreme Survival can be played anytime and anywhere. He can be sure that it will be very popular. Chen Mo frowned instantly when he heard Fong Chang's words. Changing Extreme Survival to a mobile version is unacceptable. Extreme Survival is already very profitable now. If it is changed to a mobile game, I don't know how much money it will make. He will never allow this to happen. He looked at Fong Chong with a serious look. Your idea is indeed good. With the current popularity of Extreme Survival, if you release a mobile version of Extreme Survival, you will indeed make a lot of money. But what about your innovation? Setting up a mobile game department and then making a mobile version of Extreme Survival based on the PC version. Then what is the meaning of the existence of this mobile game department? Chapter 875, Expansion of Sangshui. Now that Tianlong is very popular, why not just set up a mobile version of Tianlong? If the PC game has a more popular PC game, then the mobile game can copy it. I know that doing this will make a lot of money, but the money earned is nothing more than consuming the potential of the mobile game department. After a long time, who will innovate new games in the mobile game department? They will all wait for the PC game to develop good games and then copy them. But what do I want? I want innovation to develop a brand new game, not to copy the PC game just because it is popular. Chinemo looked at Fong Chong with a very serious look. He wanted to completely stop them from creating the Extreme Survival mobile game in the mobile game department. He set up the mobile game department not to make money, but to develop new projects to consume system funds. Fong Chong bowed his head slightly when he heard Mr. Chen's serious words. In his impression, Mr. Chen has always been very kind, and it is rare to see a serious expression like today. But we also know from the side that Mr. Chen is very opposed to setting up a mobile game department to develop the mobile version of Extreme Survival. And what Mr. Chen said makes some sense. If you see Extreme Survival is popular, you can set up a mobile version of Extreme Survival. After seeing other PC games are popular, setting up a mobile version will indeed make the people in the mobile game department less innovative. But if you don't develop a mobile version of Extreme Survival, it feels like you will lose a lot of money again. With the current popularity of Extreme Survival, he can be sure that as long as the mobile version of Extreme Survival is launched, it will definitely make a lot of money, even surpassing the PCV resumen of Extreme Survival. Nowadays, some mobile game companies have begun to imitate Extreme Survival and develop mobile games. However, because of the existence of Baishu Law Firm, those game companies dare not blatantly copy Extreme Survival and can only imitate the gameplay of Extreme Survival to innovate new content. However, the overall gameplay is still not as good as the PC version of Extreme Survival, and there are not many players at present. Most people who play the game also want to play Extreme Survival, but they don't have a computer, so they can only try to play it. But who knows? One day a mobile game company will develop a popular mobile game similar to Extreme Survival. At that time, they launch the mobile game of Extreme Survival. Even if it is popular with Extreme Survival, it will still attract some players. But the traffic will definitely be divided. This is too pity. Fong Chong sighed in his heart, but Mr. Chen's attitude just now has made it very clear that even if a mobile game department is established, it is not possible to develop a mobile version of Extreme Survival. I understand, Mr. Chen. Setting up a mobile game department will only allow them to create new mobile games, not to imitate PC games. That's right. Games need innovation. Why is Extreme Survival so popular? It's because the gameplay of Extreme Survival has never existed before. So, as managers of game companies, we should not just think about how to make money, but also think about how to develop a new game. As long as your innovation is in place, the game you develop will make money. When Chunemo saw that Fong Chong clearly stopped letting the mobile game department develop the mobile version of Extreme Survival, he nodded in relief. The mobile game department is one of them, and the other is the standalone game. The large-scale 3A standalone games that are popular on the market now are all from abroad, and China still does not have a 3A standalone game of its own. We, Sangshui Games, will take this step and create a 3A standalone game that belongs to China. So, this time we need to set up two departments. One is the mobile game department, and the other is the standalone game department. In addition to the existing terminal game department, Sangshui Games will have three large game departments in the future. After the establishment of the mobile game department and the standalone game department, the positions will also need to be changed. You are currently the general manager and deputy manager of Sangshui Games, and you still maintain this position, but you need to be in your game department. As for how to choose the managers of these three departments, you can choose by yourself. In terms of salary, your salary will be increased by 30% on the current basis, and then the salary of the 3 department managers will be your original salary. Fong Chong and Wei Yin looked at each other. Their current salary is already very high, and now it has increased by 30%. However, they have long been accustomed to Mr. Chen's salary increase. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Yes. Chinemo nodded and then continued. Establishing a mobile game department and a standalone game department will definitely involve developing games. So I have initially determined the investment funds. The mobile game department and the standalone game department will each invest 1.5 billion yuan in projects. This 5 billion yuan includes the establishment of the project team, the recruitment of personnel, the development of games, and other matters. 1.5 billion yuan for each department, a total of 3 billion yuan. Now the system funds are 1.5 billion yuan, and July is coming soon. Now the monthly profit is about 1.7 billion yuan, as long as these 2 projects are implemented. Then by the end of July, his remaining system funds will be about 200 million yuan. There are still 2 months from the end of July to the end of September. The monthly profit is 1.7 billion, so the total is 3.4 billion. Including the remaining 200 million in July, he needs to spend a total of 3.6 billion. And his current additional investment has reached 4.8 billion, which can completely consume the 3.6 billion system funds. But now he dare not guarantee whether there will be other changes in the group, such as game agency. So he still can't be careless and needs to continue to maintain the strategy of spending money and try to consume all the profit funds. In this way, he can guarantee the success rate of full settlement. And now he also has the canning factory branch and the field expansion plan of Blue Film and Television. These 2 plans can also consume a lot of funds. He feels that as long as he implements the plan perfectly, even if there are some changes, he can deal with it and finally convert personal assets in full. Chun Mo smiled secretly in his heart. Although the overseas game agency suddenly increased the income by more than 1 billion. But it was also good news. The 1 billion yuan in revenue did not arrive before he settled the account, giving him plenty of time to spend it. As long as he was careful with the settlement this time, there would be no problem. Chapter 876. Find another mobile game company. Mr. Chun, what's the time for this project? Wei Yin asked at the right moment. Mr. Chun has invested so much money, so he must have certain requirements for this project. The time of the project is determined based on the project. After you decide on the project, you can then consider the time. And these 2 departments still need to prepare, so I don't ask you to complete a project quickly. You can just make arrangements by yourself. Chinemo finally spoke. The later the game is developed, the later the game will be profitable. If possible, he even hopes to develop it for several years or decades, so that he doesn't have to worry about making the game profitable at all. We know, Mr. Chun. Wei Yin nodded. If Mr. Chun doesn't set a time, it will be much easier to do the work of the new department and project. They can prepare the department first, and then prepare for the project. And the things in the game also take time to complete. Okay, that's all. The project funds will be transferred to your company account one after another before the end of July. Chunemo looked at Fong Chong and Wei Yin sitting opposite and said, Okay, Mr. Chun, let's go back and make plans. Fong Chong and Wei Yin nodded, then stood up and left the office. After watching the 2 people leave, Chunemo also stood up and returned to his desk. He opened the drawer on the side and took out a brochure from it. Opening the booklet, I first found Fong Chang's page and drew a big cross on it. Fong Chong has always been responsible for extreme survival. So this time, Fong Chong cannot escape the involvement of Extreme Survival's overseas agency. And I just wanted to develop a mobile version of Extreme Survival, Then he turned the booklet to Zhang Lan's page and looked at the newly drawn cross with an ugly expression on his face. Zhang Lan has been doing a lot of trouble for him recently. Forget about winning the championship for The Voice of China, bringing contestants of The Voice of China into blue movies and TV shows, and participating in concerts. Forget it. This time, he actually helped to promote the overseas agency of the game, which is simply unforgivable. Looking at Zhang Lan's page, he directly drew a big cross. After he finished drawing, he closed the book and put it aside. Now that the suddenly increased system funds have been consumed, the only headache for him is waiting for Extreme Survival to be officially launched overseas. Because of the change in charging model and the fact that Songshua Games can get a 40% revenue share, Extreme Survival's overseas revenue may exceed that in China. At that time, the revenue of Songshua Games will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Chinamo suddenly felt a headache and rubbed his head. He had just missed one thing in his calculations. If Extreme Survival is launched overseas in the near future, Songshua Games' revenue will definitely increase significantly in August and September. In that case, the monthly income of a Tomorrow Group is not 1.7 billion. It seems that we still cannot relax our vigilance. The more critical the situation is, the more cautious we must be. This time, he has an additional investment of 4.8 billion. He wants to seize this opportunity and fully convert the system funds. Otherwise, as the group continues to grow and there are more and more places to make profits, future settlements will definitely become more and more difficult. Chinamo leaned back on the boss's chair and rubbed his brows unconsciously. Songshua Game. Manager's office. What? Fong Chong sat down on the sofa in the reception area and let out a long sigh. Mr. Fong, why are you sighing? Wei Yin looked at Fong Chong with confusion on his face. Apparently, Mr. Chun just gave them another salary increase, and 2 new projects were added. Songshua Games is growing again. He couldn't think of anything to sigh about. Mr. Wei, I feel a little pity. Fong Chong sighed again and shook his head. What's a pity? Wei Yin became even more confused. It's a pity that the mobile game version of Extreme Survival is not available, although Mr. Chen said that if the mobile game version of Extreme Survival is developed, it may affect the enthusiasm of employees in the mobile game department. But if we don't develop the mobile version of Extreme Survival, we will lose a lot of revenue. And now there are several mobile game companies developing mobile games similar to Extreme Survival. If they really develop a mobile game with a good audience, even if we develop a mobile version of Extreme Survival in the future, a lot of traffic was lost. When I think about our Extreme Survival idea being copied by other mobile game companies and then developing a very popular mobile game, I feel even more uncomfortable. That was our idea, Fong Chong said. If no one develops a mobile game similar to Extreme Survival, and they don't develop it, he wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. But when he thought about their creativity, other game companies developed a popular mobile game and made money, he felt very sad. Are you talking about this? Wei Yin smiled unconsciously when he heard Fong Chang's words. Yes, that's it. Fong Chong nodded. Mr. Chen just said that the mobile game department cannot develop the mobile version of Extreme Survival, and he didn't say anything else. Wei Yin said with a smile on his face. Mr. Wei, are you saying that we should let the PC game department develop the mobile version of Extreme Survival? Fong Chang's eyes lit up. How can this be possible? If the PC game department develops mobile games, what are the divisions for? Wei Yin shook his head. Then what should we do? This time it was Fong Chang's turn to be confused. Mr. Chun had made it clear that the mobile game department could not develop the mobile version of Extreme Survival. Wei Yin just denied it again and asked the other 2 game departments to develop the mobile version of Extreme Survival. So what should we do to develop the mobile version of Extreme Survival? This is very simple. Don't be too limited in your thinking. Since our mobile game department cannot develop the mobile version of Extreme Survival, it doesn't mean that other mobile game companies cannot develop the mobile version of Extreme Survival. Fong Chong heard Wei Yan's words and showed a thoughtful expression, but soon his eyes lit up. You mean we license the copyright of the mobile game, Extreme Survival, and then let other mobile games be sent out to develop the mobile version of Extreme Survival? That's right. Wei Yin smiled and nodded. Mr. Chen just said that if the mobile game department of his company develops the mobile version of Extreme Survival, it may affect the innovation ability of the employees in the mobile game department. But we will license the development of the mobile version of Extreme Survival to other game companies so that we can avoid Mr. Chen's worry that the employees in the mobile game department will lose their innovation. Chapter 877, Eyes on the Sky Pavilion. Mr. Wei, your plan is okay. Fong Chong couldn't help but admire Wei Yan's words. No wonder Wei Yin is the most valued person by Mr. Chun. This thinking ability is definitely not comparable to his. But there are so many mobile game companies on the market now. Which companies should we find to cooperate with? And if we cooperate with those powerful game companies, the price will definitely be very high. Why should we look for those powerful game companies? To cooperate with those powerful game companies, for us, the biggest advantage of the other party is their strength, and there are no other advantages at all. Wei Yin shook his head without hesitation. We can definitely find a small mobile game company and then cooperate with them. We will provide free licensing and some professional technology, as well as subsequent servers, anti-cheating systems, etc. With this series of blessings, we have no problem extracting 60% of the game's revenue. And since Extreme Survival has been changed to a mobile game, Dianlong is also very popular, so we should take advantage of the trend to change Dianlong to a mobile game. There is also the Dianlong that I will develop over there. Freedom Battle. If the popularity of the online game is acceptable, it can also be changed to a mobile game. Our mobile game department has no way to develop these mobile games, so we can just authorize them all. I believe that as long as the bosses of those game companies are not stupid, they can completely understand the hidden interests in this. Fong Chang's expression gradually became shocked as he listened to Wei Yan's story. As a game company planner for many years, he naturally knew what Wei Yan meant. This is clearly licensing a game that is bound to make money. As long as you accept this authorization, there is no possibility of losing money. It's nothing more than a matter of making more and less. It's like if I throw 10 yuan on the ground, you just need to pick it up and give me 6 yuan, and the remaining 4 yuan is yours. And licensed games are not just as simple as 10 yuan, but are priced in hundreds of millions. In reality, how many people can resist such temptation? If this news is spread, it is estimated that those game companies will rush to get this authorization. I wonder if Mr. Wei has a suitable mobile game company. Fong Chang asked. Wei Yin shook his head when he heard this. I don't know much about game companies, but I do have a good candidate. If he has ideas involving mobile game companies, future cooperation may be more convenient. Who was the candidate Mr. Wei mentioned? Chun Song and Du Ziding from Tiange. If these two people want to get involved in the field of mobile games, it is indeed a good choice. Fong Chang nodded in admiration. He is very familiar with Chun Song and Du Ziding of Tiange. The two parties have cooperated a lot, and the cooperation has always been very pleasant. Well, it just so happens that they have been conducting internal testing for Freedom War during this period. When I go back later, I will go find them to find out and see if they have this idea. If there are, we will license the mobile game copyrights of Extreme Survival and Dragon to them. If we don't have any ideas, we will consider other mobile game companies. Wei Yin expressed his thoughts. Because of the closed beta of Freedom Battle, they have been in frequent contact recently. When the time comes to communicate about the Freedom Battle closed beta, they will just communicate by the way. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to Mr. Wei. Fong Chang felt relaxed instantly. Although Wei Yan's plan did not bring all the benefits to Tsangshui Games. But he also got most of it, and he doesn't have to worry about other mobile game companies developing mobile games similar to Extreme Survival. He believes that as long as the mobile version of Extreme Survival is developed and takes the lead in gaining traffic from mobile game players, coupled with the consumption model of Extreme Survival, it will be difficult for other game companies to develop similar mobile games. Played the mobile game Extreme Survival. In addition to mobile games, there is another thing we need to discuss, and that is the candidates for the 3 newly added department managers. I wonder if Mr. Wei has any suitable candidates. Are you a candidate? I think Zhao Bowen must be selected for a quota. Wei Yin said directly that Zhao Bowen was already a veteran of Tsangshui Games. When Mr. Chun acquired Tsangshui Games, Zhao Bowen was already there, and his current position is the highest-ranking person besides him and Fong Chang. The most important thing is that during the development stage of Tsangshui Games, Zhao Bowen also put in a lot of effort, making Zhao Bowen a well-deserved department manager. Zhao Bowen does have the qualifications, so there are still 2 places left. Fong Chang nodded in admiration when he heard Wei Yan's words. In fact, before asking, he had planned to promote Zhao Bowen to department manager. But because he and Zhao Bowen are very close to each other, it would be inappropriate for him to mention it. So I left it to Wei Yin to choose. For the other two department managers, we can choose one from their respective departments. Zhao Bowen was promoted from the Tianlong department to the department manager. So the Extreme Survival department and my Freedom War department will also choose each other. Just choose someone. Zhao Bowen has always been involved in PC games and has a certain understanding of Tianlong, Extreme Survival, and Freedom War. It is most appropriate for Zhao Bowen to be the department manager of the PC game department. In this way, it will not delay the work of the PC game department. Of course, Freedom War still needs me to follow up. It is more appropriate to hand over to Zhao Bowen after Freedom War is completely online. Wei Yin briefly talked about his thoughts. He is already very familiar with Zhao Bowen. He is trustworthy in terms of ability and character. There is no problem for him to manage the terminal department. Okay, then it's settled. After discussing the matter, Fang Chongjin got up and left directly. He was going to tell Zhao Bowen the good news, and at the same time, he had to go to his department to select a candidate who could be promoted to department manager. In addition, he also needed to follow up on the progress of the development of the server and anti-cheating system. I'll take you there, Mr. Fang. Wei Yin stood up and sent Fang Chong to the door, then sat back at his desk, took a sip of tea from the cup beside him, and took out his phone to call Chun Kong Kyoto. Tinga Club. Inside the manager's office. Follow the group. Can't you see the 5 people here? Do you believe in Buddhism on the road? Why don't you kill people? Sucks. Chun Sung listened to the message coming from a microphone, turned off the microphone skillfully, and pushed the troops with his eyes focused. Chapter 878, a project that will definitely make money. I secretly thought to myself, what do these people know? This is what I call the 4-1 zone. That's what Jiang Jiu said. These people really don't understand tactics at all. When he and Jiang Jiu formed a team, Jiang Jiu told him this. He just needs to lead the lane on the top lane. If someone catches him, he will run away. If no one catches him, he will just stay there. It's also a killing game. This is a tower pushing game. You only need to push the opposite crystal to win. When he and Jiang Jiu formed a team, they once pushed directly into the opposite crystal. After a while, Chin Sung looked at the failed game interface and the messages posted by his teammates in the chat interface. Nima, my home is gone, and I'm still pushing down the tower. We are all in a group still leading the line drunk. Unlucky. These people are really serious. They insist on fighting 4 against 5. If they guard the tower, won't they steal the crystal on the opposite side? Chin Sung complained speechlessly and quit the game directly. Then I customized a room and posted it to the group. We waited quietly, but after a while 2 people came in. Upon seeing this, Chin Sung entered the group to check the situation and found that the room link he sent. It's this guy again, always in trouble. This guy is so stupid and has the nerve to post a customized room. It's this ID again. The last time I played with him, I was tricked to death. Oh, have I been tricked by this ID 3 times, Matt? Chin Sung looked at the chat history in the group with an ugly face. Did another group become useless so quickly? It seemed that he could only look for other internal testing groups, but found that there were a total of 5 internal testing groups, and he had been blacklisted. Chin Sung sighed helplessly and was about to find a custom room where he didn't know his ID to play when his cell phone suddenly rang. After taking a look at the caller ID, he found that it was Wei Yin, so he put down his earphones and answered the call directly. The response to the internal testing has been very good. The 20,000 internal testing quotas that have just been issued are not enough at all. Many people have begun to call for more internal testing quotas. Chun Sung heard Wei Yan's words and answered. Nowadays, Freedom Battle has become very popular after being promoted by Huta Live. There are only 45,000 places for internal testing, which is simply not enough. There are internal test quotas. Now that the ladder mode has been developed and will be launched in a week, after the ladder mode is launched, we will add another 40,000 internal test quotas. After adding these 40,000 internal test quotas, there will be no more places for closed beta testing. The internal beta test will last until the end of July, and the official public beta will be on August 1st. Wei Yin heard Chin Sung's words and spoke. The matter of internal beta quotas was the result of his final discussion at the meeting. A total of 85,000 internal beta quotas is enough. In the end, 40,000 closed beta places were added, not because many people called for more closed beta places, but because they wanted to experiment with the latter mode. There are only 45,000 places for internal testing, so matching will be much slower. Therefore, adding another 40,000 places for internal testing can increase the speed of matching. Okay, Mr. Wei. Those who have not received the quota for internal testing will be very excited when they hear that 40,000 quota for internal testing will be added in a week. Chun Song was overjoyed. If he added another 40,000 places for internal testing, there would be 8 more groups. In this case, he could send customized rooms at will. And is he really that stupid? He felt that he was still very powerful. His tactics were all told by Jiang Jiao. It must be because those players didn't understand the game well. There is also a ladder mode, which he has known about for a long time, and there will be rankings. Initially, everyone's rank is the same, and then through gameplay, each one will increase a certain number of victory points. When the number of victory points increases to 100 points, you will be promoted to a small rank. He really wanted to see where he could reach on the ladder. In addition to the internal beta quota, I have other things to discuss with you on the phone today. Mr. Wei, please tell me, is Manager Du here? It would be best if both of you discuss this matter together. Wei Yin spoke slowly. He wanted to talk about the mobile game, and Chun Song and Du Ziding were both managers of Tiange, so it would be best if both of them knew about it. Okay, then I'll go find Lao Du. Chun Song didn't ask any more questions, but stood up and left the office with his cell phone, then turned and entered an office nearby. His office is adjacent to Du Ziding's. Mr. Wei has something to discuss with us. Chun Song saw Du Ziding looking over and explained. What happened? Du Ziding asked. I haven't said it yet, but I want to talk with us. As Chun Song said, he walked directly to the reception area and sat down. Du Ziding also walked over. Mr. Wei, please tell me, we are all ready. Chun Song adjusted his cell phone to be placed outside and then placed it on the coffee table in front of him. I wonder if you have any ideas to get involved in the field of mobile game development. Wei Yin heard Chun Song's words and spoke directly. Mr. Wei, everyone has the idea to get involved in the game field, but there are really too many games now. If the research and development is not good, you may lose money. And we don't know much about game development. Even if we want to get involved, we don't have the strength. Chun Song spoke helplessly. He knows how profitable the game is, but the more profitable the field, the more involved it will be. Every year, there are examples of investment games that end up losing everything. He and Du Ziding now own the Tange Club, as well as shared bicycles in the development stage, and shared bicycles may require a lot of financial support in the future, so he and Du Ziding do not want to take risks in other fields. If I give you two a project, and this project will definitely make money, I wonder if you're interested. Projects that are sure to make money, Mr. Wei is not kidding. There are no projects that are sure to make money. I wonder if the two games, Extreme Survival and Dragon, will make money if they're developed into mobile games. Wei Yin asked, if these two games are developed into mobile games, it will definitely make money. Chun Song said without hesitation. The two games, Extreme Survival and Dragon, are so popular. If a mobile game can be developed, it will definitely make money. And in this era where everyone has a smartphone, mobile games may be more profitable than PC games. Then isn't this a project that will definitely make money? Wei Yin smiled. Chun Song and Du Ziding looked at each other after hearing Wei Yan's words, with some disbelief in their eyes, and then asked tentatively. The projects that Mr. Wei wants to discuss with us are probably the two mobile game projects, Extreme Survival and Dragon. Chapter 879, Achieving Cooperation. Yes, it is the mobile game development project of these two games, and not only these two games. If Freedom War is very popular, we will also develop mobile games. Of course, the mobile game of Freedom War also needs to wait for a year after the Freedom War PC game is launched before development. Wei Yin said, it is impossible for the mobile game of Freedom War to be launched directly after the PC game is launched. If so, it will affect the traffic of the PC game. Mr. Wei, you're not kidding. These two projects can indeed make money, and it is possible to make a lot of money. But don't you Sangshua Games plan to develop the mobile versions of these games yourself? Du Ziding couldn't help but speak up. Not to mention Freedom War, which has not been launched yet. The profits of Extreme Survival and Tianlong mobile game projects alone are not a small amount. Can Sanshue Games really give up these interests? When did I joke with you? We at Sanshue have other projects to do, and we don't have enough time to develop the mobile versions of these two games. But now in the market, some game companies have begun to imitate Extreme Survival to develop similar mobile games. In order to prevent other mobile game companies from taking away the traffic of Extreme Survival mobile games, we can only license the mobile game development of the two games. And we have been cooperating for such a long time, so I want to ask if you have any plans to get involved in mobile game development. Wei Yin explained he did not give a specific reason, just to make the two people sure that he was really going to license the mobile game development of the two games. Du Ziding and Chun Song fell silent after hearing this. They also realized that Wei Yin was not joking after hearing what Wei Yin said just now. But they also knew that Wei Yin could not unconditionally license the right to develop mobile games. After a while, Chun Song slowly raised his head and asked, "Please tell us the conditions for authorization, Mr. Wei. We will decide after listening to the conditions." The conditions are very simple. We don't want the authorization fee. We only want 60% of the mobile game revenue. At the same time, we will provide technical support to help you set up a mobile game company. This technology will continue to support you until you can independently maintain the development and operation of mobile games. After the mobile game is launched, we will provide support for game servers and anti-cheating systems. These are our conditions. You two can discuss it. I'll hang up the phone first. You can call me back when there is a result. Wei Yin hung up the phone directly after speaking, giving the two people time to talk. "Old Du, what do you think?" Chun Song looked at the hung-up phone and looked up at Du Ziding. "If this project was not proposed by Mr. Wei, I think it must be a liar," Du Ziding said without hesitation. He probably knows the current revenue of Tianlong and Extreme Survival. Although Sanshue Games took 60% of the revenue, they still have to make money. After all, according to Wei Yin, they will provide technical support in the early stage, and after the mobile game is developed and launched, they will also provide game servers and anti-cheating systems. This basically helps them solve several problems in developing games. All they need to do is to register a game company and then recruit relevant technical personnel. If the technical personnel they recruit here cannot develop the mobile games of Extreme Survival and Tianlong, well, then Sanshue Games will provide technical support to help them develop the mobile games of the two games. So in terms of research and development, it's okay for him and Chun Song not to understand. Sanshue Games will help them solve it. Then after the game is successfully developed, the most important server, like this kind of explosive game, the server costs a lot of money. And the server at Sanshue Games also solves it. They don't have to spend money on the server at all. There is also an anti-cheating system. If a game has a lot of plugins, it is doomed to not last long. And Sanshue Games also provides an anti-cheating system. So overall, if they take over this mobile game development project, the expenses they need are the salaries of the recruited employees, taxes, and some daily expenses of the company. In this way, even if they get 40% of the profits, it is enough for them to make a lot of money. And the key is that this is a project that is guaranteed to make money. Yes, if it wasn't the project proposed by President Wei, I would definitely treat it as a liar. Chun Song also nodded in agreement. "What do you think?" Du Ziding looked at Chun Kong. "I think there is no problem. Wei Yin and I have been in contact for so long. Since he gave us the project, he will definitely not cheat us," Chun Song said without hesitation. The two parties have been cooperating for more than a year, and the cooperation has always been very pleasant. He can't think of any reason why Wei Yin would cheat them. "I think so too. So let's settle this matter." Du Ziding spoke, and he couldn't think of any reason why Wei Yin would cheat him. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why Sanshue Games gave up developing the mobile games, Extreme Survival, and Tianlong, and instead licensed them out. According to the current scale of Tomorrow Group, it must have the ability to develop mobile games. But he couldn't figure out why they didn't develop them themselves when they clearly had the ability. But he didn't think about it, so he stopped thinking about it. The fact that Wei Yin was able to hand over this project to them also showed that Wei Yin trusted them. "Then we will call back right now and tell Mr. Wei that we have accepted this project. Chun Sung said that he had already picked up the phone and called Wei Yin back. Mr. Chun, have you thought about it? The call is connected. Wei Yin's voice came from the phone. Mr. Wei, we have already discussed it and we have done this project. However, we don't know much about games. We need Mr. Wei to take care of us in the future. Chun Sung smiled and spoke. This is definitely no problem. After all, you have no experience in setting up a game company before, so we will definitely provide some help. If you recruit good employees, you can come to us to learn and communicate. At the same time, we will also send relevant technical personnel to assist you in research and development. Wei Yin spoke quickly. He thought of this issue when he thought of asking Chun Sung and others to take over this project. Then we've decided on Mr. Wei's matter. Chun Sung spoke. Well, it's settled. I'll get the contract done in the next 2 days. Then we'll get the contract sorted out. Then we'll find a time to sign the contract. Wei Yin spoke slowly. Although I trust Chun Sung and the others, the contract still needs to be signed and the process needs to be followed. Chapter 880 Tinga's Decision. Okay, Mr. Wei, I'm going to Jiangxing these 2 days and I'll sign the contract by the way. We'll also register the game company first. Chun Sung nodded in response. Now the construction of Tianda Plaza in Jiangxing has been completed for the most part, and he needs to go over and take a look. There is also Haha Bicycle. Now the workshop has produced a certain number of them, and a series of procedures such as the bicycle PP have also been completed. He also needs to go to Jiangxing to discuss the launch. Kyoto has already negotiated everything. Once Jiangxing has also negotiated, the bicycle can be launched. Okay, we'll contact you when you come over. Wei Yin hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Chun Sung put away his phone and looked at Du Zeding. Old Du, the registration of the game company is up to you. I'm going to Jiangxing tomorrow. No problem. I have some connections here for company registration. It will be done soon. As for the name, let's call it Tinga Game. Du Zeding nodded and said that registering a company was still very simple for them. It was nothing more than making a few phone calls. If the mobile game company can go smoothly this time, then we will have another profitable industry. If Haha can succeed in the end, then we will have 3 industries. We have spent a year and have 3 industries, which is already very good. Chun Sung leaned back on the sofa and said with a smile, now that he is back home, no one can say that he is idle. Yes, but we can achieve such results now, thanks to Tomorrow Group. Tu Si Ting site. The initial success of Tinga Club also came from obtaining the exclusive event rights of Extreme Survival. Haha Bicycle is a project proposed by Mr. Chun. With the development status of Tomorrow Group, the project given by Mr. Chun will definitely not be bad. Finally, there is the mobile game project that we just discussed. This is a project that will definitely make money. No more talk. I'll go to the esports room and tell them that Freedom War will launch the ladder mode in a week, and at the same time, it will also increase the number of internal beta testers by 40,000. He will be broadcasting live in the evening, so let him talk about it in the live broadcast. Chun Sung said and got up and left the office. With the mobile game project, he paid more attention to Freedom War. After all, if Freedom War becomes popular, their mobile game department can also develop a mobile game of Freedom War in a year. So they promote Freedom War now, and they will benefit in the end. At this moment, the interests of their Tinga Club are closely related to Tsangshui Game. As long as Tsangshui Game develops well, their Tinga Club can also develop well. In the evening, Tinga Club, Jiang Jiao started broadcasting on time, and a large number of people instantly entered the live broadcast room. Finally started broadcasting. I was 23 seconds late today. Bad review. Oh, I've been waiting for so long. Why are you just starting the live broadcast now? Freedom War is launched. Hurry up. I want to watch Brother Gio play Freedom War. Brother Gio, is there any news about the internal beta quota? When will there be more? Oh, yes, Brother Gio. When will there be more internal beta quotas for Freedom War? I really want to play. Oh. Jiang Gio looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room. It seems that everyone is looking forward to the internal beta of Freedom War. Today, I did receive a message about the internal beta of Freedom War. I believe everyone must be very interested in it. Freedom War will be updated in a week, adding a ladder mode, and at the same time, It will increase the number of internal beta places by 40,000. However, this internal beta quota is the last one, and there will be no more internal beta quotas in the future. At the same time, the internal beta will last until the end of July, and it will officially enter the public beta stage on August 1st. At that time, everyone can download it from the official website. Zhang Jiu briefly talked about the latest news. Today is June 30th, which means there is still a month before the public beta. There is also the ladder mode, which he is looking forward to. Recently, the players he met in the custom room in the group are uneven in strength. Sometimes the opponent is too weak, and there is no pressure to play. If the ladder mode is added, it will allow him to match some powerful players, and the game experience should be better. He prefers strong duels. He can't feel the fun of the crushing game. Another 40,000 beta test spots have been added. That's great. I should be able to grab one this time. Why is it a week later? Can it be tomorrow? A week is too long. Yes, a week is too long. I really want to play now. Does any brother have a beta test account? Let me one for a while. It's paid. Brother, don't look for beta test accounts in the live broadcast room. I was cheated out of 300 yuan yesterday. Zhang Jiu sat in front of the computer and had already opened Freedom War, looking at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room at this time. Brothers, the beta test spots have been decided. I understand your desire to play, but there is no way. If you want to play, you can only wait for a week for the beta test spots to be issued. Also, don't buy beta test accounts during live beta testing. Many people have reported that they were cheated when buying or renting beta test accounts in the live broadcast room. Everyone be careful. In another month, Freedom War will be officially launched. Even if you didn't get a spot in the beta test, you can wait patiently. Zhang Jiu reminded everyone in the live broadcast room. Recently, Freedom War is very popular, but the number of spots for the beta test is limited, which has led to many people wanting to play, but without beta test accounts. In response to this, a group of scammers who rent and sell beta test accounts appeared in the live broadcast room. He was helpless about this kind of thing. These scammers all went to private chat with people in the live broadcast room alone, and he had no way to understand it. He only knew it when he was cheated and found his manager. And recently, he would remind people every time he broadcast live and also marked words to beware of being cheated in the live broadcast, but people were still cheated from time to time. These scammers know how to manipulate human nature and make full use of the psychology of those who want to play extreme survival and make people believe it through some rhetoric. Coupled with a large number of screenings, there will always be a few fools in the hundreds of thousands of people in this live broadcast room. It is not that the scammers in the live broadcast room have only appeared recently. Sometimes when he does lucky draw activities, there will also be scammers, but he clearly stated that it is only true if the management of the live broadcast room contacts them. In this regard, there are not so many people who have been deceived. As for selling and renting internal test accounts, they have no direct connection, so he has no good way to stop this. Zhang Jiu sighed secretly, then build a custom room and send it to an internal test group. Brothers, it's the same as always. I'll play a few games by myself first. After 12 o'clock, we will start the Water Friend game. Chapter 881 Selection of Extras. In early July, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chinemo looked at the crazy growth of system funds and was used to it. After all, he had already arranged the profit funds for this month yesterday. In the end, there were only 200 million system funds left. Only 200 million was not too much pressure for him. Thinking in his heart, he took a sip of coffee beside him and relaxed. Naturally, he had to play a few games for entertainment. Clicked on the game icon on the computer and started playing the game. Extreme Survival has not released any new skins recently, so he directly chose Tianlong. No matter what time, all the equipment on his Tianlong account is top-notch, so he doesn't worry about the problem of combat power at all. Entering the game, casually send a message to fight the world boss in the world message, and send a team message at the same time. This team is a team dedicated to fighting the world boss, and 100 people can be in the same team at the same time. The moment the team message was sent out, the 100-person team was instantly full. At the same time, a lot of players spoke in the team. Big Boss Shulaw is here again. Boss Shulaw is taking us to fight the world boss again. a rare opportunity to make a fortune. After waiting for many days, Boss Shulaw finally showed up. Oh, ha ha ha. I was also the last time Boss Shulaw fought the world boss. I got several rare materials and sold them for hundreds of dollars. Oh, Boss Shulaw is awesome. Chen Mo smiled faintly at the content of the world chat and teleported directly to the side of a world boss and waited quietly. After a while, dozens of people had gathered, and when all 100 people arrived, Chen Mo didn't say much and directly sent a skill to the world boss in front. Soon the world boss was attracted by hatred and attacked directly. Chen Mo didn't dodge when he saw the world boss attacking. The attack fell on him, and half of his blood volume disappeared instantly. Chen Mo didn't panic at all and drank a bottle of red medicine directly, and his blood volume was instantly restored. Oh my god, Shulaw is awesome. The attack from the boss is enough to kill me 3 times. Shulaw is rich. The red medicine just now is the highest level red medicine. 1 bottle costs 20 yuan. Yes, I dropped 2 bottles of high-level red medicine when I killed the small boss before, but I haven't been willing to drink them yet. This is not fighting the world boss at all. It's clearly burning money. Chen Mo looked at the chat in the team, and then looked at the 99 plus high-level red medicine in his backpack and sighed helplessly. These high-level red medicines cost 20 yuan each, and the red medicine in his backpack can't be used up. No matter how many bottles of high-level red medicine he uses, the number of red medicines displayed is 99 plus. He had thought about selling these red medicines and turning them into his personal assets. But when he wanted to do this, the system stopped him directly. It means that he is using his rights to seek personal gain for himself, which is a violation of regulations. In general, it is against the rules for him to sell those high-level red medicines or some materials he got. After all, the game account and the unlimited high-level red medicines belong to the company, and his selling of those red medicines and materials is to take advantage of his position to seek personal gain. If he wants to do this without violating the rules, he can only create a new account to sell red medicines and materials. Moreover, he cannot use his identity as the president to give this new account some privileges. Therefore, the system directly prevented him from making money from the game from the beginning. There is no way. Since those materials cannot be exchanged for money, they can only be consumed continuously, which is also a feeling of spending money. At least that's how other game players see it. So he basically dodges when he fights the world BPSS. That is, he directly resists the attack of the world boss. Anyway, with the equipment he has now, the attack of the world boss will not kill him directly, so he can drink a bottle of high-level red medicine to restore his health. Kyoto, movie and television city. In a spacious room. Several extras were performing in the spacious room. As several extras finished their performances, several more walked to the middle of the room and began to perform. There was a row of long tables against the wall of the room. Professor Lee, how about this group of extras? Hu Bian turned to look at Professor Lee beside him. Professor Lee was invited by him from the Magic City Drama Academy to be responsible for the selection and training of extras this time. After all, more than 90% of the extras have no acting experience. If they want to select useful actors from these extras, they must train these extras in basic acting skills. Not long after, the extras in the middle of the room finished their performances and stood in a row, waiting for their speeches. Hu Bian looked at them and shook his head slightly. I'm sorry that you guys don't meet our current selection requirements. They came to the film and television city a few days ago and started selecting extras. After a few days of screening, they have already found candidates for the supporting roles of the 2 scripts. Now, they are missing the 2 female protagonists of the movie. They have been selecting for so many days, but they have not found the right actors. Thank you, Director Hu. The extras were not frustrated when they heard this, but turned to look at Professor Lee next to Hu Bian. Professor Lee saw these extras looking at him, and he slowly spoke. It can be seen that you are all very hard in preparing for this program and performing very hard. But you perform too hard. Acting is not just about trying hard. Acting needs to be natural, not deliberate. Also, the facial expressions and movements just now were not very appropriate. You lack too many basic aspects of acting. Here are 2 books. You can take a look and perform in front of the mirror according to the content in the book. If you practice for a long time, you will definitely make progress. Professor Lee said, and took out 2 books from the books on the side and put them on the table. Thank you, Professor Lee. The extras hurriedly thanked him when they heard it. One of them quickly walked up and took the books on the table. They came here to act today, first to see if they could be noticed by director Hu Bien. The second is to get the guidance of this professor, but as a well-known professor of the Magic City Drama Academy, they will definitely gain a lot if they can get the guidance of this professor. The acting audition here had already started a few days ago, and many extras had made great progress in their acting skills after receiving guidance from Professor Lee. Chapter 882, The Final Cast. Well, just practice hard. The acting auditions here will continue. There will be regular auditions every month. Even if you are not selected next time, as long as you are willing to work hard, your acting skills will definitely improve, which will be of great help to you in acting in the future. Professor Lee looked at several extras and explained patiently. He has been here for a few days, and in his eyes, these extras have no acting skills at all. But he is still willing to give these extras some pointers. Nowadays, Chinese TV series and movies basically use traffic stars and completely ignore the acting skills. So that there are few fine works in the film and television work shot now. This is undoubtedly a kind of sadness in the Chinese film and television industry. And in this environment, he did see a little surprise. That is the Blue Film of Tomorrow Group. He has been paying attention to it since the beginning of The Legend of the Demons. None of the actors in it are traffic stars, not even stars. All the actors used are students and extras of the Drama Academy. The choice of this actor seems very out of place in the current works that all choose traffic stars. When it was released, it was also because there were no traffic stars, and the scheduling was very bad. But such a work finally became a hit movie. It is precisely because of this that he is more convinced that a good movie is not brought by 1 or 2 traffic stars. It is determined by the plot of the movie, the acting skills of the actors, and the special effects of the movie. As long as you do all 3 of these best, then the movie will definitely not be bad. The Legend of the Demons perfectly proves this point. And the subsequent, Wandering Blue Star, let everyone know that without traffic stars, this movie can still be shot well. Through these 2 movies, he has a deeper understanding of blue film and television, and gradually learned about the selection of actors by blue film and television. This blue film and television has always adhered to the concept of acting as the main thing. And it is also very strict in selecting actors. It is not enough for you to have acting skills alone, but your appearance conditions must also meet the role in the script. And this is exactly what he wants to see. So I found him in Hu Bien and wanted to ask him to comment on the crowd actors, and he agreed directly. He could see that Blue Films has been doing things for the film and television industry. The purpose of guiding and training these extras is nothing more than to make more people with acting skills. As long as the number of people with acting skills continues to increase, there will be fewer and fewer actors without acting skills in future movies. In this case, why can't he contribute his efforts to help Blue Film select more talented and acting extras so that Blue Films can shoot more good movies or TV series? Okay, Professor Lee. Several extras thanked him and quickly turned around and left. There were still many extras queuing behind them, and they didn't dare to waste too much time. As this group of extras left, another group of extras came up. Without saying much, they began to perform consciously. After a while, "Sorry, you don't fit the role in the script." Hu Bien refused. Then came Professor Lee's comments. Time passed little by little. Near noon, another group of extras came up, and this time there were only 2 girls. Hu Bien's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 girls coming in. It was not that he liked these 2 girls, but the appearance of these 2 girls in front of him just fit the roles of the 2 leading actors who have not yet been decided. If the acting skills of these 2 girls are qualified, or if they have good acting talent, then basically they can make a decision. The 2 girls came to the center of the room, bowed slightly, and began to perform. After a while, the performance ended. Hu Bien rubbed his eyebrows. He could feel that the 2 had certain flaws in acting, but the overall performance was really good to him. At this time, he hesitated whether to record these 2 girls. After all, these 2 girls are the leading actors. If they lack acting skills, then the quality of the movie will definitely be affected. After thinking for a while, he turned to look at Professor Lee. Professor Lee, what do you think of these two people? These two people don't have any acting foundation, but they have a good acting talent. During the performance just now, all the movements and expressions were very natural, and there was no deliberate performance. Professor Lee opened his mouth to express his thoughts. Talent does exist. Some people are born with acting talent that surpasses others. And these two girls are like this. Then Professor Lee, if I recruit them to the crew as the leading actors, do you think there is a problem? Hu Bien continued to ask. He didn't care about talent. He was only worried that the quality of the film would be affected if these two people joined the crew. If it would affect the quality of the film, then no matter how high their talent was, he would not hire them. The filming may be a little troublesome at the beginning, but with their talent, the longer the filming time, the better their acting skills will be. So I decided that as long as you are patient, this extra is a good choice. Professor Lee suggested. Thank you, Professor Lee, for your advice. Hu Bien had an answer in his mind when he heard Professor Lee's words and looked up at the two girls in the middle of the room. Please introduce yourselves. The two girls were delighted when they heard Hu Bien's words. They had just been waiting outside for a long time. The basic process was that after the performance, Professor Lee's comments were over. There was no self-introduction, and director Hu Bien did not say anything that was inconsistent with the role in the script, which made them unable to help but have a little guess. Hello, Director Hu. My name is Yu Xiaofan. My name is Su Zhu. After listening to the two people's self-introductions, Hu Bien spoke slowly. You two have the appearance that is very suitable for the two main roles in my script. But your performance just now, overall, is not up to standard. But you have to thank Professor Lee. Professor Lee said that you two have great acting talent, so I decided to give you a chance. But whether you can seize this opportunity later depends on your own efforts. Thank you, Director Hu Bien. Thank you, Professor Lee. Hearing Hu Bien's words, the two girls were delighted and hurriedly thanked him. Chapter 883, The Great Dream Journey to the West. Well, you can wait for us at the Fairy Sword Crew. We will come over to you when we are done and sign a contract with you. Hu Bien looked at the two people and said, since the candidates have been decided, it is natural to start filming. The crew of Fairy Sword has already selected the actors and has now entered the filming stage. Huang Ying's Dream Westward Journey still lacks two female leads, so it has been postponed until now. If the two female leads are already selected, then it will enter the filming stage as soon as possible. We can no longer delay the filming progress. Okay, Director Hu. Upon hearing this, the two girls hurriedly responded, turned around, and left the room casually. Next group. After the two girls left, Hu Bien shouted. Now that the roles for the movie have been selected, these extras still need to be trained, and they have already been planned here. Reviews and screening of extras will be conducted every month, and the shortcomings of these extras will be pointed out. At the same time, they will also keep records of these actors, recording the progress of their acting skills and which aspects of roles their appearance is suitable for. With these records, when they select actors for filming, they can quickly find suitable candidates in the recorded database. It is no longer necessary to screen every extra as it is today. After a long period of training, the acting skills of these extras will also be improved, and the filming stage will be easier. Outside the room, Zhu, we have been selected. Yu Xiaofan walked beside Su Zhu and said excitedly. It seems we don't have to go back. Su Zhu also breathed a sigh of relief on his face. They have been coming to the film and television city for 3 months. They originally hoped to achieve some success in the entertainment industry through their own efforts. But during the 3 months they were here, they couldn't find a role that had even a bit of a role. At most, it's just shouting with a bunch of extras, or charging in shabby clothes, or a dead body. These 3 months have completely broken their illusions about actors. They all plan to give up and continue to develop here and go to Hong Kong City to develop. They are originally from Dongguan. Hong Kong City is very close to Dongguan, and their family has some connections there. They came here because they didn't want to take advantage of their family connections and wanted to make a career on their own. But these 3 months made them realize that if they didn't rely on their family connections, they might even be able to play a small role as an actor. Less than. But just when I was about to give up, I encountered the problem of selecting extras for Blue Film and Television. They figured it out and came here to give it a last try. If it still didn't work, they would go back to Dongwon. But they didn't expect that after they gave it a try, they ended up choosing the starring role. This really surprised them. They also learned about Blue Film and Television, which is a very reliable film and television company that has selected actors from extras many times. And among them, the crew of Sword and Fairy of Blue Film and Television has already selected the actors from the extras and entered the filming stage. So with so many references, they don't have to worry about any problems with this crew. After all, Blue Film and Television has produced 2 hit movies, Demons and Wandering Blue Star, and now has a very good reputation outside, even if it is to maintain this good reputation. They also believe that the crew will basically not do anything excessive. The Fairy Sword crew should be over there. Let's go there. Yu Xiaofan pointed in the direction of the film and television city, and the two of them walked there together. Soon the two of them arrived in front of the Fairy Sword crew. After communicating with the crew, they were taken directly in. The two of them glanced around inside the set, and there were actors filming in the distance. Hey, we can't do this again. Ka, the expression is too exaggerated. Try again. Ka, the expression says yes. While the two were waiting on the sidelines, they counted in boredom and found that the scene just now had to be refilmed 13 times. The filming here seems to be very strict. Yu Xiaofan sighed. Well, I guess only with such strictness can we produce 2 hit movies. I have watched both of those movies. In terms of acting, whether it is the supporting role or the protagonist, there is no problem. It looks very good. It's comfortable. Su Zhu said. That's true, and the actors who are not filming are also working very hard. Yu Xiaofan turned his attention to another area of the crew, where there were many people wearing ancient costumes, who were obviously actors from the crew. And these actors did not rest there, but kept rehearsing with their peers. Such a hard-working atmosphere is rare in other crews. This should have something to do with the selection of actors. All the cast members of Blue Film and Television are basically students from the drama school and extras. These people are lacking in acting skills. What they can do is make up for these shortcomings through their own efforts, and the same is true for us. After we join the crew, we must continue to improve ourselves. Su Zhu warned that in this environment, everyone else is working hard to improve themselves. If they don't work hard, they will be eliminated. I will work hard. I don't want my starring role to be replaced. Otherwise, how can I go back and show off after the movie is made? Yu Xiaofan said with excitement. When she came to Kyoto, her family was unanimously opposed to it. It would be too shameful if she didn't get some results back. Hello. I heard from the crew that you were actors chosen by Hu Bian. Son. A woman walked over from the rest area in the distance. Yu Xiaofan and Su Zhu looked over upon hearing the sound and recognized the person instantly. This is clearly Jiang Shui, the star of Demons Falling and Wandering Blue Star. Due to the popularity of Demons Falling and Wandering Blue Star, Jiang Shui is already considered a small star. This was the first time they saw Jiang Shui in person. Yes, Sister Jiang Shui, Director Hu Bian asked us to come here. We will sign the contract here later. Su Zhu Hu then spoke. Then come over here. There's a restroom over there. Jiang Shui led the way and soon came to a lounge. The space inside was not very big, but because it was in a room, it was relatively quiet. There is water here, Director, who may have to wait for a while before coming. As Jiang Shui spoke, she took out 2 bottles of mineral water and placed them on the table in front of the two of them. Don't be too nervous. As long as you take the filming seriously and show off your acting skills, there will be no problem. Seeing the two people looking a little reserved, Jiang Shui comforted her again, then turned and left the lounge. When there is a scene for her, she will go over and prepare. Chapter 884, Rising Star. Professor Lee, you've worked hard today. In the room, Hu Bian turned to look at Professor Lee, who was sitting next to him, and said gratefully, "No problem, it's not bad to give some pointers to the extras." Professor Lee waved his hand. If 1 or 2 first-line actors really appeared among the extras, he pointed out, he would also feel very accomplished. No more talking, I have to catch a plane back and come back next month. Okay, Professor Lee, The car has been arranged outside, I'll take you. Hu Bien hurriedly got up and sent Professor Lee outside. When Professor Lee got in the car and left, he turned to look at Li Shun, who was standing next to him. Mr. Lee, I'm bothering Mr. Lee today, too. No trouble. Boring Short Video has already edited the video of the first day of auditioning for those extras and put it in Boring Short Video. Now many people have started to watch it. Li Shun smiled and shook his head. Professor Lee's instruction to the extras is a kind of teaching in general. Putting those videos on Boring Short Video is also a way of learning for those who want to act but have no learning methods. So this time he brought a group of filming teams to film the performance of these extras and Professor Lee's comments. After returning, the film videos were edited and finally put on Boring Short Video. In this regard, Boring Short Video also opened a section called Tomorrow's Star. It means that these extras have the opportunity to become a big actor in the future. It also corresponds to the name of Tomorrow Group. In the past 2 days, 2 videos have been edited and put on the Boring Short Video platform. He did not ask the people of Boring Short Video to push the videos in this section. But after the video was put on, it naturally attracted many people to watch it. But watching the video attracted. And this acting is not good acting, but too poor acting. So bad that those people saw those extras who have no acting skills acting as a kind of entertainment program. This was something he had never expected, but it was true. The performances rehearsed by the extras themselves were not only poor in acting, but also really funny. When I thought of that video, is this a rising star? Haha, I laughed to death. This is not better than that boring TV series. If it was a TV series, I think I couldn't watch it for 3 minutes, but I can watch this all the time. It's really funny. Some extras should not be too abstract, please. I laughed so hard. If the acting is a little worse, I might not watch it, but if the acting is this bad, I'm interested. Please update it quickly. 1. Director Who, I will go back to Jiangxing if there is nothing else. As for the filming next month, it will be up to you. Some key shooting points have been handed over to your crew. Next time you finish filming, just send the video to us. We will be responsible for editing and finally putting it on the Boring Short Video. Li Shun turned his head to look at Hu Bien. Okay, Mr. Lee, I also need to sign a contract with the 2 selected extras. The car has been arranged for you over there, so I won't send you off. What's there to send? Filming is more important. It's better to shoot another hit movie. Li Shun waved his hand and got on the car that had been prepared on the side, and then headed straight for the airport. Hu Bien watched Li Shun leave and turned around and headed straight for the crew. When he arrived at the crew, he asked around and found out that the 2 extras who had just passed the test were in the lounge. Hello, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Entering the lounge, Hu Bien looked at the 2 people in the lounge and spoke slowly. Director Hu Bien, we didn't wait long. Yu Xiaofan and Su Zhu stood up quickly. Sit down, don't be nervous, I'll tell you about the crew. Hu Bien asked them to sit down and sat down opposite them. The current crew is basically composed of students and extras from the Drama Academy, so for the quality of the work, we will be very strict during the shooting. If the shot is not up to standard, we will keep shooting it repeatedly. Director, Who, we know all this, we just saw it in the crew, and we are mentally prepared for it, and we as actors also want to shoot the work better. Su Zhu spoke so loud. It's good that you are mentally prepared. Hu Bien nodded and then continued to speak. After talking about the shooting, our crew also has a lot of benefits. The first is the issue of accommodation. In our crew, everyone lives in a hotel near the film and television city. Also, if you perform well enough, you can enter our blue film. And the treatment given by our blue film will far exceed the treatment given by other film and television companies. Jiang Shui, Su Tang. Several people entered blue film in this way, and now you have seen its fame. While speaking, the door of the lounge was knocked, and then Huang Ying pushed the door and walked in. Hu Bien looked at Huang Ying, who came in, and then introduced. This is Director Huang of Huang Ying. The crew of the Great Dream Journey to the West you entered is under the charge of Director Huang. Director Huang, these 2 are the 2 leading actors I have finally selected. Hello, Director Huang. Yu Xiaofan and Su Zhu hurriedly greeted him. Well, hello. Huang Ying looked at the 2 and nodded slightly. Judging from their appearance, They were indeed suitable for the roles of the two leading actors. Have you brought all the contracts? Hu Bian looked at Huang Ying, who was sitting next to him. Well, I have brought all of them. Director Hu, please help me select the actors. Huang Ying said as she took out the contract and put it on the table. She has been dealing with the work of the Dream of the Westward Journey crew these days. After all, the Dream of the Westward Journey crew only needs 2 leading actors to start filming. So it is better to prepare in advance. Otherwise, it will take a few more days to prepare after the leading actors are found. And in the past 2 days, some scenes that do not require these 2 leading actors have already started to be filmed. So, Hu Bian was asked to help with the selection of the leading actors, and most of the scripts of Dream of the Westward Journey were written by Hu Bian. In terms of selecting actors, it would be better if Hu Bian was in charge of the selection. Director Huang is too polite. Hu Bian replied, picked up the contract on the table, and took a look, then pushed it directly to Yu Xiaofan and Su Zhu. This is the contract to join the crew. You can take a look, and you can sign it if there is no problem. Chapter 886: The Business of Boring Short Videos. We can't be disappointed, but we can't be complacent because of this achievement. Blue Film still has a long way to go in the future. We have only shot 2 movies. Although we have achieved good results, we will have to shoot more works in the future. We don't require every work to be a hit like Wandering Blue Star and Demons of the Demons, but we must also ensure the quality of each work and maintain the reputation of our Blue Film. Luo Xiao said seriously. A film and television company can't live on 2 hit movies for a lifetime. As a director, he has seen many directors or film and television companies shoot a hit movie and then never shoot any good works again. So he doesn't want Blue Film to go down this path. And for a film and television company to be able to shoot good works stably, it's nothing more than a matter of foundation. He wants to continuously improve the foundation of Blue Film, good actors, good scripts, good directors, and good shooting teams. There is also enough shooting funds, but with the strength of Tomorrow Group and the investment of Mr. Chen, he never worries about this. They are constantly improving the above contents and are currently training their own directors. This is also what Mr. Chen asked them to do before shooting new movies and TV series. It is precisely because of Mr. Chen's request that he also realized the weakness of Blue Film. He is currently directing Wandering Blue Star and Demon Conqueror, and he is the only director of the entire Blue Film. This is very dangerous for a film and television company. If he is not there, the shooting of the entire film and television will not enter a stagnant stage. Therefore, it is necessary to increase the directors of Blue Film. At present, Hu Bian and Huang Ying are the candidates chosen by Mr. Chen to train. Hu Bian is the screenwriter of Blue Film. Even if he has never been a director, he still has certain ideas about the presentation of his own plot. With the help of his assistant, there will definitely be no problem. Huang Ying was only responsible for the props of the movie before and did not help much with the shooting of the movie, so Huang Ying needs more training in the shooting of the movie. However, he is not very anxious about this. He did not ask for a long time to complete the shooting of this movie. The only requirement is to ensure the quality of the movie. The filming of the movie and TV series this time is not only a training for Hu Bian and Huang Ying, but also a training for the 2 assistants. Basically, after the filming is over, there will be almost 4 reserve directors. The 2 assistant directors have been filming The Legend of the Demon and The Wandering Blue Star with him. Their directing ability can be said to be better than Hu Bian and Huang Ying. When the time is right, there will be no problem in promoting them to real directors. In terms of scripts, he also saw the shortcomings of the current Blue Film and television. So Blue Film and television has also recruited several new screenwriters for training. These are the reserve forces of Blue Film and television in the future. In addition, the selection of the masses at Kyoto Film and Television City has begun. After a long period of selection and training, when the acting skills of those mass actors are improved to a certain level, these mass actors will also be the reserve actors of Blue Film and television in the future. Don't worry, Brother Xiao, I know what to do. Wang Bin nodded and said, he is not a complacent person. And now the revenue of the 2 companies, Songshua Games and Wuluan Short Video, is constantly increasing. He didn't want to hear them talk about how much profit his company had made when they were eating and chatting in the cafeteria tomorrow. Then on his side, they had recently made a few bad movies. Even if Mr. Chen didn't say anything about this kind of thing, he himself felt that he had no face. By the way, Brother Xiao, after our village is surveyed, it's time to pick up those poor elderly people and return to Jiangxing. It will take about a month to take all the poor elderly people to Jiangxing. But what should I do after returning to Jiangxing in a month? Wang Bin was a little depressed. Because he had to survey and pick up the poor elderly, he did not join the two crews of Dream of the Westward Journey and Sword of Immortal this time. As a result, after he picked up the poor elderly, he had nothing to do. Well, this is a problem, but you are easy to say. You are also famous now. I will contact other crews for you. With your current fame, you can at least play the third male role. Luo Xiao turned his head and glanced at Wang Bin. But he can't do that. He's a director. He can't just give up Blue Film and go to direct other crews. Well, that's fine. Wang Bin nodded with relief. Wang Chong just didn't join the Blue Film crew. He has been shooting outside and is doing very well now. He is now shooting the male lead and has also been booked as the male lead in the next movie. Rest early. After we survey the village tomorrow, we have to rush to the next location to pick up those poor elderly people. Yeah, tomorrow's building. Boring short video. In the meeting room, Li Shen looked at the many managers in the meeting room and spoke slowly. Nowadays, the popularity of live broadcasting in the livestock breeding industry is enough, and it has also been well received by a number of farmers in the breeding industry. It is the best time to launch related breeding products online. How is the business negotiation about breeding products going? Li Shen looked at the head of the business department on the side. He had arranged the business affairs a long time ago, but he has been dealing with the new Rising Star section of Boring Short Video in Kyoto Film and Television City in the past few days. So he didn't follow up on the business affairs in the past 2 days, and now he doesn't know how the progress is. Mr. Li, all the business related to the breeding industry has been negotiated, and you can make an appointment to sign the contract at any time. The head of the business department hurriedly spoke. If he doesn't do it well, he won't have the face to sit here. That's good. Sign the contract with those merchants in the next few days and put the products on the shelves as soon as possible. Li Shen arranged. He is quite satisfied with the head of the business department. Before, these business affairs were all done by Wu Yu. But as the business of Boring Short Video is increasing, Wu Yu can't be responsible for it alone. So after the Chinese New Year this year, we started selecting people in the business department and increased the number of people in the business department. Now it seems that the effect is very significant. Chapter 887 Quality Control Issues. Okay, Mr. Li. The head of the business department nodded. The livestock industry is only one of the issues. Another one is that the business cooperation signed last year should be about to expire, especially the contract for Review Gang, which was only signed for 1 year. Now it should have expired. The exclusive licensing fee for Review Gang was 300 million yuan before, but a year has passed, and the traffic of our Boring Short Video has already exceeded the current amount. If the contract is renewed, the exclusive licensing fee should also be increased. Now the traffic of Boring Short Video is more than twice the current amount. We don't want more this time, just 500 million yuan for exclusive licensing. For other business cooperations that are about to expire, the corresponding licensing fees will also increase. As for how much to increase, it is necessary to adjust the current product benefits to ensure that the merchants can make a profit and achieve a win-win situation. Li Shen simply talked about the renewal of the contract. At the beginning, he only signed a 1-year contract because he wanted the traffic of Boring Short Video to increase. Now it seems to be a correct decision. Now that they have raised the licensing fee, those merchants will definitely not say anything. Although they have extracted a lot of profits from Boring Short Video in the past year, they have also made a lot of money here. He can be sure that if these merchants go to other platforms to sell goods, they will definitely not sell as much and make as much money as they do on Boring Short Video. On other platforms, they have to fight price wars. But on Boring Short Video, they don't need to fight price wars as long as the price is reasonable. The only requirement is quality. If the quality is not good, no matter how cheap you sell it, you will not be allowed to sell it on Boring Short Video. Some time ago, a merchant's products had problems many times, and they did not improve after being reminded. So he directly arranged for someone to terminate the contract. The boss of that merchant came directly and complained that the machine was too old and sometimes difficult to control, and wanted him to give him another chance. It's not that he didn't give a chance, but the problem was not solved. He had no way to deal with this. He was responsible for the reputation of boring short video and the people who bought the products. The reason why boring short video is so popular now is because of its reputation. Some people buy items on other platforms, and they may spend a high price, but the items they buy are very poor. But this situation will not happen on boring short video. This is also the reason why many people like to buy things on boring short video. Many people are not reluctant to spend money, but more worried about spending money and buying items of unequal prices. This kind of thing often happened to him before he joined Tomorrow Group. He spent a lot of money to buy a piece of clothing, but when the clothes arrived, he found that the quality of the clothes was very poor. After a long time, he no longer wanted to buy expensive items online because you don't ensure that the quality of the items you spend so much money on is qualified. In this case, it is better to buy cheaper goods. Even if the quality is not good, I know that I didn't spend much money. However, the emergence of boring short video has completely solved this situation. Okay, the issue of the renewal of the product authorization contract is like this. It is also the responsibility of the business department. Finally, the specific authorization price will be reported together. After Li Shun finished speaking, his eyes turned to Yang Yaoyao, the head of the subject live broadcast department. Mr. Chen has established a school in the east of the city, which is kindergarten to high school. Construction has already begun. After the construction is completed, teachers will be needed. You can communicate with the teaching anchors in the live broadcast room to see if they have any idea of entering the Tomorrow School. As a teacher in the Tomorrow School, you don't have to worry about the salary. It will definitely be higher than the salary they are currently receiving for teaching live broadcasts. However, the qualifications of this teacher are not something that can be obtained by signing up. It also requires certain tests. There are two directions for the test. One is teaching ability, and the second is character quality. These 2 points are crucial, so you must carefully screen them. Of course, the school is still under construction, and there is still plenty of time to slowly select. My suggestion is that you should not let those anchors know about our decision to recruit teachers at present, and observe whether they are patient when teaching in the live broadcast room. Teachers are places for educating people. If the teacher's character or quality is not up to standard, it will be a big problem for students. So in terms of selecting teachers, you must be very serious. This is the school built by Mr. Chun, and it is estimated that many people from the Tomorrow Group will go to this school in the future. If something goes wrong in this school, it would be too bad. Okay, Mr. Lee, we will carefully select the students. Yang Yaoyao nodded and said. She had known about Mr. Chin's establishment of the school for a long time. She had worked in Tomorrow Group for so long, and she was very clear about the treatment and style of Tomorrow Group. Since it was built by Mr. Chun, the quality of the school and the teaching equipment were definitely top-notch. His family had already decided that when Mr. Chen's school was built, they would send young Duo to study in Mr. Chen's school. Selfishly speaking, if the teacher was well selected, it would also be beneficial to her sister. So there is no need for Mr. Lee to remind her. She will also be very concerned about choosing teachers. After all, that is the school her sister will go to in the future. Well, then I'll leave this matter to you. Li Shin nodded and looked at the other people in the meeting room. He was still relieved about Yang Yaoyao. The subject live broadcast was handed over to Yang Yaoyao, and there have been no problems so far. The next thing is the quality control. This matter must be mentioned in every meeting. Because the number of products listed on the boring short video is gradually increasing, there will be some problems in quality control. With the increase in the number of products, it is normal for quality control to have some problems. But we still have to increase supervision on quality control and strive to reduce the number of quality items to the minimum. In addition, when there are items with quality problems, we must communicate with customers in a timely manner and make corresponding compensation. After a long while, Li Shun took a sip of the tea beside him. Okay, the content of the meeting is here, and the meeting is adjourned. With that, he got up and left the meeting room. Seeing this, Wu Yu stood up and quickly followed. then entered Li Shun's office. Brother Shin, the merchant authorization fee should be a lot this time. Wu Yu sat across from Li Shun's desk and said,